What is it like to traverse into an ancient world brimming with eager maidens? It is indeed exhilarating, albeit a tad distracting from one's pursuits. As a cultivator with little resistance to beauty, I find myself stealing moments amidst my busy schedule to practice the art of cultivation. Progress, however, is slow and fraught with challenges. The path to immortality is long and uncertain. Chapter 1. A complete service. Qingchen gradually regained consciousness, overwhelmed by a pungent stench that mingled the scent of decay with the acrid odor of urine. I'm not dead. Struggling to open his eyes, he was taken aback to find himself in a dimly lit cell. The ground was strewn with straw, and against the wall lay a figure, so emaciated that only bones remained. You're awake? The figure lifted its eyelids and weakly spoke. Where's this? How did I end up here? Supporting himself against the wall, Qingchen asked in disbelief. Conserve your strength, the figure advised. In this place, one can only wait for death. If you refrain from struggling, perhaps you can extend your life a few more days. What? Qingchen felt tears welling in his eyes. Once a man of earth, born during the Jiajing era of the Ming dynasty, a time when the pursuit of immortality thrived, he had inadvertently gained celestial fortune, glimpsed the Tao, and embarked on a journey of cultivation. After over 500 years, he had mastered the stages of qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, and unity, achieving the pinnacle of the great vehicle. With successful tribulation, he could ascend as a true immortal. In the autumn of 2023, he commenced his tribulation, but alas, it ended in failure. Expecting annihilation, he was astonished to find himself alive. Observing his cellmate's attire, which bore striking resemblance to that of the Ming dynasty, it seemed he had been reborn. Hastily, he activated his spiritual awareness to examine himself. To his astonishment, his body had been remade to around 20 years of age, retaining remnants of mid-qi refining cultivation that in the realm of martial arts. Such a level was considered formidable. With enhanced physique and strength, he could unleash his internal power to strike from a distance. Relieved, Qingchen sighed. Brother, what is this place? Why must we await death? Now calm, Qingchen inquired. The cellmate sighed, eyes closed as he murmured, there's a female demon here, practicing some sinister technique to replenish her yang energy. At this revelation, Qingchen's interest peaked. In his previous life, he had often encountered tales of a sect skilled in dual cultivation known as the Harmony sect. A mere fiction, yet it lingered in his heart. Leaning closer to his cellmate, he said meaningfully, isn't that rather splendid? Splendid? You have no idea of her power. The cellmate shot him a glare. Don't be fooled by her youthful appearance. She possesses the ability to drain life energy in an instant and can forcibly administer elixirs to prolong her indulgence. Qingchen swallowed hard. Is she truly that formidable? He understood the demoness employed a technique for energy harvesting, which strictly speaking, did not qualify as a martial arts discipline. Any woman possessing a modicum of internal power could harness it when a man was weary, preventing the loss of his essence and guiding his energy within. The stronger the woman's internal power, the more effective the technique. If a man were deeply skilled and cautious, her method would yield no effect. Thus, Qingchen felt no cause for concern. Indeed, just 7 days ago, when I first arrived, there were 3 others in this cell. One perished the day before yesterday, and another yesterday. That I fear my time is short. The cellmate's expression darkened, revealing despair. Qingchen patted his shoulder reassuringly. Worry not, brother. I shall take the initiative next time, allowing you to recuperate. The cellmate smiled faintly. You are a true friend, and I am grateful. However, with your physique, I fear you might not last long either. The cell was illuminated by torches, devoid of natural light, leaving the passage of time ambiguous. With nothing better to do, the two engaged in conversation, and Qingchen learned that he had not only been reborn, but had also traversed worlds. This realm was not the Earth's Ming dynasty, but rather the great Qian dynasty on the continent of Jiuzhou. They were located in the Langnan county of the Qinghe prefecture. His cellmate, Lu Qingshan, a villager of Xiaodongping, was 21 years old. Over the past year, mysterious disappearances had plagued Xiaodongping and nearby villages, with the victims all being young men. The authorities had failed to uncover any leads. The frequent disappearances had resulted in a significant reduction of laborers, leaving behind numerous young widows. Many eligible girls were left without suitors. Families with young sons were now treated like treasures by those with daughters. The entire Langnan County was in a state of unease, with men venturing out only in groups for safety. Lu Qingshan, dismissing the superstitions, had ventured out alone, only to be captured. Upon hearing this, Qingchen couldn't help but smile wickedly. A plethora of young widows, an abundance of unmarried girls. To save the people and rescue souls from peril is the duty of a cultivator. He comforted Lu Qingshan. Fear not, brother, I will devise a plan to rescue you. I am a traveler here, without allies, and once freed, May I stay at your home for a while? Lu Qingchen chuckled bitterly, clearly skeptical of his words. Yet, in the face of desperation, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Lu Qingchen generously offered, if you truly manage to escape, you will be my savior. Not only can you stay, but if you wish, you could become part of my family. You could even marry a girl from our village, solving our labor issues. I believe everyone would welcome you. Yi Qingchen rejoiced, it's a deal. Before long, Lu Qingchen fell into a weary slumber. Yi Qingchen sat cross-legged against the wall, attempting to cultivate. This world lacked spiritual energy, nearly non-existent. Without it, even the most advanced cultivation skills were rendered ineffective. He wondered if he could find a place abundant in spiritual energy once he escaped. Otherwise, reigniting his path of cultivation would seem hopeless. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside, followed by the sound of a lock being undone. Lu Qingchen jolted awake, sitting up in alarm, retreating to the corner with fear etched on his face, as if a terrifying demon were about to enter. 3 young women, all appearing around 18 or 19 years of age, dressed uniformly in pale green silk skirts, entered the cell wielding long swords. The leader swept her gaze over the two with indifference. Yi Qingchen, eager to take charge, declared, I'll go. Lu Qingchen sighed in relief, gratitude evident on his face. The leader nodded, raising her hand, and the 2 other women drew their swords, placing them against Yi Qingchen's neck, commanding sharply, move. Yi Qingchen raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, grinning mischievously as he teased, ladies, no need for such aggression, I'll walk willingly. He was ushered into a room, where a large wooden tub sat in the center, emanating steam. The air was filled with a faint herbal aroma, which Yi Qingchen recognized as potent aphrodisiacs. The leading woman turned and instructed, Xiao Chui, give him a bath while I report to the princess. Understood, Senior Sister Jingyi. Senior Sister Jingyi then turned and activated a mechanism on the wall, opening a concealed door. She entered, closing the door behind her. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The woman rose, gazing at him with an expression of astonishment. You seem rather eager, don't you? However, I cannot blame you. It is your first visit, and naturally, you are unaware of my prowess. That I hope that when the time comes, you will retain your bravado and refrain from begging for mercy. With that, she deftly untied her belt, allowing her vibrant crimson robe to cascade to the floor. She was left adorned only in a delicate pink bodice, barely sufficient to preserve her modesty. With a graceful flick of her long leg, the robe soared into the air before gently settling at the foot of the bed. That a playful smile adorned her lips as she approached the bed, her hands deftly loosening the ties at her neck and waist. The bodice soon followed suit, slipping away. Even Yi Qingchen, who had traversed the mortal realm for over 5 centuries and had encountered countless souls in the heat of battle, found himself swallowing hard at the sight. Before him. Chapter 3. What a shame. An hour later, in the outer chamber, 3 female disciples awaited. It's been such a long time. Why hasn't Tishi emerged? Sister Jingyi remarked, gazing curiously at the darkened door. Sister, do you think something could have happened to the palace master? Xiao Chui voiced her concern. Indeed, sister. Perhaps you should go in and check? Xiao Yi echoed. Normally, it only takes half a stick of incense to conclude, she added. Jingyi shot them a glare. The palace master possesses unparalleled strength. What could possibly befall her? Xiao Chui blinked, hesitating to speak. After a moment of indecision, Xiao Yi said, Sister, you may be unaware, but that man is not to be trifled with. Rest assured, our palace master is unfathomable. She cannot possibly be bested by him, Jingyi replied. Initially, I believed so too. Xiao Yi admitted, but the duration has become worrisome. I cannot help but fear for the palace master's safety. Jingyi nodded. The palace master has strictly forbidden any disturbances. None dare enter the inner chamber. However, this situation bears peculiarities. You 2 shall remain here, while I summon the other sisters to stand guard, just in case. In the inner chamber, on the bed, a woman, drenched in fragrant sweat, suddenly exclaimed, What is happening? Why has my power diminished? Her tone was weak and frail. Yi Qingchen chuckled, haha. Previously, those beneath you could only provide you with their vital essence. Yet, I took precautions. Not only have I safeguarded my own essence, but I have also stolen half of your profound energy. You didn't even notice. Thank you very much. Having cultivated for over 5 centuries in the realm of immortality, he was somewhat acquainted with the martial arts of the mortal world. Techniques such as the star absorption method and the northern underworld divine art were at his fingertips. Yi Qingchen never anticipated that the profound energy would be so beneficial to him. Merely siphoning off half of the woman's power allowed him to successfully break through to the late stage of qi refinement, elevating him to the next level. At the late stage of qi refinement, his strength was comparable to that of a master in the realm of transformation in mortal martial arts. A master of transformation could infuse inner strength into soft objects, converting them into formidable weapons. Leaf and flower, all could become lethal. Yi Qingchen was overjoyed. With this newfound power, if he could find a place rich in spiritual energy in this world, he believed he would soon reach the pinnacle of qi refinement. With the assistance of elixirs, he could successfully establish his foundation and transcend the mortal coil, officially re-entering the path of immortality. Scoundrel! Upon realizing that half of her years of hard-earned power had been stolen, the woman let out a despairing roar. You dare to scheme against me? I will kill you. Enraged, she unleashed a palm strike aimed at Yi Qingchen's chest. Once a master with great inner strength, had she executed this strike at full capacity, it would have sent her opponent flying 10 paces and potentially caused grievous injury or even death to one without inner fortification. Yet, the strike fell with a soft thud. Lacking any force, Yi Qingchen laughed. Are you attempting to pat my chest with your little fists? The woman was taken aback. What is happening? She gasped in shock. Your attempt to replenish your vital essence has failed, and your body has suffered greatly. At this moment, you cannot exert your profound yin energy, Yi Qingchen declared with pride. The woman exerted herself in silence, and indeed felt her entire body grow weak, sinking her deeper into despair. Gasping for breath, she extended her hands, desperately pushing against Yi Qingchen, pleading in a tone tinged with desperation. I implore you, spare me. I am truly on the brink of death. Humph. Did you ever show mercy to those men when they begged for your clemency? Yi Qingchen retorted. Today, I shall exact vengeance for those men you have drained dry. The woman could not contain her tears any longer. I have realized my mistakes. If you spare me, I shall heed your commands in the Duin Palace from now on. Without question. Duin Palace? It turned out her sect was named Duin Palace. It seemed that her subordinates were not addressing her as a princess, but rather as the palace master. Initially, she thought she had encountered a princess, only to discover that she was, in fact, the palace master. A sense of disappointment washed over Yi Qingchen, leaving her with a feeling of having been deceived. Angrily, she exclaimed, Humph, do you think I covet your Duin Palace? I am here to uphold justice. How could I possibly grant you mercy? The woman, her face etched with despair, bit her lip tightly. She subtly reached for the headboard, activating a hidden mechanism. To prevent a martial arts master from masquerading as a fool and mistakenly entering her chamber, she had long devised this emergency signal for help. However, should her subordinates witness such a scene, her reputation as palace master would be utterly tarnished. Thus, she would only resort to this method when absolutely necessary. But now, her life was at stake, and there was no time to consider pride or shame. Outside, more than 20 disciples had gathered, uncertain of their master's condition and hesitant to act recklessly. Upon receiving the distress signal, they surged forward, forcefully opening the concealed door. They beheld Yi Qingchen, already dressed, leisurely sipping wine at the table with a look of contentment, while the palace master huddled in the corner of the bed, clutching the blanket to her chest. Trembling in fear, Palace master, someone cried out as they rushed in. Do not concern yourselves with me. The palace master bit her silver teeth, filled with resentment, and said weakly, This person intends to harm me. Quickly, turn him into minced meat. Following her order, the 20 female disciples advanced in unison, surrounding Yi Qingchen. Taking another sip of wine, Yi Qingchen calmly declared, Your palace master practices malevolent arts, having unknowingly caused the demise of countless innocent men. If you all recognize your folly and lay down your weapons now, I may yet spare your lives, considering you were merely following orders. Preposterous, Jingyi retorted coldly. Even at death's door, you dare to be defiant. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I can grant you a quicker end. Yi Qingchen surveyed the room, clucking her tongue in regret, and said, Such a multitude of beautiful women. To simply slaughter them would be a grievous waste. Chapter 4. Is there another palace master? The female disciples were both embarrassed and enraged, aching to pounce upon him and tear him to shreds. Jingyi bellowed, Doing lotus formation, assemble. The multitude of women shifted their formations, encircling in 2 rings, their white blades dancing with a crisp sound reminiscent of blooming white lotuses. A mere display of superficial skill. Yi Qingchen scoffed disdainfully. Though unarmed and unable to wield his celestial techniques in this place, he held no regard for this assembly, even with only his formidable internal energy. Besides, having just advanced to the late stage of qi refinement, akin to the realm of internal energy manifestation, his power had increased significantly. With a swift motion of his hands and a flourish of his sleeves, a gust of fierce wind erupted, toppling the 2-tiered formation of women. A chorus of screams erupted as they were scattered like leaves in a tempest. The cacophony of thuds resounded as bodies struck the ground, shattering various objects upon impact. These women, having only mastered rudimentary swordplay, were no match for Yi Qingchen, a warrior whose internal energy had reached a transformative state. Even Jingyi, who possessed some martial prowess, lay on the ground, blood spilling from her lips. Yi Qingchen, however, refrained from delivering a fatal blow. After all, These women were merely following orders and were not fiends of malice. Suddenly, a rush of wind heralded the emergence of a crimson figure from the bed. "You scoundrel! Prepare to pay with your life." It was the mistress, who, seizing the moment while Qingchen distracted the women, had donned a red robe and consumed a rejuvenating pill. The rejuvenating pill was her last resort in the absence of a male to replenish her yang energy. Originally, it was an essential supplement for those cultivating the profound yin technique, but the rare ingredients required for its concoction were prohibitively expensive. Thus, she resorted to abducting men to serve as substitutes for the pill. Free men, from any perspective, were far more advantageous than a precious elixir. Though half of her profound yin energy had been siphoned by Qingchen, she remained a formidable warrior. Yet, having been nearly drained by their recent encounter, her combat prowess was significantly diminished. She unleashed several strikes, each imbued with fierce intent, targeting vital points. Yet Qingchen effortlessly evaded her assaults. Such a little vixen. Reveling in delight moments ago, only to turn her back now, the mistress, filled with a mixture of shame and fury, summoned a sword from one of her disciples. Catching the hilt, she twirled it elegantly, her teeth gritted. Uniting her being with the sword, she launched herself into the air, delivering a strike with all her might. The speed astonishing, augmented by her profound yin energy, creating an illusory form of both herself and the weapon. For an ordinary opponent, even one of equal skill, evading such an attack would be nearly impossible. Given our shared night and your assistance in my cultivation, I had intended to spare your life. Unfortunately, your relentless pursuit of my demise leaves me no choice but to respond in kind. Qingchen's brow furrowed as he concentrated his internal energy into his right palm. The mistress's sword approached, and instead of retreating, he seized the blade, slightly sidestepping to guide it forward. With a swift rotation of his body, he harnessed the mistress's momentum to fling her, along with her sword, in a wide arc before crashing her heavily to the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. A resounding crash echoed, clouds of dust billowing into the air. A tremendous impact struck the ground, creating a vast pit. "Master," one of the disciples exclaimed, "just now, Qingchen did not exert his full strength. Although the female disciples are injured, they are not in mortal danger." They began to rise from the ground, gathering around. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. It became evident that the impact had not merely formed a pit, but a substantial hole. Gazing through this opening, it was startling to discover a concealed chamber beneath. The women of Douyin Palace had previously witnessed Qingchen's formidable prowess and understood that, even in unison, they stood no chance against him. Given their current injuries, further confrontation would likely be tantamount to courting death. Their immediate concern was to ascertain the fate of their master before contemplating their next course of action. One by one, they leapt into the abyss, entering the hidden chamber. The unexpected turn of events startled even Qingchen. In the presence of a secret chamber, one could invariably anticipate astonishing revelations. Curiosity piqued, he too descended into the depths, eager to uncover the truth. It is human nature to indulge in gossip and marvel at the extraordinary. The chamber was dimly lit, with the female disciples encircling the lifeless form of their master. Paralyzed by uncertainty, despite their deep-seated animosity towards Qingchen, they found themselves powerless. Their master was deceased. Further reckless endeavors seemed futile. "Look quickly." Suddenly, a voice cried out. The crowd turned in astonishment to find, at the far end of the chamber, a figure clad in white, shackled by iron chains. Someone summoned a torch, and as the light flickered, they cautiously approached the figure. The person slumped against the wall, their once pristine white attire now marred with dirt, with disheveled hair obscuring their face. Their features remained obscured. Both hands and feet were bound in chains, attached to a thick chain anchored to the wall. Beside them lay a large bowl, containing remnants of a meal, evoking the image of a captive beast. Abruptly, the figure twisted, tossing their hair aside to reveal a pallid visage, glaring menacingly at the gathered crowd. A collective gasp echoed as the disciples recoiled, as if confronted by a demon. "Master," one voice cried out in disbelief. "How can there be another master? What is happening? Heaven forbid! Could it be that the master outside is an impostor, while this is the true master?" Panic ensued as realization dawned upon some. A few disciples hastened forward to assist the woman into a seated position. "You useless fools," came the voice of a youthful woman, brimming with ire. "For over a year, you have failed to recognize that wretched impostor for what she truly is?" The female disciples exchanged glances, bewildered and uncertain of whom to trust. The woman, her face contorted with rage, lifted her hand to reveal a vivid plum blossom-shaped birthmark nestled in her collarbone. Upon witnessing this, the doubts of the disciples evaporated, and they fell to their knees in fear and reverence. Jing Yi, trembling, reported, "I humbly report, Master, that the false master bears a striking resemblance to you in appearance and stature. However, there are subtle differences in demeanor and grace." We have long harbored suspicions, yet lacked conclusive evidence. Are you all unaware of the necessity to inspect this mark? Jingyi replied, we have long discovered that she bears no such mark. Yet she claims it has been dissolved through her cultivation. She practices malevolent arts, employing ruthless methods and exhibiting extreme severity towards us, resorting to murder at the slightest provocation. Our martial skills are inadequate, leaving us no choice but to comply. We are blind to the truth. We beseech the sovereign for punishment. The woman's expression twisted in rage as she exclaimed, that wretched creature, so vile and malicious. She has imprisoned me in this lightless cellar, enduring a fate worse than death, while she revels freely outside. Heaven, in its mercy, has allowed me to see the light of day once more. It is a pity that she must die so easily, otherwise I would ensure her suffering 1,000-fold. She cast a cold glance at the kneeling disciples, trembling in anticipation of their fate. After a long sigh, she declared, considering you two have been deceived, I shall spare you from punishment. Quickly, fetch the key and liberate me. Qingchen pondered, reflecting on his earlier hesitation in slaying that woman. Such an exquisite beauty, rare in this world. How regrettable it was to have ended her life after such a fleeting encounter. Little did he know she was an impostor of the sovereign. If the false sovereign could deceive a multitude of disciples, it was likely that the true sovereign bore a striking resemblance to her. Yet, in her current disheveled state, resembling a vengeful spirit, her beauty was obscured. Should she indeed mirror the false sovereign's appearance, how could one of my disposition, Qingchen, allow her to escape unscathed? He stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, such a trivial iron lock requires no key. The sovereign lifted her gaze, astonished. Who are you? I am Qingchen. A disciple at her side reported, Sovereign, it was this young master who killed the impostor, inadvertently creating a large hole in the ground, through which we discovered your presence. By this time, Qingchen had approached the sovereign. He grasped the iron lock around her wrist, applying little effort, and easily pried open the clasp. He repeated the action, freeing her ankles and the lock at her waist. Once liberated, the sovereign, with the assistance of her female disciples, managed to stand, gently massaging her wrist, exclaiming, Young Master Yi, you have indeed demonstrated formidable strength in breaking the iron lock with your bare hands. You have saved me, and I shall reward you generously. Allow me to bathe and change before we meet again. Chapter 5. A peculiar feeling in a chamber. A table was adorned with a variety of exquisite pastries, truly delightful. Qingchen savored them, silently praising the culinary craftsmanship of this world, which, despite being entrenched in a feudal dynasty, rivaled that of his past life. Suddenly, a voice cried out, Oh no, the sovereign has fainted. Quickly, summon a physician. Her breath appears faint. What shall we do? Instantly, the outside erupted into chaos and noise. Qingchen furrowed his brow, leaping from the room and making his way directly to the sovereign's chamber. There, he beheld her lying on the bed, clad in white garments, her eyes gently closed, and her complexion ghostly pale. Qingchen extended his finger to check the faint breath, indeed finding it weak. The female disciple standing by the bed wore a look of panic, utterly at a loss. Glancing at the small table beside the bed, he noticed a bowl of unfinished soup. Lifting it to his nose, he quickly discerned the situation. The palace master had been confined for an extended period and likely endured considerable torment. Her meridians were damaged, leaving her exceedingly frail. Now, having just seen the light of day, you present her with such nourishing concoctions, but the body cannot absorb what it cannot support. The clash of yin and yang has obstructed her meridians. If not promptly unblocked, she may not survive even the duration of an incense stick. Qingchen pondered gravely. Jingyi expressed her concern, saying, it would take at least half an hour for the doctor to arrive. What shall we do? It's over. We have harmed the palace master. A renowned female disciple exclaimed, bursting into tears. Do you have silver needles? Qingchen inquired. Jingyi nodded yes. I shall fetch them at once. So you can treat the palace master. Young Master Yi, you are skilled in medicine? Jingyi asked. Only possess a modicum of knowledge. Acupuncture, acupressure, herb preparation, and alchemy are essential studies for cultivators. Moreover, the comprehension of these subjects by practitioners far surpasses that of ordinary mortals. Despite his cultivation being diminished, Qingchen retained all his knowledge. Jingyi hesitated. The palace master holds a prestigious position. There must be no mistakes. If you are not confident, please do not attempt it lightly. Qingchen replied solemnly. If we delay any further, it may be beyond redemption. Still wavering, the palace master on the bed suddenly coughed twice, slightly opened her eyes, and murmured, Jingyi, allow young Master Yi to use the needles. Jingyi nodded and gestured to the nearby xianxia, who quickly ran out. Young master, the palace master's status is exalted. Please exercise utmost caution. Jingyi advised, still uneasy. Qingchen mused. You keep emphasizing her noble status. Is she merely the leader of a sect? How exalted can that be? Could it be? She is truly a princess? At that moment, Xiaozue returned with the needle pouch and handed it to Qingchen. Qingchen instructed, quickly support the palace master. Loosen her clothing and expose her back. I must administer the needles. Huh? Jingyi hesitated. Expose her back? Have you ever seen needles administered through clothing? Qingchen asked. Reluctantly, Jingyi and Xiaozue helped the palace master sit up. After loosening her garments and pulling back the covers, they finally revealed her bare back. Qingchen took out 9 silver needles and began to insert them one by one. The palace master immediately coughed violently, her eyes wide open as she gasped for breath. Palace master, you are awake. How do you feel? I feel much better, and I have regained strength. The disciples rejoiced, their faces brimming with astonishment. At this moment, the palace master became aware of her exposed back, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, and she gratefully remarked, Young master, ye has saved me once again. Palace master, please refrain from speaking. There are still a few needles left to administer. In truth, the healing had already been completed, yet at this moment, Qingchen beheld the pale back of the palace mistress slowly emerging with a faint blush, tender and alluring. Amusement seized him, and he took out 3 needles, altering their positions. Suddenly, the mistress furrowed her brow, closed her eyes, and displayed an expression of profound anguish, her hands instinctively gripping the bedclothes tightly. Her complexion flushed. She gasped for breath, beads of perspiration forming all over her body. Mistress, what troubles you? Young master Yi, is the mistress unwell? The female disciples expressed their concern. Qingchen remained silent. The mistress bit her lip, seemingly enduring immense pain, and abruptly commanded, You all, leave. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by her request. Leave. The mistress's tone was laced with irritation. The disciples, too frightened to defy her command, exited and closed the door behind them. What manner of needles have you used on me? I feel an unusual sensation, the mistress exclaimed, her face flushed and her breathing labored. Strands of hair damp with sweat clinging to her face. The mistress's meridians had been unblocked, and the sudden relief naturally brought a sense of clarity and comfort. Which was not surprising. Qingchen explained this lightly, yet he was acutely aware that at this moment, the mistress was likely experiencing a rapture that transcended earthly bounds. Were she an ordinary woman, she would have lost all composure, crying out in ecstasy. Yet this mistress, astonishingly, managed to restrain herself from uttering a sound, a testament to her remarkable mental fortitude. Reflecting on this, he could no longer indulge in jest, and swiftly retracted all the silver needles. The mistress let out a long sigh, and quickly donned her garments. She bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at Qingchen, her gaze imbued with profound meaning, an expression that seemed to convey both relief and an unwillingness to part with the moment. Thank you, young master Yi, she said, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Please wait outside while I finish dressing, and I shall express my gratitude to you. Half an hour later, in the garden courtyard, the sun shone brightly. The mistress emerged clad in resplendent attire, adorned with a golden hairpin and a jade belt, exuding an air of opulence as she gracefully settled into a wrought-tin chair, surrounded by her disciples. Having been confined in a dark cellar for so long, she was eager to bask in the sunlight after Qingchen had restored her vitality. Qingchen noted that her appearance and figure were indeed identical to that of the false mistress. However, in contrast to the latter's seductive charm, this woman radiated an imposing dignity. He could not help but admire her. After spending over a year in the oppressive darkness of the cellar, living a life akin to that of a dog, an ordinary person would likely have succumbed to madness or folly. Yet she, remarkably, was able to swiftly regain her composure, a testament to her inner strength. Your martial prowess is extraordinary, and your medical skills are unparalleled. From which sect do you hail? She inquired. I am merely a rustic wanderer, devoid of any affiliation. The sovereign nodded in astonishment, stating, Today, you have saved me twice, rendering me a life-saving grace and a profound virtue for the Douyin Palace. I am truly at a loss as to how I might express my gratitude. The sovereign was being overly courteous, to which Qingchen humbly replied, I merely stumbled upon these circumstances by chance. The sovereign then retrieved a golden medal from her sleeve, saying, I present you with a medal of grace. I hope you will graciously accept it, young master Yi. At this, the female disciples displayed expressions of surprise, as if this medal of grace were an extraordinary boon. Medal of grace? Qingchen's face betrayed a hint of disdain. He mused to himself, I have just arrived, utterly destitute, without even a place to rest my head. A monetary gift would have sufficed. Despite being a cultivator, he still required sustenance and resources to sustain his existence. In his previous life on Earth, he had managed several businesses, just barely affording the expenses of his cultivation. Living among mortals, one must indulge in the pleasures of life and experience its vividness. What advantages could this medal possibly bestow? The sovereign elaborated. The Douyin Palace is composed solely of female disciples, and establishing a sect is particularly arduous. The journey has been far from easy. Only those who have rendered immense service to the Doing Palace are worthy of receiving this medal. Should you, young Master Yi, require assistance from the Doing Palace in the future, as long as you abide by the palace's rules, this medal will allow you to mobilize up to 100 disciples for your endeavors. The entire Doing Palace is devoted to gratitude and will undoubtedly respond to your call. Qingchen contemplated, as a cultivator, I shall one day walk this world unimpeded. These female disciples possess only average martial prowess. Even summoning 100 of them would hold little value for me. However, the women of the Doing Palace are indeed pleasing to the eye. With this medal, I could command their services, indulging in my whims. How delightful it would be to have them sing, dance, or share a drink with me from time to time. Chapter 6. Inviting the wolf into the lair with this thought, he smiled inwardly and reached out to accept the medal, saying, then I shall not be polite. At that moment, another disciple emerged from the room, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. The sovereign lifted the cloth, revealing a stack of silver banknotes. This is 1,000 taels of silver, a modest expression of my gratitude, she stated. Qingchen was overjoyed, for this was precisely what he desired. In this mundane world, one cannot make a move without money. Food, drink, and even leisurely pursuits all require financial means. Thank you, Your Majesty, he exclaimed, taking the banknotes and tucking them into his bosom. The sovereign inquired, young Master Yi, I am already aware of the circumstances surrounding your defeat of the false sovereign. With such extraordinary martial skills, how did you come to find yourself in this predicament, becoming the plaything of that wretched woman? Qingchen replied, you must inquire with the people of the Doing Palace regarding that matter. The sovereign's tone turned cold as she asked, who possesses such audacity to capture young Master Yi and bring him here? Xiao Yi and Xiao Cui immediately turned pale, kneeling on the ground and trembling as they pleaded. Your Majesty, spare our lives. Speak. What on earth transpired? The sovereign demanded. Xiao Yi reported, yesterday, Xiao Cui and I were commanded by the false sovereign to seek someone to replenish her yang energy. On the northern mountain road of the city, I fortuitously encountered young Master Yi lying by the roadside, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness, and I promptly brought him back. After speaking, I implored, young Master Yi, we are but blind and did not intend to offend you. I beseech you to spare our lives. Upon finishing, both Xiao Yi and Xiao Cui wept inconsolably. The palace master, filled with fury, declared, you two have aided and abetted tyranny. How could I tolerate this? Take them away and execute them. The two maidens immediately collapsed to the ground. Qingchen interjected, Palace master, they were merely following orders. Moreover, it was their act of bringing me here that enabled me to slay the false palace master and rescue the true one. Even by mere chance, they have rendered a service. Upon hearing his plea, hope ignited in the eyes of the two maidens, who gazed at him with profound gratitude. The palace master replied solemnly, young Master Yi, your benevolence is commendable, yet I cannot be foolish. Since you plead for them, while their death sentence may be averted, they cannot escape punishment. Qingchen proposed, why not entrust them to me? I shall handle them as I see fit. The palace master nodded, very well, but do not be too lenient. Qingchen smiled, I shall not be. Xiao Yi and Xiao Cui repeatedly bowed in thanks. They then turned to Qingchen to express their gratitude, only to find him wearing a lecherous grin. The two girls exchanged a glance, shivering involuntarily. The palace master resumed her seat. This place is known as Cuiyun Pavilion, the branch of Doing Palace located in Langnan County. The pavilion master is Wu Jingyi. Should young Master Yi require anything in the future, he may come directly to seek her. Wu Jingyi respectfully stated, Cuiyun Pavilion is at your service, young Master Yi. The palace master, her eyes half closed and looking languid, remarked, I am rather fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Young Master Yi, please feel free. Then I shall not disturb you. Qingchen said, turning to leave, his gaze landing on Xiao Yi and Xiao Cui. You two come with me. The two girls trembled, their faces paling. How outrageous. The palace master bellowed. I have just spared your lives and entrusted you to young Master Yi. Do you dare to hesitate in following his command? Should there be a next time? The palace rules will be enforced. The two maidens immediately knelt, trembling in fear. We dare not defy. We shall obey the orders of the palace master and our benefactor. Qingchen proceeded forward, and the two girls followed, maintaining a respectful distance. Suddenly, he halted and turned to look back. The maidens, supporting each other, took a step back. Qingchen chuckled, what are you afraid of? Since I have pleaded for you before the palace master, I shall not harm you. Xiao Cui burst into tears. Young Master Yi, please, spare us. We truly did not intend to offend you. Qingchen responded, I have already spared you. We do not believe it. Xiao Yi interjected. Qingchen continued, now we shall go to the prison and release those captured by the false palace master. The two maidens breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a matter of freeing those in prison, not as they had feared. Qingchen instructed, you two, Fetch some sleeping medicine to incapacitate those in the prison. I will take them out and dispose of them. What is the purpose of this? Xiao Yi inquired. Qingchen chuckled. If that person in the prison were to learn that he had been in the Ziyun pavilion these past few days, he would surely spread the disgraceful deeds of the false palace lord far and wide. Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the true palace lord? Xiao Cui, realizing the depth of his insight, exclaimed, Indeed, Master Yi has thought this through. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, Qingchen sat upon a green stone in the desolate mountains on the eastern outskirts of Langnan County, gnawing on a fragrant roast chicken, bones strewn about him. Beside him lay the still unconscious Qingchen. If you don't wake up soon, I might finish this all by myself, Qingchen muttered. His next objective was to use the pretext of returning Qingchen to the village as an opportunity to visit Xiaodamping. It was said that the men had been nearly ruined by the false palace lord of Douyin Palace, leaving behind only a chorus of starving widows and young maidens. Such a paradise of happiness could not be missed. To rescue someone from peril could also be seen as accumulating virtue. At last, Qingchen awoke, gazing around in bewilderment at the verdant mountains and waters, and at Qingchen, who was busily eating chicken. Brother Yi, am I dreaming? Have we escaped? He exclaimed, falling to his knees, tears streaming down his face. All right, hurry up and eat something. Qingchen tossed a chicken leg his way. Qingchen caught it as if it were a treasure, immediately devouring it with grease spilling from his lips. Brother Yi, you are truly a miraculous being. No, you are my reborn parents. In this lifetime, I shall toil like a beast to repay your immense kindness. After finishing the chicken leg, Qingchen wiped his hands on his clothes. Brother Yi, when you helped me escape, did you see where we were being held? Let us go to the county office and report those vile women. Qingchen said, filled with righteous indignation. Qingchen pondered for a moment before replying. The woman practicing evil arts has already been dealt with by me. She will no longer harm anyone. I escaped at night in a panic, carrying you while completely forgetting to take note of our surroundings. Qingchen, skeptical, rolled his eyes. You killed her? You really did? Brother Yi, please do not boast. Qingchen said nothing, rising to brush the dust from his trousers and lifting his clothing to relieve himself in the grass. Qingchen turned and was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock, unable to speak for a long while. Finally, he murmured, I believe it. After resting for a while, the two continued along the mountain path towards Xiaodamping. Throughout the journey, Qingchen felt lighthearted and walked with a spring in his step, while Qingchen remained silent. Burdened with thoughts, he recalled the tall, formidable female demon who had been slain by Qingchen. The girls in the village, petite and delicate, seemed vulnerable. I am inviting the wolf into the fold, Qingchen lamented inwardly. Oh heavens, what misfortune has befallen Xiaodamping? First a female demon brings ruin to the men, and now a male demon threatens the girls. However, he ultimately saved my life, and I had previously promised him. Given the circumstances, I had no choice but to lead him onward with determination. Chapter 7. Harsh conditions. The mountain path was rugged, and Qingchen, feeling weak, walked intermittently. Gradually, noon approached. After crossing another hill, a vast river came into view in the distance. On the opposite bank, nestled among the lush trees in a valley, scattered roofs of tile houses emerged. Wisps of smoke curled upwards, and occasionally, the sound of barking dogs reached our ears. Qingchen exclaimed with excitement, Brother Yi, that's Xiaodamping. As he neared his homeland, Qingchen's steps became lighter. After crossing a stone bridge and proceeding along a narrow mountain trail, we soon heard the resounding sound of rushing water ahead. Qingchen's nostrils flared with delight. He keenly sensed the rich spiritual energy emanating from just beyond. It was indeed a rare find. Initially, he believed that this world was devoid of spiritual essence, unsuited for cultivation, yet unexpectedly, a hidden paradise existed here. He hurried forward, weaving through clusters of bamboo, and arrived at the deepest part of the valley. Upon lifting his gaze, a charming smile spread across his face. Below the verdant mountains, a sheer cliff rose dramatically. At the base of the rock wall, approximately 3 zhang from the ground, a fissure split open as if cleaved by a sharp blade. A crystal-clear spring gushed forth from this crevice, cascading down to form a small waterfall. The water splashed into a clear pool below, creating a melodious sound. Standing by the pool, Qingchen gazed at the crack in the stone wall, his thoughts drifting, and remarked, the artistry of nature is truly awe-inspiring. After a while, Qingchen finally caught up, panting, and upon seeing Qingchen lost in reverie, he spoke, we call this pool Xiaobi Pool. The water from this spring has never ceased flowing, regardless of drought. Our village, Xiaodamping, derives its name from this. Qingchen nodded in agreement. The perennial flow of this water, coupled with its abundant spiritual energy, explained the extraordinary vitality of the surrounding flora. It was indeed an exquisite place for cultivation. Initially, he had intended to accompany Qingchen in search of beauty, but instead, he discovered this treasure trove of natural wonders. It seemed he would need to reside in Xiaodongping for some time. Lu Qingshan approached the pool, cupping his hands to wash his face, then drank a few sips, letting out a satisfied exclamation. Brother Yi, you must be thirsty as well. Come and have some. This water is warm in winter and cool in summer, truly refreshing. Yi Qingchen stepped forward for a couple of sips and found it remarkably refreshing with a sweet aftertaste. It's quite hot. I wish to bathe in Xiaobi pool. Of course. Lu Qingshan pondered for a moment and suggested, why don't you bathe while I return to greet my family? I will come back for you shortly. Yi Qingchen nodded in agreement. He removed his clothes and jumped into the pool. After a while of washing, feeling revitalized, he dressed and sat by the water's edge in meditation. Before long, he heard footsteps approaching. Brother Yi, have you finished? Lu Qingshan called from a distance. Following him was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Yi Qingchen approached, and the man, with a face full of gratitude, knelt before him, trembling as he spoke. Young Master Yi, you have saved my son's life. You are a great benefactor of the Lu family. I am Lu Dahong, and I bow to you. It turned out he was Lu Qingshan's father, Lu Dahong. Yi Qingchen hurriedly helped him up, saying, Uncle Lu, please do not do this. Wiping away his tears, Lu Dahong remarked, Young Master Yi, you have traveled far. Let us return home to rest. After walking for a while, they arrived in front of a tiled house. Lu Dahong said, Young Master Yi, this courtyard belongs to my brother, Lu Dafeng. Currently, it is unoccupied. Do you find it appealing? Yi Qingchen was taken aback. Such a large courtyard, left vacant? Lu Dahong explained, my brother was once prosperous, and this house was built for his nephew. However, my nephew went missing last year. Now, my brother has only one daughter, which is why this house remains empty. As our family has fallen on hard times, he has long considered selling it. If young Master Yi likes it, I will speak with my brother. We would gladly sell it to provide you with a home. Yi Qingchen observed that the courtyard was spacious and elegantly constructed, conveniently close to the Xiaobitan, perfect for cultivation. He replied joyfully, Uncle Lu, please negotiate the price. I have some silver on hand and can purchase it myself. There is no need for you to spend. Lu Dahong hesitated briefly and said to Lu Qingshan, you take young Master Yi home for a meal. I will speak with your second uncle. Lu Qingshan then led Yi Qingchen away, parting ways with Lu Dahong. Before long, they arrived at home, which was also a tiled house. Upon entering, Lu Qingshan introduced his mother, Zhang, and his wife, Wang Bilian. Both women knelt in gratitude upon seeing their benefactor, thanking him profusely. Yi Qingchen quickly assisted them to their feet. Zhang had prepared rice porridge, which she served at the table, along with some wild vegetables for Yi Qingchen. The countryside is humble. Young Master Yi, please make do with this. Tomorrow, I will send Qingshan to the market to buy some meat. Aunt, there is no need to be so formal. I am also from the countryside. And this is quite satisfactory, he replied. As they conversed, Lu Dahong returned with a gray-haired elder. Young Master Yi, this is Master Wang Yuanfeng, the head of our Xiaodongping village, Lu Dahong introduced. It is an honor to meet you, Master Wang. Yi Qingchen, though unsure of the elder's purpose, respectfully bowed. Wang Yuanfeng appraised Yi Qingchen and nodded approvingly. Indeed, a remarkable young man. Lu Dahong, brimming with joy, announced, my brother has agreed to sell the house for just 10 taels of silver. Is it truly so inexpensive? Yi Qingchen found it hard to believe. Lu Dahong continued, my brother said that young Master Yi is Qingshan's savior and cannot ask for more. According to the laws of Daqian, once the house is purchased, you can join our village and receive a portion of land. This requires the head's approval, which is why I invited Master Wang. Yi Qingchen mused that he would likely be cultivating here for quite some time. Having established residency and received land allocation, life would become more convenient, sparing him from being regarded as an outsider by the villagers. This would require the assistance of old Master Wang. Wang Yuanfeng stroked his beard, revealing a look of hesitation as he said, young Master Yi, your intention to settle here is indeed commendable. The village has ample land and few inhabitants, so it would not be difficult to allocate some for you. However, I have a condition. Lu Dahong, with a generous spirit, interjected, Uncle Wang, whatever the condition may be, please articulate it. As long as I, Lu Dahong, can fulfill it, I will certainly do my utmost. Observing Wang Yuanfeng's indecision, Yi Qingchen wondered if the old fellow was seeking personal gain. Yet, Wang Yuanfeng continued, young Master Yi, you must assist the village in finding a suitable young lady. Finding a young lady? Yi Qingchen was taken aback. Lu Dahong clarified, the village chief means he wishes for you to marry a girl from our village. Yi Qingchen chuckled, questioning, is this truly a condition? It seems more like a benefit. He feigned difficulty, saying, old Master Wang, might this condition be too demanding? Wang Yuanfeng replied, it is not my intention to burden you, young Master Yi. As the village chief, it is my duty to seek the welfare of the villagers. If you join our village and take our land, only to marry a girl from another village, would we not be foolish, providing benefits to others? Yi Qingchen laughed. Old Master Wang, What I meant was, might it be too exacting to find just one young lady? Would it be possible to find several? The thought of multiple young ladies left Wang Yuanfeng in a state of excitement, his beard quivering with delight. Naturally, the more, the better. Qingchen stifled a laugh while secretly admiring the village chief's sincere dedication to alleviating the villagers' troubles. Lu Dahong beamed. This is splendid. Young Master Yi is not only talented, but also willing to consider multiple young ladies. This is indeed a blessing for our village. Wang Yuanfeng exclaimed joyfully, excellent. You have done a tremendous service for our village, Dahong. I shall seek Aunt Wu, the matchmaker, to inform every household, so that tomorrow the eligible young ladies may come forth for young Master Yi to choose from. With that, the nearly 70-year-old Wang Yuanfeng dashed away, exuberant as a child. Qingchen, unable to suppress his amusement, reflected on the astonishing deal, purchasing a modest house and yard for 10 taels of silver, receiving land, and now being presented with a bevy of young ladies to select from. Such fortune had never even crossed his mind back on Earth. This journey was truly worthwhile. Delightful. Chapter 8. Civilized cultivators. In the afternoon, Lu Dahong arrived with the keys, leading Qingchen to the residence and unlocking the gate. Qingchen glanced around, noting that the house was of good quality and design, albeit somewhat disheveled from neglect, with cobwebs and dust scattered about. Lu Dahong surveyed the premises and remarked, "These rooms are completely empty, devoid of any furnishings. I shall return home briefly to see what I can bring over for your immediate use, young Master Yi. You may gradually acquire more items later." Such warm hospitality deeply moved Qingchen. After Lu Dahong departed, he subtly channeled his mystical energy, causing his sleeves to billow dramatically as a vigorous wind swept through the courtyard. In no time, the cobwebs and dust were swept away, leaving the small courtyard rejuvenated. Qingchen was resting on the stone steps when he suddenly noticed a middle-aged woman entering, carrying a large cloth bag, followed by a little girl who held a broom. The woman approached him with a warm smile and inquired, "Are you the esteemed Qingchen?" The little girl timidly glanced at him before hastily lowering her head and hiding behind the woman. Qingchen stepped forward and responded, "Yes, and you are? I heard from Uncle Wang that you would be residing here. I live at the eastern end of the village, near the Great River. You may call me Aunt Lu," she replied, setting down the cloth bag. "I brought some simple necessities from home, hoping they might be of use to you." Qingchen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Aunt Lu. The kindness of the people here is truly remarkable." Aunt Lu smiled with appreciation and introduced her daughter, saying, "This is my daughter, Guan Xiaodong. Xiaodong, greet young Master Yi." "Young Master Yi," Guan Xiaodong murmured, her head bowed and cheeks flushed. Aunt Lu chuckled, "This child is so shy. Come, help young Master Yi with the cleaning." Guan Xiaodong grasped the broom, ready to assist. Qingchen, somewhat bewildered, remarked, "Aunt Lu, I have already tidied the courtyard. There is no need for such courtesy." Aunt Lu insisted, "Young Master Yi, our Xiaodong is not only beautiful, but also very sensible. I heard from Aunt Wu that you are considering marrying here. Perhaps you should think about Xiaodong." Only then did Qingchen grasp her implication and turn to examine Guan Xiaodong, who shyly turned away. "Come here, let young Master Yi have a look," Aunt Lu commanded. Guan Xiaodong approached, wishing to hide her head in her chest, her face crimson to the roots of her neck. Upon closer inspection, Qingchen noted that she possessed delicate features, indeed a budding beauty. However, she barely reached his shoulder and had a slender frame, with only the faintest hint of development. Such a young girl, she must still be in junior high on Earth, he mused. How old is Xiaodong? Are you mute? Young Master Yi is asking you a question. Aunt Lu chided. 14. Guan Xiaodong's voice was barely audible. Qingchen felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. No, that is far too young. Aunt Lu grew anxious, tugging at the fabric around Guan Xiaodong's waist to accentuate her form, stating, "Not too young, she is suitable." Qingchen, bemused, replied, "Aunt Lu, I do not mean to imply that she is small in stature. Rather, her age is far too young." Aunt Lu, puzzled, remarked, "Here. Girls begin to seek partners at 14. If they are still unmarried by 16, it becomes quite difficult. Is it truly so urgent? It cannot be delayed. You know how it is these days. Finding a suitable match for a girl is no easy task." Qingchen sighed, reflecting on how a girl of such tender age would be deemed inappropriate back on Earth. It was not a matter of moral superiority. Rather, he felt that this girl had not yet fully matured, leaving far too little room for consideration. Aunt Lu persisted, suggesting, "If young Master Yi truly dislikes those younger in age, he could take one as a concubine. Let her attend to your daily needs. Xiaodong is quite obedient and efficient in her tasks. When she matures, you may share a chamber." "Enough, Aunt Lu. Perhaps we should postpone this decision for today," Qingchen replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Seeing his resolute stance, Aunt Lu had no choice but to relent. She hesitated, wanting to offer further persuasion, but ultimately fell silent. Just as she was about to leave in a huff, Qingchen produced a silver ingot and said, Aunt Lu, consider this as payment for the items you brought. I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Upon seeing the silver, Aunt Lu's eyes briefly sparkled, but she quickly declined, saying, Oh no, young Master Yi, you are being too formal. Please give more thought to shout on. As the two exited the courtyard, Qingchen let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he intended to sit and rest for a moment, he heard a woman's voice calling from the entrance. Oh, so this is the young Master Yi that Aunt Wu spoke of. She then urged the little girl behind her, Quickly, Xiaomei, greet young Master Yi. One after another, several waves of young girls were sent forth, all around the ages of 14 or 15, still in the throes of youth. In ancient times, due to inadequate nutrition, girls at this age often lacked the physical development expected. Qingchen held a high regard for a woman's physique. After all, marrying a woman was not merely for her appearance, nor solely for the purpose of labor. Most importantly, there were intimate matters to consider. However, if there was nothing to work with, how could he proceed? He had encountered such situations before. Born during the Jiajing era of the Ming dynasty, he knew that many were wed by the ages of 12 or 13 in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Having experienced the cultural enlightenment of the 21st century, he had become a civilized practitioner of the mystical arts. He could only accept the notion of having multiple wives, a remnant of feudal culture. Qingchen inwardly cursed Lu Qingshan for claiming that the village was filled with beauties, only to find they were all minors. If even one or two possessed promising spiritual roots, he wouldn't mind taking them in to nurture, potentially forming a partnership in the future. Alas, there were none. His disappointment was palpable. Had it not been for the abundant spiritual energy near the Little Bai Pond, he might have fled already. Fearing further unsolicited recommendations, he discreetly slipped away to find solitude. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered close to the bamboo grove near the Little Bai Pond, where he heard rhythmic sounds echoing through the ravine. As he turned past the bamboo, he discovered two girls washing clothes by the pond. The sound of their wooden mallets striking the fabric resonating in the air. From a distance, he could only see their silhouettes, yet they caught his attention. Judging by the perfect proportions of their waists and hips, these two were clearly not the immature girls he had encountered earlier. Qingchen discreetly extended his spiritual awareness to overhear their hushed conversation. Yifei, are you really not going to give it a try? Men are scarce now. This is a rare opportunity. The girl named Yifei sighed softly, let it be. Every March, at the matchmaking gatherings in several villages, the peculiar men seemed to overlook me. If I were to marry, would I still be waiting in my boudoir at the age of 18? Moreover, as Qingshan broached, young Master Yi is quite the handsome figure, and among the many young beauties in the village, aged 14 or 15, how could I possibly stand a chance? It would be better to spare myself the humiliation. Alas, how foolish. Regardless of the outcome, one must at least make an attempt. Besides, he is a friend of your cousin. Perhaps you could encourage him to speak favorably on your behalf. Do you wish to remain single for life? Are you not curious about what a man's essence might be like? What does a man taste like? Is it not merely the scent of sweat? You misunderstand. A man's essence is quite delightful. Once you have experienced it, you will find yourself yearning for more, wishing to savor it daily. Haha, Meifeng, you tease. I have yet to taste the essence of a man, thus I harbor no such fantasies. Yet you, after having tasted it, cannot forget. Which is why you appear so eager, right? Haha. Unbeknownst to them, their playful banter was being overheard. Qingchen grasped the situation. The girl named Yifei must be Lu Qingshan's cousin, a daughter of Lu Dafeng. At 18, still unmarried. I wonder what she must look like for no one to find her desirable after years of matchmaking. And the one named Meifeng seems to be a young widow. At this moment, the two women had finished washing their clothes and were laughing as they approached the bamboo grove, carrying a wooden basin. When Qingchen focused his gaze, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 9. Such beauty, yet no suitor before him stood Lu Yifei, whose beauty and figure bore a striking resemblance to a goddess he had once adored in a past life. In terms of perfection, she might even surpass that ideal. The phrases of beauty that can sink fish and fall birds, moon hiding and flowers shaming, flooded his mind. Yet none could adequately convey the tumult of emotions surging within him. Despite having encountered countless individuals in his previous life, Qingchen found himself utterly captivated, rooted in place, as if his soul had ascended to the heavens. Moreover, he perceptively recognized that Lu Yifei possessed extraordinary spiritual roots, marking her as an exceptional talent for cultivation. Yet, how could such a stunning beauty remain unclaimed? Were the men of this world blind, or did they possess a different aesthetic? The two women then noticed him, halting in their tracks. Lu Yifei, being an untouched flower, felt her cheeks flush under the gaze of a strange man and swiftly turned away. Meifeng smiled gently, stepping forward to appraise Qingchen, and said, "You seem unfamiliar. Could you possibly be the legendary young Master Yi?" Qingchen snapped back to reality and bowed slightly, replying, "I am Qingchen. I am Bao Meifeng, The woman smiled. Indeed, young Master Yi is handsome and charming. A true gentleman. You flatter me, Miss Meifeng. I merely intended to stroll around and did not mean to intrude upon your conversation. I hope you can forgive me. Bao Meifeng replied. Young Master Yi is truly a modest gentleman. I have heard that you intend to marry a wife in the village. What do you think of my sister Lu Yifei? At these words, Lu Yifei was taken aback, her brows furrowing in embarrassment, urgently pushing Bao Meifeng away as she stammered. What nonsense are you talking about? However, she could not help but steal a glance at Yi Qingchen, her face flushing to the roots of her neck. Yi Qingchen remarked, Sister Yifei is as beautiful as a celestial being. I wonder if I possess the fortune to be worthy of her. Lu Yifei turned slightly, lowering her head, and anxiously replied, Young Master Yi, please do not speak so foolishly. I am unworthy of you. Yi Qingchen, puzzled, inquired, seeing your exquisite beauty, why do you belittle yourself? Bao Meifeng added, Indeed, if young Master Yi has taken a liking to you, why do you look down on yourself? Lu Yifei seemed to harbor boundless grievances. Upon closing her eyes, tears flowed down her cheeks. Bao Meifeng gently sighed and fell silent. What was troubling her? After much hesitation, Lu Yifei set down the wooden basin, turned to face them, and raised her left hand to gather the hair that had been concealing the left side of her face. It was then that Yi Qingchen noticed that her long, dark tresses had been draped over her left visage, obscuring a significant portion. Initially, he believed it to be a deliberate style, only to discover it was an attempt to hide an imperfection. The left side of her face, including her earlobe and extending to her neck, was marred with uneven scars and creases. If one were to gaze solely upon her left profile, it might indeed be quite startling. Yi Qingchen was taken aback. No wonder she had yet to marry at the age of 18. After revealing her face, Lu Yifei let her hair fall back down and wiped her tears. She bent down to grasp the wooden basin and hurriedly fled. Bao Meifeng shook her head in sorrow, lamenting, My unfortunate sister, born with such exquisite beauty, has been envied by the heavens. At the age of 12, she accidentally scalded herself with boiling water, disfiguring half of her face. Alas, so it was due to a scald. Yi Qingchen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not congenital, such acquired skin damage could indeed be remedied. For a cultivator, it would be a trivial matter. With a rejuvenation pill internally and a skin-repairing ointment externally, it could be resolved. He gazed at Lu Yifei's slender figure disappearing down the path, a sense of compassion welling within him. A once celebrated beauty, now suddenly marred and scorned. In a world where one is expected to marry by 14, yet still unmarried at 18, the sorrow and disappointment in her heart were all too evident. Fortunately, fate had arranged this encounter. Let me, Yi Qingchen, come to your rescue. He made his way toward Lu Qingchen's home. From a distance, he could hear voices raised in argument. Brother, we had agreed so well. Why have you suddenly changed your mind? It was the voice of Lu Dahong. A middle-aged man shouted hoarsely. How could you, my own brother, sell the house so easily? And regarding young Master Ye's intention to marry in the village, you didn't even give me a hint. Lu Dahong sighed. Brother, young Master Yi is exceptionally talented. We must possess a modicum of self-awareness. The situation concerning Yifei is quite disheartening. My dear brother, Yifei has already reached the age of 18. Can you bear to witness her remaining unmarried for the rest of her life? Shouldn't we seize any opportunity, no matter how slight? I understand your feelings, but there is no need for further discussion. In any case, I will not sell the house. If young Master Yi desires it, he must marry my daughter. I, Lu Dafeng, am willing to offer the house as a dowry, without demanding a single coin in return. If he is unwilling to wed Yifei, not even 1,000 taels of gold will convince me to part with my property. Yi Qingchen chuckled inwardly at the thought of his father-in-law intending to use the house as a dowry. Such a delightful occurrence would surely elicit laughter from any suitor in the 21st century on Earth. He strode confidently into the courtyard, causing the two middle-aged men to cease their quarrel. Lu Dafeng, with his dark complexion and well-defined muscles, scrutinized Yi Qingchen with a stern expression. Young Master Yi, I have a daughter as well. Although she is somewhat older, she is an excellent person and quite capable. I just told my brother that if you are willing to marry my daughter, I will offer the house as a dowry, without any cost. Otherwise, we shall not discuss the matter of the house. No amount of money will suffice. Lu Dahong interjected. Dafeng, shouldn't we allow young Master Yi to meet Yifei first? Yi Qingchen smiled and replied, Uncle Lu, I have already met Yifei, and I am willing to marry her. Lu Dafeng trembled with excitement. What did you say? Yi Qingchen added, however, I do not desire the dowry. Uncle Lu, I will not take a single cent off the price of the house. Lu Dafeng rushed forward, grasping Yi Qingchen's shoulders, tears welling in his eyes. Did you just say you are willing to marry Yifei? Did I hear you correctly? Could you please repeat that? Yi Qingchen earnestly declared, I wish to marry Yifei. Lu Dafeng turned away momentarily, discreetly wiping his eyes, and nodded vigorously. Wonderful. My Yifei, finally. He trailed off, mumbling to himself as he walked back home. Young Master Yi, you have truly met Yifei? Lu Dahong still struggled to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Indeed, I can restore her beauty. Impossible, Lu Dahong exclaimed. Dafeng has spent a considerable amount of money over the years seeking renowned doctors, all to no avail. How could you, being so young, possibly achieve this? Yi Qingchen smiled silently. Lu Dahong expressed his concerns. You must think this through. Yifei has endured much suffering over the years. If you promise to marry her and later renege, she may not be able to bear it. Uncle Lu, rest assured, I will honor my word. Chapter 10. Is there truly land that cannot be cultivated? Upon returning home, Lu Yifei placed the wooden basin by the street and, disregarding the laundry, ran straight to her room, burying herself under the covers and weeping bitterly. Her mother, Qi, hurried over to offer comfort. Yifei, what is the matter? Has someone insulted you again? I will have your father deal with them. Lu Yifei cried even harder. After her disfigurement, the children in the village often mocked and ridiculed her, openly calling her an ugly monster. Although it was merely the thoughtless chatter of children, it deeply wounded her. Now at 18 and still unmarried, the entire village deemed her life devoid of hope. Whenever she ventured outside, her self-esteem plummeted to the extent that she could not hold her head high. He sighed and said, Aunt Wu just came by to inform me that your cousin will be bringing back a young gentleman named Yi tomorrow to seek a bride in the village. You should give it a try. Lu Yifei resolutely replied, I will not go. Why not? He inquired. Lu Yifei sat up, her eyes swollen from crying, wiping away her tears with a look of deep grievance. I have already met young Master Yi. Oh, and what of it? Young Master Yi is handsome and charming. How could someone like me ever be a match? With that, Lu Yifei succumbed to tears once more. He lowered her head, discreetly wiping her eyes. Yifei, you are already 18. No matter the circumstances, you should at least try. What if she encouraged gently? I do not wish to humiliate myself further. I will remain by my parents' side for my entire life, serving them. Foolish child. He caressed her daughter's hair, her heart aching. This child has been understanding since she was young, yet fate has played such cruel tricks. At the age of 12, her father, Lu Dafeng, had drunkenly lost control and accidentally knocked over a kettle of boiling water, ruining her beauty. Over the years, Lu Dafeng had lived with guilt, seeking ways to atone for his past mistake. Thus, he was willing to offer their home as a dowry to marry off his daughter. She gazed out the door and said, Your father has gone to find your uncle, hoping for some opportunity. Lu Yifei asked in surprise, What does he want with uncle? He replied, Doesn't young Master Yi wish to purchase our house? Your father said that if young Master Yi is willing to marry you, he would provide the house as your dowry. Lu Yifei exclaimed, Mother, such matters should be based on mutual affection, if connections are used to force a union. Even if it succeeds, it will not yield a good outcome. He's expression darkened. Just then, they heard Lu Dafeng returning, exuberantly exclaiming, Wonderful news. Our Yifei is finally to be married. He quickly rose to greet him, asking, How did it go? Did you meet young Master Yi? Lu Yifei also stepped outside, her heart filled with hope despite the improbability. Lu Dafeng laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy. I met young Master Yi, and he personally told me he wishes to marry Yifei. Is it true? He beamed with delight. Lu Yifei felt her mind go blank, her legs weaken, nearly fainting. Fortunately, he was quick to support her. Look how happy our daughter is. Lu Dafeng entered the house, sitting at the table and pouring himself a glass of water. Suddenly, he grew anxious, saying, Dear, did you explain our daughter's situation to him clearly? This secret cannot be kept forever. One can deceive for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Lu Dafeng replied, I did not mention it. However, young Master Yi said he has seen Yifei. Father, you haven't coerced him, have you? He has indeed seen my face today. How could he possibly agree? Lu Yifei still could not believe it. He has indeed agreed. Initially, I found it hard to believe, Lu Dafeng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. It's like a turtle meeting a green bean. It's simply fate. What rationality is there to consider? He supporting her daughter's back, chuckled, Your father may speak coarsely, but his reasoning is sound. As long as young Master Yi consents, what does it matter his reasons? Lu Dafeng took a sip of water and nodded. Your mother is right. Besides, I found young Master Yi quite impressive. I am very satisfied. I shall offer that residence as your dowry, ensuring that this son-in-law is well treated. Lu Yifei felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. She had never been this joyful in years. Even if young Master Yi were to marry her solely for the house, as long as she could wed him, she would have no regrets. Second uncle, Yifei cannot marry young Master Yi. The voice of Lu Qingchen echoed from outside. The joyous atmosphere within the room was abruptly shattered. Everyone turned to look at Lu Qingchen as he entered, as if gazing at a peculiar creature. Lu Dafeng exclaimed angrily, Qingchen, what is wrong with you today? He also wore a stern expression. Your sister has finally found a suitor. You should be congratulating her, not opposing. What right do you have to say such things? Lu Yifei looked on in surprise and confusion, her heart sinking. Brother Qingchen, do you not wish for me to marry? Lu Dafeng huffed angrily. If you don't explain yourself today, I won't let you off easily. Lu Qingchen, feeling the collective pressure from everyone, appeared troubled and struggled to find the right words. Under the persistent inquiries of the others, he reluctantly pulled Lu Dafeng aside and whispered a few words in his ear, then gestured with his fingers in the air. Lu Dafeng furrowed his brow upon seeing this and gasped in surprise. Lu Yifei, puzzled, asked, Brother, what are you talking about? She sensed something was amiss, but could not bear to relinquish the rare opportunity to marry. He sure, her voice low and serious, inquired, Dafeng, what did Qingchen say? Why the secrecy? Lu Dafeng pondered for a moment before leaning in to whisper to he sure. She reacted with astonishment. Lu Yifei, not comprehending the situation, felt tears welling up. Could it be that after finally having a chance to marry, it was all slipping away? He sure considered this before shaking her head and bursting into laughter. Second mother, why are you still laughing? Lu Qingchen said, slightly annoyed. He sure retorted, you two men, what do you understand? Lu Qingchen, worried, implored, Second mother, do you really wish to watch Yifei leap into the fire pit? He sure laughed, as the saying goes. Only the overworked ox plows the field. In matters between men and women, if we are to consider strength alone, With that, she shot a disdainful glance at Lu Dafeng. Lu Dafeng, feeling embarrassed, lowered his head. He sure added, we women can bear children. Should we fear what you speak of? Lu Qingchen was rendered speechless, utterly perplexed by their conversation. Lu Yifei listened, caught in a haze of understanding, wavering between clarity and confusion. He sure stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder, offering encouragement. Fear not, my daughter, all is well. You have stumbled upon a treasure. She then leaned closer to Lu Yifei, whispering a few words that made her giggle. Lu Yifei furrowed her brow, her face flushed with embarrassment as she covered her cheeks and hurried to her bedroom. Chapter 11. The 13 Beauties. The following morning, Xiao Dongping buzzed with excitement. Villagers gathered in small groups, making their way to Lu Dahong's home. Those with daughters eagerly sought fortune, while others simply wished to witness the commotion. Rising early, Lu Yifei donned her finest attire and sat before the vanity as her mother styled her hair. Hurry, hurry, we mustn't fall behind, Lu Dafeng urged, rubbing his hands together with impatience. Yet Lu Yifei wore a look of concern. Father, are you certain that young Master Yi intends to marry me? You mustn't deceive your daughter. I have faced enough heartache over the years. If there is no assurance, I truly do not wish to join the fray. Lu Dafeng assured her, absolutely true. Besides, didn't your brother Qingchen mention it yesterday? Do you still not believe? Once she was ready, Lu Yifei stepped out with her father. As always, she let her hair cascade down to obscure the left side of her face. Upon reaching Lu Dahong's residence, the courtyard was already teeming with people. Nearly half the village had gathered. A few children, aged 5 or 6, frolicked among the crowd. Upon spotting Lu Yifei, they began to mock her. Ugly monster, ugly monster. Lu Yifei lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Dafeng, furious, shouted at the children, you little rascals, if you keep that up, I'll teach you a lesson. He then turned to the crowd, bellowing, which family has raised such ill-mannered children? Keep them in check. Today, if anyone dares to make a ruckus, I, Lu Dafeng, will show no mercy. Lu Dafeng was a robust man, once possessing a modest fortune, and held a degree of respect in the village. Several women quickly pulled their children aside, hushing them in the back. Lu Dafeng placed a comforting hand on his daughter's shoulder. Oh, Sister Yifei, you've come too? A 14 or 15-year-old girl spoke, her tone dripping with disdain. Why, Wang Tianjin, if you can come, why can't your sister? Lu Dafeng glared protectively at his daughter. A middle-aged man chuckled, Brother Dafeng, I hear you've truly invested this time, offering your house as a dowry. This man was Wang Tianjin's father, Wang Jijun, who had 3 strong sons and was known for his domineering nature. Yesterday, Lu Dafeng had caused quite a stir, and news of his intent to use his house as a dowry had spread far and wide. Lu Dafeng snorted, I have but this one daughter. If I don't use the house for her dowry, should I keep it for retirement? You possess the capability, so why not present a residence of your own? No one is hindering you, Wang Jijun remarked. However, I do not have such substantial wealth. My concern lies in the fact that if you squander all your resources and your daughter still fails to be selected, it would render the situation even more awkward. He continued. Wang Tianjin, with a proud pout, declared, indeed, young Master Yi is choosing a wife, not merely a house. No matter how splendid the residence. If the individual lacks appeal, what value does it hold? Lu Dafeng clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously, ready to erupt, but Lu Yifei quickly tugged at his sleeve. Lu Dafeng reflected that today was a significant occasion for young Master Yi's selection of a bride, and he must not disrupt his fortunate affair. Thus, he forcibly suppressed his anger. Wang Jijun drew his daughter aside, exuding confidence. You are universally acknowledged as the most beautiful in our Xiaodongping. This match is destined for you. At that moment, A woman in the crowd nudged her companion. Father, did you hear that? Wang Jijun just said that Lu Dafeng intends to use a house as a dowry. Shouldn't we devise a plan as well? Her companion nonchalantly replied, Humph. Even if his daughter offered me 10 houses, I would not accept her based on that face. Indeed, while it is uncertain whether our daughter would be chosen, it seems improbable that his elder daughter would be the one. It is no wonder Lu Dafeng is investing so heavily. His daughter has already turned 18. And how could he not be anxious? Our daughter is still young. If this attempt fails, we can always try again at the matchmaking event next spring. The Lu father and daughter sheltered in a corner, striving to avoid the throngs, yet they still caught snippets of gossip. Father, I wish to return. Lu Yifei's heart felt shattered. Lu Dafeng glared and replied, These people are merely gossiping. Why pay them any mind? Young Master Yi has proclaimed he will marry you. So what is there to fear? When young Master Yi chooses you, let these onlookers witness it. Wiping her tears, Lu Yifei covered her ears with her hands. Inside, Yi Qingchen was taken aback by the pomp surrounding what was merely the selection of a wife. Is it truly necessary to make such a grand spectacle? It seems even more festive than the New Year, he mused. Uncle Wang, is this commotion a bit excessive? Yi Yuanfeng chuckled. Young Master Yi is quite the charming figure. That is why everyone is so enthusiastic. I believe the crowd has gathered sufficiently. Shall we commence? Very well, Yi Qingchen acquiesced. Through the window, he surveyed the densely packed crowd in the courtyard and could not help but sigh. This treatment was unprecedented in his over 500 years of existence. In truth, he had already noticed Lu Yifei and sensed the murmurs through his spiritual awareness. Seeing her quietly weeping in the corner stirred a wave of sorrow within him. Yifei, you have been wronged. Initially, after meeting Lu Yifei, he had intended to make a direct choice without this elaborate process. However, considering the efforts of the village head and the matchmaker, he did not wish to disregard their goodwill. Moreover, should there be other suitable candidates, he would remain open to the idea of marrying them as well. The key to this affair was that it indeed evoked a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his past escapades in entertainment venues. Wang Yuanfeng stepped out of the house, standing at the edge of the street, and waved to the crowd. Instantly, silence enveloped the scene. With a voice that carried, he proclaimed, Dear villagers, I shall not say much more. Just one thing. Today, the choice of whom young Master Yi selects rests solely upon personal preference, regardless of the outcome. No one should harbor grievances or disrupt the harmony. Having said this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt Wu, the matchmaker. With a beaming smile, she addressed the young ladies. Come now, don't be shy. Line up, please. The crowd stirred, and soon, around 10 young women emerged, forming a line beneath the dripping eaves of the courtyard. Lu Dafeng nudged Lu Yifei forward, positioning her at the end of the line. The other girls, around 14 or 15 years of age, were dwarfed by Lu Yifei's stature, which made her stand out remarkably. Young Master Yi, it is time. Please come forth. Yi Qingchen adjusted his collar and strode confidently from the house. He first bowed respectfully to the villagers, then cast a swift glance over the young women, including Lu Yifei, totaling 13 beauties. The girls all blushed deeply, their expressions a blend of shyness and anticipation, stealing furtive glances now and then, revealing their nervousness. Only Lu Yifei kept her gaze lowered, wiping away tears. Upon closer inspection, Yi Qingchen noted that apart from Lu Yifei, the rest were merely young girls, not yet blossomed into womanhood. While they were not unattractive, they had yet to develop into their figures. Without adornment, it would be challenging to discern their gender. Yi Qingchen held stringent standards regarding physical attributes, as this significantly impacted matters of happiness and pleasure. Furthermore, his stay here was but temporary, destined to depart once his cultivation progressed. There were countless beauties in the world. There was no necessity to marry a child to care for. With no intention of prolonging the suspense, he pointed decisively at Lu Yifei and declared, I choose her. Lu Yifei's whole being trembled. Although she had anticipated this outcome, its realization still ignited a thrill of joy within her. She raised her head to gaze deeply at Yi Qingchen. Years of repression and grievance surged forth, breaking her defenses, and she could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. A buzz of murmurs filled the air, a lang of astonishment, confusion, and disappointment. Young Master Yi, you must not be deceived by her, Wang Tianjin exclaimed, pointing at Lu Yifei, unwilling to accept the choice. I have not been deceived. I am well aware of her circumstances, Wang Jijun scoffed. It seems the townsfolk were correct. Today, young Master Yi is not merely choosing a bride, but evidently has his eyes set on the Lu family's estate. The villagers murmured in agreement, the clamor swelling. Many wore expressions of disdain. Yi Qingchen smiled gently and approached Lu Dafeng with solemnity, retrieving 2 silver notes from his pocket. Uncle Lu, here are 200 taels of silver. 10 taels are for the purchase of the estate, while the remaining 190 taels serve as my betrothal gift. The atmosphere in the courtyard erupted as if a kettle had boiled over. In this era, The rural populace leads a life of self-sufficiency without much difficulty. However, saving liquid cash proves to be quite a challenge. In the entire Xiaodongping, few households can muster even a couple of silver coins. Goodness, so much silver. I never anticipated that Master Yi would be a man of such wealth. To think I believed he was merely coveting the property. He casually offers 200 taels of silver. What is a mere house in comparison? Has the Lu family struck a stroke of fortune? Some were astonished, others envious, and some even resentful. Wang Jijun, filled with shame, gazed at the gleaming silver notes, his eyes almost sparkling with greed. Lu Dafeng stared at the abundance of silver, utterly dumbfounded for over 10 breaths before regaining his composure. He firmly pushed the money away, resolutely declaring, "This is unacceptable, absolutely not. I have made my intentions clear. The house is my gift to Yifei as her dowry, not a single coin shall I take. Master Yi, the mere fact that you are willing to take my daughter Yifei is a kindness beyond measure. What further need have I for a bride price? Keep the money for your future expenses once you are married. As long as you treat Yifei well, I shall be utterly content." Overcome with emotion, he could not help but shed tears. "Uncle Lu, you must accept it. We cannot allow others to belittle us," urged Yi Qingchen in a hushed tone. Lu Dafeng, initially intent on declining, reconsidered. After all, he had but one daughter, and accepting this money would ultimately be for her benefit. Moreover, receiving such an amount in front of everyone would bring honor to both Master Yi and the Lu family. With tears filling his eyes, he accepted the silver notes. Yi Qingchen turned and stepped to the edge of the street, addressing the disappointed crowd with a respectful gesture. "I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone for honoring me with your presence today. For those young ladies who were not selected, please accept 5 taels of silver each. I cannot allow your journey to be in vain." He then produced a pouch of money and handed it to Wang Yuanfeng, saying, "Grandpa Wang, I kindly ask you to distribute this." Wang Yuanfeng and Aunt Wu were momentarily taken aback until Yi Qingchen insisted on placing the pouch firmly into Wang's hands. 5 taels of silver. This was no trifling sum in Xiaodongping. Upon hearing of the silver, the families of the unselected girls had no grievances left, each coming forth to express their gratitude. Those without eligible daughters, who had come merely to witness, now looked on enviously as others collected their silver, wishing they could return home and produce a daughter forthwith. Standing beside her father, Lu Yifei watched Yi Qingchen with admiration and affection gleaming in her eyes. She could hardly fathom such a dramatic turn of fate, to encounter such a remarkable man. Lu Dafeng, overjoyed, sported a satisfied smile that made his beard tremble. Villagers approached Lu Dafeng in pairs to congratulate him, many subtly hinting at their desire to curry favor. "Master Yi, I do not want the money." Yi Qingchen turned to find it was Aunt Lu. Behind her, Guan Xiaodong pouted, her face streaked with tears. Aunt Lu pressed a handful of silver into Yi Qingchen's hand, pleading, "Young Master Yi, I implore you, for the sake of kindness, please accept my daughter." Yi Qingchen, confused, inquired, "Aunt Lu, what do you mean?" With a gentle sigh, Aunt Lu tugged at Guan Xiaodong's clothing, revealing the bruises that marred her neck, shoulders, and arms. What transpired? Yi Qingchen surmised the grim reality. This unfortunate girl had been subjected to a father, a heavy drinker, who was fiercely biased toward sons. He had threatened that if she remained unmarried this year, he would sell her off. Guan Xiaodong's cries grew louder as she fell to her knees. "Young Master Yi, please save me. Allow me to stay and serve you and Sister Yifei. I am willing to do anything, as long as you do not send me back home." Yi Qingchen gazed at Guan Xiaodong, her pitiful demeanor tugging at his heart, yet he lamented her tender age. Fortunately, although her spiritual affinity paled in comparison to Lu Yifei's, she still possessed the potential to embark upon the path of immortality. Aunt Lu, wiping her tears, suggested, "Young Master Yi, if you find Xiaodong too young, she could serve as a maid. Even if she remains unacknowledged for life, it is certainly better than returning home to face her father's wrath." Yi Qingchen hesitated, responding, "Aunt Lu, I have already chosen Lu Yifei. This matter, I fear, cannot be left solely to my discretion." Upon hearing him relent, Aunt Lu's face brightened with hope as she nodded, I understand. At that moment, Lu Yifei stood not far from them, having clearly heard Guan Xiaodong's pleas. Moreover, she was well aware of Xiaodong's father's notorious reputation in the village. However, she never anticipated that Yi Qingchen would turn to her for a decision. She felt both elated and anxious, overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. Aunt Lu beseeched, "Yifei, Xiaodong is your good sister. Please save her." Guan Xiaodong clutched Lu Yifei's sleeve, her expression pleading, I have no objections." For the first time, Lu Yifei experienced a sense of authority, feeling a mix of joy and embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed. "Then, you should speak to young Master Yi," Aunt Lu encouraged. Lu Yifei, timidly glancing at Yi Qingchen, found him smiling back at her. Instantly, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her face burning. At that moment, she felt too bashful to address Yi Qingchen directly. Yet, with Aunt Lu and Xiaotong gazing at her with hopeful eyes, she could not bring herself to refuse. Why, young Master Yi? Lu Yifei's voice was barely a whisper. In the midst of the clamor around them, her faint voice was nearly inaudible, even to herself. Yi Qingchen understood her current shyness. He had intended to tease her, but reconsidered, knowing that the mother and daughter duo were waiting expectantly. Since Yifei had also agreed, let Xiaodong accompany them. Rest assured, I shall treat her well and will not mistreat her. When she grows older, if she still wishes to marry me, it shall be considered. Overjoyed, Guan Xiaodong quickly wiped her tears and knelt, repeatedly bowing her head, exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you." Yi Qingchen hurriedly assisted her to her feet, then pressed a handful of silver into Aunt Lu's hands, instructing her to take the money and return with Xiaodong. Once I have arranged the residence here, you may bring her back. Inform Xiaodong's father that she is now under my protection. Should he dare to bully her again, I, Yi Qingchen, shall not show him mercy. Aunt Lu and Guan Xiaodong expressed their profound gratitude before departing. Gradually, the villagers began to disperse. Aunt Wu gathered Yi Qingchen and Lu Yifei together to convey some important words. According to tradition, Wang Yuanfeng must go to the county office to secure a marriage certificate, and a propitious date must be selected for the wedding. With matters settled, the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart for years finally lifted. Lu Dafeng appeared rejuvenated, as if 10 years had been taken off his age, brimming with vitality. That very afternoon, he rushed about with fervor, seeking carpenters and procuring materials to custom-make furniture for Yi Qingchen's new abode. He even took it upon himself to inspect and repair the house thoroughly, eager to renovate it entirely. In light of his future father-in-law's enthusiasm, Yi Qingchen did not decline his assistance. After all, he had more pressing matters to attend to, preparing to concoct the rejuvenation pill. In the near future, when Lu Yifei's beauty was restored, they would celebrate their wedding night. Embracing one another, how delightful that would be. The mere thought of it sent shivers of excitement through Yi Qingchen. Thus, it was imperative that he swiftly elevate his cultivation to its pinnacle, to gather spiritual energy and ignite true fire, which was essential for the creation of the rejuvenation pill. Chapter 13. The mountain holds secrets at noon. The sun blazed fiercely, its rays piercing like needles. However, at the Little Bai Pond, a refreshing coolness enveloped the area. Recently, the spiritual energy here had grown even denser than when I first arrived. After completing a round of cultivation, Yi Qingchen slowly rose to his feet. To his astonishment, he had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of qi refinement in merely a few days. Extending his right palm, he gathered spiritual power. A radiant glow emanating from his palm as a soft yellow flame flickered to life. He gazed up at the towering cliffs, his eyes sparkling with inexplicable excitement. The source of the spiritual energy here was the spring water that seeped from the mountain, merely channeling the essence of the high peaks above downwards. This mountain was undeniably extraordinary. Just as he was about to return and inquire with Lu Qingshan about the mountain's secrets, he suddenly heard voices emanating from the bamboo grove. It was unmistakably Lu Yifei and Bao Meifeng. Yi Qingchen felt a surge of joy. Why inquire with Qingshan when he could simply ask his fiancée? He waited at the path's entrance. As the two women emerged from the bamboo thicket, they were startled at the sight of Yi Qingchen. "Sister Meifeng, Yifei, have you come to do laundry?" He greeted them with a bow. Lu Yifei's cheeks flushed crimson, her nervousness rendering her speechless, and she merely nodded softly. Bao Meifeng, with a slight grin, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I think I forgot to lock the door when I left. I must go back and check." Having said that, she turned and walked away. Meifeng, you know Lu Yifei is doing this intentionally, cried out in a fluster, "Hey, don't go." Yet, she saw Bao Meifeng running even faster, covering her mouth and laughing. I'll go back too," Lu Yifei exclaimed, and turned to leave. In this era, girls typically do not meet unfamiliar men before marriage, let alone find themselves alone together like this. Yi Qingchen observed her blushing and flustered demeanor, finding it amusing, and decided to tease her a little. He sighed gently, feigning melancholy as he said, "It seems you do not like me at all. I must have been deluding myself." "And no," Lu Yifei quickly clarified, shaking her head vigorously. "No, you do not have feelings for me? And no, that's not it." Lu Yifei stammered, at a loss for words. Unable to articulate her feelings, she pouted and, feeling wronged, began to cry. "All right, it was merely a jest. Is that worth crying over? How dull," Yi Gongzi exclaimed. "Lu Yifei, I have never spoken to a stranger before. I can only chat with acquaintances." Seeing her pitiable expression, Yi Qingchen realized she was genuinely afraid of upsetting him, which prompted her bravery in speaking so much, and he could not bear to continue teasing her. He smiled gently, ruffling her hair in a comforting manner. "I know. I was just playing with you." The gentle touch sent a jolt through Lu Yifei, her face flushing deeply as if painted with rouge, her breaths coming in quick gasps. Yi Qingchen chuckled inwardly, Thinking to himself that if she reacted so intensely to a mere pat on the head, he wondered how she would fare on their wedding night. He seized the wooden basin from Lu Yifei's hands and walked towards the pond. Lu Yifei, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and hurried after him. Yi Gongzi, please give it back. I'll help you wash. No, 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 that is work for women, Lu Yifei exclaimed in horror. Yi Qingchen insisted, placing the basin on the ground and casually picking up a piece of clothing to immerse in the water. To his surprise, he realized he had unintentionally taken a pink belly band. Lu Yifei bit her lip, her face reddening to the point of nearly bleeding. She quickly snatched the belly band from him, pressing it into the basin, feeling flustered yet reluctant to scold him. Yi Qingchen, feeling awkward, said, I'm sorry, then I want to help you wash. I'll just sit here and watch. Lu Yifei replied, I'm so ugly, what is there to see? Anyone who dares to say my wife is ugly will have to reckon with me. Suddenly, Lu Yifei couldn't help but burst into laughter, lowering her head as she vigorously scrubbed the clothing. Yi Qingchen sat nearby, asking questions and finding topics to converse with her. As their dialogue progressed, Lu Yifei gradually relaxed, her sentences growing longer, sometimes even adding a few asides. What is the name of this mountain? Yi Qingchen inquired. This is called the Taiwa mountain range. It is quite vast, said to stretch for thousands of miles and connect several states, Lu Yifei replied. Has anyone ever ventured into the mountains? One must cross the river and navigate around the town to ascend. Often, hunters brave the depths. My father and his companions sometimes join them. However, I have heard them say they dare only venture 2 or 3 miles in, too frightened to proceed further. What lies deeper within? Could it be that there is an abundance of water? Lu Yifei, a Na'vi young maiden, could hardly keep pace with his speed and innocently remarked, how could there possibly be so much water in the mountains? There are, however, many ferocious beasts. The elders in the village have recounted tales of snakes as thick as water buckets and tigers as large as 3 oxen, alongside various other bizarre creatures. There are even legends of dragons and phoenixes. In any case, those who have journeyed deep into the mountains rarely emerge alive. Indeed, it is unsurprising that the spiritual essence of this world is so sparse, and yet here, it flourishes, surely a gift from Mount Taiwa. Thus, this mountain must harbor entities that nurture such vitality. One can only imagine the treasures and rare materials it conceals, perhaps even hidden realms for cultivating immortality. Yi Qingchen felt a surge of excitement. If this were true, then Mount Taiwa could indeed serve as a veritable treasury for my pursuit of immortality. Among the 13 medicinal herbs required to concoct the revitalization pill, one crucial ingredient is the essence of a python's gallbladder, necessitating fresh bile from a forest python. Such alchemical secrets are not found in the mortal realm, rendering them unattainable. Just when I was troubled by the absence of a means to acquire it, it seems this mountain may provide a solution. Have I said something amiss? Yi Qingchen inquired. No. Lu Yifei sighed in relief. I noticed your sudden seriousness and silence, and I feared I had spoken out of turn. Yi Qingchen chuckled. Come now, you are to be my future wife. There is no need for such caution. Lu Yifei pouted. I was merely worried about upsetting you. The next morning, the Lu family was gathered for breakfast, when suddenly Lu Qingshan burst in. Not good, second uncle. What is it? Why the panic? Lu Dafeng shot him a disapproving glance. Young Master Yi intends to venture into the mountains alone. Lu Qingshan gasped. What? Lu Dafeng sprang to his feet, with He Shi and Lu Yifei wearing expressions of concern. Young Master Yi said he is going to find medicinal herbs to treat Yifei's facial injury. My dear son-in-law. Lu Dafeng was torn between joy and worry. He was new to these dangers and unaware of the perils of the mountains. Did you not try to stop him? He Shi reproached. My father left early to sell vegetables in the town, and I could not dissuade him. Weak as I am, I could not assist him, so I hurried to inform you. What should we do, father? Lu Yifei cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Fear not, my daughter. I shall risk my life to ensure that such a fine son-in-law remains unharmed. Lu Dafeng declared as he strode into the room. When he emerged, he bore a longbow slung over his shoulder, an arrow pouch at his back, and a spear in hand. Father, please be careful. Lu Yifei gazed anxiously at her father rushing out. Qingshan, does young Master Yi possess knowledge of medicine? He Shi questioned, puzzled. Lu Qingshan remarked, I am uncertain. Just a few days ago, he asserted that he could restore Yifei's sister's visage. My father even mentioned that renowned physicians from all corners of the world were at a loss, yet young Master Yi appeared remarkably confident. Lu Yifei gently caressed her left cheek. The desire for beauty resides in every heart, particularly for a woman who once possessed great beauty. The devastation of disfigurement is beyond ordinary comprehension. Over the years, she has endured countless humiliations, even contemplating ending her own life on multiple occasions. However, since her brother's disappearance, thoughts of self-harm have faded, as her parents still require her support. The prospect of her face regaining its former glory filled her with joy, despite the hope being faint. It nonetheless represented a glimmer of light. Yet in this moment, she would rather live her life as an ugly creature, immersed in humility, than see Qingchen risk his life. Chapter 14. A solo venture into Taiwei. Qingchen strode forward with a light step, soon reaching the path leading into the mountains. Surrounding him was a thicket of weeds, while the distant forest loomed thick and dark like ink. The underbrush had been pressed down, clearly indicating that someone had recently passed through. Before long, he overheard laughter and chatter ahead. As he approached, he saw 3 men armed with bows and spears, making their way toward the forest. Qingchen recognized one of them as Wang Jijun, with the other 2 bearing some resemblance to him. Young Master Yi? Wang Jijun noticed Qingchen. Although his daughter Wang Tianjin had not been selected, she was quite pleased to have received 5 taels of silver that day, leading him to be rather courteous toward Qingchen. Wang uncle, are you off to hunt? Qingchen inquired. Wang Jijun nodded, introducing his companions. His elder brother Wang Zhigui and younger brother Wang Jia. Young Master Yi, you are alone and unarmed. Do not wander about recklessly. Our county has not been peaceful these past few years, with many young men disappearing, particularly those who do not heed warnings. Young men must take care to protect themselves when venturing out. After all, the tale of being captured by a female demon for harvesting vitality is not one easily shared, which is why Lu Qingshan returned with a fabricated story, claiming he had accidentally fallen into a hunter's trap and lost considerable weight before being rescued by Qingchen. The villagers accepted this explanation as truth. Qingchen smiled faintly and pointed toward the forest. I wish to enter the mountains in search of medicinal herbs. Wang Jia scrutinized Qingchen and chuckled. Young man, you truly possess the fearless spirit of a newborn calf. Are you aware of the dangers that lurk in these mountains? Wang Zhigui added. Indeed, my brothers and I are strong and armed, yet we tread cautiously. You, with your slender frame and bare hands, would be courting death by entering. Wang Jijun sighed. Young Master Yi has just arrived and may not fully grasp the situation. How about this? You accompany my brothers and me, and we shall protect you. Wang Zhigui, displeased, interjected. Third brother, once we enter the mountains, should unforeseen circumstances arise, we may struggle to fend for ourselves. If you bring along a burden, will we still be able to hunt? Wang Jia concurred. Indeed, one must safeguard oneself. My brother and I have not taken his silver. Qingchen offered a faint smile and addressed Wang Jijun. Uncle Wang, I appreciate your concern, but I do not require your protection. With that, he hastened forward. Wang Zhigui shook his head, remarking, is this lad foolish? Is he not clearly walking towards his demise? Wang Jia laughed. Could it be that he has discovered his fiancée to be an unsightly creature, resulting in a profound psychological disillusionment? The 3 erupted into hearty laughter. Qingchen turned back, glaring with fury. Wang, how dare you insult my fiancée in my presence? I shall overlook this transgression as you are my elder. However, I formally warn you now, should anyone dare to offend Yifei again, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Wang Jia responded nonchalantly, laughing provocatively. Oh, I am so afraid. I kindly advised you against courting death, yet you show no gratitude. What will you do if you are ruthless with me? Dare to make a move? Wang Zhigui coldly interjected. Yi, you have not been in the village long, so you must be unaware of the customs. My brothers and I will not hold this against you. You should inquire around. In Zidongping, is there anyone who dares to disrespect the Wang brothers? Even Lu Dafu would likely pay us respect. As tensions escalated, Wang Jijun hastily interjected, Elder brother, second brother, let it be. The youth is ignorant. Please do this for my sake. Get lost. Look at your cowardly demeanor. Wang Zhigui retorted. Having taken 5 taels of silver from someone, do you wish to serve them as a lifelong servant? How disgraceful. Qingchen responded with a cold smile. Then today, I shall establish a new rule for Zidongping. Henceforth, those who offend Qingchen shall meet their demise. The Wang brothers laughed uproariously. Wang Jijun, though amused internally, felt awkward and refrained from laughter. Since you seek death, I shall not show mercy. With that, a crackling energy emanated from his palm, electric sparks dancing about. With a single strike, an ordinary mortal would likely be reduced to ashes. Young Master Yi, young Master Yi. At that moment, the voice of Lu Dafu pierced through the tension. He arrived, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, retracting his energy, although he bore no fear of this father-in-law. Seeing Lu Dafu's worried expression and drenched in perspiration, he appreciated the man's earnest concern and refrained from committing violence in his presence. Wang Zhigui's tone softened considerably as he addressed Lu Dafu. Brother Dafu, your son-in-law is unaware of his own limitations, seeking to venture into Taiwei Mountain unarmed. We attempted to dissuade him, yet he was obstinate. Since you are here, we shall leave this matter to you. Lu Dafu, having sensed the discord upon his arrival and witnessing Qingchen's wrathful countenance, felt a surge of anger. Yet, in front of Qingchen. He suppressed his fury to prevent his beloved son-in-law from perceiving him as excessively harsh. He let out a cold grunt, brandishing his spear across his chest, and spoke in a chilling tone. If you offer kind advice, I might be swayed. However, should you dare to disrespect young Master Yi by relying on your numbers, then we shall see if my fists align with your insolence. The Wang brothers shook their heads, choosing not to argue, and discreetly turned to walk into the woods, clearly wary of Lu Dafeng. Qingchen mused to himself, this father-in-law possesses a certain audacity and is quite protective of me. He is indeed someone worth befriending. Lu uncle, what brings you here? Lu Dafeng, with concern etched on his face, replied, young Master Yi, why are you being so reckless? Were it not for Qingchen coming to inform me, I shudder to think of what might have transpired today. The dangers of this mountain are extraordinary. We usually venture in groups armed with bows and spears. How could you possibly come here alone? What if something were to happen to you? Lu Dafeng could not bear to continue. Lu uncle, I merely came to gather some herbs. I did not venture deep, so surely nothing will go awry. Lu Dafeng remarked. I heard from Qingchen that you seek herbs to treat Yifei's face. Indeed. Lu Dafeng shook his head, sighing in resignation. You know not the struggles I have faced over the years to treat Yifei's face, depleting my fortune in search of renowned physicians, all to no avail. Young Master Yi, I believe it would be best to abandon this endeavor. Rest assured, I will surely find a cure for Yifei. Although Lu Dafeng remained skeptical, he nodded in appreciation, solemnly patting Qingchen on the shoulder. Good son-in-law, Yifei is my only daughter. It was my carelessness that marred her beauty, a guilt that has weighed on me for years. I am eternally grateful that you wish to marry her. If you truly manage to heal her face, I, Lu Dafeng, will serve you for the rest of my days. Uncle Lu, please do not say such things. Yifei is my fiancée. You will one day be my father-in-law, and it is my duty to honor you. And do not call me young Master Yi any longer. It feels too distant. You may call me Qingchen or Xiaoyi. Upon hearing this, Lu Dafeng's face lit up with emotion. Good son-in-law, then I shall call you Qingchen. With that, Lu Dafeng took the lead, spear in hand, volunteering to guide the way. Qingchen, stay close behind me and do not wander off, Lu Dafeng advised. The two entered the forest, making their way deeper in, surrounded by trees that gradually thickened around them. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, and dense underbrush flourished amidst towering trees with twisted roots. The air grew damp and heavy. Qingchen felt a surge of joy. As anticipated, this mountain was indeed rich with spiritual energy, and one could expect to find abundant natural treasures. Chapter 15. The Little Demon King of the Spring Water. After walking for a little over 2 miles, Qingchen showed no signs of stopping, and Lu Dafeng, wielding his spear, followed closely without inquiry. They soon encountered the Wang brothers emerging from the woods, each bearing wild chickens and rabbits, their bounty plentiful. Wang Ji waved his heavy catch in front of Qingchen and Lu Dafeng, boasting, look at all this meat. It should last us several days. When we return and the aroma of stewed meat wafts through the air, many will surely be left salivating. Qingchen merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain indifferent. Brother Dafeng, are you here to hunt or merely to take a stroll? Wang Zhigui quipped, eyeing Lu Dafeng, who stood empty-handed. Humph. You frightened away the game in front of us, so naturally, we have no spoils, Lu Dafeng retorted, his displeasure evident. Moreover, we did not come for hunting. We came to gather herbs. Then take your time with the herbs. We shall return to stew some meat. Wang Zhigui and Wang Jiha exchanged knowing smiles, feeling quite self-satisfied. Wang Jijun produced a wild rabbit from his waist and offered it to Qingchen, saying, young Master Yi, would you care for one? Qingchen replied, thank you, Uncle Wang, but I do not require it. My quarry is soon to arrive. Wang Zhigui laughed. Haha, third brother, are you not feeling a bit foolish? Young Master Yi is of a caliber that he would not deign to accept a mere rabbit. Wang Jijun awkwardly retracted the rabbit, hanging it back at his waist. Yet, he noticed that Qingchen and Lu Dafeng continued to forge ahead into the dense forest. Wang Jiha exclaimed, if we go any further, we shall reach the forbidden grounds. Is this lad truly reckless? Wang Jijun suggested, should we not follow? If anything occurs, we might be able to assist. Wang Jia scoffed, third brother. You have shown this lad kindness repeatedly today. Are you still contemplating further ingratiation, hoping to wed him to Tianjin? Seemingly struck by the remark, Wang Jijun felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet he resisted the urge to appear lesser in the eyes of his elder brothers, asserting, this lad walks forward with such confidence. He might just uncover something valuable. If you are unwilling to accompany me, I shall go alone. With that, he hastened to catch up with Qingchen. Wang Zhigui sighed. Very well, we must show some understanding for third brother. It is difficult to marry off a daughter. His anxiety is warranted. After all, we are brothers. Let us go. Wang Jiha, though reluctant, had no choice but to follow his elder brother in pursuit of Wang Jijun. Qingchen seemed to drift aimlessly. Yet he was meticulously surveying his surroundings with his spiritual awareness. He had already discerned a mass of ominous energy ahead, likely indicating the presence of a formidable creature lying in wait. From the signs, it appeared to be the forest python he sought, and perhaps even one that had transcended its mortal form, possessing some degree of cultivation. Qingchen, we cannot proceed any further. It is far too perilous. Ludifeng felt the chilling aura ahead and began to grow fearful. He had no qualms about risking his own life, but he was unwilling to let Qingchen come to any harm, especially when his daughter had finally found a worthy match. Wang Jia halted, declaring, "Eldest brother, you may go if you wish, but I shall not. This lad is clearly courting death, and I do not wish to hasten my own demise." With that, he turned to leave. "I shall not go either." Wang Jigui echoed, also retreating. However, they soon heard the sound of raucous voices approaching from the direction they had come. Looking toward the noise, they saw over 10 individuals, each armed, rushing toward them. "The little demon king is here," Ludifeng exclaimed. The faces of the Wang brothers turned pale with fear. "Who is the little demon king?" Qingchen inquired. "The third son of the wealthy landlord Huang Boren from Qingchen town, named Huang Shixuan," came the response. "This individual has long acted with impunity, reigning over others with an iron fist. The Huang family has entrenched itself here for many years, with members holding positions in the court and possessing significant influence. The common folk harbor a deep-seated resentment towards his nefarious deeds, yet they find themselves powerless to oppose him." Lu Dafeng wore a mask of indignation. In recent days, Qingchen had gained some understanding of the local system. Although the villagers do not lease their lands from the landlord, the entirety of Qingchen town is effectively the fiefdom of Huang Boren. The income generated from the villagers' cultivation is subject to a tribute paid to Huang Boren at a predetermined rate. In a certain sense, Huang Boren is akin to the local sovereign of Qingchen town. Damn it, I knew it was a bad idea to come here. Now look, after accompanying this brat, I've gained nothing. This half-day effort has been in vain. Wang Jia expressed his frustration, casting a resentful glance at Wang Jijun. Among the more than 10 newcomers, there was a young man around 20, clad in resplendent attire, standing in stark contrast to the others. He approached, surveying the gathered individuals, and glanced at the game secured by the Wang brothers, a smirk playing on his lips. "What the hell? I brought so many people only to find that you lot have cleaned out the area of any wild rabbits?" Wang Jia hurriedly stepped forward, bowing in deference. "Young Master Huang, we had no knowledge of your arrival. Had we been aware, we would never have dared to intrude." Huang Shixuan replied, "Well, now you know, don't you?" Yes, we understand. We shall take our leave." Wang Jia hastily responded. Huang Shixuan then kicked him, cursing, "You worthless scoundrel, leaving without leaving any prey behind?" The Wang brothers, resigned to their fate, reluctantly removed the game from their waists and tossed it before Huang Shixuan, forming a small pile. Huang Shixuan surveyed his subordinates and laughed heartily. "We have acquired so much without breaking a sweat. Today is indeed fortunate." He then looked down haughtily at Qingchen and the others, declaring, "I am in a good mood today, so I shall not make things difficult for you. Now, you lot, be off with you." The Wang brothers felt a wave of relief. They were grateful that Huang Shixuan was allowing them to leave. Although they had surrendered their catch, they were spared further humiliation. "Let us go." Lu Dafeng tugged at Qingchen's sleeve. Qingchen, however, realized that what he sought was within reach and was unwilling to depart. Moreover, Huang Shixuan's villainy and his demeanor today had successfully provoked him. Initially, he had merely come in search of medicinal herbs, but these individuals seemed intent on courting their own demise. "Is this forest yours?" Qingchen inquired, his tone indifferent. Huang Shixuan stared at him in disbelief. In Qingchen town, he was accustomed to commanding absolute authority, and no one had ever dared to challenge him so boldly. "You kid, have some nerve. You refuse to leave, huh? Fine, then none of you shall depart." With that, he unsheathed his long knife with a flourish, licking the blade with his finger. "This knife of mine hasn't tasted blood in a long while. It's quite parched. I haven't killed anyone in ages. Today, I'm feeling a bit of an itch for it. In these remote mountains, no one would ever know if I were to take a few lives. As we depart, your corpses will be devoured by the beasts." The Wang brothers turned pale with fear, hastily kneeling and begging for mercy. "Young Master Huang, we 3 brothers have already delivered our prey. Please spare us. Qingchen, if you seek death, do not drag us down with you." "Indeed, quickly apologize to young Master Huang. He is magnanimous and may yet grant you your life." Lu Dafeng implored, "Young Master Huang, Qingchen is new to the Xiaodongping and unfamiliar with the rules. Please do not take offense. I will prepare a grand gift for him to apologize properly another day." He then turned to Qingchen, urging, "Qingchen, quickly acknowledge your fault to young Master Huang." Qingchen scrutinized the men under Huang Shixuan's command and replied, "Uncle Lu, although they are numerous, they are armed, and the terrain is complex. Should a fight ensue, the outcome remains uncertain. Why must you be so fearful? At this, Huang Shixuan's henchmen erupted in laughter. One of them brandished his long knife, boasting, "How brazen! Boy, have you ever taken a life? We have fought on the battlefield and witnessed blood." Lu Dafeng advised, "Qingchen, a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Acknowledging your mistake at this moment is not shameful." Yet Yi Qingchen remained unmoved, chuckling, "You once fought for your homeland as heroes. But how is it that you now serve the Huang family like dogs?" "What did you say?" The men under Huang Shixuan glared with fury, gritting their teeth, eager to strike. "Young master, let us turn this insolent brat into minced meat." Huang Shixuan shook his head. "What amusement is there in that? Bind him. I shall relish torturing him slowly, one slice at a time, to see if he can still speak defiantly." Chapter 16. Only by force two henchmen, knives in hand, approached Yi Qingchen with wicked glee. Yi Qingchen, unafraid, disdainfully declared, "I had no intention of shedding blood today, yet you insist on courting death. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and bow 3 times, and I may let you live. Otherwise, none of you shall escape." Huang Shixuan and his companions laughed uproariously. The Wang brothers, filled with despair, never anticipated that this young man would be so obstinate, even as death loomed near. Lu Dafeng closed his eyes and shook his head, yet could not stand idly by. He lunged in front of Yi Qingchen, brandishing his spear in a desperate stance. "Whoever dares to lay a hand on him must step over my corpse. Qingchen, you must flee and take good care of Yifei." Huang Shixuan chuckled. "I have stated that you all shall die, one by one. Yet you, old man, are so eager to cut in line. Very well. I shall accommodate you by having you first." At his command, the two henchmen raised their knives, ready to strike. "Uncle Lu, let me." As Lu Dafeng felt an invisible force envelop him, he was unexpectedly lifted off the ground, finding himself a distance away. In a moment of astonishment, Yi Qingchen turned around to find himself gripping the blades of his adversaries with the fingers of both hands. With a resonant clang, the long swords shattered at his fingertips. The surprise on their faces was fleeting. Instinctively, they attempted to retreat, yet it was already too late. With a swift motion, Yi Qingchen extended his palms forward, not even striking the two men directly. However, they seemed to be struck by an overwhelming force, letting out a startled cry as they were hurled 3 yards away. Crashing heavily against a tree, 2 fingers severing blades and killing from afar with inner strength, Lu Dafeng stood frozen, unable to fathom that this scholarly figure, Yi Qingchen, was indeed a master of profound inner power. The Wang brothers exchanged terrified glances, trembling uncontrollably. Particularly, Wang Zhigui and Wang Zhihe found their minds blank, unsure whether to rejoice or despair. Given Yi Qingchen's displayed prowess, dealing with Huang Shixuan and his companions should be a trivial matter. Yet, incurring Huang Shixuan's ire, given his temperament, would surely unleash chaos upon Zaidamping. "All of you advance." Huang Shixuan had never anticipated that this scholar would be a master of profound inner strength. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that it was far more than just mastery of inner power. The henchmen, recognizing the formidable skill of this individual, felt a flicker of fear. Nonetheless, under their master's orders, they relied on their numbers and dared not retreat. Over a dozen men surrounded Yi Qingchen, but none dared to be the first to charge into battle. "Excellent. Let us conclude this swiftly, avoiding further complications." As soon as Yi Qingchen's voice fell, he pivoted at the center, conjuring a whirlwind that swept up the fallen leaves beneath his feet. The crowd was struck with terror, hastily retreating. The leaves lingered momentarily in the air before adjusting their trajectories, swiftly darting outward. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as the henchmen fell like dominoes, each punctured by several gaping wounds, blood gushing forth. 2 of them even had their arms entirely severed by the leaves, blood spraying forth in a horrifying display. Some leaves embedded themselves into nearby tree trunks, cutting deep as if they were blades. Heavens! The power to harm with mere leaves. Could he truly be a master of the transformation realm? Yi Qingchen had once again reshaped Lu Dafeng's and the Wang brothers' perceptions. Although the leaves had danced through the air, they seemed to possess a consciousness of their own. Lu Dafeng, the Wang brothers, and Huang Shixuan, those standing on the periphery, were not struck by a single leaf. Even a master of the transformation realm could not achieve such precision, for this was no martial art. It was a form of celestial magic. In an instant, all of Huang Shixuan's men lay in pools of blood. Huang Shixuan, a mere scion of privilege, usually relied on his father's influence and his subordinates' numbers to oppress the weak, lacking any true skill himself. Now, witnessing the tide of battle turn against him, he attempted to flee, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to move an inch. He collapsed weakly beside a great tree, terror-stricken as he watched Yi Qingchen approach with a smile, trembling all over and wetting his pants in fear. "Just now, you said you would torture me slowly, slice by slice." Huang Shixuan's face turned ashen as he fell to his knees with a thud, weeping loudly, Young Master Yi, I failed to recognize your grandeur. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. My father is Huang-born, and our family is wealthy. As long as you spare me, I shall return and offer you 1,000 taels of gold. No, whatever amount you desire, I shall provide. As he spoke, he beat his head against the ground, causing his forehead to split and blood to flow profusely. Yi Qingchen allowed him to continue his supplication, turning instead to approach Lu Dafeng. Lu Dafeng, clutching his spear, retreated in terror, as if he could no longer recognize this young man. From a frail scholar to a master of profound inner strength, then to a consummate master, it all happened so suddenly. Uncle Lu, are you all right? I am fine. Lu Dafeng's voice trembled slightly. Yi Qingchen nodded, and then turned his gaze toward the Wang brothers. Wang Zhigui and Wang Zhihe turned pale, kneeling together on the ground. They recalled the humiliation they had inflicted upon Yi Qingchen outside the forest moments ago, when they had seen him filled with rage and a murderous intent, yet had not taken him seriously. Now, as Yi Qingchen displayed his formidable might, revealing himself as a consummate master, they feared that if he bore a grudge, it would not be impossible for him to come over and end their lives with a single blow. Wang Zhigui, with a pained expression, stammered, Young Master Yi, my brothers acted foolishly and offended you today. For the sake of being neighbors, I beseech you to spare us. Upon seeing his elder brothers kneel, Wang Jijun felt embarrassed to remain standing. He secretly rejoiced that when his brothers had insulted Yi Qingchen earlier, he had neither joined in nor condoned their actions, hoping Yi Qingchen would appreciate his good intentions. Seeing Yi Qingchen unmoved, Wang Zhihe turned to Lu Dafeng and pleaded, Brother Dafeng, I implore you, speak on our behalf to young Master Yi. Qingchen, Lu Dafeng called out. Yi Qingchen offered a faint smile. Uncle Wang, what are you doing? We are all neighbors. How could I possibly make things difficult for you? Please rise. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of loud crashes echoed from deep within the thicket, reminiscent of trees snapping and crashing to the ground. Just as the Wang brothers attempted to stand, their legs weakened, and they found themselves unable to rise. Yi Qingchen smiled slightly. The scent of blood has finally drawn them near. Following the sound, they beheld a serpent as thick as a barrel writhing through the underbrush. An enormous serpent's head soon emerged from the thicket, its massive jaws agape, a bright red tongue extending nearly 10 feet. Oh my! Wang Zhihe rolled his eyes and promptly fainted. Uncle Lu, retreat. At that moment, Yi Qingchen gestured, and a long blade on the ground soared into the air, landing in his grasp. Qingchen, do not take risks. Lu Dafeng shouted, drawing his longbow and nocking an arrow. Huang Shixuan attempted to flee, only to be obstructed by Yi Qingchen, who brandished his sword defiantly. Who permitted your departure? Yi queried. Huang Shixuan, in a state of despair, pleaded, Young Master Yi, what do you intend to do? I require some bait, and you are just perfect. Yi replied. What? Huang Shixuan collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Yi Qingchen raised his right foot, as if kicking a ball. Huang Shixuan let out a wretched scream as he was propelled skyward, soaring above the gigantic python. The serpent lifted its head, its maw agape, and Huang Shixuan plummeted directly into its gaping mouth. Yi Qingchen unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending the corpses of the minions strewn about the ground flying. The python's cavernous mouth, positioned at a distance, eagerly consumed each one. Such an insatiable appetite. Creatures like pythons can ingest prey many times their own size, yet once ingested, they become immobile, unable to move until digestion occurs. Yi Qingchen initially intended to feed these individuals to the python to diminish its mobility, thus making it easier to procure its gallbladder. However, to his surprise, after devouring over a dozen corpses, the serpent seemed still unfulfilled. Given this circumstance, he resolved to take a more direct approach. Chapter 17. The prize secured with a light push of his feet, he launched himself into the air like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the python. Quick! Assist me! Lu Dafeng bellowed. Only then did Wang Zhigui and Wang Jijun react, awkwardly rising to their feet, drawing their bows, and aiming at the python. Yet, they witnessed Yi Qingchen transform midair, landing at the python's location. Soon after, a cacophony of roars and thunderous sounds erupted, clearly indicating that Yi Qingchen was engaged in a fierce battle with the serpent. To avoid inadvertently harming Yi Qingchen, Lu Dafeng and the others refrained from shooting arrows any longer. The Wang brothers stood rooted in place, as if still trapped in a dream. Unable to bear the sight of Yi Qingchen fighting alone, Lu Dafeng picked up a long knife from the ground and sprinted towards the serpent. However, after running a mere 100 paces, the commotion in the distance began to subside. Suddenly, a gust of wind heralded Yi Qingchen's emergence from the dense forest, landing before him. Lu Dafeng exhaled in relief and gazed at him in astonishment. Are you unharmed? Do not worry, Uncle Lu, I am fine. I have secured the prize, Yi Qingchen declared, producing a cloth bag and waving it joyfully before Lu Dafeng's eyes. Upon their return, Wang Zhi and Wang He had awakened. The three brothers supported each other. Leaning against a large tree, their faces etched with fear. Qingchen perched upon a stone, addressing the trio. You all witnessed me slay Huang Shixuan today, did you not? The three stared blankly, nodding repeatedly. Suddenly awakening to the gravity of the situation, they began to shake their heads in denial. Did we truly see that? Wang Zhigui stammered. Young master, ye did not commit murder. Huang Shixuan was consumed by the python. With so many of Huang Shixuan's men devoured, why are you still alive? Wang Zhigui's complexion paled, leaving him speechless. Wang Zhi then had a moment of clarity, stating, Today, the three of us went to the market. We did not come hunting at all. Yes. We told our families we were going hunting, but in reality, we did not come here. We went to the market to drink. We are utterly oblivious to the events that have transpired here. Wang Zhijun concurred. Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. He cast the scattered blades and swords into the depths of the dense forest, hoping to avoid detection. Although he harbored no fear of retaliation, his sole desire was to swiftly restore Lu Yifei's health without inviting unnecessary troubles or complications. The group returned to the small clearing. The Wang brothers respectfully bowed to Qingchen in farewell before departing. Following Lu Dafeng, Qingchen made his way home, where he soon spotted Lu Yifei anxiously peering from the courtyard entrance. She rushed over to stand beside Lu Dafeng, her expression fraught with worry. Tears glistening in her eyes as she inquired, Father, are you all right? Yet, her gaze subtly flickered towards Qingchen. Haha. Lu Dafeng laughed heartily. My daughter, while you ask about your father, your eyes are clearly drawn to Qingchen. Your words betray your true feelings. Lu Yifei felt a flush of embarrassment and lowered her head. I'm fine, but I cannot speak to Qingchen's condition. You should ask him yourself, Lu Dafeng declared, striding into the house. Lu Yifei stole several glances at Qingchen, but found herself unable to voice her concerns. Ouch. Qingchen rubbed his arm and remarked, I didn't feel it earlier, but now it suddenly aches. What's wrong? Did you encounter danger today? Are you injured? Does it hurt badly? Lu Yifei blurted out a series of questions. Feigning agony, Qingchen replied, It should not be serious. A little rub will suffice. With that, he entered the courtyard and sat on the edge of the street. Lu Yifei stood before him, her face a portrait of anxiety, unsure of what to do. Yifei, where is your mother? Lu Dafeng inquired as he set aside his bow and spear and stepped outside. Mother went to assist at the new house, Lu Yifei answered. Oh, I will go take a look as well. It should be nearing completion, Lu Dafeng said, before leaving the courtyard. Qingchen felt a surge of delight. His father-in-law had intentionally vacated the space, creating an opportunity for the two of them. How thoughtful. Should we call a doctor? Lu Yifei asked. No need. It's probably just a bump. I can't quite reach it myself. Perhaps you could assist me? Qingchen said with a mischievous grin. Lu Yifei bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. However, upon seeing Qingchen's pained expression, she could not bring herself to refuse. She stepped behind him and gently kneaded his shoulders and arms. Oh, that feels good. Qingchen exclaimed blissfully. I heard from Qingchen that you went to fetch medicine to treat my face. Young Master Yi, I implore you. Please refrain from such reckless endeavors in the future, she pleaded. Qingchen stood up, stretching his arms with ease, and replied, But I am fine, am I not? For the sake of restoring my beloved's beauty, I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. Lu Yifei looked deeply moved, but her expression turned somber as she said, To heal my face is no simple task. While I have faith in your abilities, what if, in the end, you are unable to succeed? Would you still want me? Qingchen smiled and said, Perfect timing. I wish to ask you, once I have healed your face, will you still regard me as worthy of your affection? No. Lu Yifei shook her head vigorously. To be chosen by young Master Yi is indeed a blessing for me, and I am profoundly grateful. I shall remain devoted to you for the rest of my life. As long as you do not find me lacking, she added earnestly, I only hope that you will refrain from taking risks in the future. If anything were to happen to you, I would surely not survive. Qingchen nodded and retrieved a cloth bag from his waist, declaring, I have gathered all the materials. I will prepare the medicine promptly. Just wait to witness a miracle. Lu Yifei gently touched her left cheek, her eyes brimming with anticipation. The revitalizing pill requires a total of 13 medicinal ingredients, 12 of which are common herbs. Even though a few rare ingredients are involved, they can be procured from apothecaries with just a bit of extra expense. The skin-repairing ointment is also a standard remedy, not particularly rare. Qingchen had already acquired the necessary alchemical tools from the county town. However, one ingredient, the python gall essence, must be harvested and refined on the spot. Now that all materials were in place and his cultivation had reached its peak, he was fully prepared. That evening, he began to channel true fire within his chamber to concoct the revitalizing pill. This pill is not merely an ordinary herbal remedy, but rather a celestial elixir with remarkable efficacy. The process of its creation is intricate and time-consuming. Moreover, he could only procure a basic alchemical furnace in the county. Without careful control of the heat, it could easily melt away. Thus, he had to alternate between periods of heating and cooling, making the process even more laborious and time-consuming. After 7 days, the revitalizing pill was finally completed. Early the next morning, he visited Lu Dafeng's home and presented the revitalizing pill to Lu Yifei. He then handed the skin-repairing ointment to Aunt He, instructing, "Aunt He, please have Yifei lie down and apply this ointment to her wounds. After an hour, it can be washed off." Aunt He, somewhat skeptical, asked, "Is that all it takes?" Lu Dafeng replied sternly, "Just do as you are told. There is no need for so many questions." After the previous encounter in the dense forest, he had come to regard Qingchen with newfound respect. In rural communities, mastery of internal energy is exceedingly rare, and the concept of martial transformation is often merely hearsay. The strength of a master in transformation is beyond the comprehension of someone like him, a simple villager. Though there exist realms beyond transformation, such as heaven, profound, and divine, those tales are often ethereal, existing only in whispers. Such masters either serve the court with high positions or are absorbed in their own cultivation, remaining unknown to the world. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the events that transpired in the forest to Aunt He. He lacked confidence in the discretion of women. Should news of Huang Shixuan's demise leak, with Huang Boring's influence, even if Qingchen managed to escape unscathed, Xiao Dongping would inevitably face calamity. Noticing Lu Yifei's anxious expression, Qingchen reassured her, "Do not worry. In an hour, you shall once again be the unparalleled beauty." Lu Yifei smiled gently. "I believe in you." The mother and daughter entered the inner chamber. Lu Dafeng gently patted Qingchen's shoulder, saying, "The furniture for the new residence was completed yesterday. Come with me to have a look. If you are satisfied, you can move in today." "Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your efforts during this period," she replied. The two arrived at the courtyard of the new house. The yard was swept clean, and the outer walls, doors, and windows had been refurbished. Inside, an array of exquisitely crafted furniture was arranged neatly. "Qingchen, I have purchased the finest timber and sought out the best craftsmen for this furniture. This is all I could think of. You can move in first, and we can add anything else you might need later," he explained. "It is quite splendid. I dare say even the wealthy Huang Boren may not boast such high standards," Qingchen remarked. "Uncle Lu, how much did you spend?" Lu Dafeng replied. "The 200 taels you provided last time have yet to be fully utilized." Qingchen retrieved another 200 tael silver note, saying, "That 200 was my betrothal gift. It should not be used for renovations. Please take this." Lu Dafeng, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "I have but one daughter. Would I truly take your money? If you continue to be so polite, you may as well be looking down on me, and I might just become truly upset." Just as Qingchen was about to persuade him further, they suddenly heard someone approaching the courtyard. Chapter 18. The unparalleled beauty. When they stepped outside, they discovered it was Aunt Lu, accompanied by Guan Xiaotong. Aunt Lu was indeed quite eager. The renovations had only just been completed yesterday, and today she was already here. Had she been watching closely? Qingchen murmured as she went to greet them. "Young Master Yi, I heard your house was ready, so I brought Xiaotong to you," Aunt Lu said, somewhat shyly. "Young Master Yi," Guan Xiaotong greeted softly, her head bowed. Seeing Lu Dafeng's stern expression, Aunt Lu quickly clarified, "Brother Dafeng, please do not misunderstand. It was I who asked young Master Yi to take Xiaotong in. She will serve as a maid for you and Yifei, and will not compete for your affections." With a gentle sigh, she continued, "You know how Xiaotong's father is." Qingchen interjected, "Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu speaks the truth. Yifei also agrees to this arrangement." "Haha," Lu Dafeng chuckled, "I have not said anything. There is no need for you to explain. Xiaotong is a child of misfortune. Your willingness to help her is indeed commendable. As long as you treat Yifei well and make her your lawful wife, I will not oppose your future intentions regarding Xiaotong." "Goodness, my future father-in-law is quite open-minded," Qingchen thought as she welcomed Aunt Lu and Guan Xiaotong into a side room. "From now on, Xiaotong can sleep in here." The mother and daughter placed their bundle on the bed and gazed around in astonishment. Aunt Lu, both surprised and delighted, exclaimed, "This house is truly wonderful. Xiaotong, how fortunate you are that young Master Yi has taken you in. I am so happy for you." With that, she discreetly wiped away her tears. "Mother," Guan Xiaotong rushed into her embrace, and the two wept together. Qingchen sighed inwardly, pondering how despicable Xiaotong's father must be. "I shall confront him one day and teach him a lesson." Meanwhile, on Lu Yifei's side, she finally awaited a moment of relief. He sure sat by the bed, preparing to remove the healing ointment, her hands trembling with anxiety. Lu Yifei's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. In the moments that followed, perhaps a pivotal turning point in her life awaited. If she were truly healed, how joyous that would be. Conversely, if not, what profound disappointment would ensue. "Mother, we must face this," Lu Yifei urged. He sure nodded, carefully peeling away the remnants of the applied ointment. Her expression transformed from tension to astonishment, then to exhilaration and excitement. Observing her mother's smile blooming like a flower, Lu Yifei's heart, once suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. She eagerly reached towards the area from which the ointment had been removed. Indeed, it was smooth and even. Heavens, mother, I am truly healed. Young Master Yi has really cured me. He sure nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. She continued to gently remove the remaining ointment. Lu Yifei sprang from the bed and dashed to the washstand. Sweeping her hair away from the left side of her face, she gazed at her reflection in the water, clean, smooth, and restored. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, plopping into the basin. I am finally well. I am no longer a hideous creature. I can reveal my entire face to young Master Yi. He sure stood by, laughing. Hurry and wash up. Once you're done, we shall head to the new residence, so young Master Yi can see you properly. Yes. After washing her face, Lu Yifei changed into a fresh outfit. He sure helped her style her hair and adorned it with a hairpin. The mother and daughter duo eagerly made their way to the new residence. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by Aunt Lu's exclamation. Goodness, Yifei, your face is healed. Guan Xiaotong gasped, covering her mouth. Sister Yifei, you are so beautiful. Lu Dafeng rushed out from the house, staring at his daughter in a daze, a smile breaking through his tears. It was he who had marred his daughter's beauty, and for years he had yearned for the day her visage would be restored. At last, that wish had come to fruition. Yi Qingchen stood at the doorway, captivated by Lu Yifei's unveiled beauty, utterly spellbound. She was breathtaking, a beauty far surpassing all expectations. There could be no more perfect face. In over 500 years, he had never beheld such astonishing loveliness. Words failed him. Any praise felt woefully inadequate. Noticing his dazed expression, Lu Yifei became anxious. Young Master Yi. Yi Qingchen snapped back to reality, excitedly stepping forward. Yifei, you look magnificent. Lu Yifei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Qingchen, thank you. You are truly a benefactor to our Lu family. Lu Dafeng, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Yi Qingchen's hand, reluctant to let go. Just then, Wang Yuanfeng and matchmaker Aunt Wu entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Yifei, both were momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain their composure. Aunt Wu approached, taking Lu Yifei's hand in hers, exclaiming with fervor, how wonderful. Yifei, your face is finally healed. You are so beautiful. Young Master Yi is indeed fortunate. Lu Yifei shook her head and said, no, it is indeed a stroke of fortune for me to have encountered young Master Yi. Wang Yuanfeng smiled and remarked, with young Master Yi's new residence and Lu Yifei's restored beauty, I have delightful news as well. He raised a piece of paper in his hand and declared, young Master Yi's household registration has been completed, and from this moment forth, he officially becomes a resident of our Zaidomping. Everyone erupted into applause and cheers. Aunt Wu also produced a document and announced, the marriage certificate for the two of you has been prepared. It only awaits your signatures and seals on the wedding day to take effect. I have consulted with someone, and next month, on the 8th of August, is an auspicious date. What do you think? The 8th of August is indeed a splendid day, Yi Qingchen remarked. Lu Dafeng beamed with delight, saying, today is truly a fortuitous day, filled with so many joyous events. Aunt Wu gleefully added, Yifei, in less than a month, you will become a bride. Are you not excited? Lu Yifei pressed her lips together, wearing a blissful smile. Yet, she suddenly recalled the day when Lu Qingshan had come home to thwart her marriage to Yi Qingchen. Although her mother had comforted her for a long time, gradually easing her worries, the impending wedding date stirred a sense of fear within her. Wang Yuanfeng pulled Lu Dafeng aside, his expression abruptly turning serious. Although today is a day of celebration, there is an unfortunate matter I must bring to your attention. Lu Dafeng responded, no problem, Uncle Wang, please speak freely. Wang Yuanfeng stated, the third son of Lord Huang, Huang Shixuan, has mysteriously disappeared for the past 7 or 8 days. Lu Dafeng feigned surprise, exclaiming, what? That cannot be. Wang Yuanfeng lowered his voice, covering his mouth with his hand, and said, Lord Huang has been searching everywhere these past few days, but to no avail. He has given up. It is likely that this little devil will not return, which is not necessarily bad for us. Indeed, the little devil has committed numerous misdeeds. If he is dead, so be it. It has nothing to do with us, Lu Dafeng said dismissively, his eyes wide. Lord Huang has invited a Master Zhang from Jinzhou, reputed to be knowledgeable in fate, divination, and geomancy. Master Zhang arrived in Qingchen town yesterday and has been investigating, uncovering some troubling issues. What kind of issues? Lu Dafeng, maintaining an outward calm, felt a surge of anxiety within. Could it be that Master Zhang discovered clues regarding Huang Shixuan's demise? Chapter 19. Lord Huang's schemes. Wang Yuanfeng continued. Master Zhang claims that there is a mountain deity in Taiyue Mountain, which has awakened after many years of slumber. due to a lack of offerings. It has resorted to abducting young men for sustenance. No wonder so many individuals have gone missing in our vicinity over the past 2 years. Wang Yuanfeng spoke earnestly, as if he fully believed in Master Zhang's assertions. Although Lu Dafeng was aware that Huang Shixuan had not been taken by the mountain deity, he remained uncertain about the whereabouts of the previously missing individuals and thus regarded Wang Yuanfeng's words with skepticism. Yi Qingchen, though at a distance, had been secretly listening intently, intrigued by Wang Yuanfeng's mysterious demeanor. Upon hearing this, I could not help but secretly chuckle. These ancients were indeed gullible and easily deceived. He leaned closer and remarked, "It seems that this Zhang Tianshi possesses little skill, for such nonsensical talk could only fool a 3-year-old child." Wang Yuanfeng, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "One must not speak so recklessly. Zhang Tianshi is quite renowned in Jinzhou, esteemed by many distinguished officials and nobles." Yi Qingchen smiled and inquired, "Then, according to Zhang Tianshi, how shall we resolve this matter?" Zhang Tianshi suggested that Lord Huang reduce the tribute and cultivate merit, proposing the construction of a mountain god temple at the foot of Mount Taiyue to offer incense. Lord Huang, fully convinced, had already selected the site for the temple, located on the grassy area of Chimu-Pa. The groundbreaking ceremony was set for the 14th of July. Zhang Tianshi further advised Lord Huang to gather villagers from nearby villages on the day of the ceremony to host a wrestling competition, creating a festive atmosphere to honor the mountain god. Wrestling matches were immensely popular among the folk of the Great Qin Empire, often held during celebrations or significant events, primarily for the sake of merriment. Lu Dafeng, perplexed, remarked, "These matters are for Lord Huang to decide. Why do you share this with me?" Wang Yuanfeng replied, "Lord Huang has already resolved to involve all the residents of our Xiaodongping and the neighboring Lu family compound in the groundbreaking ceremony, requiring each village to select 5 strong men for the wrestling competition. The winning village will receive a 10% reduction in tribute after this year's autumn harvest, while the losing village will bear the costs and efforts of constructing the temple." Lu Dafeng shook his head and laughed. Lord Huang's calculations are quite astute. The victorious village will be grateful for the tribute reduction, thus earning merit, while the task of building the temple falls to the defeated village. He is indeed a miser. Regardless, should we emerge victorious, it would be a tremendous boon for our entire village. Before coming here, I had already spoken with the Wang brothers and Officer Gua, and they are all willing to contribute to the village by participating in the competition. In our Xiaodongping, there are few young and strong men, aside from those 4 you, Lu Dafeng, are the most robust and sturdy. I would like you to serve as the anchor competitor, making your entrance last. Given the stakes for the villagers' welfare, you would not refuse, would you? Lu Dafeng glanced at Yi Qingchen and replied, "Uncle Wang, at my age, I cannot compete with the youth in wrestling. Since 4 of the 5 participants have already been decided, let Qingchen take the final spot." Wang Yuanfeng turned to Yi Qingchen, clearly displeased. "Dafeng, you have always been passionate about village matters. This competition is of great significance and should not be treated lightly." Lu Dafeng reassured, "Rest assured, Uncle Wang, let Qingchen participate. He will surely succeed." Wang Yuanfeng shook his head and cautioned, "I have learned that the Lu family compound takes this competition very seriously, sending only strong men weighing over 200 pounds. If Qingchen were to lose, it would be one thing, but if he were to sustain an injury, it could jeopardize his prospects for marriage. This is a matter of your daughter's lifelong happiness. Are you not concerned?" Upon hearing the phrase delay in marriage, Lu Yifei felt as though she had been pricked by a needle and promptly approached, saying, "Father, why don't you take the lead?" Lu Dafeng chuckled, "You ungrateful wretch. After all these years I've raised you, now that we have Qingchen, you disregard my well-being?" Lu Yifei pouted, playfully, uncertain of how to respond. "My mind is made up. Let Qingchen take the stage. Qingchen, having just gained citizenship, this is the perfect opportunity for you to make an impression on the villagers. For the welfare of all in Xiaodongping, you must endure a bit." Lu Dafeng understood that the collective strength of the entire village could hardly match that of a single Yi Qingchen. Yet, it was not his place to explain this to Wang Yuanfeng. Yi Qingchen, aware of Lu Dafeng's intentions, smiled, "Rest assured, Uncle Lu, I shall not disappoint." Wang Yuanfeng, seeing his resolute demeanor, reluctantly conceded, "Very well, since Qingchen wishes to contribute to the village, I cannot dampen his enthusiasm. However, we shall discuss the order of appearances later." After Wang Yuanfeng and Aunt Wu departed, Yi Qingchen inquired, "Who is the official that Grandfather Wang mentioned?" Lu Dafeng replied, "This man is named Guan Yintong, the father of Xiaotong." Before long, the 14th of July arrived. As dawn broke, Xiaodongping buzzed with excitement. Wang Yuanfeng sent someone to beat drums and gongs, urging the villagers to gather at the stone bridge at the village's entrance. The entire village surged toward the stone bridge, and by the time Yi Qingchen arrived, most had already assembled. Upon seeing Yi Qingchen, Wang Yuanfeng waved him over. Behind Wang Yuanfeng stood the three Wang brothers, along with a burly man bearing a scar on his face, presumably Guan Yuntong. The four of them held steamed buns, boiled eggs, and other provisions, consuming them heartily. These were offerings brought by the villagers of their own accord. Although the Wang brothers were known for their bullying and Guan Yuntong was generally looked down upon, these individuals were fighting for the welfare of the villagers and needed to be well fed. Yet, no one offered food to Qingchen. To those unfamiliar with him, he appeared merely as an extra today. Qingchen was indifferent to this. As he approached, the Wang brothers instinctively recoiled, like mice spotting a cat. Wang Jijun offered 2 eggs, saying, "Young Master Yi, these are the villagers' goodwill, do have some." Wang Zhigui and Wang Jiha also stepped forward, presenting food in an attempt to curry favor. Qingchen smiled and declined. "I have already had breakfast, you all enjoy." Guan Yuntong laughed. "If you three can't finish, hand them over to me. My appetite is quite large." He was merely there to fill the numbers. Giving him the food would be a waste of everyone's kindness. Wang Zhigui retorted sternly, "Guan can't such a large bun satisfy your appetite? Young Master Yi possesses great skills. What do you know?" Wang Jiha added, "Today, we may very well be relying on young Master Yi. We are merely the extras." Guan Yuntong snorted dismissively. "He may have a bit of money, but you ought to know when to flatter. The competition today is no trivial matter. A victory would benefit the entire village, while a defeat would spell disaster for all." The villagers were abuzz with chatter, a cacophony of doubts rising from the crowd. "Old Wang, you wouldn't seriously consider letting young Master Yi take the stage, would you? Today's contest is no child's play." One exclaimed. "Indeed, if I could reduce the tribute by even 10%, it would provide sustenance for 3 more mouths in my household. You cannot jest with the welfare of the community." Another added, "Ludofing, I think it would be better if you took the lead. We cannot afford to be cunning or slip through the cracks at this moment. If young Master Yi competes, it would be akin to 4 against 5. Wouldn't that put Zaidomping in jeopardy? I truly wonder what Ludofing is thinking." The crux of the matter lies in whether young Master Yi possesses any self-awareness. He seems solely focused on his own glory, disregarding the collective well-being of the villagers. Chapter 20. A beauty so enchanting Ludofing stood beside Qingchen, scoffing. "A bunch of ignorant fools. I shan't waste my breath on them." Lu Yifei looked at Qingchen with concern, advising, "Young Master Yi, although this concerns everyone's welfare, one must act within their limits and not push oneself too hard. If you feel overwhelmed, it's better to concede early. Your health is paramount." Qingchen lowered his head and chuckled softly. "Fear not. I haven't even shared a bed with you yet. How could I dare to put myself in jeopardy?" Lu Yifei shot him a glare. Her cheeks flushed crimson and fell silent. As the villagers gathered in sufficient numbers, Wang Yuanfeng proclaimed, "Let us determine the order of participation. My proposal is for young Master Yi to go first, followed in succession by Wang Zhigui, Wang Jiha, Wang Jijun, and finally, Guan Yuntong." Ludofing, visibly irked, retorted, "Uncle Wang, I suggested that Qingchen should be the finale, yet you have placed him first. It appears you, too, underestimate him." Wang Zhigui interjected, "Brother Dofing is correct. I agree that young Master Yi should be the finale. He possesses strength. You must not belittle him, village head." Wang Jiha and Wang Jijun also voiced their agreement. Guan Yuntong laughed heartily, dismissively saying, all right, since everyone is in accord, I have no objections. Village head, let us place the Yi family name last. Just think. If he competes first, the opposing side will surely mock our Zaidomping for having no contenders." Some villagers echoed, "What Guan Yuntong says has merit. The first participant holds great significance. If they triumph, our morale will soar, and we shall fight with increasing fervor. The reverse is equally true. Indeed, since Ludofing insisted on claiming the finale's title, let him have it. If we were to lose today, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Let us see how he justifies it to everyone." To their surprise, Guan Yuntong displayed a measure of sensibility today, at least in matters of such importance. He remained resolute. Wang Yuanfeng pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well, since everyone agrees. Young Master Yi will be the last to compete." "Young Master Yi, do you have any objections?" Qingchen smiled faintly. "I have no preferences, it matters not to me." Wang Yuanfeng had hoped he would decline, but was taken aback by his response. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to this reality. With everyone gathered, let us set forth. The villagers of Zaidomping marched towards Chimu Slope in grand procession. Along the way, numerous individuals approached Ludofing, attempting to sway him with various analyses of pros and cons, appealing to his emotions and reasoning in hopes of persuading him to change his mind and take Qingchen's place in the battle. Ludofing remained resolute, unmoved by their entreaties. As they drew nearer to Chimu Slope, the villagers, recognizing Ludofing's steadfastness, began to accept the reality and cease their attempts at persuasion. The normally arrogant Wang brothers were surprisingly taciturn today, leaving everyone quite astonished. In contrast, Guan Yuntong boasted confidently, assuring everyone, "Rest easy, with me here. Defeat is not an option." Though I may often appear lackadaisical, I understand the gravity of this moment, unlike some who only seek to bask in the limelight. Upon arriving at Chimu Slope, they found that the original grassy expanse had been cleared to create a large open area, where a simple platform had been constructed beneath the shade of trees using wooden planks. 3 grand chairs stood empty on the platform. The Liu family's contingent approached in a similar grand manner, seemingly outnumbering the villagers of Xiaodongping. Given the proximity of the 2 villages, many were familiar with each other. And despite the competition, numerous individuals exchanged greetings, creating a lively atmosphere with over 100 people gathered together. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Lord Huang has arrived." The crowd fell silent. A middle-aged man with a prominent belly and a visage marked by excess was assisted onto the stage by a maid. Taking his seat in the central grand chair, "Master Zhang has arrived." Huang Boren rose to welcome him. A venerable elder clad in a Taoist robe, with white hair and a youthful face, strolled onto the stage and took a seat to the left of Lord Huang. 2 young acolytes, each wielding a sword, stood vigil behind him. Once Master Zhang settled, Huang Boren stood before the audience, clearing his throat before speaking in a gravelly voice. "Dear villagers, the past 2 years have been tumultuous for Qingchen town, as you all know. Fortunately, I have invited Master Zhang, who has discerned the root of our troubles. The mountain deity has awakened and requires offerings. Thus, the construction of a mountain temple and the veneration of the mountain god is a matter of great significance, ensuring favorable weather for our town, a deed that will benefit generations to come. Today, we gather to lay the foundation for the temple and celebrate with a wrestling competition to honor the mountain god." Huang Boren's speech meandered on for what felt like an eternity to Yi Qingchen, who stifled yawns throughout. Afterward, Master Zhang descended from the stage. Wielding a peachwood sword in one hand and a compass in the other, his eyes narrowed as he traversed the area, searching intently while muttering incantations. He paused at a spot, pointed with his sword, prompting an acolyte to produce a stack of yellow paper to be burned. Moving to another location, he repeated the act. Shortly thereafter, he approached a pre-arranged table to offer incense and prayers. 2 young acolytes each grasped a rooster, slitting its throat and scattering blood around. Yi Qingchen chuckled quietly, bemused by the theatrics. The seemingly endless rituals began to bore even the traditionally superstitious villagers, many of whom began to meander about, whispering to one another. Some even ventured to the grassy outskirts, sitting down to chat and laugh heartily. Huang Boren, seated on the platform, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. As he squinted his eyes, on the verge of slumber, he suddenly sat upright, wide-eyed and astonished. The maidservant behind him, puzzled, inquired, "Master, are you feeling unwell?" Huang Boren swallowed hard and replied, "Go, summon Wang Yuanfeng for me." Before long, Wang Yuanfeng arrived before Huang Boren, bowing respectfully. "Old Master Huang, you summoned me. What are your commands?" Huang Boren gestured towards the crowd and asked, "Is that girl in the pink dress from your Xiaodongping?" Wang Yuanfeng glanced up and immediately recognized he was referring to Liu Yifei, his heart sinking at the realization. This young lady was the daughter of Liu Dafeng from Xiaodongping. Known as Liu Yifei, Huang Boren grinned lecherously, his gaze fixated on Liu Yifei. "What a marvel. I had no idea such a beauty existed in Xiaodongping." Wang Yuanfeng, feeling awkward, explained, "Old Master Huang, you may not be aware, but this young lady was once disfigured. We privately referred to her as an eyesore. It is only recently that she has recovered." "Ah, I see. Given her age, she must be around 17 or 18. I wonder which family she is betrothed to." Previously no one desired her, so she remained unmarried. However, she is now promised to Master Yi Qingchen of our village, with the wedding scheduled for the 8th of next month. Haha. Huang Boren clapped his hands in delight. So she is still unmarried, a fresh flower. How splendid. He rose and patted Wang Yuanfeng on the shoulder. "Go, bring Liu Dafeng to me." Chapter 21. A disparity in strength. Wang Yuanfeng, feeling helpless, proceeded to summon Liu Dafeng, relaying Huang Boren's intentions to him, urging him to prepare mentally. Liu Dafeng ascended to the platform to face Huang Boren. Huang Boren gestured to a nearby chair, saying, "Liu Dafeng, please have a seat." Liu Dafeng remained standing. "What is your command, old Master Huang?" When Wang Yuanfeng had summoned him earlier, he had appeared hesitant. And now seeing Huang Boren's lewd grin, he sensed that misfortune was imminent. Huang Boren spoke straightforwardly. "I prefer to be direct. I saw your daughter earlier and was particularly taken with her. I never expected to welcome another spring in my life. I intend to take your daughter as my concubine. Hee. This way, you, Liu Dafeng, will become my father-in-law. From now on, the Liu family will enjoy endless wealth and luxury, so why continue to toil in the fields?" His words were blunt and unambiguous, as he felt no need to conceal his intentions from a mere farmer like Liu Dafeng. Although Liu Dafeng was seething with anger, he restrained his fury considering Qi-barren's formidable influence, and replied, "Had you mentioned this matter to me a fortnight earlier, I would have certainly acquiesced. However, my daughter is already betrothed to Master Qingchen of the village, and I am truly sorry." Qi-barren chuckled dismissively. What value is there in marrying off to a mere peasant? Should she join the Huang family, she would live without worry, indulging in a life of comfort and luxury. Many have queued to seek my approval, yet I have turned them all down. Do not be oblivious to the fortune you possess. Lu Dafeng responded with solemnity. Master Yi has rendered great kindness to my family, and moreover, he was the one who restored my daughter's health. Though I may not be a person of great stature, I am a man of my word, and I shall not renege on my promise. Are you denying me respect? Qi-barren's expression darkened. He had expected that upon proposing, Lu Dafeng would be overjoyed and readily agree, but instead, he faced a firm rejection, which naturally incensed him. He stepped closer to Lu Dafeng and, with a tone laced with menace, declared, "You must be aware that in Qingchen town, there exists nothing beyond my reach, and nothing I cannot acquire. I have extended you the courtesy of a personal appeal. Do not be ungrateful." Lu Dafeng paused momentarily, a flicker of fear crossing his mind. But he quickly regained his composure. With a cold smile, he retorted, "Master Huang, it is broad daylight. I cannot believe you would resort to seizing a maiden by force." With that, he waved his sleeve and walked away with determination. Qi-barren ground his teeth in frustration. During the prosperous era of the Great Qian, the laws were stringent. Even with his high status, he dared not brazenly abduct a maiden, unless he annihilated everyone in Xiaodongping. Any leakage of information would lead to dire consequences for the Huang family's long-established legacy. If open force was unfeasible, he would have to operate covertly, perhaps finding a suitable pretext to garner support from the entire community of Xiaodongping. At that moment, Master Zhang returned to the platform with his disciples, bowing and stating, "Master Huang, the sacrificial rites have concluded, and we may now commence the wrestling match." According to protocol, Qi-barren should have taken the stage to speak before the competition began. However, his mind was a tumultuous storm, and he could not recall a single word of his prepared speech. He gestured for a servant and instructed, "You go and organize. Let them begin the match directly." The servant nodded and stepped forward, announcing loudly, "Master Huang has declared that the auspicious time has arrived, and we shall begin the wrestling competition. Participation is voluntary. Any injuries sustained are the responsibility of the individual. The rules are simple. To win, one must pin the opponent to the ground, throw them out of the ring, or force them to concede. Now, Lu's clan will stand on the left, while those from Xiaodongping will stand on the right. Clear the center." The previously chaotic crowd swiftly divided, forming two distinct lines, leaving a spacious arena in the middle. The first contestants stepped forward to face off. With unwavering confidence, Guan Yuntong descended into the arena and bowed towards Lu's clan, announcing, "I am Guan Yuntong from Xiaodongping." From within Lu's ranks, a young man in his 20s emerged. Slightly taller than Guan Yuntong, yet evidently slimmer, Lu Qingchen. Guan Yuntong scoffed, "You scrawny lad, have you not had your fill?" Lu Qingchen retorted, "Enough of the banter. Let us commence." According to the rules, the two first interlocked their arms before engaging in a contest of strength. They twisted and turned in the arena, equally matched, neither yielding ground. The villagers on both sides cheered fervently, creating a lively atmosphere. After a brief period, a sudden cry of surprise echoed, as Lu Qingchen, in an unfortunate misstep, was tripped by Guan Yuntong's foot. Guan Yuntong bowed to the crowd, a triumphant expression adorning his face. The people of Xiaodongping erupted in applause. "Well done, Guan Yuntong. Xiaodongping will surely prevail. Keep it up." Guan Yuntong, basking in his glory, proclaimed, "Wang brothers, you may rest easy. Today, I, Guan Yuntong, might very well conquer alone. Do not celebrate too soon." Came a voice, as Lu Yidao, the butcher from Lujiaten, stepped forth from the crowd. The villagers of Xiaodongping fell silent upon seeing him. Standing over 2 meters tall, his face was a canvas of flesh, his belly round and robust, easily weighing 250 pounds. He strode into the arena like a massive black boulder rolling from the crowd. Yi Qingchen was taken aback. After all that time, she had failed to notice this giant. Where had he been hiding? It seemed Lujiaten had deliberately kept him concealed, aiming to catch Xiaodongping off guard. It was indeed a rarity for someone from the rural countryside to possess such a formidable physique. Guan Yuntong stood before Lu Yidao, unable to even reach his chest. How on earth was he to compete? His face paled instantly. Lu Yidao bellowed, "Why not concede right now?" Laughter erupted from Lujiaten, each face displaying smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Xiaodongping grew tense. It was over. This hefty Lu Yidao was a newcomer, previously unknown to them. Perhaps he was an outsider recently settled here. Alas, Lujiaten was indeed fortunate to have such a giant among them, explaining their earlier confidence. In contrast, their own new recruit was but a mere ornament, hardly a contender. Wang Yuanfeng, noticing Guan Yuntong frozen in place, hesitated to engage, shouted, Guan Yuntong, weren't you boasting just a moment ago? Though defeated, your spirit should not falter, give it a shot. Indeed, he may just be a paper tiger. Guan Yuntong, go for it. The crowd rallied behind him, urging him on. With no alternative, Guan Yuntong steeled himself and approached. Lu Yidao grasped his shoulder, and with Guan Yuntong's arms significantly shorter, he could only clutch Lu Yidao's arm. As soon as the contest commenced, Guan Yuntong exerted his strength, hoping to catch his opponent off guard before he was fully prepared. However, it felt as though an immovable boulder lay ahead. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge it an inch. Lu Yidao chuckled sinisterly, suddenly raising both hands and lifting Guan Yuntong into the air. With a swift motion, he sent Guan Yuntong flying over a yard, where he fell with a thud onto the ground. Ah! Guan Yuntong cried out in agony, his face flushed, struggling to rise, one arm dangling uselessly at his side, clearly broken. Father! Yin Qingchen, beside him, whispered in tears. Though she harbored resentment, he remained her biological father. Two villagers rushed over to help Guan Yuntong sit up. He was drenched in sweat from the pain, nearly fainting. Laughter erupted from the Lu family's side, while the people of Xiaodongping sighed in sorrow. Lu Yidao, reveling in his triumph, bellowed, is there anyone else who dares to challenge me? Chapter 22. How many will come together? The people of Xiaodongping turned their gaze towards the Wang brothers. Wang Zhigui gritted his teeth, declaring, we must fight back. We cannot allow our fellow villagers to look down on us. However, Wang Yuanfeng interjected, let it go. Given your stature, you are unlikely to match him. There is no need to seek humiliation. Some villagers agreed, saying, indeed, the disparity in strength is too great. There is no need to risk our lives. If we were to be injured, it would not be worth it. Perhaps in all of Xiaodongping, no one can rival him? Even Lu Dafeng would likely stand no chance. Dissent began to brew among the villagers. Old Wang, why not negotiate? Let us concede defeat, suggested one. Yes, there is no point in wasting time here. We should return home to prepare our provisions. With no hope of reducing our tribute, we have already committed to repairing this temple. The villagers from the Lu family began to stir, provocatively calling out, hey, what are you all doing? Is there anyone willing to fight? Are you going to continue or not? Haha, if you're too scared to play, just admit defeat and go home to cook. Lu Yidao sneered coldly and arrogantly said, why not have the rest of you come at once, so as not to waste time? At his words, the Wang brothers were filled with rage, and Wang Ji shouted, you underestimate us. We will come together. Do not accuse us of bullying. A voice from the Lu side called out loudly. A fair duel does not allow for group participation. If no one from Xiaodongping dares to rise, then victory goes to the Lu family. The Wang brothers, feeling helpless, turned to Yin Qingchen. They, along with Lu Dafeng, understood that Xiaodongping could not afford to lose, for a master of transformation resided here. Young Master Yi. Wang Zhigui implored urgently, his face a mask of desperation. What? You are all too afraid to fight, and you want young Master Yi to go to his death? A villager questioned in confusion. Wang Yuanfeng nodded, saying, this man's strength is overwhelming. There is no need for us to engage. If we lose, we lose. There is no shame in that. There is no need to force ourselves for the sake of pride. Yet, Yin Qingchen smiled faintly, gazing into the arena, and declared, since no one dares to step forward, I shall take the initiative. The villagers exchanged glances, their disbelief palpable. Lu Yifei anxiously tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, no, you cannot go. Yi Qingchen reassured, rest assured, I know my limits. Wang Yuanfeng replied, young Master Yi, your intentions are commendable. Yet it is unnecessary for you to take such risks. The official is considerably stronger than you, and he has suffered a severed arm. Who knows what dangers await you? Indeed, there is no need for such peril. The Lu family possesses formidable fighters, and we would accept our defeat graciously, without placing blame. Is it not merely a matter of funding and effort to repair the temple? We shall undertake it ourselves, as long as the Green Mountains remain. We need not fear the scarcity of firewood. The villagers began to voice their opinions, united in their sense of community despite occasional disputes. However, Lu Dafeng chuckled, Qingchen, go ahead, but exercise caution. Dad, Lu Yifei exclaimed, her expression one of utter confusion. What? The villagers gasped in unison. Lu Dafeng, are you out of your mind? He is your son-in-law. Such a confrontation could lead to serious injury, and he might bear the consequences for life. How can you be so heartless? I will not allow you to go. Lu Yifei grasped Yi Qingchen's sleeve tightly. Lu Dafeng spoke firmly, Yifei, let go and allow young Master Yi to proceed. In a sudden motion, Yi Qingchen exerted his strength and freed himself from Lu Yifei's grasp. With a leap, he soared over the heads of the crowd, landing gracefully in the arena before Lu Yidao. His striking entrance drew gasps of admiration from the spectators. Yet, as Lu's family beheld him, laughter erupted among them. Has Xiao Dongping truly run out of options, sending forth such a person? You might as well concede now. It would save you the embarrassment. Louis Dao sneered, kid. Are you serious? When I unleash my strength, I cannot guarantee my control. If I break your arms or legs, don't come crying to your mother. Enough of the chatter, let us begin. Louis Dao extended one arm, declaring, I will only use one hand against you. Qingchen smiled, in that case, I shall also employ but one hand. With that, he extended a hand, and the two locked shoulders. Brace yourself. I am about to exert my strength, Louis Dao warned. And with a powerful push, he attempted to lift Qingchen. In that instant, he realized the situation was not as straightforward as he had presumed. The seemingly slender youth before him stood firm, like an immovable stone pillar. Qingchen declared, now it is my turn to exert force. No sooner had he spoken than Louis Dao felt a tremendous force surge toward him, as if he had been struck by a charging bull. His hefty 250-pound frame was sent flying. To avoid alarming the villagers, Qingchen had held back his full strength. After all, Louis Dao was fighting on behalf of the village, and there was no need for him to use lethal force. He merely propelled Louis Dao several feet away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the area. After a span of over 10 breaths, someone finally came to their senses. A thunderous applause and cheers erupted from Xiao Dongping's side. Good heavens, that was a 250-pound man. And Qingchen made it look as effortless as tossing aside a rabbit. Indeed, young Master Yi is truly a hidden gem, with such remarkable prowess. Our small Dongping is bound to triumph. Who is it that referred to him as a mere ornament? Young Master Yi's residency in our village is indeed a blessing. Louis Fei, her heart finally at ease, felt a warm flush spread across her face, lingering with trepidation. She glanced at her father, who wore a calm expression. Father, did you know all along that young Master Yi was no ordinary individual? Lu Dafeng merely smiled in silence. Why didn't you inform your daughter? You nearly frightened me to death. Lu Dafeng replied earnestly. When he healed your face, did you still consider him an ordinary person? At that moment, another burly man emerged from the Lu family's gathering. Though not as towering as Louis Dao, his muscular arms were quite formidable. Qingchen interjected. Let us not squander time. How many of you are there? Come forth all at once. The man scoffed. Are you truly so arrogant? He gestured towards the Lu family. And two more individuals stepped forward from the crowd. Wang Yuanfeng bellowed. Didn't you from the Lu family just declare a fair duel, without the notion of ganging up? Qingchen replied with a light-hearted smile. No matter, let them come together. Three robust men encircled Qingchen. Are you ready? He inquired. The trio gritted their teeth and charged forward. Two seized his arms while one crouched down, gripping his thigh tightly. The arena fell into a hushed silence, with the villagers of Dongping holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, they heard Qingchen emit a low roar, rise. A shockwave erupted from his center, propelling the three men backward, causing them to tumble over a yard away, sprawled on the ground. The gust of wind stirred up a whirlwind of dust. As the dust settled, jubilant cries erupted from the villagers of Dongping, who rushed forward, encircling Qingchen like stars around the moon. Goodness, young Master Yi is astonishing. I was blind to his talents before. Please forgive my ignorance. Observing Qingchen's effortless display of strength, it was evident he had at least achieved a minor mastery of internal energy. With such a formidable figure in our village, who would dare provoke us in the future? Minor mastery of internal energy? I believe young Master Yi has at least reached a significant level of mastery. Did you not witness the surge of energy he unleashed? That was a manifestation of his internal power. Indeed, this is splendid news. We shall have a reduction in tribute grain. And this year we will have enough provisions to ensure our meals are plentiful. The entire village of Dongping is deeply grateful for young Master Yi's kindness. Should young Master Yi require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command us. The crowd buzzed with admiration and eagerness, nearly offering their hearts to young Master Yi for his inspection. Qingchen stepped away from the throng and approached Guan Yuntong, who lay pale and drenched in sweat on the ground. Despite it being the sweltering heat of July, he trembled slightly. Qingchen spoke gravely. Currently, Xiaodong is under my protection. You previously mistreated her, and I intended to settle the score with you. Yet, Xiaodong, being kind-hearted, wept for you when you were injured. Guan Yuntong's face flushed with shame, rendering him speechless. I shall save you once more. Should I hear of your misdeeds again, I shall certainly not spare you. With that, he grasped Guan Yuntong's wrist with one hand and gently pinched his arm with the other. A cracking sound reverberated, causing Guan Yuntong to cry out in pain. Raise your arm and see if you can move it, he instructed. Guan Yuntong complied, exclaiming in delight, Ah, it's better. Is this how it should be? With newfound agility, he shouted excitedly. The crowd erupted in admiration. Young Master Yi is truly remarkable. Chapter 23. Concealed strength. Meanwhile, as the wrestling match unfolded, Huang Boren was utterly distracted. preoccupied with thoughts of how to win the heart of the fair maiden. Noticing his troubled expression, Xianxia chuckled. What vexes you, Lord Huang? Do share your concerns. Huang Boren sighed. I believed I could command respect in Qingchen town, yet here I am, unable to even woo a mere commoner. Zhang Tianshi smiled slightly, pointing towards a lady in a pink dress in the arena. Are you referring to her? How do you know? Zhang Tianshi merely smiled in silence. Huang Boren declared, if you can assist me, I shall reward you handsomely. Zhang Tianshi leaned in and whispered a few words in Huang Boren's ear. Overjoyed, Huang Boren exclaimed, truly, you are a remarkable person. The wrestling match soon concluded. Xia Dongping rejoiced, while Lu Jiaten hung their heads in despair. After a while, Huang Boren gathered the villagers before the stage. Congratulations to Xia Dongping for winning the match. I, Huang Boren, shall fulfill my promise. This autumn's harvest, I will exempt you from 1/10 of your tribute. Xia Dongping erupted in cheers, their gratitude directed towards Qingchen. Initially, it had been agreed that the losing village would be responsible for funding the construction of the mountain god temple. However, upon reflection, Huang Boren thought better of it, realizing that Lu Jiaten had their own struggles. Thus, he decided that he would cover the costs of the temple, while Lu Jiaten would only need to provide labor. The villagers were taken aback by Huang Boren's sudden act of conscience, their faces filled with gratitude, some even shedding tears. At that moment, a group of 20 to 30 individuals suddenly appeared from the mountain path, clad in sturdy garments and wielding weapons. Lu Dafu leaned closer to Qingchen and warned, be careful, Qingchen, this weasel has a scheme. Just then, Zhang Tianshi stepped forward, addressing the crowd with an air of authority. Lord Huang's initiative to construct the mountain god temple and reduce tribute is indeed a noble deed, aimed at honoring the mountain god and aiding the local populace. However, regrettably, it appears to be but a superficial remedy rather than a fundamental solution. At this, the villagers erupted in murmurs of confusion and debate. Huang Boren rose in anger, exclaiming, what? You had me orchestrate this grand spectacle, and now you claim it only addresses the symptoms? Unperturbed, Zhang Tianshi replied, do not be hasty, Lord Huang. Allow me to elaborate. Facing the villagers, he spoke enigmatically. Consider this. The Taiwan mountain stretches for miles, surrounded by countless villages. If the mountain god were to be angered, it stands to reason that all villages would suffer. So why is it that only Qingchen town bears the brunt of the wrath? A villager remarked, indeed. I have a relative in Zhongzhou, near Mount Taiyue, who has never heard of any missing persons incidents. Huang Boren inquired, Master Zhang, what do you truly mean? Master Zhang replied, the mountain deity is venting its wrath upon our vicinity, and the root cause lies in the presence of malevolent creatures wreaking havoc upon humanity. Malevolent creatures? Huang Boren exclaimed in astonishment, Master Zhang, is that truly the case? Master Zhang continued, typically, the foundation-laying ceremony for the mountain deity's temple does not require the villagers' presence. I feigned the organization of a wrestling competition at the behest of Lord Huang to gather the villagers here, with the sole intention of identifying the location of the malevolent being. Have you found it? Master Zhang fixed his gaze upon the crowd ominously. The competition had concluded with merriment, yet the sudden mention of a malevolent being cast a shadow of unease over the villagers. Although they harbored doubts, none dared to openly question him. I have found it, Master Zhang proclaimed. The villagers exchanged glances, interpreting his implication that the malevolent creature lurked among them. Yet they remained oblivious to his true intentions. Fear not, do not misunderstand, he continued. The creature has merely possessed someone among you, and I shall perform a ritual to exorcise it from their body, leaving them unharmed. A villager called out, as long as you do not harm anyone. That is manageable. Just point out who the creature has possessed, and let them cooperate with your ritual. Indeed. For the sake of peace, it is merely a ritual, and no one will be injured. Such sacrifice is trivial. Qingchen inwardly chuckled, thinking it a pity these individuals were not pursuing acting careers on Earth in their past lives. The interplay between Master Zhang and Huang Boren was one thing, but the audience below had clearly been set up as well. The few villagers who chimed in support were presumed to be from Xia Dongping, while the Lu family thought the same of them. However, Qingchen had already discerned that they were merely Huang Boren's servants in disguise. As the farce unfolded, with villagers rallying to support, the others began to feel that Master Zhang's request was not unreasonable. Exorcising malevolent beings was something they had neither witnessed nor practiced, yet they had heard of such things. Huang Boren displayed a look of delight and said, I am grateful for everyone's understanding. For the sake of peace, I, Huang, shall spare no effort. Master Zhang, let us conduct the exorcism in my courtyard. Whatever resources are required, I shall part with my entire fortune to support this cause. Villagers, do you have any objections? Someone shouted, no objections. This is all for our benefit. How could we possibly object? The remaining villagers murmured in agreement, nodding their heads in approval. Then, Master Zhang, Please indicate the location of the malevolent being. Master Zhang narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd, and suddenly pointed a finger at Lu Yifei, declaring, "The malevolent creature has possessed this young woman." "Ah!" Lu Yifei screamed in terror. All eyes turned toward her in unison. "Impossible. I am not a malevolent creature." Lu Yifei cried out in fear. Qingchen grasped her wrist firmly and reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I am here." Lu Dafeng had long understood their intentions, and now witnessing their true nature, he sneered. "You claim my daughter is possessed by a demon. Do you have any evidence?" Master Zhang replied, "Your daughter's disfigurement has mysteriously healed. Scalding injuries of that severity are beyond the remedy of any physician in the realm, yet she has recovered completely. This can only be attributed to her practicing demonic arts." At this point, even some villagers from Xiaodongping began to believe, casting astonished glances at Lu Yifei. "Nonsense," Lu Dafeng retorted. "My daughter's face was healed by this esteemed young Master Yi." Master Zhang countered, "That is merely your defense for her." A villager urged, "For the sake of peace, let Master Zhang perform a ritual for your daughter. It would not harm her, so what do you fear? Indeed, if a demon were to inhabit my family, I would not hesitate. Master Zhang is renowned throughout the land. Would he deceive us?" Huang Boren bellowed. Since Master Zhang has personally identified the demon, and the villagers support it, Lu Dafeng has no choice but to comply. "Seize this demoness." A throng of attendants unsheathed their swords, and with the original 10 or so men, they had just summoned an additional 20 to 30, forming a formidable force. They surged forward, encircling the Lu family. The timid villagers scattered in panic. Witnessing this commotion, Lu Yifei trembled in fear, unable to contain her tears. He sure held her tightly, her face pale with dread. At that moment, Wang Yuanfeng led the villagers of Xiaodongping, kneeling before Huang Boren to plead for mercy. "Lord Huang, let us discuss this. Please do not resort to violence and disrupt the peace. We beseech you to show kindness." Though they had seen Qingchen demonstrate some prowess today, it was merely against unarmed brutes. Now, Qingchen faced 30 to 40 armed attendants, many of whom had seen battle and taken lives. Huang Boren replied, "I act for the sake of the people," yet Lu Dafeng remains obstinate and unwilling to cooperate. "Your pleas are of no consequence." Qingchen coldly stated, "Originally, I intended to conceal my abilities, but it seems that can no longer be the case." Chapter 24. This young master will eliminate the threat to the people, Lu Dafeng said. "Qingchen, given the circumstances, why hide any longer?" Qingchen surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, "You are merely following orders. I offer you an opportunity. If you lay down your weapons now, you may escape with your lives." The attendants erupted into laughter. "A mere martial artist of minor accomplishment dares to be so arrogant? You managed to throw Lu Yidao to the ground. Let us see how you withstand our 30-plus blades." Qingchen nodded. "If that is the case, then let us proceed." With that, he formed an ethereal white orb of energy between his hands. The orb floated serenely outward, enveloping Lu Yifei and the others within, resembling a translucent cocoon. The Lu family gazed in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. Even a master of the transformation realm could not externalize their inner strength in such a manner. Could it be that Qingchen had ascended to the heavenly realm? Or perhaps to the mysterious realm? My heavens! Lu Dafeng dared not contemplate further. What he did not know was that this place, in proximity to the majestic Taiwan mountain, was saturated with ethereal energies suitable for spellcasting. The enchantment enveloping them, conjured by Qingchen, was a diminutive celestial barrier. The more than 30 servants of the Huang family, upon witnessing this spectacle, were as terrified as if they had seen a ghost, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true nature of the young gentleman before them. He was not merely a novice in internal strength. Indeed, what unfolded was far beyond the realm of mere transformation. By the time they realized this, it was too late to flee. With a graceful motion, Qingchen raised his hands, and wisps of white vapor coalesced between his fingers into tiny swords, akin to intricately crafted needles. With a swift flick, these miniature blades scattered into the air. The air was filled with the harrowing cries of the servants, the clattering of weapons hitting the ground, and the thuds of bodies collapsing. In an instant, over 30 servants lay dead upon the ground, their bodies riddled with the bloodied punctures left by the tiny swords, succumbing to their fates in a heartbeat. Witnessing this entire ordeal, only the Lu family remained alive, their expressions frozen in disbelief as Qingchen dispelled the magical barrier. The Lu trio stood in stunned silence, confronted by a figure who had suddenly become utterly unfamiliar to them. Although they had never had the opportunity to cultivate martial arts, the hierarchy of martial prowess was universally acknowledged across the entire Jiuzhou continent. A master of the transformation realm could infuse internal energy into soft substances, shaping them into formidable weapons. Only a heavenly realm master could manifest internal energy into tangible forms. Yi Qingchen's ability to transform his internal energy into weapons that could slay was nothing short of celestial mastery, was it not? Especially for Lu Dafeng. The turmoil within his heart surged like a tempest. In a matter of days, his perception of Yi Qingchen had escalated dramatically, from an adept in internal strength to a master of transformation, and now to a heavenly realm master. He muttered in a daze. Qingchen, how much strength do you truly conceal? On the platform, Huang Boren's smug expression froze into shock. He had not witnessed how Yi Qingchen had acted. He only knew that after a cacophony of screams, all of his more than 30 subordinates had perished. Xianxia retreated several steps. Seizing the treasured sword from the hands of his disciple, Yi Qingchen had already floated before him. Humph, do you dare to kill me? Xianxia exuded an air of unwarranted confidence. What is there to fear? My followers are scattered across the land. Who in Jinju does not know the name of Xianxia? Even the governor of Jinju would give me a modicum of respect. Yi Qingchen replied with a serene smile. You are merely relying on a modicum of cunning to masquerade as a deity, engaging in deceitful charades. Those lofty officials may not truly believe in you. They merely utilize you to achieve their own nefarious ends. Just like today, where you profess to be capturing demons, yet are engaged in the sordid business of abducting innocent maidens. Today, I shall rid the people of this menace. Confronted with the truth, Zhang Tianxi's face contorted with rage as he retorted, even if your martial prowess has reached the transformation realm, you are not invincible. There are numerous among my followers who have also attained the transformation realm, and someone will surely avenge me. Furthermore, should you kill me, the small Dongping will never know peace again. Even if you manage to save yourself, can you protect everyone? Yi Qingchen's face contorted with malice. As death loomed, how dare you threaten me? I shall not grant you a swift demise. With that, he clawed the air, and a plank of wood, half a man's width, soared into his grasp. He leapt into the air, driving the plank into the earth. The wood sank into the ground as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, penetrating over 10 feet deep. What are you attempting to do? Zhang Tianxi felt a chill. The man before him was undeterred by his threats, his face paling in terror. Bang! With a forceful palm, Zhang Tianxi was sent hurtling through the air. Whoosh! A long knife, discarded by a servant, soared upward, piercing through Zhang Tianxi's abdomen. Thud! Zhang Tianxi was pinned to the plank, letting out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Suspended upon the wood, he flailed helplessly, blood gushing from his abdomen, mingling with filth. The villagers were struck with horror. Women shrieked, hastily covering their children's eyes. Yi Qingchen declared, the blade in your belly is not fatal. You have ample time to reflect upon your life and repent for your transgressions. The two young acolytes, witnessing their master's plight, collapsed in fear. Yi Qingchen spoke sternly. You too have served the tiger. Now go to hell and attend to your master. The acolytes quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. Young master, spare us. We were coerced by him. Yes. He threatened to annihilate our families if we did not serve him. We had no choice. We have long desired to be free of him. At that moment, an elderly villager implored. They are but children. I beseech you, young master Yi, show them mercy. Immediately. Others echoed. They are merely 11 or 12 years old, still naive, surely misled. Young master Yi, grant them a chance for redemption. These two acolytes had not directly committed wrongdoing. Should I strike them down now, the villagers would mistakenly believe me to be a bloodthirsty fiend. He retracted his palm. Speaking with authority, today, I spare your lives. Return home, mend your ways, and strive to be good people. The two acolytes, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed repeatedly in thanks. As Yi Qingchen turned, he observed Huang Boren collapsed on the ground, utterly unable to rise. His lower garments were soaked, a large puddle forming beneath him. Yi Qingchen mused. Like father, like son, both have a penchant for wetting themselves? Young master, I implore you spare me. It was Zhang Tianxi who incited me. You may have whatever you desire, just do not kill me. I will bequeath my entire fortune to you. Huang Boren's face was ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Yi Qingchen chuckled. If I were to slay you, your wealth would still belong to me. Qingchen. Lu Dafu stepped forward, insisting. You must not kill. Please, young master Yi. Show mercy, spare him. Wang Yuanfeng echoed the plea. Yi Qingchen was rendered speechless. While their previous pleas for the acolytes were somewhat understandable, Huang Boren, a man of wealth yet devoid of benevolence, has committed numerous misdeeds, and these individuals dare to plead for him? How could I possibly forgive him for his nefarious intentions towards my fiancée? Lu Dafeng interjected. Should you take his life, I fear the entire Qingchen town will be plunged into calamity. You may be able to protect our Lu family, but can you safeguard all of Xiaodongping and the entirety of Qingchen town? He is merely a landlord. Does he truly possess such formidable power? Yi Qingchen, intrigued, inquired further. Lu Dafeng appeared to harbor unspoken concerns and refrained from answering. Wang Yuanfeng knelt upon the ground. Observing this, The villagers of Xiaodongping and the Lu family collectively bowed in supplication for Qingchen. Qingchen pondered, though the depths of Qingchen's connections remained obscure. The collective plea of these people suggested hidden truths. How could I allow my personal ire to endanger so many lives? Qingchen must face his fate. Yet not at this moment. Let him live a few more days. For the sake of the villagers, I shall spare your life. Everyone rise. Qingchen, feeling as though he had been granted clemency, repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude. Qingchen placed his fingers upon Qingchen's shoulders and back, sealing several of his meridians. On the 1st and 15th of each month, you are to come to my residence to seek elixirs. Otherwise, you shall suffer as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at you, leading to your demise through bloodshed. I trust you understand what you must do. Qingchen, pale as death, kowtowed, I understand. From this day forth, the Lu family and Xiaodongping shall be permanently exempt from tributes. Let today's events be forgotten. I vow to never trouble you again, neither openly nor covertly. I, Qingchen, shall henceforth be beholden to Master Yi. Upon hearing this, the villagers, who had previously worn expressions of fear, finally relaxed their countenances. Now that Qingchen was under the threat of death and would periodically seek Qingchen's aid, he would naturally refrain from harassing them. The permanent exemption from tributes was the most fortuitous news they had ever received, heralding a life of abundance and warmth. Gratitude filled the faces of all present, and some villagers, weary from the burdens of poverty, were moved to tears. Chapter 25. I shall forge a power bank. The foundation-laying ceremony of the mountain god temple concluded amidst an unexpected storm of bloodshed, leaving all in shock. Qingchen instructed Qingchen to return and organize a team to cleanse the site of blood and bodies. Qingchen, knowing better than to disobey, promptly returned home. On the journey back to the village, the villagers remained unsettled. The image of dozens of attendants falling lifeless and Zhang Tianxi's desperate struggle upon the wooden pillar lingered in their minds, haunting them. Many would surely return home to be plagued by nightmares. In this era of peace, some had lived their entire lives without witnessing death. Though joy filled their hearts over the exemption from tributes, their gratitude towards Qingchen was tinged with awe. Upon closer inspection, the refined young man now seemed transformed. An invisible pressure emanated from him, making all who faced him feel breathless. Apart from the Lu families who accompanied Qingchen on either side, the other villagers deliberately maintained a respectful distance from him, driven by a sense of awe. Qingchen, however, seemed unperturbed by this and curiously inquired of Lu Dafeng. Uncle Lu, what is it that instills such fear of Qingchen in you? Lu Dafeng cautiously glanced around, ensuring the villagers remained at a safe distance. Before drawing closer to Qingchen, as they walked, he began to recount the tale. Qingchen had 3 sons, the eldest, Huang Shixian, the second, Huang Shixian, and the youngest, Huang Shixian. In their youth, Huang Shixian was a ne'er-do-well, indulging in vice and avarice. One fateful day, after engaging in gambling and imbibing copious amounts of alcohol in a neighboring county, he encountered a woman while passing through Baojia Mountain. This woman, named Bao Meiyan, was the elder sister of Bao Meifeng and renowned in the area for her beauty. Seeing that no one was around, Huang Shixian succumbed to his baser instincts and forcibly dragged Bao Meiyan into a nearby thicket, violating her. Shortly thereafter, as he attempted to flee, he was cornered by the villagers of Baojia Mountain. Initially, Huang Shixian sought to resolve the matter with monetary compensation, but Bao Meiyan's father, consumed with rage, refused to let him off the hook. In a fit of fury, he subdued Huang Shixian and severed his manhood. Remarkably, despite losing a considerable amount of blood, Huang Shixian survived. Upon returning home, Qingchen was devastated to find his son rendered a cripple at such a young age. However, lacking the power to retaliate against the Baos, they resorted to legal action, bringing Bao's father before the authorities. Although Huang Shixian was the aggressor, the wealth of the Huang family likely influenced the officials, leading to a miscarriage of justice. During the proceedings, Bao Meiyan's father was brutally killed. This incident eventually faded from memory over the years. It was not until the previous year, shortly after Bao Meifeng's marriage, that turmoil resurfaced. Jianzhou Prefecture dispatched thousands of troops to surround Baojia Mountain, falsely alleging that the villagers were plotting rebellion. In a single night, the entire population of Baojia Mountain, men, women, and children, was exterminated, with the exception of those who had already married out, allowing Bao Meifeng to escape the massacre. The notion of rebellion from Baojia Mountain was met with skepticism. Just as confusion reigned, Huang Shixian, who had long been absent from Qingchen town, returned in grand fashion, his entourage and chariots stretching for a mile, a sight previously unseen. It was later revealed that he had spent years in the capital, rising through the ranks to become a favored eunuch in the emperor's court. The villagers soon grasped the grim reality behind the slaughter of Baojia Mountain. Huang Shixian initially intended to bring Huang-barren and his family to the capital, but Barren, enjoying his leisurely life, declined the offer. Consequently, the county conferred the town of Qingchen upon him, allowing him to bask in wealth and status. A man concerned with his reputation, Huang-barren had previously silenced anyone who publicly mocked his son's status as a eunuch by ordering his servants to end that individual's life. From this moment forth, although the townsfolk were well aware of the affairs concerning the Huang family, they maintained an enigmatic silence in public. Qingchen found it rather peculiar today that it seemed the entire village had gathered, yet the absence of Bao Meifeng was conspicuous. It turned out there was a hidden narrative behind this, a deep-seated enmity that warranted eternal vengeance. No wonder everyone implored me not to take Huang-barren's life, yet dared not divulge the reasons. At this juncture, Qingchen could comprehend the apprehensions of the villagers. Lu Dafeng expressed his indignation, stating, "Years ago, Bao's father was brutally slain, and Huang Shixian has since exacted his revenge. After so much time, he still seeks a pretext to annihilate the entire village of Baojiao Mountain. This clearly illustrates that he not only harbors grudges, but is also mercilessly ruthless." Qingchen, filled with righteous anger, declared, "This scoundrel dares to embark on such a grand and indiscriminate slaughter for the sake of personal vendetta. Should I ever cross paths with him, I shall ensure he regrets his actions." Lu Dafeng, with concern, cautioned, "Huang Shixian currently enjoys favor and wields great power and undoubtedly commands a plethora of capable subordinates. You must exercise restraint and avoid reckless daring." Capable subordinates? Is it true that there are many martial experts in the Qingchen realm? The outside world is vast, and we, the villagers, possess limited understanding. Much of what we know is merely hearsay. However, one certainty remains. Within the court and the military, as well as among the illustrious sects of the martial realm, there should be no shortage of masters in the transformation realm. The most formidable we have heard of is General Tian Su of Qingchen, who is said to have reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm a decade ago. Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, recalling how Zhang Tianshi, even in his final moments, audaciously threatened others with an air of invulnerability, claiming that many among his followers had also entered the transformation realm. This suggests that such masters are indeed not rare in Qingchen. Typically, experts prefer to remain inconspicuous, and many possessing such skills often occupy high positions. Thus, the isolated villagers, lacking exposure, mistakenly believe masters in the transformation realm to be exceedingly rare. Currently at the pinnacle of qi refinement, in a spiritually abundant place like Zidongping, he could wield celestial arts without concern. Even if confronted by several masters of the transformation realm, he would not be intimidated. However, if he ventured too far from Taiwan Mountain, devoid of spiritual energy to command, he would merely be akin to a master of the transformation realm himself. Should he be besieged by multiple transformation realm experts, he would undoubtedly find himself in perilous straits. Yet, how could he allow such fears to confine him within this humble mountain village? The most prudent course of action now is to swiftly establish a solid foundation in cultivation. Once he ascends to the foundation establishment stage, it would be tantamount to a martial elevation to the celestial realm. The prowess of the celestial realm would utterly dominate that of the transformation realm. Furthermore, he must forge a magical artifact capable of storing spiritual energy to carry with him. Thus, even if he strays from Taiwan Mountain, he could still employ celestial arts. This notion amusingly reminded him of a power bank from his previous life on Earth. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but chuckle. In his former life, spiritual energy was abundant and evenly distributed, yet few ventured to comprehend the celestial path and embark on the journey of cultivation. Consequently, after over 500 years of cultivation on Earth, he had seldom utilized such an artifact. In this world, spiritual energy appears to gather in clusters. In most places, it is so sparse that it cannot be harnessed for the art of immortality. Such a storage device is of paramount importance to him. Once he reaches the God transformation stage, he will possess the ability to traverse time and space, at which point he can seek out a realm abundant in spiritual energy. If that fails, returning to Earth is also an option. Before long, they entered the small cave, each returning to their respective homes. Qingchen returned to his room, beginning to devise his next goals and plans. After a while, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing water from the adjacent room. He went over to investigate and found Guan Xiaotong struggling to pour a bucket of hot water into a larger container. It was hard to believe that this 14-year-old girl, so petite and slender, could lift such a heavy bucket of water. This would have been utterly impossible on Earth in his past life. "Young master," Guan Xiaotong exclaimed, setting down the small bucket, looking somewhat flustered. "Oh, are you preparing for a bath?" "No," she replied, wiping her brow. "My mother said that you must be tired today and should take a hot bath to refresh yourself." In such hot weather, a cold bath would suffice." Then I shall add more cold water, so you won't scald yourself." With that, Guan Xiaotong picked up the small bucket again and attempted to leave. "Put that down," I can manage it myself. You look exhausted. Qingchen said, gazing tenderly at the breathless, rosy-cheeked girl. No, no, Guan Xiaodong insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. My mother instructed me to serve you. Such laborious tasks are meant for me. How presumptuous. Qingchen feigned a stern expression. Does my word no longer hold any weight? From the outset, he had never truly regarded Guan Xiaodong as a mere servant. Chapter 26. Earning money is the foremost priority. Guan Xiaodong was startled, causing the wooden bucket in her hands to tumble to the floor. With tears welling in her eyes, she pleaded, Do you dislike me, young master? Please, do not send me away. Qingchen was both amused and exasperated, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Be obedient, take a rest, I will handle it myself. Though young, Guan Xiaodong was not entirely naive to matters between men and women. She found herself in a state of confusion. When Qingchen touched her, she flinched, yet did not dare to retreat. Her face instantly flushed. Qingchen chuckled softly, stepping outside to fetch 2 large buckets, one in each hand, filled with cold water. After pouring them into the bathing tub and testing the temperature, he prepared to undress, only to notice Guan Xiaodong still standing silently beside him, her head bowed. I am about to bathe. Aren't you going out? Guan Xiaodong lowered her head even further, murmuring, My mother said that when you bathe, I should stand by to serve. Haha. Qingchen shook his head. Your mother has taught you quite a bit. Did she mention whether or not you should help me scrub? My mother said that I must do whatever you ask. Qingchen laughed. In that case, why don't you undress and join me for a wash? Guan Xiaodong's eyes widened in terror, her expression one of disbelief. After a brief hesitation, she lowered her head and began to unfasten her belt. Qingchen, unable to continue teasing her, hurriedly pressed her hand down. I was merely jesting. Guan Xiaodong let out a sigh of relief, her tension dissipating. Qingchen continued. How about this? Please summon Brother Qingchen and Uncle Dafeng for me, and inform them that I have matters to discuss. Certainly. Guan Xiaodong replied with delight, quickly fastening her belt before exiting the room. Qingchen had just contemplated the 2 pressing matters before him. The crafting of foundational elixirs required precious herbs, while the creation of energy-storing artifacts demanded exquisite jade. Both endeavors necessitated substantial financial resources. While herbs have a price, jade is invaluable. High-quality jade is akin to a bottomless pit. The 1,000 taels given by the palace master of Douyin had dwindled to a little over 500. Although it could still procure a decent piece of jade, such an amount would yield limited energy storage, likely exhausting its capacity with just one spell. The principle remains universal. One gets what one pays for. Earning money is paramount in any era or industry, and cultivators are no exception. While a cultivator's prowess allows them to acquire whatever they desire through either covert theft or overt robbery, virtue is also integral to their practice. Acts of thievery and robbery are beneath the dignity of any cultivator. Presently, the only skill at his disposal that could yield quick profits was his medical expertise. Even in his previous life on Earth, he had established several profitable enterprises, yet his primary source of income remained in the healing arts. Life is priceless. In the face of mortality, wealth holds no value. The affluent often part with their fortunes in a desperate bid for survival. Many toil throughout their lives, only to entrust their well-being to physicians in the end. After bathing and dressing, Qingchen welcomed Lu Dafeng and Lu Qingchen, who joined him in the hall as Guan Xiaodong served tea. Qingchen, what brings us together? Lu Dafeng inquired directly. I wish to open a medical clinic and seek the assistance of Uncle Lu and Brother Qingchen. Lu Dafeng responded with enthusiasm. This is splendid news. With your remarkable medical skills, not only will you earn money, but you will also perform great deeds in aiding the suffering. Lu Qingchen asked, Is young master planning to establish it in the county town? I could look for suitable rental spaces tomorrow. Qingchen smiled and shook his head. No, it will be right here in this courtyard. What? Lu Dafeng exclaimed incredulously. Who would come to such a remote place? A fine wine fears no deep alley. Despite his words, Qingchen could only smile bitterly within. Naturally, a medical clinic would flourish better in a larger city. Ideally, it would be in the capital, where the affluent abound, making it easier to earn. Were it not for the scarcity of spiritual energy elsewhere, which necessitated his presence here for cultivation, he would never have considered establishing it in this locale. Lu Qingchen, perplexed, inquired, What assistance can we provide you? Qingchen remarked, Our current strategy is to seek out patients, preferably those with severe ailments that remain unhealed by other means, and whose families possess considerable wealth. As I am unfamiliar with this area, it would be challenging for me to undertake this task alone. It would be far more convenient for both of you to assist in this endeavor. Lu Dafeng nodded in agreement. Qingchen is correct. We are much more acquainted with this locale, and being familiar with the surrounding villages, we are less likely to be perceived as frauds. Lu Qingchen added, Once we successfully treat the initial group of patients, word will spread, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, our reputation will flourish, and we shall attract even more individuals seeking our services. Qingchen continued, while you are searching for patients, I also need you to inquire about local sources for medicinal herbs. Initially, we will have a modest demand, so we can procure supplies from the pharmacies in the county. However, as our needs grow, we must establish reliable channels to enhance quality and reduce costs. Subsequently, Qingchen proposed a profit-sharing arrangement, suggesting that he would take 60%, while Lu Dafeng and Lu Qingshan would each receive 20%. Lu Dafeng immediately bristled. Qingchen, do you still regard me as an outsider? I have but one daughter, and I will rely on you both for support in the future. Why should I take any share of the profits? Lu Qingshan interjected, Young Master Yi, I merely assist. 2/10 seems excessive. Besides, you have saved my life, and your willingness to include me in this venture is already generous. I would be content with 1/10. Qingchen replied, Very well, we shall proceed according to your wishes. I am not ungrateful. Should we achieve financial success, I will ensure that everyone is duly rewarded. Lu Dafeng, feeling reassured, patted his shoulder and expressed, Qingchen, you are destined for great things. I entrust Yifei to you, confident in your capabilities. She is indeed fortunate. After further discussion, the Lu uncle and nephew took their leave. Gua Xiaotong entered, saying, Young Master Yi, I went to summon Uncle Dafeng just now and saw Sister Yifei in tears. Looking quite distressed, Qingchen, alarmed, exclaimed, I must go see her. With that, he hurried out, catching up to Lu Dafeng. Uncle Lu, I heard from Xiaotong that Yifei is crying. What troubles her? Lu Dafeng sighed. This child tends to overthink. You should ask her yourself. Upon arriving at Lu's residence, Qingchen did not hesitate, but walked straight into Yifei's chamber. She was embroidering and, startled by his sudden entrance, accidentally pricked her finger, seemingly unaware of her injury. She stood in surprise and exclaimed, Young Master Yi. Qingchen approached, grasping her hand with concern. You are bleeding. Without further ado, he pressed her finger to his lips. Sucking gently, seizing the moment, he mischievously allowed his tongue to graze her skin. Yifei shivered uncontrollably, letting out a soft gasp. She quickly withdrew her hand, her face instantly aflame. That gentle sound she emitted sent Qingchen's spirit soaring to the heavens. My goodness, that voice is utterly enchanting, sending shivers throughout my entire being. I once thought that her shyness would render her trembling in fear with but a mere touch, leaving me to wonder if she could withstand the intimacy of the bridal chamber. Yet, it appears that I might be the one unable to endure. Could it be that I would surrender at the sound of her calling? Haha. Chapter 27. From this moment on, you shall belong to me. Hearing from Xiaodong that you wept heartily just now, may I inquire as to the cause of your sorrow? Not at all. Xiaodong is merely speaking nonsense. Lu Yifei hastily retorted, though her voice lacked conviction. Do not deceive me. Tell me the truth, lest I worry. Lu Yifei turned her head aside, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. After a thoughtful pause, she glanced back at Qingchen, her eyes slightly reddened. Yi, a gentleman of exceptional talent, possesses remarkable medical skills and unparalleled martial prowess. Today, he wielded his inner strength like a sword, slaying foes with finesse. His cultivation must surely be at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. And so what? A master of the heavenly realm, even in the vast expanse of Daqian and the entire Jiuzhou continent, is an exceedingly rare find. As mere country folk, our knowledge is limited. We have heard of but one, Li Tiangang, who has now been granted the title of General of Tiansu, commanding the might of the realm. With Ye's abilities, ascending to greatness would be as effortless as plucking flowers from the field. How could he possibly remain hidden in this remote village for long? Upon her return, Yifei pondered deeply, feeling utterly inadequate and devoid of merit, thus fearing that Yi, in his pursuit of novelty, would eventually come to disdain her. As she reached this realization, her expression darkened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks once more. Qingchen understood that following Lu Yifei's disfigurement, she had long lived in a state of suppressed grievance. Although her beauty had been restored, her inner sense of inferiority had yet to be overcome. He gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and seated her at the edge of the bed, offering comforting words. You are so beautiful, truly unparalleled. How could you possibly be worthless? You must never look down upon yourself. Lu Yifei pouted, replying, What good is beauty? Like flowers, it will inevitably wither. Yi, with a promising future ahead, shall surely encounter women far more beautiful than I, while I shall only fade with age. Rest assured, I, Qingchen, am not one to abandon those I care for. Even if one day I must leave this place, I will certainly take you with me. Really? Lu Yifei gazed at him with wide, watery eyes. Qingchen sat beside her, gazing deeply into her face, and earnestly nodded. I have heard that men favor women who possess both talent and beauty. The daughters of affluent families learn to read and write from a young age, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Alas, in this countryside, I lack such opportunities. Then let it be no trouble. If you wish to learn, I shall gladly teach you. Yi, are you truly sincere? As long as you are willing to instruct me, I promise to study diligently and with utmost seriousness. Lu Yifei declared with unwavering determination. Yi Qingchen replied, I am indeed willing to teach you, but it cannot be without a price. You must agree to one condition. What condition? I shall agree to anything within my ability. Lu Yifei responded eagerly. Yi Qingchen leaned closer to her with a mischievous grin and said, Unless you allow me to steal a kiss. Lu Yifei was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed, and she shyly stepped aside. Yi Qingchen moved in closer again, prompting Lu Yifei to retreat once more. He feigned displeasure, exclaiming, Humph, you women are so contradictory. Just moments ago, you promised to comply if I could do it. Yet now you evade me like a plague. He continued, If you're unwilling, then I shall take my leave. Lu Yifei, unsure of how to respond, wore a look of anxious bewilderment and was rendered speechless. Yi Qingchen had already reached the door when she called out, Young Master Yi. Rising to her feet, she felt a myriad of emotions. Yi Qingchen turned with a smile. Have you agreed? Lu Yifei's face was crimson, her breathing quickened with nervousness. Yi Qingchen felt a surge of delight, but then mused that kissing her now would be rather mundane. Instead, he thought it better to set a time, allowing her to anticipate the moment. That would be far more entertaining. I have changed my mind. Come to my new residence tomorrow afternoon, and I shall formally take you as my student. At that time, I will kiss you, he declared with glee, and with that, he cheerfully departed. Lu Yifei stood there, momentarily dazed, before exclaiming in frustration, You scoundrel! If you wish to kiss, why wait until tomorrow afternoon? Are you intentionally making it difficult for me to sleep tonight? The following morning, Yi Qingchen ventured into the county town. His pace was swift, covering 100 miles in mere moments. First, he visited Suiyun Pavilion, where he informed Wu Jingyi of his plans to establish a medical clinic, enlisting her help to gather patients through her connections at Douyin Palace. Given the multitude of people at Suiyun Pavilion and their frequent activities in the county, recruiting this group of free labor to assist with outreach would undoubtedly prove more effective than relying on Lu Dafeng and others. He then procured writing supplies and books. After returning home and having lunch, he awaited Lu Yifei's arrival with eager anticipation. In the afternoon, Lu Yifei indeed arrived. As soon as she entered, Yi Qingchen swiftly shut the door behind her, startling her and causing her to retreat to the corner. Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Yi Qingchen asked knowingly. Lu Yifei nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her head bowed in silence. Observing her blushing and demure demeanor stirred something within Yi Qingchen's heart. Young Master Yi, may I learn to read with you? She inquired bashfully. Indeed. But you must first fulfill your promise, he replied, before sweeping her into his arms and gently lifting her downcast chin. Lu Yifei trembled at his touch, instinctively struggling slightly. But she was no match for Yi Qingchen's strength, ultimately unable to escape. Her breath quickened, and she tightly shut her eyes. So beautiful. Yi Qingchen marveled at her face. Genuinely enchanted. He leaned down slightly, his lips brushing against hers in a delicate kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Lu Yifei shivered violently, letting out a soft hum. In the 21st century of a past life on Earth, the atmosphere has reached a critical juncture, necessitating the introduction of substantial content. Lu Yifei, harboring her aspirations, mustered immense courage to approach today. At this moment, should Yi Qingchen adopt a forceful demeanor, she would undoubtedly hesitate to oppose him. Yet, in this ancient setting, a maiden places her chastity above her very life. To relinquish her purity before the wedding night is deemed an exceedingly lascivious act. Lu Yifei is a girl of propriety. Having already surrendered her first kiss before marriage, she has significantly breached her own limits. Should they proceed further, her heart would find it unbearable. Although Yi Qingchen possesses a certain roguishness, he is not malevolent. He comprehends and respects boundaries. In the presence of a goddess like Lu Yifei, he does not wish to place her in a predicament. Though he yearns for more, he restrains his desires and releases the enchanting beauty from his embrace. Lu Yifei, momentarily dazed, takes some time to regain her composure. Now, let us commence our lesson. Please, take a seat here. Yi Qingchen gestures to the chair before the desk. Lu Yifei, her head bowed in submission, obediently takes her place. Yi Qingchen opens the book and points, instructing, Let us read together. At the beginning. Human nature is inherently good. Lu Yifei, biting her lip, lifts her gaze and solemnly declares, Young Master Yi, from this moment forth, I am yours. Yi Qingchen playfully taps her forehead with the pen, retorting, Hey, that is not the phrase I am teaching. Yet inwardly he chuckles, contemplating how a mere brush of intimacy has led her to claim such devotion. Had he known, he might have pressed further. Lu Yifei gazes at him with a look of lament, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi Qingchen, quick to support her shoulders, gently reassures, All right, I was merely jesting. I, Yi Qingchen, vow to remain steadfast and devoted to you for life. Chapter 28. The scheme of Hu Zhongliang upon returning home. Huang Boren spent several consecutive days consumed by worry, unable to eat during the day and restless at night, leading to a gradual decline in his health. The inhabitants of the Huang residence recognized that he had been excessively frightened and sought out physicians, administering countless remedies, yet to no avail. One day, the steward Hu Zhongliang returned from his errands and was taken aback by the changes in the Huang household. He hurried to the inner chamber to offer his condolences. And after a series of comforting words, he earnestly advised, "Master, you must regain your strength. Do not allow your health to deteriorate." Huang Boren reclined on a rattan chair, casting a weary glance at him, and replied weakly, "My life is now in the hands of others. How can you expect me to rally?" Hu Zhongliang suggested, "Shall we send someone to the capital? The eldest son must have many capable individuals at his command." Silence. Huang Boren interrupted, "If this matter reaches Xianxia, he will not rest until it is resolved. If someone can indeed unlock my acupoints, that would be fortunate, but if not, it would only exacerbate the situation, and I may very well lose my life." With that, he closed his eyes, letting out a deep sigh, appearing profoundly melancholic. Hu Zhongliang stroked his goatee, pondering briefly before his eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue, and he tentatively proposed, "This predicament arises from Lu Yifei, as the saying goes. A heart ailment requires a heart remedy. If I were to devise a scheme to secure the enchanting beauty of Lu Yifei for my master," Huang Boren glared at him, exasperated, and remarked, "Are you wishing for my swift demise? You must refrain from such ill-conceived notions. That day, Yi Qingchen intended to take my life, but the villagers, wary of his talents, interceded on my behalf. Yi Qingchen harbors resentment towards me. He is undoubtedly filled with bitterness. Should we entertain any designs on Lu Yifei and he discovers this, would I have any hope of survival?" Hu Zhongliang, with a cunning smile, replied, "My lord, might Lu Yifei alleviate your troubles? If so, I shall ensure everything is arranged impeccably." Huang Boren, filled with yearning, said, "If I could truly win the affections of this beauty, it would be worth my life. However, I fear that the beauty may elude me, and the scheme could unravel. My lord, I possess a plan that will surely fulfill your wishes. Furthermore, even in the event of failure, the Yi family would never suspect you. Is that so?" Huang Boren's spirits lifted instantly, and he sat upright. Hu Zhongliang had always been astute and capable, earning his unwavering trust. For years, the Huang family relied on his strategies for both significant and trivial matters. Hearing of his foolproof plan, Huang Boren felt a glimmer of faith. Hu Zhongliang, with a self-satisfied smile, leaned closer to whisper in his ear, covering his mouth with his hand, and animatedly shared his scheme. As Huang Boren listened, his expression fluctuated between hope and doubt. After hearing the proposal, he abruptly sprang to his feet, pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back. His brow furrowed in contemplation. "Your plan sounds remarkably flawless, yet I remain apprehensive about potential pitfalls. After all, this concerns my life, and it is no trifling matter." Hu Zhongliang chuckled. "It appears this remedy indeed addresses your affliction. In that case, I shall go to great lengths to ensure your interests are safeguarded." Huang Boren regarded him with a nod and solemnly declared, "Should you succeed in this endeavor, I shall not neglect your due reward." Each day, Yi Qingchen taught Lu Yifei the art of reading and writing. Lu Yifei, possessing an intellect as sharp as ice and snow, devoted herself diligently to her studies and made swift progress. During this time, Lu Dafeng and Lu Qingchen also sought out several patients. Their social circle, however, was largely confined to the countryside, and many of the patients could scarcely afford treatment. Yi Qingchen, contemplating the importance of establishing a good reputation, treated a myriad of ailments, from common colds to childhood diarrhea, infertility, and menstrual irregularities, welcoming all who came. For families unable to pay, he even offered his services and medicinal herbs free of charge. After attending to a host of patients, he scarcely earned any profit. One afternoon, while Yi Qingchen was at home instructing Lu Yifei in writing, he suddenly heard a man's voice bellowing from outside. "Is Yi Qingchen present?" Yi Qingchen furrowed his brow. He had gained a modest reputation in the nearby villages, and anyone seeking him would typically address him as young Master Yi. The audacity of this individual to call him by name, coupled with an air of intimidation, unsettled him. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Three officials clad in formal attire, their waists adorned with official sabers, approached. The leader glanced at him and stated, "You are Yi Qingchen? Come with us." Lu Yifei, startled, inquired, "Sir, what crime has young Master Yi committed?" Upon seeing Lu Yifei, the officer hesitated, wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, suppressed his anger, and managed a sycophantic smile. "Ah, miss, please forgive us. We are merely tasked with apprehending individuals. The specifics of their offenses will be revealed only in court." Worry etched on her face. Lu Yifei felt tears welling up. Yi Qingchen chuckled lightly. Do not fret. Nothing will happen. You are well aware of my capabilities. Yet, Lu Yifei's concern deepened, and she implored softly, Young Master Yi, I beg you, please do not act impulsively. As common folk, we dare not oppose the court. In the eyes of the ancient, the feudal moral code held sway, and the imperial power loomed large. The court was a force that the populace could not afford to offend. I know my limits, Yi Qingchen assured, not wishing to burden her with worry. The leading officer suddenly gestured sharply, barking, Cuff him, take him away. Yi Qingchen, with Lu Yifei on his back, held a silver ingot close to his chest and discreetly signaled to the officer, there are family matters involved. Grant me some leniency. Recognizing his savvy, the officer stepped forward, discreetly accepting the silver, weighing it in his hand, and deemed it at least a tael. In that case, let us proceed without any tricks. Move along. With that, he shoved Yi Qingchen from behind. Young master. Lu Yifei could no longer contain her tears. Yi Qingchen turned back and winked at her, adopting a teasing tone. Just stay at home and wait for me. Upon my return, I shall. He puckered his lips, mimicking a kissing sound. Lu Yifei glared at him, pouting as she cried. Then be sure to speak well with the officials and return swiftly. I shall be waiting for you. The 3 officers, 1 in front and 2 behind, urged Yi Qingchen forward. His compliance was not born from fear of the court or a genuine desire to submit, but rather a curiosity to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to accuse him. His first thought was of Huang-Boren. Yet, with Huang-Boren under his control, how could he act so recklessly? Though he could easily resist the law, evading it for a time would not guarantee a permanent escape. He must eradicate the force that dared to undermine him from the shadows. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. As they traversed the mountain path, the leading officer suddenly halted, turning back with an envious tone. Young man, you are quite fortunate. Yi Qingchen smiled faintly and inquired, What is your name, sir? Zhao Weiman, the head constable of Langnan County. The officer replied, visibly pleased. So it is Constable Zhao. Throughout the journey, Yi Qingchen engaged in light-hearted banter with the 3 officers. Having accepted his silver, Constable Zhao did not impose further difficulties. According to him, the order to apprehend Yi Qingchen came from County Magistrate Hu Zhengqing, and he genuinely did not know the reason behind it. Yi Qingchen pondered deeply. Of late, his days were consumed either in instructing Lu Yifei in her studies or practicing medicine in the community. The sudden arrival of the officials to apprehend him led him to surmise that the sole reason for their actions was his involvement in the incident concerning Zhang Tianshi at the foundation-laying ceremony of the Mountain God Temple. Chapter 29. Is there still law to be found? Though Yi Qingchen possessed remarkable swiftness, traversing miles in a single day, the 3 constables, mere mortals, proceeded at a leisurely pace with frequent stops. By the time they reached the county town, the sun had dipped below the horizon. Captain Zhao remarked, Young Master Yi, I have afforded you due courtesy throughout our journey. Now that we have arrived in the county town, we ought to put on the shackles, lest we disturb the order and cause embarrassment for my colleagues. Yi Qingchen thought to himself, I had intended to uncover the reason for the magistrate's summons. If I were to rebel now, it would have been wiser not to have come at all, thus sparing us all this wasted time. Very well, he replied, extending his hands. The 2 constables, pleased with his cooperation, deftly fastened the shackles upon him. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the county office. A small crowd had gathered nearby, and as they approached, Yi Qingchen discerned a middle-aged man lying on the ground, bruised and unconscious. Beside him knelt an elderly man, nearing his 60s, silently wiping away tears. The onlookers, oblivious to the approaching constables, engaged in hushed discussions. It was said that these 2 had come to report to the authorities after their village had been ravaged by bandits. Rather than seeking justice, the officials had treated them with brutality. Recently, the banditry had escalated alarmingly. I have a distant relative in Nyobe village who mentioned that they too were victimized by bandits not long ago. Indeed, it is rumored that these brigands are vicious and merciless, not only robbing but also resorting to murder at the slightest resistance. When they encounter beautiful maidens, they seize them without hesitation. The lawlessness is staggering. The officials do nothing to protect the common folk, allowing these marauders to wreak havoc. How are the people to survive in such a world? Initially, just passers-by, the comments caught the attention of Captain Zhao, who could not contain his fury. Bold rascals! How dare you speak so insolently at the county office? Upon noticing the constables, the crowd turned pale with fear and scattered in all directions. Zhao Weiman scoffed, expressing his discontent. Were it not for my pressing matters today, I would surely detain a few for thorough questioning. With that, he spat towards the elderly man and barked. You old fool, who told you to linger here? Be gone at once, or I shall have you dragged inside and given 20 lashes. Let us see how well you endure. Yet the old man, undaunted, prostrated himself and wept. Your honor, I beseech you, have mercy upon us and save our Guebei village. The bandits have not only looted our grain, but have also set fire to 3 homes and slain 2 young men. As if that were not enough. They have abducted 2 maidens. I implore you, great and benevolent magistrate, to stand for the people. If you turn a blind eye, those maidens will surely fall into the jaws of the tiger, and their lives will be forfeit. In a fit of rage, Zhao Weiman advanced and delivered a kick to the old man's waist, sending him sprawling to the ground. Do you not hear the words I speak? Once again, he drew his official blade and pressed it against the old man's neck, declaring, "This is the precinct of the magistrate. How dare you utter such nonsense here? I will ask you one last time, will you leave or remain?" Qingchen, unfamiliar with the elder, had little desire to intervene. The world was rife with injustice, and he believed that he could not single-handedly rectify it. However, upon hearing the old man mention a girl abducted by bandits, his perspective shifted dramatically. While he might not have come to alleviate suffering, rescuing the girl was undoubtedly a moral obligation. Witnessing Zhao Weiman, a mere constable, display such brazen cruelty and openly oppress the common people ignited a fierce anger within him. He addressed Zhao Weiman, saying, "Constable Zhao, this young man has been grievously injured. Why not return the silver I just gave you and offer it to him for his medical treatment?" "What did you say?" Zhao Weiman exclaimed. His face contorted with shock and fury. The silver was in his grasp. There was no reason to return it. He turned to Qingchen, approaching him menacingly as he declared, "You foolish boy, I thought you were someone who knew how to gauge the situation. I never imagined you would utter such words. Do you realize that once you enter this precinct, your fate, whether you live to see tomorrow, rests largely in my hands?" Qingchen responded with a cold, mocking smile, "Constable Zhao, how grand your authority seems. You are but a lowly constable, yet you dare to act so arrogantly. It is evident that this precinct has descended into utter darkness. I have cooperated with you thus far to grant you face. You do not truly believe I am surrendering without a fight, do you?" Zhao Weiman's face paled with rage. His teeth clenched as he retorted, "Since you seek death, do not blame this constable. Once you are locked away, you shall learn of my methods." He then bellowed to his 2 subordinates. "This lawless scoundrel, Qingchen, has not only shown disrespect to the court, but also attempted to resist arrest. Take him in and ensure he is well treated. As long as he draws breath, do not delay his trial tomorrow." The 2 men nodded in understanding and reached for Qingchen's shackles. However, Qingchen suddenly spread his hands, and the iron chains of the shackles snapped with a resounding clang. Zhao Weiman was taken aback, stumbling back in shock. In an instant, Qingchen moved like a specter, appearing before him, seizing his throat, and pressing him to the ground with a knee on his chest. Zhao Weiman gasped for air, struggling to plead for mercy. "My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me." Qingchen sneered. "What has become of your official might? Where is your arrogance now? Like a dog, you feast on the people's sustenance, yet do not even know your own name. I shall send you to meet the king of hell right now." The other 2 constables, witnessing his overwhelming power, attempted to flee towards the precinct. Thinking of escaping, Qingchen grasped the air, and they were yanked back, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. "Young master, please stop," the old man implored. "If you kill the magistrate, not only will you invite disaster upon yourself, but the hope of eradicating the bandits will also vanish." Qingchen remarked. "These corrupt officials have never considered serving the people. What use is it to plead with them?" Consumed by rage, he seized Zhao Weiman by the neck and, with a swift motion, hurled him towards the outer wall of the county office. Thud! Zhao Weiman's head collided with the wall, shattering like a ripe watermelon. His body cascading down the surface. Blood splattered across the vicinity, leaving a grotesque tapestry of red and white, with remnants strewn about. The 2 other constables, witnessing the horror, turned pale and fainted on the spot. Even the elder nearby trembled in sheer terror. "Bold rogue, meet your demise." Suddenly, a figure leaped from the high wall of the office, brandishing a knife and swiftly charging towards Qingchen. With a serene smile, Qingchen waved his sleeve, conjuring a gust of force that kept the assailant at bay, pushing him back several steps. Has he achieved mastery of internal energy? The man staggered, startled. Qingchen turned to regard him. A youth of approximately 25, garbed in the attire of a military officer, his features handsome and imbued with a sense of righteousness. It was this very righteousness that had spared the man from a fatal blow. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have become a lifeless corpse. Having witnessed Qingchen's prowess, the young man hesitated, anger bubbling within him as he demanded, "Who are you to act so brazenly, slaughtering constables in broad daylight? Do you not respect the law?" "The law?" Qingchen scoffed with disdain. "It is truly laughable to hear such words from the mouths of you corrupt officials." Chapter 30. There is no use in hiding at that moment. The elder, cowering in the corner, managed to compose himself and said, "Young master, this Lord Tang is different from them." Qingchen coldly inquired, "In what way is he different?" The elder replied, "Lord Tang is the county lieutenant. Today he fervently advocated for a campaign against the bandits in the courtroom. Unfortunately, Lord Hu, the county magistrate, feigned a lack of military strength, preventing any action. My son, eager to save lives, spoke up in the courtroom and was ordered to be beaten by Lord Hu. He is yet to regain consciousness. Tears streamed down his face. Qingchen glanced at Lord Tang, relieved that he had shown restraint earlier, for he might have mistakenly harmed an innocent. Lord Tang, gritting his teeth in indignation, lamented, alas. With Hu Zhengqing wielding absolute power in Langnan County, I cannot mobilize a single soldier without his approval. Though I wish to exterminate the bandits, I am rendered powerless. He then glared at Qingchen, declaring, my martial skills are inadequate to match yours. However, do not take pride in your victory. The Duchian court is filled with capable individuals, and you may only enjoy your freedom for a short while. The net of justice is vast, and will eventually ensnare you. Qingchen laughed. The elder speaks of serving the people with some semblance of conscience. Yet how tragically antiquated. No wonder you struggle in the realm of officials. He raised both hands, revealing the shackles on his wrists, exclaiming, you have apprehended me today. And I have acquiesced, giving due regard to the court. I, Qingchen, traverse the world at will. You may wish to have me at your mercy, but it shall not be so easily accomplished. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall make my appearance in the court, and I am most eager to discover who wishes to conspire against my very existence. Upon hearing this, Lord Tang's countenance shifted dramatically, and he inquired in astonishment. What did you say? Are you Qingchen, the esteemed young master Yi? So you have heard of my illustrious name? Replied Qingchen, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Lord Tang, now vigilant, glanced around before taking a couple of steps forward, his demeanor transforming into one of utmost respect. Young master, this is not a place for discourse. Might you honor me by meeting at the Tongfu Inn? Allow me to tidy up this matter, and I shall join you shortly. He gazed at Qingchen with a face full of earnestness. Qingchen, intrigued, regarded him with curiosity, finding the situation increasingly entertaining. Very well, I shall await your arrival. After taking a few steps, he turned back to add, by the way, ensure that this injured person is taken to a medical facility for proper treatment. The expenses to be borne by you. At the Tongfu Inn, within a guest room, Qingchen leisurely savored some braised beef while sipping on strong liquor. Hearing a knock at the door, he surmised it must be Lord Tang. Come in, he called, continuing his repast. The door creaked open, revealing none other than Lord Tang, cloaked in a black mantle with a hood that rendered him enigmatic. Upon entering, he removed his hood, closed the door, and knelt before Qingchen, bowing deeply. Young Master Yi, please accept one bow from Tang Yudong. Qingchen smiled faintly. Lord Tang, you are an official, and I a commoner. This bow disrupts the order of our society. Tang Yudong earnestly replied, Young Master Yi, you have avenged my father's murder. Such an act deserves this bow. Oh, pray tell. What leads you to such a conclusion? Qingchen inquired, sensing no malice in this man. He felt it unkind to leave him kneeling and thus invited, come. Sit beside me, and let us converse at leisure. Tang Yudong rose and took a seat next to Qingchen, recounting his tale. It transpired that Tang Yudong's father, Tang Shud, once held the esteemed position of county lieutenant of Qinghe, known for his exceptional talent and integrity, often at odds with the county magistrate, Feng Xiwan. Later, Master Zhang arrived in Qinghe, colluding with Feng Xiwan to devise unscrupulous plans to extort from the populace. Feng Xiwan, despite his lecherous tendencies, refrained from indulging his desires openly. Mindful of his official standing, Master Zhang, cunning and well-connected in both the underworld and the official realm, discerned Feng Xiwan's proclivities and clandestinely allied with bandits, abducting beautiful women and confining them in a manner outside the county, solely for Feng Xiwan's gratification. Naturally, he profited immensely from this arrangement. Feng Xiwan's peculiar tastes, possibly stemming from prolonged repression, led him to derive pleasure from the torment of these women, who, without exception, ultimately succumbed to the cruel machinations of these two vile men. Being the county lieutenant, Tang Shud was responsible for maintaining order, and he had long been investigating these heinous activities. Even though Master Zhang believed himself to be prudent and untraceable, Tang Shud eventually uncovered the clues. One fateful night, he led a contingent to raid the manor where Master Zhang had hidden the abducted women, aiming to apprehend both Feng Xiwan and Master Zhang with irrefutable evidence. Little did they expect that the cunning Zhang Tianshi had long been prepared, intentionally setting a trap to lure them in. Zhang Tianshi summoned over a dozen martial artists of significant prowess to ambush within the courtyard, whereupon they ruthlessly surrounded and slaughtered Tang Shud and his companions. It was only then that Feng Xiwan arrived with Zhang Tianshi and a group of local officials, uncovering over 40 female corpses buried on the premises. Zhang Tianshi was meticulous in his planning, having arranged witnesses and evidence in advance, successfully implicating Tang Shud in this scandalous affair. At this point, Tang Yudong was overcome with grief. It was pitiable that his father, who dedicated his life to the welfare of the people, gained not a shred of benefit from it. Ultimately falling victim to treachery, he was left to bear the blame for the misdeeds of others, tarnished by infamy throughout the ages. Qingchen pondered that on that day. Xianxia had managed to concoct a vile scheme to present to Huang Boren, suggesting that he was indeed filled with malicious intent. Although Tang Yudong's account seemed to align perfectly with Zhang Tianxi's treacherous persona, given that he held the position of county lieutenant, the direct superior of the constables, it raised questions as to why he would send someone to apprehend her, knowing full well that Qingchen had avenged his father's death. With doubt in her heart, she remained skeptical of his narrative. Tang Yudong seemed to sense her thoughts and clarified, "Young Master Yi, we were initially unaware of your involvement in Zhang Tianxi's demise. This afternoon, upon noticing the absence of Zhao Weiman and others, I inquired with my colleagues. One of them revealed that a Taoist priest had met with Lord Hu yesterday, claiming you had killed Zhang Tianxi and the Huang family as servant. Normally, the arrest of a suspect would require my orders. However, Lord Hu, aware of the enmity between my family and Zhang Tianxi, bypassed me and directly instructed Zhao Weidong to apprehend you." Understanding dawned upon Qingchen as she nodded. During the foundation-laying ceremony at the Mountain God Temple, she had intended to eliminate the two young Taoist acolytes, but had been dissuaded by an elderly woman pleading, "They are merely children." At that moment, she had felt a surge of discontent. In her previous life in the 21st century, the state had enacted policies for the protection of minors, allowing many children to act with impunity, escaping the consequences of their misdeeds. Whenever such injustices were criticized, there would always be those who argued, "They are still just children, give them another chance." Unable to tolerate this any longer, Qingchen had taken matters into her own hands, repeatedly resolving the issues posed by those little fiends, ensuring they paid their blood debts. Reflecting on the villagers' innocence and her own recent arrival, she had chosen to spare the two acolytes, not wishing to acquire a reputation for bloodlust. Little did she know, she had indeed fallen into their trap. "Young Master Yi, you have killed Zhang Tianxi and now Zhao the constable. By the laws of the land, your crimes are unforgivable. After you finish your meal, you should leave at once and find a remote place to hide," Tang Yudong urged with concern. "Leave?" Qingchen replied with a smile, shaking her head. "It is in my nature to confront issues head-on. Evasion serves no purpose. Moreover, if I can evade capture, what of my family? To hide would imply fear. Am I Qingchen to be afraid? Those two acolytes have lived several days longer than they should have. If I do not collect them tomorrow, when else shall I? Young Master Yi, your family did not directly partake in the act of murder. I shall exert every effort to ensure their safety," Tang Yudong urged. "Today at the county office, it was you who sought to liberate me. If I were to truly leave, your days would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty, would they not? Young Master Yi is a benefactor to my Tang family. I, Tang Yudong, would not hesitate to plunge into fire and water for you." Qingchen waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for further words. My decision is resolute. Tomorrow, I shall indeed present myself in court to properly resolve this matter." Tang Yudong sighed. "In that case, young Master Yi, once you are in court, simply refuse to acknowledge the charges, and I will personally intervene on your behalf." Qingchen chuckled silently. "Refuse to acknowledge? I intend to take full responsibility. Whoever dares to obstruct me, I shall wash the court in blood." Chapter 31. Do you think I will flee? This afternoon, Qingchen was taken away by the constables, and many in Xiaodongping witnessed the event, causing an uproar in the small village. Villagers flocked to Lu Dafeng's home to ascertain the situation. For these simple folk, being taken by the constables was a matter of monumental significance. For generations, Xiaodongping had adhered to the law, and never had they seen constables make an appearance. It was said that once in court, one would first be subjected to 20 blows of the as a show of authority. Many could not withstand the pain and would confess to crimes they did not commit. But that was for others. The villagers knew that Qingchen was no ordinary individual. Once in court, he would naturally not fear the punishment. The crucial question was how events would unfold thereafter, and that was beyond their speculation. To be honest, I do not worry for his well-being, Lu Dafeng frowned. My concern lies in the officials' ignorance of his strength. Should they provoke him, the consequences could be unimaginable. Lu Dahong nodded in agreement. Indeed, he might lose control in a moment of rage, resulting in a bloodbath in the court, escalating matters to an unmanageable level. Wang Yuanfeng sighed. Given his temperament displayed at the foundation-laying ceremony at the Mountain God Temple, the scenarios you describe are entirely plausible. If that were to occur, Xiaodongping would likely bear the brunt of the repercussions. Upon hearing this, the villagers were immediately agitated, each displaying signs of anxiety and unease. In this era, when an individual commits a significant transgression, the extent of collateral damage can hinge entirely on the whims of those in power. It is said that during the previous dynasty's most severe instance of collective punishment, Entire families were annihilated, relatives were executed, entire villages were wiped out, and even acquaintances of the main perpetrator were hunted down and killed. The thought sent shivers down the spines of many villagers. Amidst their discussions, they found themselves at an impasse. Lu Dafeng declared, "This afternoon, they departed. By now, they must have reached the county town, likely awaiting trial tomorrow morning. I shall set off for the county town at once. I too will go to court tomorrow, and I am determined to prevent him from escalating this situation." The villagers unanimously supported this proposal. Wang Yuanfeng added, "I shall also accompany you. As the village head, I bear an obligation." Lu Yifei rushed out from the back room, her voice trembling with tears. "Father, I wish to go as well." "Nonsense. What business do you, a girl, have in this matter?" Lu Yifei expressed her hope that, out of consideration for their bond, he would exercise restraint and show mercy. The villagers unanimously agreed. Indeed, Yifei was correct. It was evident that young Master Yi harbored deep feelings for her, and her presence would surely be beneficial. "Yes, let Yifei go. However, the journey is long, and with nightfall approaching, we should send a few of the village's sturdy men along, equipped for the road," they decided. "For the sake of the entire village, we, the Wang brothers, shall also partake." Seeing the villagers' determination for Yifei to embark on this venture, Lu Dafeng found it difficult to oppose their collective will. The Wang brothers returned home to gather their machetes and provisions before reconvening with Lu Dafeng. Lu Yifei donned a simple garment and veiled her face to avoid attracting unwanted attention. With preparations complete, the villagers gathered to bid farewell, evoking a poignant sense of heroism akin to warriors departing for battle. Suddenly, a woman clad in pink rode swiftly toward them on a white horse, raising a cloud of dust as she approached from across the river. The crowd gasped in astonishment, uncertain of her identity. This woman exhibited remarkable equestrian skills. Upon reaching the group, she reined in her horse and clasped her hands in greeting, inquiring, "Dear villagers, may I ask where young Master Yi resides?" Lu Dafeng queried, "What business do you have with young Master Yi, maiden?" The woman replied, "If anyone knows the whereabouts of young Master Yi, please inform him that my name is Huang Xiaocui. He will understand." It turned out that she was Huang Xiaocui from the Ziyun Pavilion. On that day, young Master Yi had tasked them with locating affluent patients, and now she had found one. Wu Jingyi had sent her to extend an invitation. The villagers, unaware of her background, refrained from probing further, yet her beauty and commanding presence suggested that she was no ordinary commoner. Moreover, the fine steed she rode indicated her noble status, likely hailing from a family of considerable standing. The villagers began to sense that the situation might take a significant turn. Lu Dafeng remarked, "It is unfortunate that you arrive at such a time. Young Master Yi has encountered trouble." "What?" Huang Xiaocui dismounted in alarm, asking what had transpired. Lu Dafeng recounted how young Master Yi had been taken away by the county officials, the villagers' growing concern, and their decision to form a party to journey to the county seat. The villagers, anxious that Huang Xiaocui might not grasp the gravity of the situation, eagerly elaborated on young Master Yi's formidable capabilities, as if to convey that he was resolutely determined to confront the authorities. Seeing her urgency, they surmised that her master must have some connection to young Master Yi, and if they remained indifferent, they too might face repercussions. After listening, Huang Xiaocui nodded, assuring them, "I understand. Do not worry. I will return immediately to inform my master. He will surely devise a way to rescue young Master Yi and prevent him from falling into peril." The villagers were filled with joy upon hearing her words. Wang Yuanfeng asked, "Maiden, if your master is involved, do you think we still need to go to the county?" Huang Xiaocui contemplated for a moment and responded, "You must still go. Tomorrow, in the court, you should do everything possible to delay young Master Yi and prevent him from making an irreparable mistake." Having spoken, Huang Xiaocui leapt onto her horse, turned its head, and galloped away. Lu Dafeng and the others bid farewell to their fellow villagers and continued on their journey. After traveling for a while, Wang Jijun remarked, "Did you notice that the young lady's last words were to do everything possible to prevent young Master Yi from causing an irreparable disaster? Is there something wrong with that?" Wang Yuanfeng inquired with confusion. Lu Yifei widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Goodness." She said try rather than must. Does she imply that even if a great calamity were to occur, her master would have a way to handle it? The group suddenly understood, their faces reflecting shock. The following morning, in the county hall, Hu Zhengqing was infuriated to learn that Zhao Weiman had been shot in the head by Yi Qingchen right outside the courthouse. Such boldness from the commoners was intolerable. If they did not bring the perpetrator to justice, what face would the court have? On the left side of the hall sat a Taoist priest, wielding a whisk, who was Yu Qiuhai, the abbot of the Qingfeng Temple on Xiaoyang Mountain. His martial prowess had reached an advanced level of inner strength, and it was said that he was on the verge of a breakthrough to a higher realm. This Qingfeng Temple was originally established by Zhang Tianshi, and Yu Qiuhai had long since become his disciple, gaining numerous benefits from his teachings. Behind him stood two young acolytes who had previously accompanied Zhang Tianshi. On the right side of the hall sat two martial artists, Qingchen, the master of the Qinghu Hall Martial Arts School, and Wei Jingqi, the chief instructor of Qinghu Hall. Both of these men were masters of advanced inner strength and shared a certain camaraderie with Yu Qiuhai. Although they had not personally witnessed Yi Qingchen's capabilities, based on the acolytes' descriptions and analyses of the events surrounding Zhang Tianshi's death, it was believed that Yi Qingchen possessed at least advanced inner strength, if not mastery of the higher realm. Concerned that he might not stand a chance against Yi Qingchen alone, Yu Qiuhai had invited these two masters for assistance. Even if Yi Qingchen were indeed a master of the higher realm, it was assumed that he would be cautious in the face of the court's authority within the public hall, should he truly cause a disturbance. Such transgressions could warrant the eradication of his entire family line. Historically, regardless of an individual's martial prowess, they would still fear the might of the court. No amount of skill could single-handedly dismantle the entire authority of the court. And should the court become enraged, even if they could not apprehend the individual, they might annihilate 3, 4, or even 10 of their family lines, leaving them to rue their choices. With the court as a trump card, Yu Qiuhai had always felt assured of victory. However, upon hearing that Yi Qingchen had killed Captain Zhao right outside the county hall, unease began to creep in. Yu Qiuhai stated, now that he is hiding in the martial world, capturing him directly would be exceedingly challenging. The only course of action is to take his family hostage. If he possesses any affection for them, he will surely come forth. Hu Zhongqing replied, indeed. I will arrange for the constables to apprehend all the troublesome individuals closely associated with him in Xiaodongping. I refuse to believe he can remain hidden indefinitely. Ha ha. You foolish birds, is this the extent of your schemes, holding my family hostage? The voice resonated powerfully, seemingly piercing through to the eardrums of everyone present. Hu Zhongqing recoiled in fear, while Yu Qiuhai and two martial men rose, ready to confront the impending threat. Chapter 32. He truly has transcended. As Yi Qingchen's words fell, a thunderous sound erupted. The great hall's door burst open with overwhelming force. Clad in white, Yi Qingchen emerged from the radiant light outside, floating gracefully to the center of the hall. Gasps of astonishment echoed as everyone instinctively retreated. Yi Qingchen surveyed the surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips, and his eyes glimmered momentarily upon spotting the two young Taoists. Hu Zhongqing, struggling to regain his composure, struck the wooden table with authority. Yi Qingchen, you must not act recklessly in this court. Yi Qingchen raised his hands, revealing the shackles on his wrists, proclaiming, I have refrained from removing these shackles since last night, as they serve as a constant reminder that I must report to this court today. Master Hu, I have arrived. Hasten to inquire, for I have matters to attend to. Under ordinary circumstances, such audacity would warrant severe punishment. However, Hu Zhongqing understood that even if he ordered the guards to strike, they would likely hesitate. The only viable course of action was to solidify the charges against him. In that case, even if Yu Qiuhai and the others could not detain him, the imperial court would intervene. Clearing his throat, Hu Zhongqing solemnly asked, on the 14th of July, where were you? The 14th of July marked the day of the foundation ceremony at the mountain god temple. Yi Qingchen chuckled inwardly, pondering why Hu Zhongqing did not simply inquire if he had killed Zhang Tianshi, opting instead for such convoluted questioning. Just as he was about to respond, a guard announced, County Magistrate Tang has arrived. Tang Yudong stepped into the hall and addressed Hu Zhongqing. Master Hu, I wish to sit in on today as proceedings. Do you have any objections? Hu Zhongqing replied, what objections could I possibly have? Please, let Master Tang take a seat. No need. Tang Yudong declined while casting a glance at Yi Qingchen, shaking his head subtly. Yi Qingchen smiled. On the 14th of July, at the mountain god temple's foundation ceremony. As a villager of Xiaodongping, how could I possibly refrain from attending? The renowned Zhang Tianshi was slain during the ceremony. Do you know who is responsible? It was him. The two young Taoists stepped forward, pointing at Yi Qingchen with indignation. He murdered our master. We witnessed it with our own eyes. Tang Yudong barked, impudent. You were not called upon. Do not speak out of turn. Hu Zhongqing interjected, Master Tang, since these two young Taoists claim to have seen the incident, let us hear their account. One of the young Taoists elaborated on the events of that day, embellishing the tale, stating that Yi Qingchen had violently attacked without cause, yet conveniently omitted any mention of the alleged attempt to seize Lu Yifei under the pretense of exorcising demons. Yi Qingchen smiled slightly. Dear children, can you truly ascertain whether it was I who committed these acts? Even if you were turned to ashes, we would recognize you. Young ones, forever trailing behind that charlatan Tianshi, engaging in nefarious deeds. Have you ever felt any remorse? Nonsense. Our master devoted himself solely to alleviating the people's suffering. When has he ever done wrong? One young Taoist declared proudly. Humph, you are indeed just two children, two naive children. Yi Qingchen shook his head. Your ancestral master possesses great prowess. Have you discerned the fates that await you two? The two young acolytes exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of his meaning. Allow me to prophesy your demise. It appears your end is nigh. Today, as his words fell, Qingchen's hands morphed into claws. The acolytes gasped in terror. Soaring into the air, their necks ensnared within his grasp, struggling helplessly. Yu Qiuhai, Qi Qinghu, and Wei Jingqi were struck with dread, rising to confront him, poised for battle. Hu Zhengqing exclaimed in fury, Yi Qingchen, in this court, you dare to slay witnesses? Your entire clan shall face annihilation. Master Yi, remain composed. Tang Yudong urged. Indeed. Zhang Tianshi met his end by my hand, and just yesterday, I dispatched Zhao Bidu. There is no need for an inquiry. I confess to all. On that day, I had shown mercy, sparing these two youngsters, yet they remain utterly unrepentant. I have come today solely to end their lives. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall share their fate. One acolyte cried out, Master, save us. While the other, gritting his teeth, retorted, if you slay us, we shall follow our ancestral master to the realm of the immortals, and you will suffer an eternal curse. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingchen laughed at this juncture. You still dare to prattle on. Just as he was about to strike, a commotion erupted from outside. Qingchen, cease. It was Lu Dafeng's voice. Master Yi. Lu Yifei and the Wang brothers had also arrived. Damn it, if I do not act swiftly, they will surely intervene. With that thought, he tightened his grip. Crack. The acolytes' necks were swiftly severed, their eyes rolling back as life escaped them in an instant. The onlookers were left in shock. The crowd from Xiaodongping finally reached the courthouse entrance, only to be halted by the guards. Upon seeing the two lifeless bodies on the ground, Lu Yifei collapsed in despair. Once again, we are too late. Wang Yuanfeng sighed. Yu Qiuhai, seething with anger, shouted, impudent rogue, you are truly lawless. He flicked his whip, advancing forward. Qi Qinghu and Wei Jingqi rushed to assist him. Yi Qingchen declared, you ally with the wicked, today shall be your end. Tang Yudong interposed himself before Yi Qingchen. Addressing the trio, stand down. Yi Qingchen is a murderer, the law shall render its judgment. You are merely witnesses, and should you dare to kill, you too shall face the death penalty. Get lost. Yu Qiuhai swung his whip, sending Tang Yudong crashing against a pillar, causing him to sputter blood upon hitting the ground. In this place devoid of spiritual energy, Yi Qingchen's strength was akin to that of a master in the transformation realm. He swiftly maneuvered behind the trio. With a flick of his hand, the brush before Hu Zhengqing soared into his grasp. With a swift motion, the ink droplets flew forth, transforming into lethal projectiles that pierced through the bodies of the three. Before they could even comprehend the situation, their chests bore a series of puncture wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Transformation. He truly possesses the power of transformation. Yu Qiuhai collapsed in despair, murmuring his final words. Upon witnessing the scene, the officials in the hall were so terrified that their souls seemed to leave their bodies, desperately seeking refuge, while those at the entrance discarded their staves and fled in disarray. Alas, it is over. The people of Xiaodongping rushed into the courtroom, only to find the ground strewn with corpses and blood, collapsing in despair. Having hurried here overnight, their efforts had been in vain. Yi Qingchen turned to gaze at Hu Zhengqing, whose face had turned ashen. Despair etched upon him as he slumped beneath the chair. Young Master Yi, young Master Yi. Suddenly, the sound of approaching hooves echoed, accompanied by a clear female voice calling out loudly. With a piercing neigh, the woman dismounted and entered the courtroom with urgency. Master Wu? Yi Qingchen exclaimed in astonishment at the newcomer. Wu Jingyi bowed to him, lowering her gaze to the bloodied ground as she sighed softly, young master. Do not take more lives, spare County Magistrate Hu. Such a corrupt official, sparing him would only bring calamity to the people. Hu Zhengqing knelt, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Young Master Yi, spare my life. I shall govern diligently and care for the people from now on. Wu Jingyi urged further. Young Master Yi, should you kill him, you will not save the people of Langnan County, but instead invite disaster upon yourself, bringing no benefit in any regard. She then turned to Hu Zhengqing and inquired, County Magistrate Hu, young Master Yi has slain Zhang Tianshi, executed Captain Zhao yesterday, and today has taken so many lives in this courtroom. How do you intend to handle this? Hu Zhengqing, seeing the authoritative demeanor of this woman, was somewhat bewildered and cautiously asked, May I inquire who the young lady is? Wu Jingyi scoffed coldly, drawing a golden token from her waist and presenting it before him. Do you recognize this? Hu Zhengqing appeared utterly astounded, his eyes widening in disbelief, mouth agape, rendered speechless. It was indeed Chapter 33, entirely relying on the young master's command. Silence. Wu Jingyi interrupted him sharply. My master wishes to remain anonymous. Should you speak carelessly, be wary for your family's lives. Hu Zhengqing looked extremely troubled, glancing at Wu Jingyi with a beseeching expression, stammering, young Master Yi's actions, in reason and law, I fear I am unable to decide. Please. Young lady, enlighten me. Fool. Wu Jingyi retorted coldly. Suddenly, Hu Zhongqing appeared to comprehend. I understand now. Zhang Tianshi and Captain Zhao were all killed by Yu Qiuhai and his companions. They possess formidable martial prowess, and I had no choice but to seek young Master Ye's assistance to apprehend them. Today, they attempted to show their might in the courtroom, and fortunately, young Master Yi intervened. It was unavoidable to slay the three, and thus, young Master Yi has rendered a great service. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchen could not help but smile inwardly. Indeed, he was a cunning villain, distorting right and wrong, blurring black and white with mere words. Yet, he was rather pleased with this outcome. Wu Jingyi mysteriously produced the token, causing Hu Jingqing, as the county magistrate, to become submissive at its sight. Yi Qingchen, feeling a sense of certainty in his conjectures, lacked only concrete evidence. Observing Yi Qingchen's softened demeanor, Hu Zhongqing rose, forcing a sycophantic smile. It is indeed as if the flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple. Having offended young Master Yi today, I shall certainly come to apologize in the future. The esteemed county magistrate unexpectedly offered an apology to the commoner, young Master Yi. The crowd of Xiaodongping exchanged bewildered glances, as if enveloped in a thick fog. Such an unprecedented scene left them in utter astonishment. The grave matter of bloodshed in the court had been resolved with mere words. Who was this woman? Yi Qingchen. Who exactly are you? The multitude was overwhelmed with questions, struggling to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, they were relieved that the matter had been settled, allowing them to rest easy henceforth. Yi Qingchen remarked, County Magistrate Hu, there is no need for apologies. I have heard that the banditry is severe, causing great suffering among the populace. I would like to request your swift approval for an expedition against these bandits to save the people. What are your thoughts on this? That is imperative, Hu Zhongqing readily assured. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached the county office, casting a tense glance towards the court. It was Guan Yuntong. The townsfolk of Xiaodongping quickly gathered to greet him. What brings you here? Wang Yuanfeng inquired. Guan Yuntong appeared breathless, having seemingly rushed to arrive, and collapsed onto the ground. The crowd noted the bruises on his face and the slashes on his clothing, stained with blood. What transpired? Yi Qingchen questioned. Trouble has arisen. Last night, Xiaodongping was besieged by bandits. Guan Yuntong replied, his voice trembling with fear. What? The crowd gasped in shock. After catching his breath, Guan Yuntong slowly recounted. In the dead of night, a group of approximately 20 bandits descended upon us. They brandished torches and swords, forcefully kicking down doors without hesitation, plundering the homes and nearly emptying them of their wealth. Were there any injuries? Yi Qingchen asked. With you all absent from the village, only the elderly, the weak, and women remained. Faced with such numbers, no one dared to resist, allowing them to pillage freely. The bandits did not harm anyone as they departed. However, at the home of Brother Feng, they ransacked every corner, ultimately dragging my sister-in-law into the courtyard, demanding to know the whereabouts of her family. Although she told them the truth, that they had gone to the county office, the bandits, enraged, beat her severely. I attempted to plead for mercy, but I too was met with violence. Mother, Lu Yifei cried out in distress. Lu Dafeng gritted his teeth, fists clenched in fury, declaring, they may steal what they wish. But why search my home? I do not know. Guan Yuntong replied. The bandits filled several carts with grain. As they departed, they cursed, lamenting it was all for naught. Tang Yudong stepped forward, saying, Young Master Yi, do not fret. County Magistrate who has already promised to eradicate the bandits. We shall prepare today and be ready to act by tomorrow. Yi Qingchen inquired, has the banditry in Langnan County always been this severe? Tang Yudong responded, this county has long been plagued by bandits, but in previous years, their activities were never as rampant. Recently, reports have flooded in from all directions, as if the bandits had suddenly emerged from the depths. Yi Qingchen glanced thoughtfully at Hu Zhongqing and Wu Jingyi, nodding in contemplation. He inquired of Tang Yudong, are you aware of the bandit stronghold? Tang Yudong nodded and replied, the greatest den of bandits in Langnan County is undoubtedly Xiangyang Peak. The terrain here is perilous, making it easy to defend but challenging to assault. There exists but a single path leading up the mountain, and it can be said that one man can hold the pass against 1,000. Moreover, according to rumors from the rivers and lakes, the leader atop Xiangyang Peak is a reclusive master, likely possessing martial prowess that has reached the point of transformation. Hu Zhongqing sighed and remarked, Lord Tang has often reproached me for my unwillingness to eradicate the bandits. To speak frankly, if it were an easy task, I would be eager to undertake it. Yet, the danger posed by Xiangyang Peak makes it tantamount to sending the brothers of the Yamen to their demise. The former county magistrate once petitioned the court to deploy 5,000 troops from the Qinghe garrison to purge the bandits, only to face utter annihilation. Since then, the issue of banditry at Xiangyang Peak has not been broached in court. Tang Yudong furrowed his brow and said, as officials in the court. We should alleviate the people's distress. When the populace suffers, how can we, out of fear of death, stand idly by? What kind of officials would we be? Qingchen chuckled softly, recognizing that while Tang Yudong was fiery in spirit, he lacked strategy. If Xiangyang Peak truly posed the threat he described, even assembling an army of thousands would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. There would be no return. With a single man holding the pass against 1,000, and a master of transformation stationed there, ordinary soldiers, regardless of their numbers, could never hope to ascend. Hu Zhengqing sighed once more, and Tang Yudong clenched his teeth. His face clouded with frustration. Is Xiangyang Peak far from Taiwa Mountain? Qingchen inquired. Xiangyang Peak is, in fact, one of the peaks of Taiwa Mountain, Tang Yudong replied. Qingchen felt a surge of delight. Being part of Taiwa Mountain, it must surely be imbued with spiritual energy. Thus, what did it matter if a master of transformation resided atop the mountain? Fear not, Lord Tang. I shall be able to vanquish these bandits. What? Tang Yudong exclaimed. Although you, young Master Yi, are also a master of transformation, if there truly is one atop Xiangyang Peak, the two of you would be evenly matched. But they have numerous bandit soldiers. How could you possibly prevail? Qingchen smiled and said, you need not worry about that. Simply arrange for the brothers of the Yamen to prepare more carts and horses. Once I have eliminated the mountain bandits, you may enter the mountain to transport the goods. But let me be clear, the provisions are those which the bandits have plundered from the homes of the common folk. You must not deposit them into the public treasury, but return them to the people. Otherwise, will the populace not starve in the latter half of the year? Hu Zhengqing nodded solemnly and replied, that is only natural. We shall comply with young Master Ye's instructions. Upon exiting the Yamen, Wu Jingyi remarked, young Master Yi possesses exceptional skills, yet you must not be complacent on this venture. When you return from eradicating the bandits, please join me at Xian Pavilion. There is a patient who requires your treatment. Qingchen nodded in agreement. After Wu Jingyi departed, Xiao Dongping and the others expressed their intent to return to the village. Qingchen interjected, Li Yifei must not return. The group was perplexed, and Lu Yifei responded, my mother has been injured. I must return to care for her. Qingchen replied, just now in the Yamen, before County Magistrate Hu and the others, I refrained from stating it explicitly. My concern lies in knowing the face but not the heart of those around me. Have you not realized that our adversaries have employed a tactic to lure the tiger away from its mountain, simultaneously feigning an open path, while secretly plotting their moves? What? The group remained in confusion. Qingchen gazed at Lu Yifei and remarked, it is fortunate that you accompanied Uncle Lu last night. Otherwise, we might have faced dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei paused momentarily, swiftly comprehending his implication, and felt a surge of relief for having narrowly escaped calamity. These bandits, while ostensibly engaged in rampant looting, were, in fact, executing a diversionary tactic to mislead everyone into believing their actions were merely indiscriminate theft, devoid of ulterior motives. Wang Jijun inquired, are you suggesting that their thievery serves a deeper purpose, young Master Yi? Qingchen nodded affirmatively, stating, they have come specifically for Yifei. Lu Yifei's expression darkened as she lamented, I have brought misfortune upon everyone. At this juncture, Lu Dafeng grasped the situation as well and exclaimed in indignation. Now it makes sense. Young Master Yi is correct. Yifei, you cannot return just yet. The bandits' plans have not succeeded, and they are likely to return. Chapter 34. A delightful sensation after the villagers of Zidongping departed. Qingchen initially intended to secure a room at Tongfu Inn. However, upon reflection, he reconsidered. Tomorrow, he would be assisting in the eradication of the bandits, leaving Lu Yifei alone. The true nature of Tang Yudong remained uncertain. He was aware of their stay at Tongfu Inn, and should he seize the opportunity, it could spell disaster. Thus, he escorted Lu Yifei to Ziyun Pavilion. Following the events at the court, he had come to understand the formidable background of the Duyin Palace, and he believed it to be a safe haven. Wu Jingyi received them with great warmth, promptly arranging 2 rooms and instructing her disciples to ensure they were treated with utmost respect. That night, after dinner, Qingchen visited Lu Yifei's chamber. Lu Yifei inquired, young Master Yi, why are there only young girls here? Who are they? Qingchen chuckled, they are all my women. Do you believe me? Lu Yifei replied despondently, with your prowess and such a multitude of women, I can hardly doubt it. Yet, is this not excessive? Qingchen smirked inwardly, astonished that she had taken his jest seriously. I was merely joking. This is a sect in the martial world, having once rescued their leader. They regard me as a benefactor. Lu Yifei's demeanor lightened, but her concern soon resurfaced. Young Master Yi, since Huang Boren has not succeeded and I am unharmed, would it not be prudent to spare him once more? Qingchen snorted, his anger palpable. I have already shown him mercy once. It is he who remains unrepentant. Should I grant him clemency again, people will perceive me, Qingchen, as someone easily trifled with. Anyone who dares harbor ill intentions towards my women must face death. Pausing, Qingchen, astonished, remarked, "How did you know I was planning to deal with Huangboren?" Lu Yifei, with utmost seriousness, analyzed, "If others wish to possess me, they would primarily fear your formidable skills. Once you are distracted, they could act. These bandits, however, resort to robbery and theatrics. Does that not seem superfluous? Their elaborate ruse serves only to mask their intent, indicating their profound fear of your suspicion. It seems only Huangboren, held by the throat, would dare to act in such a manner." Qingchen, taken aback, gave a thumbs up in admiration and exclaimed, "Yifei, you are truly clever. Your analysis is quite astute." Lu Yifei smiled sweetly. "It is all thanks to my master's excellent teaching." Qingchen, with a mischievous grin, replied, "So how do you intend to show your gratitude to your master?" Lu Yifei, sensing his ulterior motives, warily inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Qingchen leaned closer, pouting playfully, "Kiss, kiss." Lu Yifei's face flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze, but he swiftly pulled her into an embrace. After their previous encounter, Lu Yifei was no longer as tense. After a brief struggle, she obediently turned her face toward him. She had thought it would be a fleeting peck like last time. But to her surprise, Qingchen lingered on her lips, greedily refusing to part. In that era, an unmarried girl had little knowledge of kissing. She only felt Qingchen exploring her lips, as if he wished to pry open her mouth. Held tightly by him, with no means of escape, she felt her body go soft and her mind go blank. Unconsciously, she released her clenched teeth, allowing him to explore freely. After a while, Qingchen finally paused, cradling her face and admiring the rosy blush that adorned her cheeks. Lu Yifei gasped for breath, her gaze hazy, seemingly entranced, as if still caught in a dream. Strictly speaking, this was her first kiss, as the previous encounter had been merely an accidental brush. She had not anticipated such exquisite sensations. The following morning, Qingchen arrived at the county office to meet Tang Yudong. 11 horse-drawn carriages were ready, accompanied by 36 constables. A grand procession set forth towards Yangfeng. With such a large entourage, their progress was slow. By the time they reached within 5 miles of the mountain's base, it was already afternoon, and the summer sun was oppressive. In the distance, the majestic Taiyue mountain loomed, shrouded in mist, and Qingchen keenly sensed the increasing density of spiritual energy. He instructed Tang Yudong to have the men conceal themselves in the woods while he prepared to ascend the mountain alone to confront the bandits. The constables were naturally delighted, retreating to the shade to cool off while taking out their provisions to eat. Tang Yudong insisted on accompanying him, stating, as the county lieutenant, "It is my duty to confront the bandits. How can I allow young Master Yi to go alone?" Qingchen acquiesced, and the two made their way to the mountain's foot. They beheld Xianxia Peak towering into the clouds, its steep cliffs surrounded by sheer walls, revealing only a narrow path suitable for horse-drawn vehicles to ascend. Tang Yudong produced some provisions and shared with Qingchen, and they settled beneath a tree to prepare a midday meal. Suddenly, they heard voices ahead. "This is not good. Bandits are descending the mountain." Tang Yudong pressed his hand to the hilt of his sword, shrinking back. Qingchen urged, "Let us hide to avoid alarming them." They concealed themselves in the bushes by the roadside, cautiously moving forward to observe. They soon spotted 5 burly men resting on stones by the path, dressed not like bandits. Among them was one in official robes, evidently another county lieutenant. In the nearby grove, around 100 individuals clad in official attire sat on the ground. How did they arrive here? A flicker of excitement passed through Tang Yudong's eyes. "Do you recognize them?" Qingchen inquired. The man in official garb was none other than Wang Zhiheng, the county lieutenant of Langbei County, with whom he had some acquaintance due to their shared bureaucratic duties. However, he did not recognize the 4 others. Unsure of the stranger's intentions, the two refrained from revealing themselves. Wang Zhiheng rose, brushing the dust from his trousers, and addressed the 4 men. "Gentlemen, it seems we have rested long enough. Shall we prepare to ascend the mountain?" One of the burly men replied somewhat reluctantly, "My Lord Wang, logically speaking, the bandit troubles at Xianxia Peak do not solely afflict our county. Both Shantaitai County and Langnan County have suffered significantly as well. Why should we take the lead in this matter?" Another stout man added, "Langnan County? You might as well wait for that old turtle Hu Zhengqing to act, perhaps in his next life. He is well aware that his predecessor lost thousands of elite soldiers in the battle against bandits, which cost him his official hat. He will likely remain a coward for the rest of his days." Wang Zhiheng responded, "Gentlemen, the master of the transformation realm is currently absent from the mountain, presenting us with a rare opportunity. All 5 of us have attained great mastery of our inner strength. Dealing with those insignificant ruffians will be as simple as waving a hand. These bandits have hoarded treasures for years. If we succeed, the riches will naturally belong to Langbei County. Eliminating the threat at Xianxia Peak would indeed be a monumental achievement. The rewards of gold and silver are self-evident. and we might even receive promotions in rank. An older man interjected, "My Lord Wang, are you certain the information is reliable? It would be fortuitous if the master of the transformation realm were indeed absent, but if he is present, we may not be sufficient to contend with him. Rest assured, Master Wang." Wang Zhiheng replied confidently, "My informant has been undercover for years. The intelligence is absolutely accurate." The older man nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Let us proceed with swiftness. Should the master of the transformation realm return, we will retreat separately." All present nodded in consensus. It turned out they were also here to eliminate bandits. Tang Yudong felt relieved and followed Qingchen out into the open. Upon noticing their presence, Wang Zhiheng was momentarily startled, but upon recognizing Tang Yudong, he approached with a welcoming demeanor. "Ah, Lord Tang, where are you heading?" Tang Yudong returned the greeting with a smile, stating, "We happen to be on our way to deal with the bandits as well. We share the same goal and shall join forces." "What?" Wang Zhiheng scrutinized the two, momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Lord Tang, surely I misheard you? Just the two of you? Off to confront bandits?" Tang Yudong felt a bit awkward but chuckled. "In truth, we have brought others along, who are currently resting 5 miles away. 5 miles away. If you are here to combat bandits, why not bring them up the mountain?" Wang Zhiheng clearly expressed skepticism. "My lord, you may not be aware, but this young gentleman Yi has reached the transformation realm. He is confident that his presence alone suffices for the ascent. Bringing my brothers would only hinder our efforts." Transformation realm? Wang Zhiheng scrutinized Yi Qingchen, while the other 4 martial artists gathered around. Who are these individuals? Tang Yudong feigned curiosity, lest Wang Zhiheng realize that they had been eavesdropping moments prior. Wang Zhiheng proceeded to introduce the 4, naming them as Wei Jianghe and Wei Jiangshan. Brothers, the youngest being Lu Yuangang, and the elder, Wang Zhihai. These 4 are all masters of internal energy within the county, Wang Zhiheng declared with a hint of pride. "I too, last year, managed to break through to the pinnacle of internal energy." Tang Yudong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I find myself lacking. I am still at the initial stages of internal energy." "Haha, though you, Lord Tang, may only be at the initial stage. The individuals you lead are masters of the transformation realm. It appears your team possesses strength far superior to ours," Wang Zhiheng remarked with evident mockery. "Masters of the transformation realm? Humph. In this day and age, one can boast of anything. To claim mastery at merely 20 years of age." Wei Jianghe assessed Yi Qingchen with a cold demeanor. Wei Jiangshan added, "Though there are indeed many masters within the imperial court, are any of them under 40? Even the celebrated genius of this era, General Tian Su, Li Tiangang, only entered the transformation realm at 32. Do you think it is so easy to attain this level?" Wang Zhihai nodded in agreement. In the past century, among the 3 counties nearby, only Zhu Xiaodian from Qianshantai County has been reported to have achieved the transformation realm. Indeed, Wei Jianghe concurred. Zhu Xiaodian, having just broken through, was exceptionally promoted by the court to Qinghe County, serving as a 6th-rank guerrilla general. "May I inquire? Esteemed master of the transformation realm, what is your current rank?" Lu Yuangang jested. Yi Qingchen merely smiled faintly, disinterested in responding. Tang Yudong interjected. "Young Master Yi is indifferent to fame and fortune, currently merely an ordinary farmer from Zaidomping. However, I have witnessed his mastery of the transformation realm with my own eyes." "An ordinary farmer? Haha, impressive, truly impressive." Wang Zhiheng and the 4 martial artists erupted in laughter, all giving Yi Qingchen a thumbs up. To possess the prowess of a master of the transformation realm and yet choose to toil in a remote village, he is indeed detached from worldly desires. Tang Yudong frowned, anger evident on his face. Just as he was about to confront them, Yi Qingchen interjected, "It is of no concern. They are willing to risk their lives to ascend the mountain and eradicate bandits. I honor them as heroes and see no need for argument." Wei Jianghe shook his head, stating, "Lord Wang, it appears that news of our expedition to exterminate bandits has been leaked. Someone intends to take advantage of the situation for their own gain. Humph. As 5 masters of internal energy, we fought hard alongside over 100 brothers to gain our spoils. Why should others benefit from our efforts?" "I shall not agree," Wei Jiangshan declared indignantly. Wang Zhiheng wore a troubled expression, saying, "Lord Tang, it is no wonder the brothers are discontent. Since this is an operation against bandits, your intentions seem rather insincere. Only 2 of you are coming? How shall we divide the spoils of our victory?" Tang Yudong found himself at a loss for words. Yi Qingchen smiled and said, "It's agreed then. You shall proceed first. If you successfully capture the bandit den and my companion, and I have not exerted ourselves in the slightest, we shall consider ourselves mere spectators from Langdon County, and shall demand no spoils." "You have said it." Wei Jiangshan pointed at Yi Qingchen. Wang Zhiheng inquired, "What is Lord Tang's opinion?" Tang Yudong replied helplessly, "I defer to young Master Yi." At that moment, a distant rumble grew ever closer, causing a wave of tension to sweep over the crowd. The officials in the forest rose abruptly, blades in hand, assuming a defensive stance. Before long, a troop of soldiers emerged, with 3 individuals at the forefront mounted on impressive steeds, followed by soldiers clad in armor, unmistakably the regular army of the court. Their synchronized march stirred up clouds of dust, suggesting they numbered at least 1,000. General Zhu Xiaodian. Wang Zhiheng's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, it is he. Are they also here to eradicate bandits? Splendid. Even if that master of transformation is present in the den, there is little to fear now. As General Zhu Xiaoyan's contingent approached, he raised his hand, signaling the troops to halt. Wang Zhiheng and Tang Yudong hurried forward to pay their respects. Having served as the county lieutenant of Shantai 2 years prior, Zhu Xiaodian was well acquainted with the two, though his recent elevation had imbued him with a touch of arrogance. From his mount, he looked down at his former colleagues and smiled. Are you two also heading to confront the bandits? Indeed we are, Wang Zhiheng confirmed. Zhu Xiaodian remarked. Everyone knows that a master of transformation resides atop Xiangyang Peak. What makes you think you stand a chance? Aren't you afraid of death? Wang Zhiheng replied, General, I received word that the master of transformation is absent today, which emboldened me to gather a few accomplished fighters and bring my brethren here. Ah, I see. Zhu Xiaodian nodded. If the master is not present, then this truly is a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Laughter erupted among Zhu's men. General Zhu, are you also here to eradicate bandits? Tang Yudong asked. Although I have been reassigned from Shantai County, I cannot forsake the welfare of its people, whom I served for many years. Thus, I have summoned 1,000 soldiers to ensure we capture this stronghold. Zhu Xiaodian gazed resolutely at Xiangyang Peak, exuding an air of determination. Splendid. We were just concerned that the intelligence might be flawed or that the master of transformation might return unexpectedly, making it challenging for us. With General Zhu here, victory is assured. Wang Zhiheng's joy was palpable. Wang Zhiheng added excitedly, Indeed, at this moment, I would prefer that master of transformation to be present, so we could capture them all in one fell swoop. Zhu Xiaodian reassured him. It matters not whether he is here or not. If we dismantle his stronghold, even if he survives, wreaking havoc upon the populace will not be so easy for him. I shall continue to pursue him, should I uncover his whereabouts. No matter how far afield, I will bring him back to exact vengeance for the people of this region. The crowd erupted in praise for Zhu Xiaodian, recognizing him as a true public servant, genuinely concerned for the welfare of the people. Since everyone is here to eliminate bandits, you shall follow in the wake of my troops. When the battle commences, your duty will merely be to take care of any remnants that escape. Upon concluding his statement, Zhu Xiaodian gestured with his command flag towards the mountain path. The soldiers behind him promptly advanced in an orderly fashion towards the path. Qingchen shook his head. Zhu Xiaodian, emboldened by his mastery of the transformation realm, and now hearing that the masters of that realm on the mountain were absent, exhibited a reckless disregard. With such a substantial force, those on the mountain were not blind and would undoubtedly prepare in advance. If they had set traps along the path, these soldiers might find themselves in dire straits. He lifted his gaze and was astonished to witness a sudden emergence of a malevolent aura enveloping the mountain peak amidst the swirling clouds, its intensity growing ever stronger. The abrupt appearance of this sinister energy was undoubtedly suspicious. He sensed that the situation atop Xiangyang Peak was far more intricate than anticipated. Of course, this was discernible only to him as a cultivator. He recalled the derision he faced when he proclaimed himself a master of the transformation realm. Should he now mention this ominous energy, he would not only be met with disbelief, but likely be accused of sowing discord among the ranks. He had no desire to invite ridicule upon himself. Yet, the lives of these 1,000 soldiers weighed heavily upon him, and he could not bear the thought of them perishing needlessly. General Zhu, allowing them to enter the mountain like this is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Chapter 36. The cunning master Zhu Xiaoyan's expression soured, and he turned to regard him with disdain, saying, Who are you? Tang Yudong hurried forward to explain, General Zhu. This is my ally in the campaign against the bandits, named Qingchen. Zhu Xiaodian scoffed coldly, his tone laced with contempt. Tang County Lieutenant. When we once served together as county lieutenants, I perceived you as a man of integrity. How have you suddenly become so devious? County Lieutenant Wang at least brought 4 formidable martial artists and 100 swordsmen, yet you arrive with merely this individual to confront bandits? Tang Yudong replied, General Zhu. Young Master Yi is a master of the transformation realm. Wang Zhiheng and the 4 martial artists erupted into laughter, and Zhu Xiaodian shook his head derisively. Oh, what a splendid master of the transformation realm. Ensure your master does not speak recklessly. I, as a general, require no instruction from ignorant fools. My soldiers are well trained. Should they encounter common bandits on the mountain path, they will easily subdue them. If a formidable opponent appears, I shall handle it myself. Qingchen offered a faint smile, while Tang Yudong discreetly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further comment. The soldiers had already entered the mountain path, and Zhu Xiaotian addressed Wang Zhiheng. Your swordsmen need not accompany us. When the time for battle comes, I cannot afford to rescue them. With that, he turned his horse around. Following behind the soldiers as they proceeded slowly, Wang Zhiheng instructed the officers he had brought to remain behind, while he and the 4 martial artists trailed Zhu Xiaotian closely. Tang Yudong and Yi Qingchen followed at a distance. After some time, Yi Qingchen noted that the malevolent aura at the mountain summit continued to intensify. If the figure above were merely a master of transformation, with Zhu Xiaotian's prowess, a fair contest would be easily achievable, especially with the assistance of several formidable experts with profound inner strength. However, the presence of this malevolent aura indicates that the situation is far more complex than a mere master of transformation. He instructed Tang Yudong to proceed ahead while he discreetly set up several formations along the path. This way, the route would only allow entry, blocking any potential escape, ensuring that no adversary could slip away unnoticed. Wang Zhiheng suddenly noticed the absence of anyone but Tang Yudong and curiously inquired, Lord Tang, where is your master of transformation? Young master, you mentioned he would set up some traps along the way to prevent any escape, came the reply, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Lord Tang, I suggest you return to search for him. Perhaps he has already made his escape. Due to Yi Qingchen's cultivation being at the pinnacle of qi refining, he arranged the formations at a slower pace. In an instant, the air was rent with the sounds of battle echoing from the mountain above, followed by the clashing of weapons. With the support of the spiritual energy in this place, Yi Qingchen swiftly leaped along the cliffside, racing toward the peak. To his astonishment, the path was utterly devoid of any signs of struggle. Given the grand scale of this operation against the bandits, it was implausible that the people above were unaware. If there were defenses along the path, a single warrior could hold back 1,000 foes. Could it be that the bandits had intentionally allowed these individuals to ascend the mountain? In the blink of an eye, amidst the lush greenery ahead, several hall corners emerged, and the sounds of conflict emanated from that direction. Yi Qingchen hastened his steps. Upon reaching the end of the path, he found a shattered mountain gate, surrounded by scattered remnants of human limbs, and not far off, 2 collapsed watchtowers. It was evident that a fierce battle had just occurred here, likely instigated by Zhu Xiaotian, who had used his inner strength to blast the gate apart, simultaneously collapsing the 2 watchtowers. As he approached the hall, he beheld a vast platform paved with stone slabs, now in disarray, littered with corpses, and the air thick with the scent of blood. Zhu Xiaotian had already led his troops into the inner courtyard, where a fierce battle was still raging. Yi Qingchen moved closer and observed Zhu Xiaotian's soldiers engaged in a ferocious fight against the bandits. Zhu Xiaotian, Wang Zhiheng, Tang Yudong, and 4 martial masters stood to the side, watching the spectacle with their hands clasped behind their backs. The soldiers were indeed well trained, and their numerical superiority was overwhelming. The bandits stood no chance. Before long, the sounds of battle began to subside as it appeared that the bandits had been completely vanquished. Is that all? Tang Yudong expressed his disbelief. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished at how smoothly events had unfolded. We must not let our guard down. Something unusual is afoot, Zhu Xiaotian remarked, surveying the surroundings with a grave demeanor. As the soldiers began to clear the battlefield, a sergeant soon approached to report, General, we have eliminated 147 bandits, with 4 lightly injured, 1 seriously injured, and no casualties among our ranks. Zhu Xiaotian nodded, commanding, search thoroughly for any hidden treasures of the bandits. Yes, sir. The Grand Hall is comprised of several layers of courtyards, with soldiers splitting into various paths to search within. Wang Zhiheng looked at Zhu Xiaotian with admiration, exclaiming, today, I am fortunate to witness the prowess of a master at the transformative realm. It truly opens my eyes. Wang Zhiheng reminisced with a sense of wonder. Recalling the narrow path they traversed while breaking through the mountain gate, heavily guarded by bandits, with arrow towers looming behind them. Had they charged in recklessly, injuries would have been inevitable. With a mere wave of his hand, General Zhu effortlessly shattered over a dozen bandits, causing the distant arrow tower to collapse in an instant. Such terrifying strength is indeed awe-inspiring. Lu Yuan nodded, stating, the power of the transformative realm surpasses our mastery of inner strength by leagues. If I could attain such formidable cultivation as General Zhu in my lifetime, I would have no regrets in death. Zhu Xiaotian smiled modestly, a flicker of pride crossing his face before he returned to a humble demeanor, saying, as long as you all diligently cultivate, breaking through to the transformative realm is merely a matter of time. Why envy me? Wei Jianghe approached Yi Qingchen, chuckling, I almost forgot. We have another master of the transformative realm among us. This master arrived just in time after the battle concluded, truly fortuitous. I see you are not a master, but rather a master of trickery. Laughter erupted among the crowd at Yi Qingchen's expense. Wang Zhiheng remarked, I did not expect there to be so few bandits. while General Zhu leads 1,000 elite soldiers. With us here, not a single one will escape, let alone any hair. What need is there for you to set traps on the path? He laughed heartily. Wei Jiangshan added, moreover, it seems you have brought nothing with you. What could you possibly use to set traps? Surely not the air. Zhu Xiaodian shook his head and replied, enough, let us not make it too difficult for him. I heard Lord Tang mention that he is merely a commoner. To possess the courage to ascend the mountain and combat bandits is commendable and deserving of encouragement. Wang Zhiheng and the others shook their heads, their faces marked with ridicule. Tang Yudong, his expression flushed with anger, retorted, Lord Wang. You have repeatedly looked down upon young Master Yi. He is magnanimous and does not hold it against you. Do not go too far. Wang Zhiheng patted him on the shoulder, saying, Lord Tang, we do not look down on him. We all believe he is a master of the transformative realm and has contributed significantly to this campaign against the bandits. Right, brothers? He turned back to laugh. And his 4 martial artists joined in. Tang Yudong's face fluctuated between red and pale, but seeing Yi Qingchen so relaxed and unconcerned, he chose not to argue further with Wang Zhiheng. He understood that unless Yi Qingchen revealed his true strength, no amount of words would convince anyone. After all, he himself would have doubted a master of the transformative realm at such a young age. Suddenly, a soldier's urgent shout echoed from the inner courtyard. Not good. Run. Followed by a cacophony of gasps and screams. It's over. Help. Zhu Xiaodian and the others felt a sense of foreboding and rushed inward, only to hear the creaking sound of the gates to the inner and outer courtyards closing automatically. Humph. Did you think closing the door would deter me? Zhu Xiaodian leaped into the air, followed closely by Wang Zhiheng and the others, all eager to ascend to the rooftop. However, within the courtyard, it seemed as if an invisible net had emerged, effectively barring their path. The 5 of them crashed heavily to the ground, gazing up at the sky in terror, only to behold the azure expanse and cotton-like clouds, with nothing else in sight. What is happening? Even Zhu Xiaodian, who had attained the transformation realm, was momentarily unsettled, and the fear among the others was palpable. Only Yi Qingchen understood that an additional layer of magical barrier had manifested above the courtyard. Chapter 37. You are not in the transformation realm at that moment. 5 figures suddenly appeared atop the adjacent rooftop. In the center stood an elderly woman, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, her form frail and stooped, leaning upon a gnarled staff resembling a withered branch. Flanking her were 2 middle-aged men. Who are you? Zhu Xiaodian assumed a combative stance, prepared for confrontation. How absurd, remarked a man clad in a purple robe. You've invaded my territory and slain so many. Yet you dare to inquire about my identity? Are you the transformation master from Xiangyang Peak? Wang Zhiheng stepped back in astonishment, his wariness escalating. Transformation master? Upon hearing this, the 4 men erupted in laughter. We 4 have all entered the transformation realm. Which master are you referring to? What? Zhu Xiaodian retreated a step, his face betraying an unmistakable fear. The pallor drained from the faces of the 4 martial artists as they exchanged glances with Wang Zhiheng, each revealing a sense of impending doom. Humph. Zhu Xiaodian feigned composure. Do you believe that becoming a transformation master is so simple? There are not so many transformation masters in this world. In truth, all present were acutely aware that the question of whether these 4 were genuine transformation masters had become secondary. The invisible net in the courtyard had already demonstrated their formidable prowess. Even the internal energy of a celestial realm master would be perceptible to the naked eye. Yet above the courtyard, the air remained devoid of anything tangible. What sort of existence possesses such power? Zhu Xiaodian was uncertain, and Wang Zhiheng and Tang Yudong were even more bewildered. Only Yi Qingchen realized that this was not martial prowess, but rather sorcery. It was evident that this elderly woman was no ordinary person. He hurriedly focused his spiritual awareness to investigate, only to be astonished to detect fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her. However, his current cultivation level was insufficient to discern her precise realm. Based on the intensity of her spiritual energy, he could only roughly conclude that her strength must be beneath his own. At that moment, a man on the rooftop spoke in a high-pitched, affected tone, saying, "You are simply ignorant. Since you are all doomed, allow me to enlighten you. We 4 hail from various corners of the world, not merely from Jinzhou. We had come today to celebrate my grandmother's birthday, only to find you ruffians daring to disturb the peace at my elder brother's Xiangyang Peak. Fortunately, our grandmother provided us with a talisman in advance. Should anyone intrude, we would receive an alert. Otherwise, would you not have looted the treasures of our second brother?" The man in the purple robe on the roof exclaimed furiously, "Grandmother, this band of thieves has disrupted your birthday celebration today and slain my brethren. I shall capture them all and present them to you as a tribute." The elderly woman chuckled ominously and replied in a deep voice, "Zhu Xiaodian, I recognize you. It is said that you have attained the realm of transformation. Excellent. If I capture you today, Your prowess as a master will greatly enhance my soul-capturing technique. Soul-capturing technique? What is that? Although Zhu Xiaodian did not comprehend fully, the name alone instilled a sense of terror within him, and he realized that today he was likely doomed. With an elderly woman transcending martial arts and 4 masters of transformation, escape seemed impossible. Yet, regret was futile. He could only fight for his life. He fervently wished that young Master Yi had not exaggerated. If he truly were a master of transformation, it would alleviate his solitude in the face of overwhelming odds. Suddenly, the brothers Wei Jianghe and Wei Jiangshan knelt with a thud, trembling as they implored, "Grandmother, please discern our innocence. Today, we merely followed Zhu Xiaodian and his subordinates to witness the commotion. We have not harmed a single soul. We beseech you to spare our lives. We are willing to serve you." With that, the brothers prostrated themselves, their foreheads striking the ground with a resounding thud. Zhu Xiaodian smiled bitterly. Just moments ago, these two had been fawning over him, elevating him to the heavens, eager to offer their hearts. Yet now, faced with the specter of death, they were the first to surrender, turning against him while adding insult to injury. Lu Yuangang followed suit, kneeling and begging for mercy, shifting the blame for today's raid entirely onto Zhu Xiaodian. The elderly woman laughed heartily and said, "My courtyard is in need of a few hands to tidy up. If you all kneel and bow, I shall allow you to guard my home. However, as for this Zhu Xiaodian, I have resolved to capture him today." Upon hearing they might salvage their lives, the Wei brothers and Lu Yuangang rejoiced, turning to Wang Zhiheng, Wang Zhihai, Tang Yudong, and Yi Qingchen. "Quickly, kneel and express your gratitude to the grandmother for her mercy. Better to live, even in disgrace, than to die. Serving the grandmother is surely preferable to death. I am still young. I do not wish to perish. What are you waiting for? Do not let her change her mind." The 3 looked anxious, continuously urging one another. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Zhiheng glanced at Tang Yudong and ultimately succumbed to the instinct for survival, bowing his head in submission. Yi Qingchen looked at Tang Yudong, puzzled. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Tang Yudong raised his head proudly, declaring passionately, "A true man meets death with bravery. What is there to fear?" Wang Zhihai added, "Indeed. Though I am of advanced age and my literacy is limited, I can discern right from wrong. I shall never kneel before these brigands who terrorize the innocent." Wei Jianghe exclaimed, "Have you made enough noise? The only reason grandmother has not taken our lives is her benevolence. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? If you seek death, do not drag us down with you." Yi Qingchen responded with a cold laugh. "Just a moment ago, I regarded your ambition to eliminate bandits with respect, believing you to be a man of honor. Yet, it seems you are nothing more than a cur." Wang Zhiheng was filled with shame. Wei Jianghe, enraged, retorted, "You insolent boy, if you do not kneel, I shall take your life this very moment and present it to grandmother." The old woman chuckled, her face crinkling into a tapestry of wrinkles. "How amusing. I do enjoy a good spectacle. Go ahead. Slay that delicate lad and present him to me as a token of your loyalty." "Yes, grandmother," Wei Jianghe replied, his tone obsequious. Rising with determination, he proclaimed, "Young Master Yi, allow me to experience your prowess." With that, he channeled his internal energy, leaping into the air, his fingers claw-like as he aimed for Yi Qingchen's throat. Yi Qingchen merely smiled faintly, raising his hand to reveal a shimmering white sword of lightning. With a swift motion, the sword soared through the air, piercing through Wei Jianghe's abdomen before vanishing into thin air. With a thud, Wei Jianghe collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound in his belly. His expression a mix of agony and profound shock. His eyes remained wide open, unblinking in death. Internal energy transformed into a sword. "How can this be? You are not at that level." This was the last utterance he would make in this world. Meanwhile, beside Yi Qingchen, Tang Yudong stood agape, rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom that the elegant young man he had accompanied was, in fact, a legendary master of the heavenly realm. No wonder he had exuded such confidence, daring to ascend the mountain alone to confront bandits without a moment's hesitation. At that time, he had been unaware that the master of the transformation realm was absent from the mountain. Even Zhu Xiaodian, who had reached the transformation realm, had come with 2 aides and 1,000 elite soldiers. Wei Jiangshan, initially intending to assist, was paralyzed with fear. He understood all too well that Yi Qingchen's display of power was indeed that of the heavenly realm. In that moment of stupefaction, a chill ran down his spine. He had thought that kneeling before grandmother would spare him, but he was now confronted by a master of the heavenly realm. Given his betrayal, how could Yi Qingchen show mercy? It seemed he was doomed, regardless of his choices, and despair washed over his face. Chapter 38. Weapons ineffective against them. Similarly, Wang Zhiheng and Lu Yuangang, kneeling on the ground, shared the same thoughts. They felt as though they had fallen into a fog, their minds blank. Earlier, Tang Yudong had claimed Yi Qingchen was a master of the transformation realm, and they had scoffed at him. Now, it was clear, he was not merely at the transformation realm, He was a master of the heavenly realm. Oh, Qingchen, had you revealed your strength sooner, we might have known of your existence as a heavenly realm master and stood a chance against our foes. Instead, we find ourselves here, humiliated and trapped with no way out. Only Zhu Xiaodian and Wang Zhihai revealed expressions of shock and delight simultaneously, particularly Zhu Xiaodian, who at the age of 43 had entered the realm of transformation and believed himself to be exceptionally gifted. Thus, when he learned that Qingchen had attained the same level, he could not help but find it somewhat laughable. Yet, he never anticipated that this individual, who appeared to be merely in his 20s and resembled a scholar, possessed the strength of a heavenly master. Whether it was envy or jealousy that stirred within him, he was nonetheless relieved that he would not have to fight alone today. With a respectful gesture, he clasped his fists and said with a face full of humility, "Young Master Yi, forgive my ignorance. I have only now come to realize the profundity of your cultivation. In your presence, I feel like a mere jester." Qingchen replied with calmness, "General Zhu, your concern for the people and your willingness to personally lead the troops against bandits earns my respect as a true hero. Fear not, for with me fighting alongside you today, I shall ensure your safe return." "Ha ha ha, what audacity!" cackled the elderly woman atop the roof. "What of a heavenly master? In the face of my soul-capturing technique, the martial arts of this world are but child's play." A delicate man inquired in astonishment, "Grandmother, how can one so young possess the strength of a heavenly master? This is unfathomable." Another man scoffed, "Fourth brother, you are far too timid. You know well our grandmother's strength. She does not regard heavenly masters at all. However, I am quite curious to see if our 4 transformation masters could withstand a battle against a heavenly master. Why don't we, the 4 brothers, put this to the test today?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 men displayed expressions of excitement, eagerly preparing for a challenge. Indeed, heavenly masters are an exceedingly rare breed. In all of Deqian, the only one known by name is Li Tiangang. Yet, he is a general of the heavenly strategy, and we likely have no opportunity to engage with such a formidable figure. Today truly presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The delicate man, now visibly anxious, cautioned, "Elder brother, do not act impulsively. If a real fight breaks out, life and death hang in the balance. This is no jest." The elderly woman laughed lightly, "Rest assured. With me here, you shall not perish. I have told you, heavenly masters are but child's games in my eyes. Now let us commence." With the elderly woman's assurance, the 4 transformation masters brimmed with confidence. They gestured, and a massive pine tree in the courtyard, capable of being embraced by 3 men, swayed violently as if caught in a tempest, its branches rustling fiercely, and the needles soared into the air. Suddenly, the needles changed direction, all hurtling towards Qingchen like a rain of arrows, as dense as a swarm of locusts. "Be careful," Zhu Xiaodian shouted in alarm, immediately channeling his inner strength to sweep away the needles that flew towards him. However, Wang Zhiheng and the others, having only recently attained mastery, were ill-equipped to withstand the assault of 4 transformation masters. Wang Zhiheng, Wei Jiangshan, and Lu Yuan, who had originally been kneeling, screamed as they leapt to evade the onslaught. Though the pine needles were numerous, the primary focus remained directed towards Qingchen, with only a few scattered around. The trio managed to evade the onslaught in time and emerged unscathed. However, Wang Zhihai and Tang Yudong, being closer to Qingchen, found themselves unable to escape and gasped in alarm. In response, Qingchen elegantly waved his fingers in the air, as if stirring the atmosphere, causing ripples that swiftly approached Wang Zhihai and Tang Yudong. All the incoming pine needles, caught in the wave's motion, immediately lost their potency and gently fell to the ground. Both Wang Zhihai and Tang Yudong, their faces pale with fear, were relieved to find themselves unharmed. Simultaneously, a white mist rose from Qingchen's palms, rapidly transforming into 4 translucent flying swords, shimmering with an ethereal glow. With a swift motion, the 4 swords surged forth towards the 4 masters of the transformation realm. The masters, reacting instinctively, propelled themselves into the air, dispersing in 4 different directions. Unlike conventional weapons that, once launched, would pursue their targets unerringly like arrows, Qingchen's flying swords appeared sentient, homing in on their designated targets. "Grandmother, save us." The 4 masters finally recognized the formidable power of a heavenly realm master, realizing there was no escape from the flying swords, and they cried out for aid. The elderly woman had long anticipated this moment and was prepared. She waved her staff before her, and a dark mist erupted from its tip. This mist swiftly coalesced into 4 serpentine forms, directly ensnaring the 4 flying swords. With a soft explosion, the mist and swords met, dissipating into nothingness. The elderly woman spoke in a grave tone. "Have you 4 now experienced his might? Even if 10 transformation realm masters were to come, they would not stand a chance against him. Stand back, allow me to handle this." With that, dark mist surged forth from her staff once more, enveloping the courtyard like ominous clouds, revealing spectral figures of skeletons wielding weapons, descending with a menacing aura. The crowd was taken aback. Qingchen surmised that this must be the souls captured by her soul-capturing technique, now unleashed from her staff to fight on her behalf. It was evident that she had likely claimed the lives of countless innocents in her pursuit of mastering this dark art. Zhu Xiaotian hurriedly summoned the scattered pine needles, directing them toward the misty skeletons. However, the needles passed right through the dark fog as if it were an illusion. Zhu Xiaotian's face turned to one of horror. What do we do? This causes no damage at all. Qingchen chuckled. This is dark sorcery. Conventional weapons are ineffective against them. As he spoke, the white mist around his hands morphed into humanoid shapes, brandishing weapons and charging into battle. What? The elderly woman gasped. You are not a heavenly realm master? She realized that Qingchen was not employing martial arts, but rather celestial techniques. Qingchen boldly declared, you are not even human. You, this vile creature, have nurtured these transformation realm masters, wreaking havoc upon the world, capturing countless innocents to fuel your soul-capturing technique. Today, I shall act as the instrument of justice. As soon as the words fell, the number of white mist warriors commanded by Qingchen surged abruptly. They engaged the black mist skeletons while several others advanced directly toward the four masters of the transformation realm. The four masters hastily attempted to defend themselves, but their internal energy struck the white mist warriors as ineffectively as a blade against cotton, failing to exert any force. In contrast, the swords wielded by the white mist warriors could effortlessly penetrate their bodies. In an instant, all four masters of the transformation realm were slain, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, blood gushing forth relentlessly. The old woman, upon witnessing the demise of the four, exhibited no semblance of compassion. Instead, she erupted into a chilling laughter that echoed through the courtyard like the wails of spirits, instilling fear in Zhu Xiaotian and the others. Chapter 39. The air mechanism. You have killed them. Splendid. I had intended to capture Zhu Xiaotian today, but acquiring these four is also a fine outcome. Little did I expect, my soul-capturing staff now harbors four masters of the transformation realm. She declared, wait for me. I shall return to seek vengeance. With that, a burst of black mist erupted from her position, and she vanished without a trace. Attempting to flee, Qingchen leaped into the air, a half-real, half-illusory sword shimmering white now in her hand. Break! With a single stroke, she cleaved through the barrier of the sky, gracefully pursuing the direction of the rising black mist. The people in the courtyard exchanged glances, relief palpable on their faces as they realized they had narrowly escaped disaster. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaotian regained his senses and shouted towards the back of the courtyard. This is bad. Hurry and save them. With that, he waved his hand and burst through the inner courtyard door, racing inside. Tang Yudong and Wang Zhihai exchanged a glance and followed suit. Wang Zhiheng hesitated for a moment, about to move, when Wei Jiangshan interjected, Lord Wang, shall we not seek unnecessary trouble? Wang Zhiheng halted, indecision written on his face. Lu Yuangang urged, let us leave. If Qingchen returns, she may very well hold us accountable. Wei Jiangshan approached the lifeless body of Wei Jianghe, his expression somber. He bent down to close his brother's still wide-open eyes, sighing gently, Brother, may you find peace in the afterlife. With that, he hoisted Wei Jianghe's body onto his shoulder and strode towards the courtyard exit, followed by Wang Zhiheng and Lu Yuangang. The three ventured onto the path leading down the mountain, enveloped in a heavy silence. However, upon reaching a certain point, they felt as though they were obstructed by an invisible force. The path ahead was clear, yet they could not advance an inch. What is happening? Lu Yuangang exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Jiangshan set down his brother's body and attempted to move forward several times, yet each effort ended in failure. With a deep sigh, Wang Zhiheng remarked, earlier, Qingchen mentioned setting traps behind. This must be it. At once, Wei Jiangshan and Lu Yuangang comprehended the situation. They had previously mocked her for being cunning and slippery, yet it turned out she had indeed devised an air mechanism. Lu Yuangang slumped onto a stone by the roadside. Wang Zhiheng joined him, his face marred by frustration as he lamented, this trap was originally intended to prevent bandits from escaping, yet it has ensnared us instead. As Zhu Xiaotian and his companions entered the inner courtyard, they were greeted by a dismal sight. Soldiers sprawled haphazardly across the corridors and hall, lifeless yet unscathed. Are there any brothers still alive? Zhu Xiaotian called out, his voice echoing through the somber atmosphere as he searched the area. Tang Yudong and Wang Zhihai joined in the search, but eventually, the trio gathered together. Their faces shadowed with despondency as they shook their heads in silent acknowledgement of their grim fate. Exhausted, Zhu Xiaotian sank onto the threshold, staring numbly at the sea of bodies. I had just been assigned to the army, and these soldiers followed me. I had come here believing victory was assured, only to find the entire battalion decimated. With only my life spared, how can I possibly return? At that moment, Qingchen descended gracefully, clad in white, landing directly before Zhu Xiaotian. In his hand, he wielded the gnarled cane of an elderly woman. It was evident that he had triumphed over her. Fear not, General, Qingchen declared. Your soldiers were merely ensnared by that wicked witch, their souls imprisoned within this cane. Release them, and they shall be restored to life. Is this truly the case? Zhu Xiaotian rose, a mixture of hope and astonishment flickering across his face. Qingchen wasted no time. He summoned his spiritual energy to activate the cane's concealed mechanism. Only he perceived the countless souls erupting from the cane's tip, dispersing into the ether. To those around him, Zhu Xiaotian appeared frozen in a trance. Moments later, a chorus of groans and muffled sounds arose from all directions. Zhu Xiaotian's heart raced as he hurried to investigate. The soldiers gradually regained their footing, scratching their heads and gazing about in bewilderment, as if emerging from a fog. One of them, spotting Zhu Xiaotian, exclaimed in excitement, General, we are not dead? Tears of joy welled in Zhu Xiaotian's eyes as he fervently nodded. You were indeed lost. But it is this noble Qingchen who has saved you. The soldiers, astonished, surged forward, gathering in the courtyard's center, where they knelt, bowing their heads in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Yi, for bestowing upon us the gift of life. Rise, everyone, Qingchen implored. You are all heroes, guardians of your homeland, and need not thank me. The soldiers stood, their spirits lifted. Zhu Xiaotian continued. Qingchen has vanquished the creature that stole your souls. This place is now devoid of danger. If any of you feel unwell, rest here. If not, continue your search for the bandit spoils. The soldiers, having only lost their souls while their bodies remained unharmed, felt invigorated now that their spirits had returned. Grateful for Qingchen's intervention, they were filled with renewed vigor and determination. Truly, young Master Yi is a remarkable being. Zhu Xiaotian bowed respectfully. Having witnessed Qingchen's extraordinary abilities, Zhu Xiaotian's admiration for him deepened. I once doubted the existence of spirits and supernatural beings, yet today, young Master Yi has opened my eyes to wonders I never imagined. Tang Yudong remarked. Zhu Xiaotian solemnly remarked, Young Master Yi, despite your tender years, possesses talents that far exceed ordinary expectations. Upon my return, I shall earnestly recommend you to the court. With your capabilities, ascending to great heights is but a matter of time. Dare I say, you shall surpass General Li Tiangang, who wields the military might of the realm. Qingchen hastily shook his head, saying, General Zhu's kind intentions are appreciated, yet I must decline. I do not truly seek to renounce fame and fortune. However, I must remain in Xiaodongping for the foreseeable future, rendering me unable to serve the court. With young Master Ye's prowess, gaining entry into the heart of the capital would be effortless. Why then, do you choose to remain in this secluded village? Wang Zhihao queried. Perplexed, Qingchen smiled. Each person has their own aspirations. I trust that what transpires here today will remain confidential. I wish to keep this matter from drawing undue attention. Zhu Xiaotian, Tang Yudong, and Wang Zhihao all clasped their hands in a promise. Rest assured, young Master Yi, we shall remain tight-lipped. Suddenly, Wang Zhihao's expression shifted as he recalled something. Frowning, he exclaimed, Oh no, those 3 cowards have already fled down the mountain. How can we keep young Master Yi's secret safe? Qingchen scoffed. I have set traps along the mountain path. They shall not escape. Wang Zhihao felt a wave of shame wash over him, realizing that Qingchen had indeed spoken the truth about the traps. Moments later, a sergeant approached to report, General, young Master Yi, we have located the storeroom containing the food and valuables. Let us go and take a look. The trio followed the sergeant to a warehouse. On the ground lay 6 large chests, all pried open. One chest was filled with exquisite jewels, while the others brimmed with silver. Is this all? Zhu Xiaotian gritted his teeth in indignation. General, the adjacent warehouse is filled with provisions, with just over 100 bandits. They could not exhaust it in 2 or 3 years, the sergeant explained. These bandits have plagued the region for years. Today, young Master Yi has performed a tremendous service for the citizens of the 3 nearby counties. Tang Yudong said earnestly, had it not been for Qingchen, not only would the bandit eradication have failed, but many lives would have been lost. This resounding victory is largely due to his efforts. Zhu Xiaotian had made up his mind. The treasures belonged to Qingchen, and he could take as he pleased, for they were rightfully his. In his eyes, a humble villager confronted with such wealth would surely be dazzled. Yet, Qingchen merely cast a fleeting glance, seemingly uninterested. This only deepened Zhu Xiaotian's respect for him. Possessing extraordinary skills while remaining untainted by greed, treating wealth as mere refuse, such individuals are indeed rare in this world. Qingchen turned to the sergeant and inquired. Upon my arrival at the Langnan County office, I heard reports from villagers regarding bandits abducting girls from their homes. Have you seen anything of that sort? Chapter 40. a hidden realm within the enchantment array. Qingchen's decision to take on the bandits was not solely driven by altruism. The primary objective remains to uncover the hidden hands conspiring with the landlord Huang Boran. However, upon ascending the mountain, Zhu Xiaoyan's men had already annihilated the bandits. In a fit of rage during the confrontation with the old witch, he had also eliminated all 4 of the transformation masters. The mountain bandits had been thoroughly exterminated, leaving no survivors to interrogate. If the captured girls from Guibei village could not be found on the mountain, this excursion would indeed be nothing more than a mere obligation to eradicate bandits. The sergeant shook his head and said, "Young Master Yi, if any hostages are discovered, we will certainly report it. Shall I have the men search again?" Yi Qingchen, feeling a tinge of disappointment, replied, "No need, I shall search myself." Though the grand hall was vast, the entrance of 1,000 soldiers to scour it meant that not only 2 living souls, but even a mouse could be unearthed. If the 2 young women were truly on the mountain, they must be hidden in some exceedingly secretive place. He stepped out onto the platform outside. The sun had set behind the mountains, casting a crimson glow across the entire Xiangyang peak. He gazed skyward, noticing that the sinister aura still lingered above, refusing to dissipate. Yi Qingchen's heart sank. Although the old witch was dead, the dark energy remained. Could it be that other malevolent creatures lurked upon this mountain? He leapt into the air, treading upon the treetops as he ascended to the peak, and was taken aback when he looked down. It turned out that the grand hall where Zhu Xiaotian and the others were situated was only halfway up the mountain. Beyond the hall, 20 or so zhang higher, lay a seeming thicket, yet it concealed a bewitching array of sorcery. A mesmerizing illusion. Yi Qingchen discerned it instantly. The swirling dark energy in the sky was indeed the source of power sustaining this illusionary formation. This enchantment was a rudimentary array, akin to a mirage. To an ordinary person, it appeared merely as dense forest, but to breach the array would reveal an entirely different realm within. Such enchantments could only ensnare the uninitiated. For cultivators, the higher their mastery, the easier it was to see through. At that moment, Yi Qingchen was still in the qi refinement stage, which is why he had not detected the array's existence during the pursuit of the old witch. Standing atop the peak, he summoned the spiritual energy of Taiyue Mountain, conjuring a vortex of energy in the air that swiftly dispersed the dark aura. The true nature of the thicket was laid bare. Indeed, 3 grand courtyards stood revealed. He stealthily descended onto the roof of one of the courtyards and heard a cacophony of voices emanating from within. Quietly moving closer, he peered through a crack in the tiles and observed what appeared to be a deliberation hall. At the head of the room sat a large chair draped in tiger skin, presumably the throne of the leader. However, the leader had met his demise, leaving it vacant. To the left of the tiger skin chair sat an individual, seemingly a woman, though her face was obscured from this angle. The hall was divided into several rows, occupied by a dozen robust men of varying ages, all in heated discussion, each wearing an expression of indignation. Had we known, we should not have listened to the leader. To lure Zhu Xiaotian here, we opened our gates wide. At this moment, despair enveloped them. All the brethren of the lower house had perished, and the family fortune accumulated over many years had been seized. A burly man with a prominent scar across his face expressed his indignation. Another robust figure, adorned with a full beard, retorted, "Lei Hu, you are merely a backseat driver. Our matriarch has finally summoned a master of transformation. This endeavor is of utmost importance. Her soul-capturing technique requires the essence of a living soul for its refinement. If you set a trap midway and eliminate the one surnamed Zhu, would that not render her efforts futile?" The scarred face dismissed this notion, asserting, "Is it not sufficient for the matriarch to capture Zhu Xiaoyan's soul from the foothills? Why must he ascend the mountain?" A woman, her voice resonating with authority, interjected, "What do you comprehend? Zhu Xiaotian possesses considerable strength in transformation. Capturing his soul is no trivial task. We must first subdue him, rendering him incapable of resistance. The terrain at the base is open. Even if our matriarch were to intervene directly, there is no absolute guarantee that he would be apprehended." Her tone suggested youthfulness, yet her position among this assembly indicated that she held the highest rank. It was astonishing that these ruthless bandits willingly bowed before a woman. One person concurred, indeed. The chief's plan was originally foolproof. Who could have foreseen the sudden appearance of a heavenly realm master? Alas, what nonsense! A heavenly realm master could hardly rival our matriarch. That individual should be a cultivator of equal caliber. Yi Qingchen had harbored suspicions upon ascending the mountain, questioning why the bandits had not fortified the trail, only to realize that they had deliberately allowed the officers to approach. Yet, the true target was none other than the master of transformation, Zhu Xiaotian. It was evident that the old hag was intent on capturing the soul of a transformation master to augment the power of her soul-capturing scepter. She had gone to great lengths to orchestrate a trap, eagerly awaiting Zhu Xiaotian's arrival to his demise. The fallen bandits in the front courtyard were merely bait, oblivious pawns in their scheme. Meanwhile, the elite core of Shenyang Peak had been ensconced within this illusionary array, safeguarded by the old hag. The bearded man in the hall remarked, second in command, "Do not be too despondent. Though we have lost our provisions and treasures, as long as our faction remains intact, we shall rise again." The others echoed in agreement. Indeed, as long as the Green Mountains endure, we need not fear the absence of firewood. We shall reclaim the treasures they have taken in due time. He scoffed, "We have lost so many brothers. This debt shall not go unaccounted for. When we descend again, I shall slay every man I encounter and pillage every woman, ensuring they understand the consequences. Precisely, we have been too lenient in the past. And these corrupt officials believed Shenyang Peak to be easy prey. In Yi Qingchen's eyes, these individuals were already as good as dead. The trail was ensnared by restrictive arrays. There was no conceivable escape for them. The act of killing could wait. Let their heads linger a while longer. Moreover, his purpose for this journey was to uncover evidence of the bandits' collusion with Huang Boren, to demonstrate that Huang still harbored treacherous intentions. He departed from the rooftop of the council hall, continuing his search. Indeed, atop a firewood shed, he glimpsed through the gaps in the tiles, discovering 2 girls imprisoned within. 2 girls, with disheveled hair and their hands and feet bound, nestled against each other, lying atop a chaotic pile of straw, their mouths stuffed with cloth. They appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, and their vacant expressions betrayed a sense of despair and terror. Indeed, they were beauties. The taste of these bandits was not lacking. He gingerly lifted a tile, leapt down, and landed before the girls. Startled, they instinctively trembled violently, then fearfully scooted towards the corner of the wall, emitting muffled whimpers as tears streamed down their faces. At that moment, Yi Qingchen caught a glimpse of their features, and was instantly filled with both astonishment and delight. The 2 girls bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, reminiscent of the renowned character Xianxia from a famous film in his past life on Earth. Could it be that the beauties of this world are reincarnations from Earth? Seeing the girls petrified and trembling, Yi Qingchen felt a surge of compassion. Just as he was about to reach out and remove the cloth from the girls' mouths, he hesitated, fearing they might scream in fright. It was not the bandits he feared, but he had other plans and wished to avoid alarming them prematurely. "Fear not, ladies. I am here to rescue you," he reassured them. "I will now remove the cloth from your mouths, but you must promise not to scream, lest we attract the bandits' attention. Not if you understand." The girls promptly nodded in agreement. Chapter 41. Xixiao and Xianxia. Only then did Yi Qingchen remove the cloth. "Are you from Guibei village?" he inquired. The girls' faces lit up with astonishment, and one asked, "Yes." "How did you know?" Yi Qingchen smiled. "An old gentleman entrusted me with your rescue." With that, he sat before them, scrutinizing them intently. "When were you captured?" "Last night," they replied. "Did the bandits harm you?" "And no, surely not. These brutes have held you for a day and a night without ill treatment?" One girl explained. "They said they were going to offer us to the chief, but it seems he has gone out on business and has not yet returned." Yi Qingchen nodded, realizing that the chief was away celebrating an old hag's birthday, thus allowing the sisters to escape a calamity. Seeing him sit there, merely asking questions without a hint of urgency to rescue them, the girl implored, "Brother, since you are here to save us, please hurry and untie us so we can leave." "Not yet," Yi Qingchen replied, to prevent arousing the bandits' suspicion. "I wanted to reassure you, so you need not continue in fear. Once I deal with the bandits, I shall certainly come to set you free. And what of your companions?" "It is just me. There are many bandits. How can you do it alone?" The glimmer of hope in the girl's eyes began to dim. Yi Qingchen chuckled. "That is not for you to worry about. I have my own methods." He gazed at the 2 girls, increasingly captivated by their beauty, a mischievous smile unconsciously forming on his lips. "You 2 look so alike. Are you twins?" "Yes." "What are your names? Who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister?" At this moment, the other girl, who had remained silent, furrowed her brow and disdainfully interjected, "Sister, do not engage with him any further. He is clearly not a man of virtue, but rather one who seeks to toy with us." The younger sister protested, "But sister, he claims to be here to rescue us." Upon hearing this, the younger sister began to weep. The elder sister shot a resentful glare at Yi Qingchen, asserting, "Look at his frivolous demeanor. He does not resemble a gentleman at all. He says he wishes to save us. Yet he persists in asking these nonsensical questions and refuses to untie us, insisting on dealing with the bandits first. Do you truly believe he can manage that alone?" The younger sister, upon reflection, seemed to find her sister's words to be quite reasonable, her expression shifting to one of despair as she instinctively recoiled further into the shadows. At that moment, Yi Qingchen noted the distinct differences between the 2 sisters. The younger one appeared innocent and fragile, while the elder bore an expression marked by steadfast resolve. He offered a faint smile and addressed the younger sister, ominously stating, "Whether you choose to speak or not is of little consequence to me. Only by revealing your names will I consider your rescue. Should you remain silent, I shall not extend my aid." "Humph," replied the elder sister. My sister and I would rather perish than suffer indignity at your hands. Should you dare to act recklessly, we shall resort to self-harm. Qingchen retorted. From what I understand, self-harm through biting one's tongue does not lead to death, but rather to silence. The bandits have made it clear that they are 100 strong and intend to torment you until you beg for death, overwhelmed by fear. The younger sister wept even more fervently, pleading, Sister, I would rather believe that this gentleman is benevolent. Let us tell him our names. Qingchen smirked, reveling in his triumph. The elder sister fell silent, and the younger sister, with a pitiful expression, said, Brother, our surname is Lin. I am called Xianxia, and my sister is named Xianxia. Qingchen nodded appreciatively. Very well. It is commendable that you, Xianxia, are obedient. I shall save you alone and leave your sister here to face the bandits' wrath. Xianxia, perplexed, responded, But brother, did you not say you would deal with the bandits? How could my sister still be subjected to their torment? Qingchen paused, realizing that the little girl had caught him in a contradiction. Xianxia huffed in disdain and shot him a glare filled with loathing. Qingchen, adopting a stern expression, retorted, Then I shall not confront the bandits at all, for your sister does not seek my assistance. If I were to save her, I would likely receive no gratitude in return. What benefit would that hold for me? Xianxia replied, If you rescue us, we shall surely repay your kindness. Qingchen, stroking his chin with a mischievous grin, inquired, And how do you intend to repay me? Xianxia blinked her large, glistening eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Xianxia, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Sister, it is evident that he is in league with the bandits. Here only to amuse himself at your expense. Do you not see this? If he truly had the capability to vanquish the bandits, he could avenge our kin. Even if he chooses not to save us and allows us to perish here, we would have no regrets. Xianxia bit her lip, for she too had discerned Qingchen's ulterior motives, yet this opportunity for salvation was too precious to relinquish so easily. She cast a few pleading glances at Qingchen before lowering her head in silence. Qingchen chuckled softly to herself, thinking they would soon see. With a graceful leap, she ascended to the rooftop. Upon reaching the lower courtyard, she observed soldiers clearing away the corpses of bandits while transporting grain from the warehouse. She approached Zhu Xiaotian and the others, suggesting, as the day wanes, it would be rather inconvenient to transport grain down the mountain. Why not rest here for the night? Zhu Xiaotian agreed, saying, Very well, I shall send someone down the mountain to summon those remaining behind. We shall rest tonight and descend tomorrow. He then called over a trusted soldier and issued a few instructions. Tang Yudong interjected, I will also go down to bring our brothers from Langnan County and the carts back up. Qingchen nodded, signaling for Tang Yudong and the soldier to extend their right palms. Channeling her spiritual energy, she inscribed a formation upon their hands. With this, you shall be able to bypass the restrictions at the mountain's base. The mechanism only prevents exit from the mountain, not entry, ensuring your return is unimpeded. Tang Yudong marveled quietly, descending the mountain alongside the soldier. Zhu Xiaotian expressed his admiration, saying, Young master, ye has truly devised a remarkable one-way mechanism. What an extraordinary individual. Once arrangements were made, Qingchen ventured alone to the upper courtyard. The night had fallen, and she could easily discern which rooms were illuminated. The individuals who had congregated in the conference hall had not yet dispersed. Upon her arrival on the rooftop, she found them rallying around a woman to elect her as the new leader. Despite her repeated refusals, they insisted with fervent phrases about the necessity of leadership. Ultimately, the former second-in-command reluctantly accepted the role, thus becoming the new head of Xiangyang Peak. It was the same age-old routine. Even bandits were not exempt. The woman rose and delivered a stirring speech, vowing to restore Xiangyang Peak and avenge their fallen leader and matriarch. She then took her seat in the prominent tiger-skin chair. Over a dozen men knelt in homage, pledging their loyalty. Clutching her shoulder, the new leader addressed her brothers, In the coming days, let us recuperate well. Once the winds of turmoil settle and those below lower their guard, we shall embark on some grand ventures. The upper courtyard still housed ample provisions of wine and meat. Tonight, indulge in a hearty feast. The 2 women captured recently are a reward for your enjoyment. As I am injured and unable to partake, I shall refrain from joining you. The atmosphere in the hall shifted from one of somber oppression to jubilant celebration. It was a pity that the former leader had only just descended to the underworld, and now his throne was occupied by another. It seemed that the bandits were intent on transforming their grief into motivation, drinking his wine and reveling with his women to honor his spirit. Should he be aware from the depths, he would likely suffer yet another stroke. The new female leader, still clutching her shoulder, limped out through a side door. The burly man with the scruffy beard began to assign tasks, directing some to fetch wine and others to gather meat. Naturally, the task of inviting the 2 young women fell to him. Chapter 42. Such perks before long. The hall was adorned with tables and chairs. accompanied by an array of food and wine. The burly man had also dragged the two young women into the center of the hall, untying the ropes that bound them. The ruffians, upon seeing the maidens, erupted into raucous laughter. The sisters clung to each other like lambs in a den of wolves, trembling in fear as they surveyed their surroundings, tears streaming down their faces. A scar-faced man approached, leaning in close to examine the girls, and laughed heartily. Indeed, they are tender and lovely, their figures so enticing. The brothers are in for quite the treat. The gang burst into proud laughter. One of them, with a lewd grin, remarked, "Brother who? It's been 7 months since I last tasted meat. Just watching these two ladies here has kept my excitement alive. Tonight, I could go 7 times. The scar-faced man retorted indignantly, "Are you the only one feeling pent up? Under our former chief, every time we captured maidens, he had his way with them first, often to the point of death, leaving us with naught but a sip of broth." Another bandit, with a sharp face and beady eyes, stepped forward, leering at the girls. "Heh, these young ladies are truly tender. One could practically squeeze water from them. Tonight, you shall savor the delights of this world. I guarantee you one tea want to stop." The sisters, heads bowed, wept in terror. The more frightened they appeared, the more the ruffians roared with laughter. The burly man bellowed to his comrades, "Brothers, we'll take turns based on seniority, one by one. Let us all show our true skills and treat these two young ladies well. However, I warn you all to be gentle. We don't want to kill such beautiful women too soon. Let us keep them around for a while to enjoy life. Haha." The gang cheered in unison. The atmosphere in the hall jubilant. The sisters trembled uncontrollably, fear coursing through their bodies. "After a few months of play, when we grow tired, we can slaughter them for meat. Such tender flesh must be delicious." Hearing this, Xianxia fainted on the spot, while Xixia quickly caught her, both collapsing to the ground. Weeping uncontrollably, the burly man, with a piece of meat in one hand and a cup of wine in the other, indulged himself, then let out a hearty belch, declaring, "I'm full. I'm off to have some fun." With that, he eagerly approached, reaching for Qingxia's hand. She screamed, frantically trying to evade him, crying out in despair, "Brother, help, brother." The burly man paused, then chuckled, "My dear, are you calling me? Very well, I shall rescue you. Once I've had my way, you will surely thank me." The ruffians laughed in unison. Suddenly, a voice from above called out, "Your brother is right here. If you want your sister to call me brother as well, I'll save you both." The gang was taken aback, quickly rising to grab their weapons. "Who is there? Show yourself." The burly man shouted angrily, tilting his head toward the source of the voice. To his astonishment, the brother was indeed present. Qingxia seemed to grasp at a lifeline, turning to her sister with a pleading gaze. Lin Zixia furrowed her brow tightly, biting her lip in indecision. That man, having made a promise from the rooftop, surely could not be part of a band of robbers. Perhaps he was genuinely here to rescue us. However, his slick tongue and frivolous demeanor, coupled with his earlier nonsensical inquiries, suggested that his intentions might not be entirely noble. Perhaps he harbored ulterior motives towards my sister and me. My fate has brought me to this lowly state. Death would be a release. Were it only for my own sake, I would never bow my head. Yet, how could I allow my stubbornness to endanger my sister? Shout or not, if you don't, I might just leave." Qingchen teased. "Sister," Qingxia cried, her face awash with tears. Lin Zixia gritted her teeth, her brows knitted tightly, and softly called out, "Brother." "Haha. Do not fear, my dear sisters, for your brother has arrived." Qingchen leaped down, landing before the two women. Upon witnessing her savior descending from the heavens, Qingxia exhaled in relief, her body swaying as darkness threatened to envelop her, nearly causing her to faint. Fortunately, Zixia was there to support her. The burly man fumed. "You wretch, emboldened by some audacity, dare to disrupt my affairs? I shall first turn you into minced meat to feed the dogs." With that, he brandished his knife and lunged forward, accompanied by the rest of the bandits. Qingchen had intended to finish him with a single move. But reflecting on the many heinous acts these men had committed, countless innocent lives they had harmed, he deemed a swift death far too lenient. They must suffer profoundly before meeting their end. With both hands tracing arcs before him, a semi-transparent orb began to coalesce within his palms. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing the orb with a resounding explosion. An energy wave radiated outward in a fan-shaped area before him, and the bandits were sent sprawling, wailing in agony, with some even losing consciousness on the spot. Qingchen coldly declared, "Your limbs are shattered, your bodies incapacitated. You possess not even the strength to end your own lives. You will linger in this hall, slowly awaiting your demise." The bandits, hearing this, turned pale with fear, those still conscious crying out for mercy. "Big brother, gallant hero, we beg you to spare us. Grandfather, we hold no grudges against you. Why must you torment us so? Please, just kill me. I cannot bear to wait for death like this. Grant me a swift end." Qingchen smiled faintly, then turned his gaze towards the two young women. "Qingxia, having seen the bandits charge with knives while her savior stood unarmed, felt her heart leap into her throat, convinced that all was lost. Yet, she was astonished to realize that her brother could eliminate them all in a single stroke. Now recovering from her shock, she knelt down, expressing her deep gratitude. "Thank you, brother, for saving my life. I am forever indebted and will serve you for life." Xianxia, equally taken aback, hesitated for a moment before also kneeling and uttering, "Thank you, brother." Observing her reluctant demeanor, Qingchen reproached playfully, "You ungrateful one." He helped the two women to their feet, adopting a serious expression as he reassured them. "It is all right now. Numerous soldiers were gathered in the courtyard below, and I shall lead you there." Accompanied by the two ladies, I exited the hall and retrieved a torch from outside. There was once a broad path connecting the upper and lower courtyards, yet it had been obscured by a bewildering array of illusions, preventing Zhu Xiaoyan's men from discovering it. As we proceeded down the path, it was not long before we beheld the lower courtyard, ablaze with light and resounding with the clamor of voices. Soon enough, our torch was noticed, prompting Zhu Xiaoyan to hastily approach us. "Good heavens, they are truly soldiers!" exclaimed Xianxia with delight. Zhu Xiaoyan stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Yi, how could we have overlooked this path just now?" Qingchen replied, "That old witch employed some trickery here, but fortunately, I saw through it and managed to rescue the two young ladies." He then turned to introduce the two women, saying, "This is General Zhu from Qinghe County." The ladies quickly bowed. "We pay our respects, General." Qingchen continued, "General Zhu, I kindly ask you to escort these two young ladies to a safe place. Provide them with some food and allow them to rest. I have some matters to attend to." He added with a chuckle, "Next, it is time for a conversation with the female bandit leader." Zhu Xiaoyan inquired, "Shall I send someone to assist?" "No need," replied Qingchen, already vanishing into the night. Prior to his actions in the council chamber, Qingchen had taken certain precautions to ensure that noises from this side would not disturb the female bandit leader. As long as she did not return to the council chamber herself, she would remain oblivious, believing that festivities were still underway. At that moment, Qingchen found himself atop her roof, peering through the gaps in the tiles, and could not help but feel a surge of delight. To his astonishment, there was indeed a most unexpected advantage. The female bandit leader had just emerged from a large wooden tub after bathing, completely unclad. Chapter 43. One must first satisfy their hunger. The woman sat on the edge of the bed, sweeping her long hair over her left shoulder. It was then that Qingchen noticed the faint scars resembling finger lengths on her right shoulder and the front of her left thigh. She retrieved a small porcelain vial from a nearby table, gritted her teeth, and sprinkled medicinal powder onto the wound on her shoulder. A heart-wrenching cry escaped her lips. After a moment, she applied the powder to the injury on her leg. Gradually, she maneuvered her leg onto the bed, turned, and laid down in the center. Qingchen beheld her countenance. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age. While not strikingly beautiful, she was indeed a woman of remarkable allure. The striking aspect was that she was entirely bare. The majestic snow-capped mountains and vast plains surrounded her, exuding an air of mature sensuality. Due to the pain from the application of the medicine, beads of sweat began to form on her body, glistening like morning dew on the tips of leaves. How could such a woman, residing in a den of bandits, have survived until now and even risen to the position of leader? Did she possess some unfathomable skill? Qingchen felt an involuntary thirst arise within him. What the hell? This is the female bandit leader. What am I thinking? I am here to extract a confession. Wait. Extract a confession? How can one compel her to divulge information? Indeed, this poses a significant quandary. However, Qingchen had already formulated a plan. When it came to dealing with women, he possessed no shortage of tactics. He was well aware that no one from the upper court would arrive at this moment, rendering the need for a grand entrance unnecessary. He approached the door directly, kicking it open with a forceful simplicity. Like a specter, he swiftly moved to the foot of the woman's bed. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself struck by Qingchen's deft fingers a dozen times. Any attempt to move was met with an overwhelming fatigue, leaving her feeling as though she were a mere puddle of mud. The woman, her face contorted in terror, suddenly remembered her state of undress and hurriedly reached for the sheets in a frantic attempt to cover herself. Though her hands were capable of movement, she lacked the strength to pull the blanket. Qingchen wore a mischievous grin, his lecherous gaze roaming freely over her form. The woman, engulfed in shame and indignation, felt her face flush crimson. Even a woman capable of cold-blooded acts, at her core, remained a woman, with a sense of shame deeply ingrained in her being. Resigned, she desperately squeezed her legs together and raised her hands to shield her most vulnerable areas. "Who are you?" The woman inquired with a voice as delicate as a wisp of smoke. "It is not yet your turn to question me. I shall pose my inquiries, and you shall respond. Have you attended to the matters entrusted to you by Lord Huang?" "First, deceive her for a moment," The woman was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed her brow and said, "What did you just say?" "Humph. Do not presume that feigning ignorance will absolve you of responsibility. I have thoroughly investigated the matter concerning Huangboren. He instructed you to simulate a series of robberies. Yet the underlying intention was to abduct a girl named Lu Yifei from a place known as Zidongping, was it not?" "Humph. Do not turn your face away, woman." With a disdainful snort, "If you wish to kill, then do so. There is no need for further inquiry, for I shall reveal nothing. However, I must warn you. Should you take my life, you shall not escape alive." Qingchen smiled and said, "With such beauty and skin so smooth and delicate, how could I ever bring myself to end your life so easily?" As he spoke, he reached out to gently squeeze her shoulder. "Oh, it seems she must frequently engage in martial arts, for her physique is remarkably toned and impressively resilient." The woman instinctively recoiled, her voice laced with fury as she exclaimed, "You brazen scoundrel! How audacious of you! I have dozens of brothers outside, and with but a single command, they could come in and reduce you to a mere pulp." Qingchen responded with an air of indifference. "To perish at your hands would still be worthwhile." Her face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. "You are utterly powerless now. Even if you were to call for them, your brothers may not hear you. You cannot move, so you might as well succumb to your fate. I assure you, I shall be exceedingly gentle and will not inflict any pain upon you." As he spoke, Qingchen began to unfasten his trousers. The woman cast a sidelong glance at his waist, nearly fainting. "Good heavens! Is this how one is meant to endure? Someone please, help!" The woman cried out desperately. Yet her body lay as limp as a puddle of mud, her voice akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito. Helpless, she could only tightly shut her eyes and surrender herself to the whims of Qingchen. Qingchen leaned down and whispered softly into the woman's ear, "Your people have seized those innocent girls to ravage them. Today, you shall experience the taste of being forcefully taken. This is merely a return of favor in kind. What are you doing?" The woman struggled with all her might. Yet Qingchen merely felt her faint movements. "Stop. No," she cried out in desperation. "Please, at least close the door. Once upon a time on Earth." A fellow cultivator remarked to Qingchen, "You beast, how can you take anyone? Don't you have any principles?" Qingchen chuckled nonchalantly. "One must be well fed to concentrate on serious matters. If I were to have 3 meals a day, but you allowed me only 1 meal every 3 days, I would be consumed by thoughts of food, leaving no room for cultivation." The cultivator suddenly understood. "So, that is why your cultivation progresses faster than mine?" Qingchen smiled silently, knowing this was merely an excuse he had concocted. In truth, the abundance of beautiful women truly hindered his cultivation. With old wounds unhealed and new injuries inflicted, the woman felt despair weighing heavily upon her heart. The esteemed leader of Xianyang Peak had been forcefully taken by a wretched boy, a profound humiliation indeed. Observing Qingchen donning his trousers with a smug and satisfied grin, her fury boiled over. Regaining a modicum of strength, she attempted to rise. But even the slightest movement sent waves of pain sharper than the wound on her shoulder coursing through her. "You scoundrel, I will kill you." Qingchen ignored her, fetching a long rope from within the room to bind her securely. "At least let me wear my clothes before you tie me up," she protested. "Oh, I forgot." Qingchen helped her into her garments before rebinding her. "You better kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure you suffer 1,000 tortures to quench my hatred." "Oh, do you despise me so?" he teased. "Was it the pain from earlier that upset you? But you must understand, the initial discomfort is normal. After that, it becomes quite pleasurable. You shameless cad, may you meet a wretched end." The woman's face flushed crimson, a mix of shame and rage. Qingchen smiled. "I take delight in seeing you loathe me so deeply, yet find yourself powerless against me." With that, he scooped her up and strode towards the door. "Where are you taking me?" she gasped. "I require you to divulge all details regarding Huangboren's dealings with you, and in the future, I expect you to testify against him when I bring him to justice." "Humph, you've already taken my body. What more can you do? I fear not death, so why should I heed your words?" Qingchen nodded. "I will not force you." As they reached the council chamber, the anguished wails within sounded like the cries of a slaughtered pig. The woman, sensing impending doom, asked in terror, "What have you done?" "Soon you shall know." With that, Qingchen forcefully kicked open the grand door. The woman's expression instantly froze. Chapter 44. The woman of contradictions. Within the hall, a multitude lay scattered across the floor. Their limbs sprawled like strands of noodles, and even the most stalwart of men wept, their faces streaked with tears. Qingchen spoke coldly. "Their bones and sinews are shattered. They languish here, awaiting death. I can only imagine that this torment must be more unbearable than death itself. Your methods are most ruthless." Qingchen could feel the woman in his embrace, trembling slightly. "Grandfather, I implore you, have mercy, and end our suffering. We beg you to grant us a swift release." The crowd in the hall gazed at Qingchen, their cries echoing in despair. The woman pondered for a moment, gritting her teeth as she declared, "If you grant them release, I shall acquiesce to your demands." Qingchen scoffed. "You must understand, I am not here to negotiate. I present this scene to you to convey a message. Should you refuse to cooperate, you shall find yourself in the same plight, unable to live, unable to die." As he returned to the lower courtyard with the woman, the night had deepened. The courtyard resembled a military camp, heavily fortified. Zhu Xiaoyan soldiers stood guard every 5 steps, with sentinels every 10, while others patrolled the vicinity in shifts. Though Qingchen found this excessive, he chose not to interfere. After a long day, feeling fatigued, he found a quiet, level spot and succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, Zhu Xiaoyan soldiers had prepared several large pots of porridge using the grain from the warehouse, and everyone gathered to partake. Wang Zhiheng, Wei Zhongshan, and Lu Yuangang, who had been unable to descend the mountain the previous day, returned with the convoy of the 2 counties. As the others savored the porridge, no one reached out to them. They felt a sense of guilt and kept their distance, casting glances from afar. The carts from the 2 counties were laden with grain, and the warehouse still held more than half its stock, indicating another shipment was likely on the way. Several boxes of jewels and silver were brought outside, yet remained unpacked. Qingchen opened a jewel box and called out to Xianxia, who stood a short distance away. "Xianxia, come here." Xianxia scampered over, her face flushed with shyness as she exclaimed, "Brother." Qingchen gestured towards the jewels. "Come, take whatever you like." Xianxia glanced into the box, her eyes sparkling with delight. A woman's affinity for jewels is a natural inclination. However, Xianxia, disbelieving Qingchen's words, widened her eyes and replied, "Ah, I don't want any." Though she uttered her refusal, her gaze remained fixed on the treasures, unwilling to look away. Qingchen chuckled, "A woman of contradictions. When you say you don't want it, it is clear you desire it. Hurry, take something, or I shall be displeased." After a moment's hesitation, Xianxia gingerly selected a golden jade pendant necklace from the box, timidly asking, "Brother, may I take this?" "I have said, take whatever you wish." Xianxia beamed with joy, lifting it before her eyes. "It is truly beautiful." At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of Xixia, who stood nearby, gazing at her with an envious expression. "Brother, sister, may I take one?" Qingchen playfully challenged. As for her, he added, "Brother," Xianxia implored, her lips pouting in a charming manner, which sent a delightful shiver down Qingchen's spine. Who could possibly refuse such a sight? "Very well, in light of your request, you may take one." He had no intention of being angry with Xixia. He merely sought to tease this steadfast and icy beauty. Xianxia joyfully bounced over, nudging her sister forward. Xixia cast a fleeting glance into the box, her eyes widening in shock. Unable to contain herself, she instinctively took a step back, turning her face away with a firm frown. "I don't want it." "Sister, why are you behaving this way?" "Humph." Xixia responded coldly, "If you wish to take it, then take it. I have no interest." With that, she resolutely turned to leave. Qingchen chuckled softly. Despite being identical twins, their personalities differ so greatly. How intriguing. He personally selected a beautiful necklace and 2 hairpins from the box, handing them to Xianxia. "Take these to her. If she refuses, they will all belong to you." Xianxia happily accepted them and ran to Xixia's side. At that moment, Qingchen suddenly paused, gazing intently into the box. After a while, he picked up a rather unassuming jade pendant. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. A gleam ignited in his eyes. This pendant, though seemingly ordinary, emanated a subtle aura of spiritual energy, having been nourished by the essence of heaven and earth over time. It was an excellent material for crafting energy-storing artifacts. While it may not qualify as a top-tier item, any artifact fashioned from this jade would undoubtedly enable him to cast 2 or 3 spells even in areas devoid of spiritual energy. At that moment, the soldiers had assembled, and Zhu Xiaodian approached Qingchen respectfully, inquiring, "Young Master Yi, are we ready to depart?" "Wait." Qingchen interjected, "Bring the 3 traders over." Xianxia, standing nearby, expressed her astonishment. "General Zhu actually defers to my brother. Who exactly is he?" Xixia's expression hardened. "Sister, whether he holds a high position or possesses great wealth is irrelevant to us. You must not be beguiled and misled by him." Confused, Xianxia asked, "Sister, he saved us. Why do you treat him so coldly?" Xixia replied, "If he truly intended to save us, why did he not simply eliminate the bandits last night and set us free? Instead, he allowed the bandits to humiliate us first. He clearly has ulterior motives." Xianxia pouted, "And so what if he has motives? All I know is that he saved us." Wang Zhiheng and the others approached Qingchen, their faces ashen, kneeling and repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. Qingchen spoke with authority, "Rise. I do not seek to settle scores with you. Rather, I have some matters to clarify." The 3 stood up, their faces filled with trepidation, hands clasped at their sides. Qingchen continued, First, I do not wish for anyone else to be privy to the events you witnessed over the past 2 days. You must keep this a secret for me. The bandits were dealt with by General Zhu. I had no part in it. Though the three were bewildered by the circumstances, the request was not unreasonable. They promptly pledged their loyalty, assuring that they would remain tight-lipped. Secondly, Master Wang, the county lieutenant of Langbei, Wang Zhiheng, was taken aback. Before he could finish speaking, he hastily knelt and said, "Young Master Yi, I understand. I am a coward at heart and truly unworthy of this position. Upon my return, I shall resign immediately." Yi Qingchen smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "Although you spoke disrespectfully to me yesterday, I, Yi Qingchen, am not one to harbor grudges. Your ability to mobilize people to eradicate the bandits is far superior to many ineffectual officials. My point is that these funds and provisions concern the livelihoods of the citizens in 3 counties. How to allocate and implement these resources must be discussed and finalized with Master Tang and the county office of Shantai." Wang Zhiheng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and readily agreed, while Tang Yudong also stepped forward to express his commitment to properly manage these resources. Yi Qingchen pointed at the bound female bandit beside them and said, "I have use for this person, so there is no need to escort her to the county office. She has sustained an injury to her leg. Let her ride in the supply cart down the mountain." Tang Yudong paused momentarily before agreeing. "I will follow young Master Ye's arrangements." The group then descended the mountain in a grand procession. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they bid farewell, with Zhu Xiaodian leading his troops towards Qinghe County, while Wang Zhiheng and others headed back to Langbei County. The Lin sisters accompanied Yi Qingchen and his party back to Langnan County. In the county town, the townsfolk had already heard the news of the expedition against the bandits, and, upon seeing the officials returning triumphantly, they poured out to welcome them. Arriving at the county office, a sudden shout of excitement pierced the air. "Xianxia, Xianxia." An elderly man emerged from the crowd, supporting an injured middle-aged man, who was none other than the two who had sought help at the county office that day. "Grandfather! Father!" the Lin sisters cried as they rushed forward. The family of 3 embraced, weeping with joy. The elderly man, holding his granddaughter's shoulders, examined them closely. Seeing that they were unharmed, he finally felt relieved. He then urged the middle-aged man, "Xingyang, come quickly, bow to our benefactor." With that, both the elderly man and the middle-aged man knelt before Yi Qingchen. The middle-aged man, with tears brimming in his eyes, earnestly said, "Benefactor, please allow Lin Xingyang to pay his respects." Yi Qingchen quickly assisted them to their feet, saying, "There is no need for such formality." Lin Zixia, puzzled, asked, "Grandfather, do you know him?" The elderly man replied, "He is our family's great benefactor. He reported to the county office when Lin Xingyang was struck unconscious. And it was Yi Qingchen who valiantly avenged him by slaying Captain Zhao and ensured that the county lieutenant provided for their medical treatment." Lin Xingyang nodded in agreement, saying, "Today we learned that young Master Yi not only saved my life, but also compelled the county magistrate to take action against the bandits. Now, he has even saved you both." Qingxia gazed at Yi Qingchen with gratitude. Zixia, filled with remorse, tearfully said, "Brother, I am so sorry. I wronged you." Yi Qingchen smiled gently. "It is of no consequence. I am not one to be petty." Once again, he addressed Lin Xingyang, saying, "Uncle Lin, I have successfully returned the 2 young ladies to you, completing my task. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Lin Xingyang replied, "Young Master Yi, I shall certainly prepare a gift for you on another occasion to express my gratitude." Yi Qingchen shook his head, responding with a carefree demeanor. "There is truly no need. My efforts in eradicating the bandits were not solely for your family. If all the people from the 3 counties came to thank me, our little Dongping would likely be overwhelmed. Haha." With that, he joined the grain convoy and strode purposefully towards the county office. Lin Xingyang watched his retreating figure, admiringly exclaiming, "To bestow kindness without seeking reward, to achieve merit without arrogance. Young Master Yi is indeed a true hero." The 4 members of the Lin family watched Yi Qingchen enter the office before turning to depart. After taking a few steps, the twin sisters turned back in unison to glance at the office, their eyes reflecting a mix of hope and reluctance. Inside the office, Tang Yudong sighed. It is a pity that these 2 young ladies, as beautiful as flowers, may find their lives irrevocably altered after this ordeal. Yi Qingchen, taken aback, inquired, "Why is that?" Tang Yudong explained, "Having been captured by bandits for so long, even though they are now safe, it is likely that no one will want them. However, they have claimed that they were not sullied by the bandits. Though they say so, who would believe it?" Tang Yudong shook his head in lament. In today's world, where men outnumber women, marriage prospects for young ladies are already bleak, and men are not lacking in choices. Who would take the risk of marrying a woman who had been abducted by bandits? Yi Qingchen nodded, agreeing with Tang Yudong's assessment. In this era, male chauvinism prevails, and the principles of obedience and virtue are ironclad. A man's obsession with virginity runs deep. The events that transpired while the two lovely maidens were held captive for a day and a night would undoubtedly lead to wild imaginations. He glanced outside the office and remarked, "You are indeed concerned for the welfare of the nation, Tang Darren, considering even such trivial matters. Rest assured, if truly no one desires such beautiful maidens, I, Yi Qingchen, shall gladly welcome them into my embrace." Tang Yudong chuckled, "Young Master Yi, do you not have Miss Lu already?" "Nonsense," Yi Qingchen retorted, "this era does not adhere to monogamy. The more women I have, the better." With that, he gazed longingly outside the office, murmuring to himself, "In all my years, I have yet to marry a pair of twin sisters. Surely, it would be quite delightful." Once the county affairs were arranged, Yi Qingchen brought the female bandit leader to Xian Pavilion. Upon seeing Yi Qingchen return, Lu Yifei immediately lost her composure, rushing towards him, her eyes welling with tears as she anxiously asked, "Young Master Yi, are you all right?" Yi Qingchen smiled. "You rushed over intending to throw yourself into my arms. Yet you stopped midway. What happened?" Lu Yifei's cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare, saying, "You speak nonsense. I did not." "Ha, you did not." "But I certainly did," Yi Qingchen declared, pulling her into his embrace. Lu Yifei twisted and struggled, exclaiming, "Let go, so many people are watching." Yi Qingchen wrapped his arm around her shoulders and led her inside. After several instances of physical contact, Lu Yifei had grown less shy than at first, nestling close to him like a little bird, walking side by side. She noticed a bound woman following behind him. "Who is she?" "Oh, she is my new maid. Acquired at no cost. Why not take advantage of it?" Yi Qingchen replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the female bandit, who glared at him with evident resentment over her status as a maid. "But we already have Xiaodong, don't we? Our residence is vast. One maid is hardly sufficient. Moreover, Xiaodong is young and frail, incapable of performing many arduous tasks. This maid has martial training and can assist her perfectly." Lu Yifei looked at the female bandit again. Speaking with sympathy, "She must also be a woman of misfortune. Please, release her from her bindings." Yi Qingchen shook his head, saying, "She is unruly and constantly attempts to escape, so it is better to keep her restrained for now. By the way, I made the decision to take this maid without consulting you. You wouldn't object, would you?" Lu Yifei, filled with trepidation, shook her head fervently. No. I will abide by Master Ye's wishes. I completely defer to your judgment." Upon returning to the room, Yi Qingchen took a seat, and Lu Yifei poured him a cup of tea and presented it to him. As he accepted and sipped, he pointed at Lu Yifei and asked the female bandit, "Do you know who she is?" The bandit replied irritably, "How would I know? She is Lu Yifei." The bandit's pupils dilated, and she scrutinized Lu Yifei with renewed attention. After a moment of astonishment, a flicker of unwillingness crossed her face. Yi Qingchen observed this with an indifferent smile. "Yifei, please step outside and close the door. I need to speak with her privately." Although Lu Yifei was puzzled, she did not protest and promptly exited to shut the door. "Why does Master Yi wish to speak with the maid in my absence?" A cloud of doubt enveloped Lu Yifei's mind, a hint of unease crossing her features. She lingered at the door for a moment before hesitantly walking away. "What is your name?" Yi Qingchen asked, casually crossing his legs. "Han Yufeng." The female bandit answered without hesitation. "Such a common name. I shall bestow upon you a new one. From today forth, you shall be known as Han Yuxiao." "By what right?" "I refuse." The bandit's face flushed with anger. Yi Qingchen's expression darkened, and he said sternly, "It seems your defiance has resurfaced." With that, he began to loosen his belt. The bandit gasped in shock, her eyes widening as she instinctively recoiled. "Hey, what are you doing?" As Yi Qingchen's belt came undone, the bandit's face turned pale with fear, and she quickly exclaimed, Wait. Han Yuxiao it is. I shall accept the name." Yi Qingchen chuckled, readying his belt, pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of his tactic. "What do you think of Lu Yifei?" he inquired. "Her beauty is indeed unparalleled. Originally, she was your prey. Now, you have become her servant. Do you not feel the capriciousness of fate?" Han Yuxiao was momentarily taken aback, then coldly scoffed, saying, "I have already become a plaything in your hands, subject to your whims. Why must you resort to such convoluted language to extract my words? At this juncture, I might as well confess that indeed, someone has offered a handsome sum for us to abduct Lu Yifei, but I truly do not know who this person is. As for the individual you mentioned, Huang Boren, I have only heard of him but have never encountered him." Yi Qingchen nodded in satisfaction and coldly remarked, "Seeing how obedient you are, I shall release you from your bonds. However, I warn you, should you dare to employ any tricks to escape, I will hunt you down. No matter where you flee. Do not blame me for being ruthless then." The image of the grim fate that had befallen his brothers in the council chamber atop Xiangyang Peak flashed in Han Yuxiao's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Chapter 46. The new servant. At that moment, Wu Jingyi came to seek an audience. Yi Qingchen opened the door to welcome her in and inquired, Is it regarding the matter of treatment? Wu Jingyi replied respectfully, indeed. Young Master Yi has entrusted us with this task, and we dare not be negligent. We do not wish to trouble you with ordinary patients. However, we have recently learned of a particularly vital case, although the journey is somewhat distant. Distant is of no concern, as long as there is profit to be made, Wu Jingyi continued. Last night, I conversed with Miss Liu, who mentioned that you are to wed on the 8th day of the 8th month. Yet this patient is located far in Jinzhou, and I worry that the lengthy back and forth might delay young Master Yi's significant life event. Yi Qingchen chuckled. No worries. My agility is exceptional, and I shall manage the timing. Now, please enlighten me about this patient's condition. Wu Jingyi solemnly stated. She is the 4th daughter of the Jin Prince. It is said that a year ago, she inexplicably fell ill with an unknown disease. The Jin Prince cherishes her dearly, sparing no effort to summon renowned physicians for her treatment. Yet her condition has only worsened, and she has now fallen into a deep coma. Therefore, the Jin Prince is in great distress and has made a heavy promise. Whoever can cure his 4th daughter will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and a fief of 1,000 households. A fief of 1,000 households, Yi Qingchen exclaimed in astonishment. To heal a mere princess and yet bestow a fief of such magnitude? 1,000 households in this era corresponds to the scale of an entire town, with the subsequent tax revenue being entrusted to a single individual. It appears that the Deqian court is indeed engaging in some nonsensical folly. However, considering that Huang-born is merely the father of a eunuch and yet possesses a fief, it is not surprising that curing the prince's cherished daughter would afford comparable treatment. I shall take on this task, Yi Qingchen declared resolutely. Wu Jingyi replied, excellent. Upon your arrival in Jinzhou, seek out the Hechuantang pharmacy on East Market Street and ask for Manager Sun, informing him that I sent you to treat the Jin Prince's 4th daughter. He will surely find a way to guide you to the prince's residence. Yi Qingchen inquired further about the details of the Jin Prince's household, but Wu Jingyi, having long operated in Langnan County, was not well versed in matters concerning Jinzhou. In the afternoon, Wu Jingyi arranged for a carriage to transport Yi Qingchen and his companions back to Xiaodongping. A luxurious carriage arrived in the village, prompting the villagers to emerge and observe. In this era, those who could afford a carriage were undoubtedly individuals of distinction. The villagers had already surmised, with considerable certainty, that the esteemed young Master Yi had returned. As the carriage halted at the main road, the coachman produced a footstool, placing it at the rear before lifting the door curtain. Indeed, Yi Qingchen and Lu Yifei descended from the vehicle, followed by an unexpected woman, catching everyone off guard. The villagers, eager for a glimpse, thronged together, exclaiming their welcomes and admiration. The young Master Yi has returned. Our Xiaodongping has finally produced a person of such stature. With young Master Yi's prowess. What significance does a mere carriage hold? In time, there will surely be a procession of carriages and banners, perhaps even more imposing than that of the county magistrate. How splendid! Young Master Yi must have successfully eradicated the bandits of Xiangyang Peak. Surely our grain and funds will be returned, providing us with hope for the latter half of the year. You are truly our lucky star, young Master Yi. And that Lu Yifei, what a fortunate girl she is. Yi Qingchen greeted the crowd with a bow, proclaiming loudly, villagers, the threat of the Xiangyang bandits has been eliminated. I have already spoken with County Magistrate Hu. The money and grain that were taken from you will soon be returned, so there is no need for concern. Wonderful. The villagers cheered in unison. The Lu family, including Lu Dafeng and Lu Dahong, also arrived. He sure approached, grasping her daughter's hand, inquiring about various matters. Lu Dafeng joyfully placed his hand on Yi Qingchen's shoulder, his face radiating happiness. Qingchen, what merit did our Lu family possess to find such a splendid son-in-law? Once again, you have performed a great deed for the people of 3 counties. Lu Qingshan spoke with pride. The name of young Master Yi has spread far and wide. Our entire Xiaodongping is basking in unparalleled glory. Although Lu Yifei chatted with her mother, her eyes remained fixated on Yi Qingchen, embodying the admiration of an infatuated admirer. Yi Qingchen smiled modestly. It was but a trivial effort, nothing to boast about. By the way, Qingshan, could you run over to Huang-born's house and invite him here? Why should I invite him? Merely inform him that I must embark on a journey soon. And to avoid delaying the delivery of the antidote on the 1st day of the month, I would like him to come and collect it in advance. Understood, Lu Qingshan replied, turning to depart down the main road. Upon returning to the new residence, Yi Qingchen said to Lu Yifei, I wish to rest for a while. You should return home as well. He thought to himself that Huang-born would be arriving shortly, and having Lu Yifei present would only afford the old lecher more opportunities to gaze upon her. Lu Yifei pouted, reluctantly responding with an "oh." Back at the house, Guan Xiaodong was tidying the courtyard and hastily dropped her broom, rushing over to greet him. Young Master Yi, you have returned. Oh, and who is this? Guan Xiaodong blinked, eyeing the woman behind him. This is my newly hired maid. She will handle all the heavy and laborious tasks from now on. Qingchen replied with a smile. Han Yuxiao wore an expression of resentment, not daring to speak further. However, Guan Xiaotong grew anxious. Young Master Yi, do you find me incompetent or burdensome? I am capable of handling any task. I implore you, young Master Yi, do not cast me away. With that, her lips quivered, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Qingchen gently ruffled her hair and chuckled. What are you worrying about? When have I ever said I would dismiss you? This Sister Han Yuxiao is a new addition, not a replacement for you. Guan Xiaodong wiped her tears and asked, is that true? Qingchen nodded, saying, there isn't much work to be done here at present. In the future, she will take on all the tasks, and you need only to supervise her. Ah, Guan Xiaodong exclaimed in surprise, surely not. Qingchen returned to his study, and Guan Xiaotong brought him tea before exiting the room. Han Yuxiao inquired, should I also leave? No, you stay. Someone will be arriving shortly. See if it is the individual who once sought to seize Lu Yifei from you. Han Yuxiao bit her lip, slightly embarrassed, and said, I am in some pain. May I sit for a moment? Qingchen assessed her waist and asked, where does it hurt? Han Yuxiao, with a face full of resentment, lowered her head in silence. Humph. Qingchen huffed indignantly. You, a mere maid, have no right to sit in my room. Such a lack of decorum. He then produced a piece of verdant jade he had discovered atop Xiangyang Peak, placing it upon the table. Extending his right hand, he summoned a swirling mist of white vapor that enveloped the jade, akin to clouds rising in a celestial realm. Gradually, intricate patterns began to emerge within the white, shimmering with a faint green glow, as if ancient, mysterious runes were subtly revealing themselves. This display left Han Yuxiao, who stood beside him, utterly mesmerized. Previously, she had only believed he possessed the strength to subdue a dozen robust men in the council hall, merely an adept martial artist at most. However, she now realized he was a being of divine nature. She had once thought she might someday find a way to escape, but now it seemed that hope was forever lost. A chill ran down her spine, her eyes filled with trepidation. After a moment, as the white vapor dissipated from his fingertips, Qingchen placed the jade pendant back on the table, revealing a look of profound satisfaction. He then took out a book, engrossing himself in its contents, entirely disregarding Han Yuxiao, standing nearby. Approximately an hour later, a voice called from outside, young Master Yi, Huangborn requests an audience. Qingchen turned and shot a glance at Han Yuxiao. Go and open the door, can you not see? Frowning, Han Yuxiao approached the door and opened it. Huangborn appeared slightly thinner, collapsing to the ground as he knelt and exclaimed, young Master Yi, as you prepare for your journey, you still remember to grant me the antidote. I am eternally grateful for your great kindness. Qingchen replied coldly, Huangborn, rise. I have recently acquired a new maid. Tell me, is she beautiful? Huangborn, taken aback, glanced at Han Yuxiao in fear and remarked, young master, Yi has truly discerning taste. This maid is indeed lovely. Shall I gift her to you? Huangborn was taken aback, exclaiming, I wouldn't dare to seize what young master Yi cherishes, even if I had 100 lives. Humph. Qingchen snorted in anger, fearing that though he may claim to be afraid, he secretly possessed the audacity of a dog. Upon hearing this, Huangborn trembled all over. Hastily kneeling on the ground, a chill running down his spine as cold sweat poured from him. Young Master Yi, please do not wrong me. My life is in your hands. How could I dare to act recklessly? Qingchen smiled faintly, producing a black pill and handing it to Huangborn. Just this one. Do not lose it. Take it at noon on the first day of the month. Huangborn reverently accepted the pill, cherishing it as a treasure, and expressed his gratitude with multiple bows before exiting. Qingchen locked the door behind him and turned to Han Yuxiao, asking, is he the one who placed the order with you? Han Yuxiao shook her head. So this is Huangborn. I have never seen him before. Why did you lock the door? As Qingchen unfastened his belt, he retorted angrily, you still wish to shield him? I see you are deliberately seeking trouble. Han Yuxiao, retreating in terror to the corner, protested, what are you doing? I truly have never met this man. Qingchen, unyielding, pulled her over and pressed her against the desk, scattering papers and pins across the floor. Without further ado, he began to remove her clothing. What do you want from me? Stop. Chapter 47. Departing for Jinzhou, Qingchen showed no intention of stopping. Han Yuxiao, filled with dread, struggled fiercely while pleading with a quivering voice. Does coercing me into a confession serve any purpose? It will only compel me to lie. Qingchen chuckled darkly, his hands already beneath her garments. All right, I confess. I have seen him. He is the one who sent us to capture Miss Lu. Hey, I've confessed. Why do you not stop? She cried. No, please, it really hurts. Let me rest for 2 days. Ah, heavens. The room echoed with a cacophony of sounds, interspersed with Han Yuxiao's anguished cries. After a lengthy interval, Qingchen comfortably donned his clothing. Han Yuxiao, entirely unclothed, huddled in the corner, cradling her head and sobbing softly. All right, I believe you. You must not have seen him. If he seeks you out, he likely would not confront you personally, Qingchen remarked with a smile. Han Yuxiao lifted her head, her heart torn with both old and new grievances, yet feeling utterly helpless. Gritting her teeth, she indignantly cursed, "You scoundrel, worse than a beast. You are clearly seeking an excuse to assault me." With a laugh, Qingchen picked up her clothing and draped it over her. "You seem to have seen through me. Aren't you afraid I will inform your fiancé?" Han Yuxiao retorted. Qingchen paused momentarily, then suddenly adopted a stern expression. "Do you dare threaten me?" With that, he resumed unfastening his belt. No, I wouldn't dare. "Young Master Yi, spare my life." Han Yuxiao, pale with fright, hastily pleaded while scrambling to put on her clothes. Qingchen smiled, opened the door, and called out, "Xiaotong, please arrange a room for Sister Yuxiao." Han Yuxiao limped out gingerly, and Guan Xiaotong stepped forward to support her as they made their way towards the room. Upon turning back, she saw Qingchen closing the door and incredulously whispered, "Sister Yuxiao, young Master Yi used to be quite amiable. Why is he so harsh with you now?" Han Yuxiao felt tears welling up. Guan Xiaotong, filled with sympathy, remarked, "Young Master, you should know better. Even if the maid made a mistake, a few words of reprimand would suffice. Did he really resort to violence? And for such a long time?" Han Yuxiao sighed. "I would rather he struck me. That might have been more bearable." Guan Xiaotong, indignant, replied, "Sister, do not be afraid. When Sister Yifei arrives, I will have her speak to young Master Yi." In a panic, Han Yuxiao shook her head vigorously. "No, please, do not tell Lu Yifei, or I will be doomed." The following morning, as usual, Qingchen instructed Lu Yifei in writing. After their morning lessons, Qingchen stated, "The bandit threat at Xiangyang Peak has been eliminated, so you are safe for the time being. I must travel to Jinzhou City. Take care of yourself." Lu Yifei exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, what business do you have in Jinzhou? The journey is so far. Have you forgotten about our—" Qingchen smiled. "How could I forget our wedding day? I can travel 1,000 miles without issue. I am tasked by Master Wu to go to the Jin Wangfu to treat the prince's daughter. If I succeed, it will yield great rewards." The mention of the Jin Wang's daughter cast a shadow of melancholy over Lu Yifei's face. It was known that healing the princess could result in a promise of 1,000 taels of gold and a fief of 1,000 households from the prince. For such a generous reward, an ordinary person might leap for joy, but Lu Yifei seemed unfazed. She pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Haha, I know you will miss me. Do not worry. I will not be gone for long and shall return swiftly, so why be so sorrowful?" Qingchen consoled her. After much hesitation, Lu Yifei said, "Young Master Yi, once you meet the princess, you may no longer regard someone like me, a mere country girl." Realizing her concern, Qingchen chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "What do you take me for? Even if the princess were to propose I become her consort, I would refuse." Lu Yifei wiped her tears and forced a smile. "You are quite adept at charming girls. What if, despite your intentions, the princess takes a liking to you and insists on keeping you? Let her try. I doubt anyone in this world can truly hold me," he replied confidently. Lu Yifei bit her lip and leaned closer, resting her head on his shoulder. Qingchen continued, "With our wedding approaching, there are likely many preparations to undertake. I am unfamiliar with your customs, so I will leave the arrangements to your family." Lu Yifei nodded. "Just return promptly. There is no need to worry about anything else." After sharing a tender embrace for a while, Qingchen said, "Please summon Xiaotong and Yuxiao. I have matters to discuss." Lu Yifei stepped out, shortly returning with Guan Xiaotong and Han Yuxiao. Han Yuxiao, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat, kept her distance. Qingchen rose with a serious demeanor and declared, "I must be away for a few days. During this time, you are to obediently follow Lu Yifei's guidance. When you have leisure, practice your writing under her tutelage, for I shall inspect your progress upon my return." Guan Xiaotong, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, may I truly learn to write?" In that era, women of the common folk were generally denied the privilege of education, yet many harbored a deep yearning for literacy. Lu Yifei, equally delighted, replied, "Rest assured, young Master Yi, I shall fulfill your instructions. If desired, I can also summon Sister Meifeng, who has treated me like a sister all these years." Qingchen nodded. "Anyone who wishes to learn may be invited. Educating the populace is indeed a noble deed." With that, he approached Han Yuxiao and presented her with a pill, saying, "Consume this." Han Yuxiao was taken aback, feeling a surge of distress, and pleaded, "Young Master Yi, please do not worry. I would never flee. I beg you, do not torment me further." Lu Yifei stepped forward and gently tugged at Qingchen's sleeve, urging, "Young Master Yi, Yuxiao does not appear to be ill-intentioned. Why must you compel her to stay with us? If she wishes to accompany us, let it be. If not, allow her to leave in peace." Han Yuxiao hastily declared her loyalty. "Miss Lu, I wish to serve you both diligently, whatever it may take. I only ask that young master Yi cease his torment. Yi Qingchen chuckled. You misunderstand. I appreciate your martial prowess. Given my impending departure, your presence may protect my family. This pill will temporarily enhance your abilities. After consuming it, you shall be able to handle any adversary below the transformation realm. Skeptical, yet aware that escape was futile, Han Yuxiao reluctantly accepted the pill and swallowed it. Yi Qingchen smirked. Of course, such a potent elixir may have its side effects. Han Yuxiao's complexion turned ashen as she suddenly knelt, exclaiming, Young Master Yi, spare my life. Yi Qingchen reassured her, I shall return within 7 days. As long as you refrain from misdeeds, I will assist you in resolving any complications. He helped her to her feet, gazing into her frightened eyes, and comforted her. As long as you heed my advice, amend your ways, and atone for your past, I assure you, you shall not be treated unjustly. Thank you, young Master Yi. Chapter 48. The Jinwang Mansion after a midday meal. Yi Qingchen set forth alone on his journey to Jinzhou City. Leaving the Taiyuan Mountains behind, he found the spiritual energy thin and could not traverse the winds. Nevertheless, with martial prowess equivalent to that of a master, his agility and footwork were commendable. By evening, he arrived at Jinzhou City, as the capital of the province. Its level of prosperity was evident. The architecture was orderly, the streets spacious, and the populace, both handsome men and beautiful women, was adorned in a variety of attire. The thoroughfares and alleyways bustled with a continuous flow of people. Merchants, both great and small, filled the air with their cries of commerce. Performers captivated audiences, eliciting bursts of applause. Occasionally, patrolling soldiers displayed their might, while processions of carriages paraded through the streets. In this grand city, Yi Qingchen found himself enchanted for the very first time. The overall ambience felt more prosperous than that of the Ming dynasty's provincial capitals in a former life, rivaling the grand cities depicted in historical dramas. He inquired along the way and soon located He Chunang on Dongshi Street. Upon explaining his purpose, a clerk went to inform the back hall, and shortly thereafter, a lean man in his 50s emerged to greet him. Upon seeing Yi Qingchen, the initial expression of joy on his face abruptly faded, and with a puzzled glance over his shoulder, he asked, Are you the Mr. Yi introduced by Miss Wu Jingyi? I am indeed Yi Qingchen. It is a pleasure to meet you, Manager's son, Yi Qingchen replied, bowing slightly. Manager's son, clearly disheartened, responded politely, I am Sun Hechuan. He welcomed Yi Qingchen into the back hall, where they sat in a side room. Manager's son awkwardly remarked, Mr. Yi, as recommended by Miss Jingyi, must possess remarkable abilities. I have faith in Miss Jingyi, and naturally, I trust you as well. However, the illness of the princess from the Wang family is quite extraordinary. Many esteemed physicians have been rendered helpless. The art of medicine is heavily reliant on experience, and you, Mr. Yi, are rather young. At this point, Manager's son appeared embarrassed and hesitated to continue, but the implication was clear to all. Yi Qingchen smiled and reassured him, Rest assured, Manager's son. For I would not have come if I lacked confidence. In my view, there are only 2 categories of ailments that are truly difficult to treat: congenital conditions present from birth, and the afflictions of the deceased. Manager's son's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Mr. Yi, are you suggesting that as long as the affliction is not congenital and the person is still alive, you are confident? Yi Qingchen nodded with a smile. Manager's son chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly, choosing not to speak further. He thought to himself, this young man is quite audacious and seems unaware of the gravity of the situation. Miss Jingyi has always been level-headed. Why has she brought someone so unreliable this time? Is there something troubling you, Manager's son? Yi Qingchen inquired. Oh no, not at all. Manager's son forced a smile and said, In that case, young Master Yi, please return to the inn to rest. Come find me tomorrow morning, and I shall escort you to the Wang residence. However, I must emphasize one point. This young lady holds a special place in the prince's heart, and we must exercise utmost caution. When we arrive at the Wang residence, if you assess her condition and lack confidence, do not attempt any risky procedures. If anything goes awry, the prince's wrath could endanger both our lives. Yi Qingchen nodded in agreement. That is certainly understood. That evening, he chose to rest at an inn nearby He Chunang, and the following morning, he returned to seek out Manager's Sunday. After all, attending to matters at the Wang residence should not be done in a shabby manner. Manager's son had arranged for a carriage. As they sat together in the carriage, Manager's son provided an overview of the Jin Wangfu. The royal family of Qin bears the surname Shao, and the Jin Wang is the 6th brother of the current emperor, named Shao Jin. The Jin Wang has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Shao Huan, the second, Shao Sheng, the third, Shao Heng, and the ailing 4th daughter, Shao Yu. Shao Yu's mother is the Jin Wang's most favored concubine. Furthermore, given that the Jin Wang was nearly 40 years old at the time of her birth, she is considered a child born to him in his later years. Shao Yu not only possesses striking beauty, but also exhibits a charming cleverness, which has rendered the Jin Wang utterly enamored with her, treating her with a tenderness akin to that of a cherished jewel. It is said that since the fourth miss fell ill, the Jin Wang has transformed from a rotund figure weighing over 200 pounds to a svelte one of merely 130 pounds, visibly shedding a considerable amount of weight. The three young masters have each employed their own strategies, scouring for renowned physicians and seeking out reclusive sages in hopes of restoring their sister's health and alleviating their father's worries. Qingchen inquired, "Has the prince not yet appointed an heir?" "Indeed." Qingchen chuckled. "I presume the three young masters are showcasing their talents, seemingly for the sake of rescuing their sister, yet secretly harboring their own ambitions." Sun Huchuan urgently whispered, "Sir, tread carefully with your words. Such matters are beyond the purview of us common folk." Before long, the carriage came to a halt, and Qingchen alighted alongside Sun Huchuan. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld the imposing characters of the Jin Wangfu emblazoned above the grand entrance. Flanking the entrance stood two guards clad in armor, wielding waist sabers and grasping long spears. Sun Huchuan approached, discreetly offering each of them a silver ingot, and respectfully stated, "Gentlemen, I am Sun Huchuan, the steward of Huchuan Hall. With urgent business to discuss with the third young master, I kindly request your assistance in relaying this message." One of the guards nodded and hurried inside. Moments later, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged, surveying the two with a haughty demeanor. "Ah, steward's son, what brings you to seek the third young master?" he inquired with a smirk. Steward's son replied with a beaming smile, "Master Zhou, the third young master has instructed me to seek out a skilled physician, and I have come to introduce this esteemed Mr. Yi." "Mr. Yi?" Master Zhou scrutinized Qingchen further, bursting into laughter before dismissively remarking, "What jest is this? You, with barely a hint of maturity, dare to claim the title of a distinguished physician? Our royal treasury is not so easily deceived." Steward's son's face flushed with embarrassment as he responded, "Master Zhou, one must not judge a book by its cover. Mr. Yi comes highly recommended by a figure of great significance, and I believe he possesses considerable skills. Perhaps he could examine the young lady, just to offer his insights?" Master Zhou interrupted with a scoff, "Steward's son, do not presume upon your acquaintance with the third young master to bring just anyone into the Wangfu. The young lady is of noble birth. Not just anyone is permitted to see her. Moreover, the third young master is not currently in residence. You may as well take your leave." With that, Master Zhou retreated inside, bellowing, "Close the gates. The prince has been troubled of late. We shan't invite further discomfort." The two guards shut the door, awkwardly apologizing, "Our sincerest apologies, steward's son. The third young master is indeed absent. Perhaps you could return at a later time?" Feeling disheartened, Sun Huchuan turned back alongside Qingchen. "Who is this Zhou, to carry such arrogance?" Qingchen inquired. Sun Huchuan replied in hushed tones, "His name is Zhou Qingquan, the steward of the Wangfu. He is the brother of the princess and holds sway over all save for the prince's kin. He is also the uncle of the eldest young master, which explains his disdain upon learning that we sought the third young master." As they conversed, they suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves. Sun Huchuan turned towards the sound, his face lighting up. "The third young master has arrived." 3 riders approached, and the foremost leapt gracefully from his steed, displaying a lithe and commanding presence. He appeared to be around 20 years of age, tall and upright, adorned in a striking crimson cloak, exuding an air of gallantry. "Greetings, third young master." Sun Huchuan hurriedly bowed. Xiao Hung inquired, "Have you come to seek me?" "Indeed. Why do you not enter?" Sun Huchuan's expression faltered, and he replied, "This, humph." Xiao Hung immediately grasped the situation, his brow furrowing as he coldly remarked, "This dog's servant grows increasingly disdainful of me." Chapter 49. This man is too arrogant. 2 individuals dismounted behind Xiao Hung, leading his horse toward the stable. "You all follow me inside," he commanded as he walked ahead, with Sun Huchuan casting a glance at Qingchen before trailing closely behind. Upon entering the royal residence and traversing several corridors, they chanced upon Zhou Qingquan, who was sternly reprimanding the servants. Several servants knelt in a row, looking aggrieved as they faced a torrent of scolding. Upon noticing the third young master accompanied by Sun Huchuan and Qingchen, Zhou Qingquan was taken aback and approached Xiao Hung to pay his respects. Xiao Hung remarked coolly, "Zhou steward, you wield quite the authority." Zhou Qingquan smiled obsequiously, explaining, "These servants lack discipline. Without a proper reprimand, they will not learn." Xiao Hung replied, "Master's son is a friend of mine. He has come to visit. Why did you not allow him into the estate? Am I no longer considered a master of the Wang residence?" His words carried significant weight, laden with insinuation, clearly reproaching Zhou Qingquan for prioritizing the eldest son over him. Zhou Qingquan, startled, quickly knelt, stating, "Third young master, do not say that. I am tasked by the prince to oversee the daily affairs of the estate. Master's son mentioned he brought someone to treat the young lady. Yet this young man does not appear to possess the demeanor of a renowned physician." Xiaoheng cast a glance at Qingchen, his brow slightly furrowing, evidently skeptical of the young man's medical prowess. However, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. He spoke with gravity. He is someone I have entrusted to assist, and whether he can cure my sister's ailment is my concern. How can you unilaterally refuse entry? Zhou Qingquan found himself at a loss for words. Bowing his head in silence, Xiaoheng snorted coldly and strode away. Upon entering a chamber, Xiaoheng took his seat at the head, gesturing for Sun Hechuan and Qingchen to join him. Master Sun, how could you deceive me after I placed such trust in you? Xiaoheng's expression darkened. Sun Hechuan quickly rose, exclaiming, how could I dare deceive the young master? This Mr. Yi was recommended by Miss Jingyi. Surely, Miss Jingyi understands the gravity of the matter and would not act carelessly. I believe Mr. Yi possesses remarkable skills. Jingyi. Xiaoheng was taken aback, his expression softening slightly as he nodded at Qingchen. It appeared he held great trust in this head of the Duoying Palace. Mr. Yi, do you truly have confidence in treating my sister's illness? You must know that over the past year, my father has exhausted every means, inviting renowned scholars and doctors, all of whom have been at a loss. Qingchen replied, I can assure you, though you may not fully believe me, it is only through tangible results that I can prove my capabilities. Could you kindly lead me to meet the young lady? Xiaoheng appeared somewhat troubled, hesitating in his response. Sun Hechuan clasped his hands earnestly and implored, Third young master, I have heard that second young master has already sought the esteemed physician. Master Hua Keijing, surely, you must ascertain Mr. Ye's capabilities. Should we relinquish this significant opportunity to another? Xiaoheng regarded Qingchen with renewed scrutiny, silently resolving his decision. Follow me, he commanded. The group proceeded towards the young lady's chamber, with Xiaoheng at the helm. The servants and maidens dared not inquire, allowing for an unimpeded passage. Upon reaching the outer reception area of the boudoir, Xiaoheng spoke with solemnity. If Mr. Yi can save my sister, in addition to the rewards from my royal father, I shall offer further gratitude. Should you doubt your own abilities, it is not too late to retreat. My sister is of noble birth. How could an ordinary man be granted such an audience? He continued, once you enter this inner chamber, should you fail to demonstrate true skill, I will not show mercy. Sun Hechuan understood the gravity of the situation. In the realm of medicine, experience and credentials are paramount. Few would dare to claim the title of physician without the wisdom of age. Qingchen's youth raised concerns about the propriety of entering the young lady's chamber under the guise of healing, potentially tarnishing her reputation. Mr. Yi, perhaps you should reconsider? Sun Hechuan hesitated, despite knowing the recommendation came from Miss Jingyi. However, Qingchen's age seemed rather incongruous. Yet, with unwavering confidence, Qingchen replied, rest assured, gentlemen. If there is hope for the young lady's recovery, I can guarantee success. If I cannot heal her, then I assure you, no one can. Sun Hechuan and Xiaoheng exchanged glances, both sensing a thread of unease in one another's eyes. Typically, esteemed healers are humble and respected individuals. Yet this one exhibited an audacious demeanor. Xiaoheng commanded a maiden to open the door to the inner chamber. Qingchen stepped inside, noticing several maidens in attendance. Through a gossamer veil, he beheld the fourth young lady of the Wang family, Xiao Yu, lying in repose. Though in a state of unconsciousness, she was meticulously cared for. Her daily grooming and hygiene maintained with precision, presenting an air of delicate beauty. At approximately 17 or 18 years of age, her features were exquisite, yet her prolonged illness rendered her notably frail. Indeed, she was a beauty capable of captivating many, slightly eclipsed only by Lu Yifei. Upon entering, Qingchen stood transfixed by the sight of the young lady, prompting Xiaoheng's irritation to surface. Mr. Yi, please hasten to attend to my sister, he urged. I have already completed my diagnosis, Qingchen stated, turning to exit the inner chamber. While admiring Xiao Yu's beauty, he had already utilized his spiritual awareness to investigate her condition. It appeared that she was afflicted with a brain tumor, which had progressively enlarged, compressing her nerves and causing neurological dysfunction. In the advanced realm of medicine during the 21st century on Earth, such a condition could only be remedied through a perilous craniotomy to excise the tumor, offering a glimmer of hope for recovery. However, the risks associated with such a procedure are substantial, and the removal of a tumor of this magnitude would invariably result in some degree of residual effects. Whether it be a speech impediment, a hearing deficiency, or hemiplegia, Qingchen, as a cultivator, need only a few medicinal pills to dissolve the tumor, complemented by acupuncture to open the meridians, ensuring not only a complete cure, but also devoid of any risks or aftereffects. Xiaoheng's anger intensified, glaring as he exclaimed, Mr. Yi, you entered the room, did nothing, merely glanced from the doorway, and declared a diagnosis? Surely, you do not intend to mock me? In traditional Chinese medicine, the processes of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation are customary. Yet, I have never heard of anyone declaring a diagnosis from a distance of several feet, without even taking a pulse. Yi Qingchen thought to himself, damn it, it was my mistake. I should have pretended to take the pulse earlier, and perhaps had the chance to gently touch the young lady's hand. How delightful that would have been. These mortals are unaware of my abilities, seeing me act so hastily. How could they possibly believe me? It is no wonder they misunderstand. He hastily fabricated a reason. Third young master, the young lady is of noble stature. I dare not approach her closely. However, having observed her complexion just now, I have discerned the cause of her ailment. Xiaoheng interrupted him. Enough? Initially, I held some hope for you, but now it seems utterly ridiculous. My father has always said I am unreliable and has grown increasingly distant from me. If he were to discover that I brought you here to treat my sister, I cannot fathom the reprimand I would receive. Let us leave at once. No sooner had he spoken than the door was thrust open. Xiaoheng hastily rose to pay his respects, his expression flustered as he called out, Father. It was the Prince Jean who had entered, followed by a resplendently dressed woman and 2 maidservants. Xiaoheng bowed again, addressing her aunt. Yi Qingchen and Sun Hechuan also bowed to the two. The Prince Jean surveyed the gathering with a frown, inquiring, What are you doing here? Xiaoheng replied, Father, I came to see my sister. And these two? The Prince Jean pressed. Xiaoheng, somewhat anxious, responded, This Mr. Yi is a renowned physician, painstakingly sought out by Manager Sun to treat my sister. Nonsense. Chapter 50. Who is the master? Who is the servant? The Prince Jean pointed at Yi Qingchen. His tone sharp. Him? A renowned physician? How old are you? And yet you remain so unreliable. Xiaoheng fell silent, casting a resentful glance at Yi Qingchen. The woman referred to as aunt by Xiaoheng, presumably the prince's consort and the mother of Xiaoyu, hurriedly advised, Your Highness, please quell your anger. It is rare for Heng to show such intent. Must you reproach him? The Prince Jean huffed in annoyance, turning to Sun Hechuan, Manager Sun. I know you are closely acquainted with Heng and often introduce him to dubious characters from the underworld. I have refrained from questioning you. Heng is young and inexperienced. Yet at your age, are you not also confused? Even the daughters of common folk are not so easily accessible to young men, let alone my beloved daughter. A precious jewel. In this very place, even the men of the royal palace would not dare intrude, yet you bring such a person here? Sun Hechuan quickly knelt, trembling as he explained, Your Highness, please calm your anger. This Mr. Yi comes highly recommended by an important figure. He had merely cast a fleeting glance at the entrance of the young lady's chamber, yet he had already discerned the root of her ailment. Do not judge by appearances. Despite his youth, he might indeed possess remarkable skills. The princess consort scrutinized Yi Qingchen for a few moments, then remarked, Your Highness, Master Sun is a person of considerable repute in Jinzhou, known for his discretion in matters. He would not jest about such serious affairs. Incurring your wrath would be detrimental to both him and his family. The Jin Wang's expression softened slightly as he settled into a chair, studying Yi Qingchen intently, and coldly inquired, Mr. Yi, pray enlighten me as to the cause of the young lady's condition and the appropriate remedy. Yi Qingchen thought to himself, had it been under ordinary circumstances, the rudeness of this family would have prompted him to take his leave. The life or death of their daughter held no significance for him. However, offending the prince today would undoubtedly bring misfortune to Sun Hechuan. This individual had initially doubted his abilities due to his youth, yet had taken the risk of bringing him to the royal residence. How could he abandon him now? He maintained his composure, though his displeasure was evident on his countenance, and he approached with a somewhat haughty demeanor. Your Highness, the young lady's affliction begins with frequent vomiting, followed by slurred speech, then confusion of mind, ultimately leading to a state of unconsciousness. The princess consort gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the Jin Wang replied, over the past year, no fewer than 30 or 40 renowned physicians have attended to the young lady, and these symptoms could be easily discerned with a little inquiry. What I seek is the underlying cause. Yi Qingchen responded, the young lady suffers from a tumor in her brain, which is progressively enlarging and exerting pressure on her nerves. The princess consort, filled with concern, asked, Oh, what then can be done? Yi Qingchen smiled faintly, exuding confidence as he declared, this affliction of the young lady, aside from myself, no one in the realm can cure. Even if a craniotomy is performed to remove the tumor, there will inevitably be after effects. Mild cases may result in deafness or muteness, while severe cases could lead to paralysis. Seeing Yi Qingchen's arrogance in his speech, Xiaoheng and Sun Hechuan exchanged glances of embarrassment and suppressed anxiety. Even the princess consort, who had previously held hope for him, now furrowed her brow. The Jin Wang laughed heartily, adopting a mocking tone. Young man, you are indeed quite bold. If what you say holds true, would you not claim to be the foremost physician in the world? Are you suggesting that even the esteemed Master Hua Keijing pales in comparison to you? Yi Qingchen smirked disdainfully and, addressing the kneeling Sun Hechuan, asked, Who is Hua Keijing? Is he truly formidable? Sun Hechuan lowered his head in silence. Shaking it with a sigh, the Jin Wang slammed his hand on the armrest, his voice rising in anger. All practitioners of medicine revere Master Hua as a saint of healing. How can you, who dare to boast of your medical prowess, be ignorant of such a name? I previously labeled you a charlatan, and you sought to defend yourself. What further words do you have now? Unfazed, Qingchen shook his head and replied coolly. If your highness does not believe me, then I shall take my leave. It is a pity that the fourth young lady, with her beauty and youth, must miss the chance of salvation due to your obstinacy, the Jin Wang declared, in my royal residence. I shall not allow a brash and deceitful wanderer to come and go as they please. At this moment, Zhou Chengquan rushed in from outside, and upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily startled. However, a look of smug satisfaction soon spread across his face as he addressed the Jin Wang. My lord, the eldest son has returned from the capital, accompanied by several distinguished individuals who are on their way here. Instantly, the Jin Wang's anger transformed into joy as he remarked, Splendid. Huaner is always reliable in his endeavors. With such esteemed guests arriving, it is only fitting that I go out to welcome them. He took a couple of steps forward, then turned back to Xiaohong, saying, Heng ensure that the people you brought with you are well secured. Do not let them escape. I shall attend to them shortly. After the lord exited, Sun Huchuan rose, his expression filled with frustration as he remarked, You have truly brought calamity upon us. Xiaohong's face also bore signs of ire. Yet, Qingchen merely smiled serenely, patting Sun Huchuan on the shoulder. Fear not. Since you have brought me along, I shall ensure your safe retreat. I have stated before that only I possess the means to cure the young lady's ailment. No one else shall suffice. Sun Huchuan furrowed his brow in anger. Even now, you dare to speak such audacious words. Qingchen replied, I have never spoken with arrogance. It is merely your disbelief that clouds your judgment. Sun Huchuan shook his head, sighing, and cast a guilt-laden glance at the third young master, Xiaohong. At that moment, they heard the Jin Wang's cordial voice from outside. Your Excellency, this way please. Another voice, somewhat effeminate, belonging to a eunuch, chimed in, My lord, your enthusiasm is overwhelming for this old servant. Soon, the Jin Wang led a procession into the room. Among them was an arrogant eunuch, followed by a middle-aged man in scholarly attire, approximately 50 years of age, and two robust men in military garb, each in their 40s. Lastly, Zhou Chengquan entered alongside a young man, who was presumably the eldest son. Upon entering, the Jin Wang surprisingly ushered the eunuch to the primary seat of honor, declaring, Eunuch Chun has traveled a long way from the capital and should have been given a chance to rest first. Yet he insists on attending to my daughter's ailment immediately. Should Eunuch Huang learn of this, he would surely criticize my hospitality. Eunuch Chun, adjusting his hair with delicate fingers, replied, Your Highness, you are far too gracious. This old servant has been well cared for by the eldest son during our journey. The eldest son is deeply concerned for his sister, his anxiety palpable, which I have witnessed and felt keenly. The Jin Wang looked toward Xiaohuan, nodding in approval before bowing respectfully to the scholarly figure, saying, Master Zhang, I must trouble you. Master Zhang returned the gesture, stating, Your Highness, there is no need for formality. Throughout our journey, the eldest son has informed me of the young lady's symptoms, and I, Zhang Zhiqiu, am confident in my ability to provide a cure. Eunuch Chen added, Master Zhang has served as a physician in the palace for many years, and the emperor holds him in high regard. I have heard that the symptoms of concubine Qian were nearly identical to those of the fourth young lady, and it was Master Zhang who successfully treated her. Upon hearing this, both the Jin Wang and the Wang Fei displayed expressions of delight, exchanging smiles as they bowed in unison to Zhang Zhiqiu. We shall rely on you, Master Zhang. Eunuch Chen urged, There is no time to waste, Master Zhang. Please attend to the young lady at once. Zhang Zhiqiu respectfully acknowledged, Yes, Eunuch Chen. Meanwhile, Qingchen watched in quiet astonishment, listening to their words. It seems that this Eunuch Chen is merely a subordinate of Huang Shixian. The Jin Wang, however, is the sixth brother of the current emperor. How dare Eunuch Chen behave so arrogantly within the royal residence? Who, indeed, is master here, and who is servant? Chapter 51. The arrival of the divine healer Jin Wang personally pushed open the door to the inner chamber and welcomed Zhang Zhiqiu inside. Zhang Zhiqiu turned back and said, Your servant wishes to administer acupuncture to the young lady. I kindly ask for your highness and the young master to step aside. Very well. Jin Wang and Xiao Huan withdrew from the inner chamber, closing the door behind them, leaving Zhang Zhiqiu and the princess within. Father, who is this? Xiao Huan inquired. Pointing at Qingchen, Jin Wang's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly faded, and he coldly retorted, A brazen charlatan who dares to claim that only he can cure the young lady's ailment. Eunuch Chen exclaimed sharply, What audacity! Once Master Zhang has healed the young lady, let him open his eyes to the truth. Xiao Huan approached Xiao Hong and admonished, Third brother, you are not a child anymore. Why do you act so rashly and without discretion? Do you truly believe such a young man can heal our sister? Is this not a deliberate provocation to anger, father? Xiao Hong hung his head, admitting, I was wrong, elder brother. Though he acknowledged his mistake, his tone remained stiff, revealing a lack of respect towards his elder brother. Xiao Huan then urged Jin Wang, Father, third brother's actions are motivated by concern for our sister. Please do not hold it against him. Jin Wang nodded. You possess a sense of propriety and act with caution. Father is indeed gratified. Hung is young. You must guide him more in the future. However, such a bold individual who dares to deceive within the royal residence cannot be let off easily. At that moment, a sudden cry from the inner chamber reached their ears. Where? You have awakened? Jin Wang and the eldest son Xiao Huan exchanged glances of joy and rushed towards the door. Just as they reached it, Zhang Jiqiu emerged, blocking their path. The young lady has just awakened and cannot be agitated. Your Highness and the young master should refrain from entering and allow the princess to accompany her alone. They craned their necks to peer inside. Hearing Xiao Yu softly call from the bed, Mother, Jin Wang was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down his face as he tightly grasped Zhang Jiqiu's hand, trembling as he declared, Divine healer, Master Zhang is indeed a divine healer. Qingchen stepped forward, saying, Congratulations, Your Highness. Jin Wang nodded. Thank you, Qingchen, and thank you, Master Zhang. Qingchen replied with a smile, Your Highness need not be so courteous. Ordinarily, when the young lady falls ill, if the local physicians cannot provide a cure, Your Highness should have sought assistance in the capital long ago. The court physicians are selected from all corners of the nation and are naturally more skilled than local practitioners. How could it have come to this? Jin Wang sighed softly, his expression turning somber. How could I not know that the court physicians are esteemed? But, he sighed deeply, hesitating to continue. Then he smiled. Regardless, eunuch, you have rendered a tremendous service to me this time, and I shall surely reward you handsomely. Zhou Chengquan seized the opportunity to flatter. How splendid. With the young lady's recovery, Your Highness can finally lay to rest the heavy burden that has weighed upon your heart. The efforts of the eldest son have not been in vain during this time. The Duke of Jin nodded with relief, addressing Xiao Huan. Huaner, not only have you saved your sister, but you have also befriended a figure like Master Chen. This is indeed a great fortune for our Jin Wangfu. Both Master Chen and Xiao Huan wore expressions of pride. Zhang Jiqiu produced a piece of paper and penned a prescription, handing it to the Duke. Your Grace, procure the ingredients as per this prescription and administer it to the young lady thrice daily. Within 3 months, she shall be completely healed. Thank you, Master Zhang. The Duke replied, bowing respectfully as he accepted the prescription. However, Qingchen let out a cold laugh, proclaiming loudly, 3 months? Master Zhang, you are overly confident. If the young lady can endure even an hour, I shall write my name in reverse. At these words, the room erupted in shock and anger. What did you say? The Duke fumed, his beard quivering with rage. Sun Huchuan hastily prodded from behind. Can you please refrain from speaking? Are you trying to get me killed? Unfazed, Qingchen continued. Master Zhang has used acupuncture to forcibly open the young lady's meridians without addressing the root of her ailment. Such a drain on her already limited vital energy merely awakens her temporarily. It is akin to pulling up seedlings to hasten their growth. Though she may appear conscious now, it is simply a fleeting moment of clarity. Within an hour, she will surely cough up blood and perish. Impudent fool. How dare you? The Duke slammed the table in fury. Guards, seize this madman and execute him on the spot. Master Chen and Zhang Jiqiu exchanged scornful glances, their faces displaying mockery. Xiao Huan, on the other hand, reveled in the misfortune. Xiao Hong, acutely aware of having disappointed his father yet again, remained sullen and furious. Sun Huchuan understood that he could not evade responsibility for this matter, his complexion paling in fear, yet he was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, 6 guards entered, surrounding Qingchen with drawn swords. Qingchen displayed no fear, coldly stating, Your Grace, I find myself trapped within the palace, unable to flee. If you wish to kill me, why the haste? Should you slay me now, and my words come true, will you not regret it? Have you forgotten that I alone possess the remedy for the young lady's affliction? Humph. The Duke retorted, ignorant rogue. You come here to deceive and dare to defame Master Zhang's medical skills, uttering vile curses against the young lady. I shall not allow you to live another second. Hearing the commotion outside, the Duchess rushed out, addressing the Duke. Your Grace, what is 1 hour? Why not wait a little longer? What if he speaks the truth? The Duke's displeasure was evident as he interrupted. Do you also believe this mouthy fool? The Duchess pleaded, given the stakes concerning Yuer's life. It is better to trust in the possibility than dismiss it entirely. Master Chen chuckled. Your Grace, the Duchess's concerns are understandable. It is merely an hour. Why the urgency? I would not mind waiting a bit longer, so that this Mr. Yi may meet his fate with clarity. Very well, the Duke conceded. Let him live for 1 more hour. Just then, a young man entered abruptly, seemingly taken aback by the number of people present. The Duke exclaimed in delight. Sheng'er has returned. It turned out to be the second son, Xiaosheng. Behind him followed a frail old man nearing his 70s, his hair and beard streaked with silver. Yet his complexion was rosy and his spirit remarkably vigorous. "Father, sister has been saved," exclaimed Xianxia, brimming with excitement. The Jin prince immediately grasped his implication. Gazing at the elder in astonishment, could this venerable gentleman be the renowned physician sage, Mr. Hua? The elder bowed respectfully. "I am Hua Qingchen, honored to meet His Royal Highness. The title of physician sage is merely a jest of the world. I do not dare to claim it." Upon hearing Hua Qingchen's name, the atmosphere shifted and the crowd, including the previously haughty eunuch Chun, stood in respectful greeting. Xianxia, overwhelmed with emotion, declared, "I have practiced medicine for many years and have long admired the illustrious name of the physician sage. Today, to behold Mr. Hua's countenance is an unending joy." Hua Qingchen humbly replied, "My lifelong aspiration has been to seek out and treat the world's perplexing ailments, documenting my experiences for the benefit of future generations. Having heard the second young master detail the young lady's condition, I was compelled to come and investigate. I seek no reward, only to have my findings recorded in medical texts. Should I be unable to provide aid, I hope your highness will not take offense." The Jin prince, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, "Mr. Hua, your life's dedication to rejuvenating the medical field and benefiting posterity truly deserves the title of physician sage. I hold you in the highest regard. However, the esteemed physician Zhang from the palace has already attended to the young lady, and she is now out of danger." "Oh." Hua Qingchen turned to nod at Zhang Zhiqiu, a look of admiration crossing his face. Xiao Shang, disheartened, had not anticipated that his elder brother would seize the opportunity first. "Your Highness, may I have the honor of taking the young lady's pulse once more? It would render this trip worthwhile." "Of course," the Jin prince replied joyfully. Zhang Zhiqiu added, "My skills are modest, and there may have been oversights during my examination. Mr. Hua's input would be beneficial for the young lady and an invaluable learning opportunity for me." The Jin prince and the princess led Hua Qingchen into the inner chamber. The eldest son, Xiao Huan, looked at Yi Qingchen and chuckled. "I thought we had an hour left, but with Mr. Hua's arrival, it seems your time is running short. If you have any final words, now is the moment to speak." Yi Qingchen ignored him and instead addressed Sun Huchuan, who was huddled in the corner, pale and trembling. "What are you afraid of? I told you, only I can cure this ailment. You must believe me." Sun Huchuan shot him a glare, her eyes filled with venom, as if she wished to leap forward and bite him. "Please, just stop talking." Chapter 52. As long as the money is in place, Hua Qingchen emerged, his expression grave. Following him, the Jin prince and the princess bore looks of unease. Throughout history, a physician's demeanor has always stirred deep concern. Hua Qingchen approached Zhang Zhiqiu and inquired solemnly, "My lord Zhang, did you employ the 5 elements revitalization needle on the young lady?" Zhang Zhiqiu was astonished. "Truly, you are the physician sage. You discerned that so quickly? No wonder." Hua Qingchen sighed deeply and turned to bow respectfully to the prince and princess, saying, "I beg your pardon, your highness. My medical skills are limited, and I am unable to save the young lady." "What does this mean?" The prince immediately grew anxious. For had not the young lady awakened? Hua Qingchen shook his head and lamented, "Though she has awakened, it is merely a fleeting glimpse of life, as her vitality has been utterly depleted." "What?" The princess's legs buckled, nearly causing her to collapse, but fortunately, a swift maid caught her in time. In the realm of medicine, Hua Qingchen's judgments were regarded as absolute truths, and the princess naturally believed him without question. "Master Hua, could it be possible that you have misjudged?" the prince asked, still clinging to a shred of hope, unwilling to surrender to despair. "Absolutely not," Hua Qingchen replied emphatically. "No matter how skilled a physician may be, there are ailments that remain beyond cure. I truly find myself powerless. I beseech your forgiveness, your highness." The princess, her eyes brimming with tears, implored, "Master Hua, I beg you, think of another way." Hua Qingchen shook his head and sighed, "Forgive my candor, but the young lady's condition is beyond salvation. It would be best for both of you to remain by her side and offer her your companionship." Witnessing his unwavering conviction, the prince took 2 steps back, filled with disbelief. "Impossible." Zhang Zhiqiu interjected. "Master Hua, the symptoms of the late concubine Xian were identical to those of the 4th Mississippi. I treated her in precisely this manner, and as everyone knows, concubine Xian has made a full recovery." Hua Qingchen shook his head, stating, "Medicine is a vast and profound field. The same illness and the same remedy may yield different results. Some may recover while others worsen. Therefore, in the practice of medicine, one cannot simply judge by surface symptoms." Elder Gong Chun laughed heartily, saying, "As Master Hua has articulated, even the most skilled physicians encounter patients they cannot save. Although Master Hua's reputation is well established, it is evident that Lord Zhang has a successful precedent. When it comes to this particular case, I believe Lord Zhang holds greater authority." The eldest son consoled the prince, saying, "Father, there is no need for concern. I too find Lord Chen's reasoning quite compelling. The prince felt a slight easing of his heart, but then caught sight of Yi Qingchen, who appeared completely at ease. An unsettling premonition surged within him. Zhou Qingquan's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Hua Keijing with a smile, saying, "What Master Hua has expressed mirrors the sentiments of this Yi gentleman. Could it be that they have conspired together to bring forth this discourse?" The prince, feeling the impropriety of such an assertion, sternly rebuked, "Silence. What manner of person would associate with someone of such lowly standing as you describe?" Afterward, he turned to apologize to Hua Keijing. Hua Keijing shook his head, saying, "Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds to me. I am indifferent to your perceptions. I am not acquainted with this young gentleman, nor do I harbor any intent to condescend." The atmosphere in the room grew tense and peculiar, each individual bearing a heavy countenance, filled with uncertainty. Only Yi Qingchen maintained a relaxed demeanor, exuding an air of confidence. "Oh no, the young lady is spitting blood." A maid's exclamation shattered the silence in the room. The prince and princess rushed forward, closely followed by Xiao Huan, Xiao Sheng, Zhang Jiqiu, and Hua Keijing. Xiao Heng gazed at Yi Qingchen in astonishment, grappling with the dichotomy of emotions that coursed through him. The joy stemmed from the realization that Yi Qingchen's judgment had proven accurate. Conversely, a profound anxiety enveloped him. His sister was in grave danger. Upon rushing into the inner chamber, he was met with a harrowing sight. A considerable area of the pillow was stained crimson, and his sister's complexion was pallid, her consciousness seemingly lost. Zhang Jiqiu hastily approached to take her pulse, but upon making contact, he trembled violently, his face ashen. He recoiled in terror at the sight of the beautiful, ailing figure on the bed, muttering in disbelief, "How could this be? It was possible before. Why has it come to this?" The gravity of the situation dawned on everyone present. Hua Keijing stepped forward, one hand on the pulse, the other checking her breath. Before lifting her eyelids for examination, his brow furrowed in concern. "Alas," he lamented, shaking his head in sorrow. "Oh heavens! Where?" The princess cried out, collapsing at the bedside, rendered incapable of weeping any further. Jin Wang stepped forward, seizing Zhang Jiqiu by the collar with fury, demanding, "You must revive Yuer at once. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire family." Zhang Jiqiu immediately knelt in supplication, pleading, "Your Highness, spare me. I have exerted every effort possible." Gong Chun interjected with a cold tone. "Even the esteemed Hua has stated that no matter how skilled a physician, there exists patience beyond cure. The art of healing is inherently uncertain. Lord Zhang has acted with noble intent on behalf of the prince. Surely, you do not wish to pursue blame?" Xiao Hong hesitated before stepping forward, addressing his father. "Father, perhaps we should summon Dr. Yi to take a look?" Jin Wang abruptly raised his head, as if grasping a lifeline, yet lacked the courage to reach for it. Understanding his father's predicament, Xiao Hong bowed deeply, imploring, "Dr. Yi, did you not assert that only you possess the ability to treat my sister's affliction? I beseech you, in the name of righteousness, to extend your hand and save my sister." Yi Qingchen offered a chilling smile, gazing out the window, reflect on the earlier moment. "Among so many present, not a single soul placed their trust in me. Now, why do you suddenly recall this wandering charlatan?" Xiao Hong earnestly replied, "Dr. Yi, the fault lies with me alone. I shall offer my apologies and make amends. Lives hang in the balance. I implore you to set aside grievances and assist us. Will you?" Yi Qingchen maintained an indifferent demeanor, unyielding. Jin Wang, standing before the fourth Mrs. Bed, displayed a fluctuating palette of emotions, red and pale. The princess cried out, "Xiao Jin, are you truly willing to sacrifice your life for the sake of your pride?" Jin Wang trembled, as if awakening from a dream. Gritting his teeth, he strode forth, standing before Yi Qingchen with a deep bow, his expression one of shame and despondency. "Dr. Yi, I, Xiao Jin, have been blind to your worth and have wronged you. However, my daughter, Xiao Yu, is innocent. I implore your magnanimity. Overlook past grievances and save my daughter's life. Time is of the essence, and I shall later offer my contrition." Yi Qingchen, exuding an air of arrogance, casually brushed off the dust from his attire, responding nonchalantly, "Your Highness is overly courteous. I have come seeking profit, and as long as the payment is adequate, I shall not concern myself with apologies." As he spoke, he stepped into the inner chamber. The crowd parted to make way. The situation was dire, and the decorum regarding the mingling of genders was no longer a concern. "Please do not take offense, Your Highness," the princess exclaimed with urgency. "As long as we can save you anything will suffice." Yi Qingchen supported Xiao Yu, sitting cross-legged behind her. With a hissing sound, he placed his left hand on her shoulder for support, while his right hand swiftly tore open the garment that covered her back. The men present averted their gazes, and a maid hurriedly lifted a quilt to shield the young lady's chest. Chapter 53. The most authoritative presence. Yi Qingchen activated the two fingers of his right hand, pressing them onto the acupoint on her back. At that moment, the jade pendant hanging from his chest emanated a faint glow. He had previously asserted that he alone possessed the ability to cure the young lady's ailment, precisely because it required the use of celestial techniques. The spiritual energy in Jinzhou City was scarce, but fortunately, he had refined a storage talisman from the exquisite jade obtained from Xiangyang Peak prior to his arrival. This storage talisman, though simple in function, was a foundational artifact that could be crafted easily and quickly, provided one had quality materials. In his past life on Earth, abundant spiritual energy rendered such items virtually useless. White mist surged from Yi Qingchen's fingertips, and crystalline beads of sweat began to form on Xiao Yu's body. Suddenly, she lurched forward, expelling a mouthful of dark blood. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Though they did not comprehend the intricacies, they dared not inquire further. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, Yi Qingchen withdrew his fingers and gently laid Xiao Yu back down. He leapt off the bed and stated nonchalantly, "The young lady's life has been preserved. Next, I must perform acupuncture 3 more times and concoct some medicinal pills. After about 7 days of treatment, she will be fully healed." Although Xiao Yu was drenched in sweat and still unconscious, the crowd regarded his words with skepticism. Hua Keijing stepped forward, feeling her pulse, and his face instantly lit up with surprise. "Ah, the young lady has truly turned her crisis into safety. Mr. Yi can indeed bring the dead back to life. He is truly a miraculous being." At that moment, Xiao Yu's eyelids fluttered twice, her lips quivered slightly, and her fingers twitched. The Jin Wang was so excited that his beard trembled, while the princess, amidst her tears, broke into a smile, filled with both astonishment and joy. Yi Qingchen remarked, "The young lady requires tranquility for her recovery. Do not disturb the bloodstains on the bed. They should be cleaned only when she awakens again. Let us leave now, so as not to interrupt her." At this juncture, Yi Qingchen had undeniably become the most authoritative figure present, overshadowing even Hua Keijing. His words were absolute, beyond dispute. The crowd complied and exited the young lady's chamber. "Mr. Yi, this way please." The Jin Wang led Yi Qingchen ahead, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, devoid of any semblance of princely arrogance. Though Xiao Yu had been saved, Yi Qingchen had mentioned the necessity of 3 more acupuncture sessions and medication for a complete cure. Given that even Hua Keijing could not remedy Xiao Yu's affliction, it seemed that only Yi Qingchen possessed the capability to heal her. He had already discerned that this young man was headstrong and unafraid of authority. Having already offended him enough, it would be prudent to lower my stance at this moment. Should he take umbrage and depart, my daughter would undoubtedly be beyond salvation. The second son, Xiaosheng, accompanied by Hua Keijing, followed closely behind the princess, who was naturally overjoyed. Having snatched her own daughter back from the brink of death, her heart was filled with a mixture of lingering dread and elation, a sentiment that required no elaboration. As a secondary consort of the prince, she had long endured oppression from the mother of the eldest son until the birth of Xiao Yu transformed her into the most favored concubine of the Jin Wang. She was acutely aware that the prince's affection was directed towards their daughter, with her own status merely a consequence of that affection. Should anything happen to Xiao Yu, the remainder of her life would likely be fraught with hardship. Casting her gaze upon the back of the handsome young man before her, gratitude welled within her. Yet she was reminded that her daughter was of marriageable age. However, the prince was particularly concerned with status when selecting a son-in-law, leaving her uncertain about the lineage of this Mr. Yi. Following closely behind were Xiao Heng and Sun Hechuan, both radiating joy, engaged in hushed conversation. Initially, they believed his every word to be mere boastfulness, unfathomably exaggerated, yet it turned out that every claim was indeed true. Sun Hechuan still felt as if he were in a dream, unable to fully grasp the events that had just transpired as he gazed at the young man's retreating figure. Xiao Heng remarked, "Who would have imagined that he, so young, could possess such extraordinary medical skills? Even the revered medical sage would feel inferior. Who would believe it if not for having witnessed it firsthand?" Sun Hechuan lamented, "Indeed, I was utterly despondent, bracing myself for the prince's wrath. Little did I expect this seemingly hopeless situation to be so skillfully turned around. This time not only did he save my sister, but he also diminished the grandeur of my arrogant elder brother. Manager Sun deserves recognition. I must pay my respects to him in due course." Sun Hechuan asserted, "You need not mention it. The third young master, you have also assisted me greatly over the years. Our gratitude should be directed towards Mr. Yi." Their bold discussions were possible only because the eldest son, Xiao Huan, along with steward Zhou Chengquan and several palace attendants, lagged behind, seemingly intent on maintaining a distance. At that moment, Xiao Huan resembled a deflated balloon, his expression one of disappointment and resentment. Eunuch Chun, equally aggrieved, turned to Zhang Ziqiu, complaining, "What were you thinking? Without the necessary expertise, why attempt such a delicate task? Fortunately, the young lady is unharmed today. Had anything gone awry, We could not guarantee your safety should the prince take serious action. Zhang Zhiqiu, filled with remorse, replied, Eunuch, forgive me. I was overly confident because the young lady's symptoms mirrored those of the late concubine Qian. I never anticipated the subsequent complications. Alas, I have implicated both you and the eldest son. Xiao Huan interjected. Both you and Eunuch Chen acted in my interest. I am not one to confuse gratitude with disrespect. It matters not. My third brother is merely a carefree young master. Even if he has pleased our father this time, I shall not regard him highly. Eunuch Chen remarked. This Mr. Yi is truly a remarkable talent. Unexpectedly, there exist such masters among the common folk. If he is willing to accompany us to the capital, we would gain yet another capable ally. Xiao Huan remarked. I am uncertain from where my third brother has sourced this individual. His background remains unclear and his loyalties unestablished. It is prudent that we refrain from hastily recruiting him to avoid unnecessary complications. You speak the truth. Chief Eunuch Chen nodded in agreement. Since we are unaware of his background, we must investigate. If he can be of service to me, he shall remain. If not, his existence poses a threat. Xiao Huan responded with a respectful gesture. Rest assured, he was brought by Sun Huchuan, so the inquiry should not prove arduous. Before long, Prince Jin ushered everyone into a grand hall, assigning seats for host and guests. Prince Jin and the princess occupied the top position, inviting Yi Qingchen to sit at the esteemed leftmost spot, while Chief Eunuch Chen took the honored seat on the right. In ancient times, the left side was regarded as superior, underscoring Prince Jin's regard for Yi Qingchen. Though Chief Eunuch Chen felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he could comprehend the prince's sentiments at that moment. At this juncture, servants emerged, bearing an array of delectable dishes, forming an orderly line as they presented the delicacies upon small tables before the guests. Each guest was attended by a maidservant positioned behind them. Prince Jin raised his wine cup, declaring, Today, we are graced with the presence of so many esteemed guests. This humble abode is truly illuminated by your presence. Time is of the essence, and I offer this modest beverage as a token of respect. I hope for your indulgence. Come, let us raise a toast to our joyous gathering. The assembly rose in unison, toasting heartily. As they resumed their seats, the maidservants diligently refilled their cups. At that moment, Yi Qingchen noticed that the martial official, with wide eyes and a broad nose, signaled subtly with his right hand. The maidservant beside Chief Eunuch Chen, holding the wine jug, appeared momentarily disturbed by an unseen force, causing her to tremble violently. Ah! She exclaimed in alarm. The wine from the jug spilled over the cup, splattering onto the table and even staining Chief Eunuch Chen's attire. The maidservant, in a state of panic, fell to her knees, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, spare me. Eunuch, please forgive me. It was not intentional. Chief Eunuch Chen rose, brushing the wine stains from his front, and coldly remarked, Your Highness, how are the maidservants trained in your household? To commit such an error while serving wine is unacceptable. Could it be that there is some dissatisfaction towards the old servant? Chapter 54. Only I bear the surname. Ye the maidservants assigned to serve at today's banquet were meticulously selected for their beauty and competence. Prince Jin had never anticipated such an incident. Hurriedly, he approached Chief Eunuch Chen, bowing deeply in apology. It is my oversight in hospitality. Please do not take offense. Upon finishing his words, his expression darkened as he glared at the maidservant. Eunuch Chen is a favored confidant of the emperor. Do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression? Guards, take her away and administer 20 lashes. The maidservant, terrified, repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. Yi Qingchen surmised that the martial official's actions had indeed been sanctioned by Chief Eunuch Chen. Their previous rescue had failed, and they had not gained Prince Jin's favor. Thus, they sought to alter their approach, intending to demonstrate their authority to the prince, thereby underscoring their significance. Just then, 2 guards rushed in, ready to seize the maidservant. Wait, Yi Qingchen commanded. Jin Wang was taken aback and swiftly turned to inquire, What are Mr. Ye's demands? Yi Qingchen approached the maid, gently lifting her chin with his right hand. The maid, uncertain of his intentions, trembled with her eyes tightly shut as tears streamed down her cheeks. Ah, what a beauty! Yi Qingchen nodded in satisfaction, a mischievous smile gracing his face. This maid, I find quite delightful. Might His Highness grant me a favor and let her off the hook? The maid opened her eyes, gratitude evident upon her face. Jin Wang cast a troubled glance at Eunuch Chen, who arrogantly huffed and took a seat. Nearby, a military official expressed his indignation. How dare a mere maid show such disrespect to Eunuch Chen? Is His Highness truly going to protect her? Jin Wang, with a forced smile, responded to Yi Qingchen. Mr. Yi, this maid's beauty is rather ordinary. How could she possibly deserve your affection? I assure you, I will provide you with exquisite beauties. She has offended Eunuch Chen and must be punished. Yi Qingchen gazed down at the maid, who looked up at him with her big, watery eyes, pleadingly. To each their own, he mused. The more I see this maid, the more I am enchanted. I simply cannot bear to part with her. Eunuch Qin, with a sardonic tone, remarked, Your Highness, let it be. I am not a petty man. Since Mr. Yi is fond of her, I will grant him this favor. Jin Wang sighed in relief. Ah, thank you, eunuch. With a wave of his hand. The guards released the maid, allowing her to step back. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you. Eunuch, thank you, Mr. Yi. The maid repeatedly bowed her head in gratitude. Jin Wang instructed, For the next few days, you shall attend to Mr. Yi. Do as he commands. Should you err again, I shall not be lenient. Yes, I will serve diligently. The maid rose with Yi Qingchen's assistance and took a seat beside him. Jin Wang and the princess approached with raised goblets. Jin Wang, with a respectful demeanor and a hint of remorse, stated, Mr. Yi, I apologize for any previous offenses. There is no need for His Highness to concern himself with that. Yi Qingchen interjected. Today, on my account, His Highness has spared this maid. Thus, all past grievances are hereby erased. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility for the young lady's ailment. Jin Wang and the princess exchanged smiles, clinking their cups with Yi Qingchen's and downing their drinks. Upon returning to the main seat, Jin Wang, after replenishing his goblet, addressed Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin, it is an honor to have you visit our humble abode. I raise my glass to you. Earlier, he had humbly bowed to Yi Qingchen and clinked cups with the princess. But now, seated at the head table, his treatment of Eunuch Qin seemed somewhat diminished. After finishing his drink, Jin Wang inquired, Eunuch Qin, who are those two military officials? With a sense of pride. Eunuch Qin replied, These two are capable guards from the palace. Eunuch Wang, knowing my journey was long, specially dispatched them to accompany me. He placed noticeable emphasis on Eunuch Wang's name. Jin Wang nodded. Eunuch Wang holds you in such high regard. Eunuch Qin, your future is indeed promising. Master Qin chuckled. Oh, not at all. As a humble servant, I only wish to serve His Majesty wholeheartedly, without concern for future prospects. As he spoke, he gestured towards a martial official, saying, This is Master Wu Zhengxiong, a personal guard of the Emperor. At just 39 years of age, he has already attained the realm of transformation. Instantly, the crowd cast admiring and envious glances in his direction. Prince Jin raised his cup and proclaimed, To enter the realm of transformation at 39. Master Wu is indeed a prodigy of martial arts. I raise my glass in honor of Master Wu. Master Wu Zhengxiong humbly lifted his cup and replied, Your Highness is too kind. After they had both finished their drinks, Master Qin pointed to another martial official with prominent features and introduced, This is Master Feng Sihai, who was once a personal attendant to Master Huang. At the mere age of 36, he too has reached the realm of transformation. The admiration and envy in the room intensified. To the world, achieving such mastery at 36 is truly a sign of extraordinary talent. Prince Jin, filled with admiration, stated, A talent like Master Feng, alongside Master Huang, is bound to soar to great heights. I raise my glass in honor of Master Feng. Thank you, Your Highness. Master Feng Sihai laughed heartily and drank his fill. Prince Jin set down his cup, expressing his admiration. I have always revered those skilled in martial arts, yet alas, my own talents are rather dull, and I have only managed to cultivate a modest level of internal strength. I have heard that those in the realm of transformation can turn fallen leaves and flowers into formidable weapons, striking with deadly precision from 100 paces. Yet I have never witnessed such prowess with my own eyes. His expression bore a hint of regret. Master Qin smiled and said, If Your Highness wishes to witness the prowess of a master in the realm of transformation, it is not difficult at all. Zhengxiong, Sihai, why not demonstrate your skills to entertain His Highness? Wu Zhengxiong and Feng Sihai exchanged knowing smiles, each lifting their cup before stepping forward. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. Wu Zhengxiong downed his drink in one gulp and tossed the silver goblet into the air. Feng Sihai, calm and collected, extended his right middle finger, dipped it into his goblet to collect a drop of wine, and flicked his finger. A droplet of exquisite wine shot forth. With a resounding ding, the silver goblet struck by the wine droplet produced a sharp sound as it sailed through the air, crashing against the wall by the door. The goblet slid down the wall and fell to the ground. Gasps filled the room. Young Master Xiao Huan stepped forward to retrieve the silver goblet, exclaiming in astonishment, Good heavens! That droplet of wine has pierced a round hole through the goblet. Young Masters Air and San, along with others, rushed forward to witness the spectacle. Even the prince and princess descended from their seats, marveling at the round hole in the goblet with a mix of surprise and admiration. The princess exclaimed, Indeed, the masters of the realm of transformation live up to their reputation. Even a droplet of wine can be turned into a lethal weapon. Prince Jin nodded, declaring, Today, my eyes have truly been opened. Someone, please bring a new goblet from Master Feng. Wu Zhengxiong and Feng Sihai returned to their seats, beaming with pride. Master Qin chuckled. All present today are not ordinary individuals. It is an honor for these two masters of transformation to receive the prince's commendation for such minor skills. As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Qingchen and inquired, "This esteemed Mr. Yi possesses remarkable medical skills. May I ask where you reside and under whom you have studied?" Qingchen casually remarked, "I am but a humble villager, residing in Xiaodongping of Langnan County." Xiaodongping. The pupils of Chief Chun constricted, and both Wu Zhengxiong and Feng Sihai noticeably changed their expressions. The Jin Prince, observing this, inquired with curiosity, "Xiaodongping is not an unusual name. Has Chief Chin perhaps heard of it?" Chief Chin responded with a cold smile, casting a shrewd glance at Qingchen. "To not conceal it from your highness, I am here with two masters of transformation, tasked with apprehending a person by the surname Yi in Xiaodongping." The Jin Prince's expression shifted slightly as he anxiously asked Qingchen, "Mr. Yi, are there many individuals with the surname Yi in Xiaodongping?" Qingchen replied, "I am the only one bearing that surname." A gasp echoed through the hall. Chief Chen ominously inquired, "May I ask if this Mr. Yi is known as Qingchen?" Upon hearing this, Sun Huchuan dropped the wine cup he was holding, utterly astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Since Qingchen entered the royal residence, he had only been referred to as Mr. Yi, with only Sun Huchuan privy to his true name. At this moment, though Qingchen had yet to respond, everyone already understood the implication. Qingchen, however, appeared nonchalant, lifting his cup for a sip, seemingly intoxicated by the moment, and declared, "Indeed, I am Qingchen." Wu Zhengxiong and Feng Sihai sprang to their feet, ready to act. Yet, Chief Chen waved for them to sit, cackling sharply, "Today, he cannot escape. Why the haste?" The Jin Prince, alarmed, questioned, "What crime has Mr. Yi committed to warrant such a disturbance at the palace that necessitated your personal involvement, Chief Chen?" Chief Chen replied, "He has audaciously offended Chief Huang." The Jin Prince paused, seemingly incredulous, and then turned to Chief Chun with clasped hands, pleading, "Currently, my daughter Xiao Yu's ailment relies entirely on Mr. Ye's treatment. I cannot be without him. I hope Chief Chen will show mercy." Chief Chen chuckled, "Your Highness, I understand your urgency to save your daughter. However, I am under imperial orders and dare not defy them. The Yi family has committed a grievous crime. Chief Huang is exceedingly furious, and Qingchen is undoubtedly doomed. Forgive me for my candidness, but no one can protect him in this matter." The Jin Prince, recognizing the severity of the situation, anxiously insisted, "Regardless of the circumstances, he must first cure my daughter. Please, Chief Chen, grant a few more days. I will personally report this to my royal brother." Chief Chen replied, "Your Highness, you put me in a most difficult position." At this moment, the eldest son, Xiao Huan, stepped forward and implored, "Chief Chen, I realize this situation burdens you, but it concerns my sister's life. I beseech you to show kindness." Chief Chen hesitated for a moment and sighed, "I am a person who values loyalty and emotions. These past days, the eldest son and I have shared much. I dare say we have become confidants. Therefore, I shall grant the eldest son a favor and allow a few more days for him to treat the young lady." "Thank you, Chief Chen." Both the Jin Prince and Xiao Huan expressed their profound gratitude. Master Chen remarked, "Your Highness need not express gratitude just yet. This old servant is risking execution to present a condition." Without hesitation, Prince Jin replied, "Please, Master Chen, state your demands. If it is within my power, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Master Chen turned his gaze toward Xiao Huan, stating, "The eldest son possesses both courage and wisdom, a rare combination. I find myself quite in tune with him. I have heard that your Highness has yet to designate an heir. Might I suggest, as a piece of advice, that you declare young Master Xiao Huan as the heir apparent?" Prince Jin furrowed his brow. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Hong, the second and third sons, respectively, displayed their displeasure. It was evident that this was a moment of opportunism. Xiao Huan, feeling awkward, quickly interjected, "I appreciate your intentions, Master Chen. However, the decision regarding the heir is one that I am certain my father will make in due course. If I were to be named the heir through such means, it would appear that I am leveraging my sister's life against my father. How could I face my brothers thereafter?" Master Chen shot him a disapproving glance, asserting, "Young master, your virtues and talents are undeniable. I believe your Highness also considers you the most suitable candidate. I am merely facilitating matters. There is no question of coercion here." The princess consort interjected, "Your Highness, you have indeed contemplated naming Huan as heir. Why not make a decisive resolution today? This would honor Master Chen and also save you life, achieving two objectives with one action." Xiao Hong added, "Father, I have no objections to making my elder brother the heir to save our sister." With a gentle sigh, Xiao Sheng concurred. "Father, Sheng agrees as well." Prince Jin remained indecisive. To be fair, among his three sons, Xiao Huan exhibited both bravery and sagacity, executing his duties effectively. His grasp of the current situation and connections with the powerful were indeed superior. He was, without a doubt, the most fitting candidate for the throne. However, the reason Prince Jin had refrained from making a decision over the years was due to Xiao Huan's relentless pursuit of his goals, often employing unscrupulous methods. He found it hard to believe that Xiao Huan could maintain harmonious relations with his two brothers once in power. Since your highness cannot even acquiesce to this modest request, I shall have no choice but to act impartially. After speaking, Master Qin placed the wine vessel heavily on the table, producing a dull thud. Wu Jingxiong and Feng Sihai immediately rose, awaiting Master Qin's command. Everyone in the room turned their attention to Qingchen, who appeared remarkably unfazed by the intimidation of the two experts, calmly enjoying his meal and drink. The king and queen pleaded with tears in their eyes. Wait. Do not take action, masters. Prince Jin commanded. I shall acquiesce to Master Chun's request. Thank you, your highness, for your understanding, Master Qin said, looking triumphantly at Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan lowered his head slightly, his expression inscrutable, shifting between light and shadow. Ha ha. Qingchen laughed heartily. Even when death looms, Mr. Yi remains unfazed. I truly admire you. Master Qin shook his head disapprovingly. Qingchen continued. Your highness, does it not sting to be bitten by your own dog? What did you say? Master Qin slammed the table in fury. Ignoring him, Qingchen addressed Prince Jin. The decision to save the young lady rests solely with me. If I choose not to save, no one can compel me. If I declare my intention to save, none shall hinder me. Xiao Hong and Sun Hechuan exchanged a glance, simultaneously discerning the complex meaning within each other's eyes. Are you truly boasting again? Jin Wang, fearing further escalation, hastily advised, Mr. Yi. Master Chun has already agreed to spare you for the time being. I shall devise further means to ensure your safety. For now, focus solely on treating the young lady. Qingchen replied, rest assured, your highness, I am determined to save the young lady. However, I have always detested those who abuse their power to bully others, especially when it is directed at me. Xiao Huan bellowed, you audacious commoner. Within the royal manor, you dare to speak so recklessly, offending Master Chun. Do not presume that just because you can save my sister's life, no one here would dare to harm you. If Master Chun truly desires your demise, no one can protect you. Qingchen smiled. Does the eldest son also wish to take my life? Xiao Huan shouted, quickly bow to Master Chun and plead for mercy. He is magnanimous and may spare your wretched life. Qingchen retorted, to me, he is not merely a dog, but a dead dog. You expect me to beg for mercy from a lifeless creature? Such actions may befit the eldest son, but I still possess a modicum of dignity. Master Chun was left furious, his face flushed, teeth chattering in anger. Jin Wang was utterly taken aback, never anticipating that Qingchen would utter such audacious words. Now, even if he were to plead again, Master Chun would likely refuse to show mercy. He and the princess shared the same sense of helplessness and despair, having finally found someone capable of saving their daughter, only to witness this unforeseen calamity. Xiao Huan and Zhou Chengquan wore expressions of schadenfreude, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Seize this person. We shall personally ensure he suffers 1,000 cuts. Master Qin stuttered, forcing each word through clenched teeth. Two masters of the transformation realm received their orders and were about to act when suddenly, Xiao Hong leaped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Qingchen. Mr. Ye's fate is intertwined with my sister's life and death. I shall not allow any harm to come to him today. If you wish to kill him, you must first step over my corpse. Chapter 56. What can you do to me? Wu Jingxiong warned sternly, third young master. Our apprehension of Qingchen is by royal command. Should you obstruct us, it would be considered defiance. I care not. Xiao Hong showed no intention of retreat. Qingchen approached Xiao Hong, saying, I appreciate your goodwill, third young master. However, these two little rascals do not warrant such protection. There is no need for you to shield me so. Xiao Heng frowned. Mr. Yi, did you not see? These two are masters of the transformation realm. And what of it? In my eyes, they are but insignificant ants. Qingchen's expression was one of disdain. Ha ha. Wu Jingxiong and Feng Sihai laughed in unison. Arrogant. Truly arrogant. Third young master. You heard him. He seeks death, and we are not to blame. Feng Sihai declared. As his words fell, he subtly channeled his inner strength, pushing third young master back 5 steps. Due to the command received to apprehend, the two did not strike immediately. Instead, they lunged forward, intent on seizing Qingchen's arms. However, Qingchen remained unperturbed, forming his palms and pushing forward. The two were taken aback by his ability to project internal energy outward, and they stumbled back a few steps, their faces reflecting astonishment. You have achieved mastery of internal energy? Wu Jingxiong inquired. It seemed that Eunuch Chen suddenly recalled something, his countenance shifting, and he sharply warned, you too, be cautious and do not underestimate him. Eunuch Huang mentioned that this individual is likely a master of transformation. A master of transformation? Jin Wang and the 3 young lords exclaimed in unison. How can that be? Feng Sihai protested. He is barely in his 20s, and throughout history, I have never heard of such a young master of transformation. Nevertheless, his expression grew solemn. Wu Jingxiong remarked, Eunuch Huang is always prudent. Even if this person is not a master of transformation, he surely possesses extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, why would they dispatch 2 masters to confront him? Feng Sihai asserted, then today, I shall experience the prowess of this master of transformation. With that, he grasped at the air with his right hand. As if a powerful suction drew a column of wine from his cup. The gesture shifted, and that column of water instantly dispersed into countless shimmering droplets, which hovered momentarily before swarming toward Qingchen like a horde of bees. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. Just moments ago, Feng Sihai's ability to penetrate a silver goblet with water was witnessed by all. This multitude of droplets, if unleashed, would surely pierce not only Qingchen but also the 2 maidservants beside him. The 2 maidservants gasped in horror, unable to evade, their faces drained of color. Suddenly, the jade pendant within Qingchen's garments emitted a verdant glow. He extended a finger, and visible ripples in the air expanded before him, forming a protective barrier. When the torrent of droplets met the barrier, they abruptly halted, suspended in midair. This spectacle left everyone present in stunned silence. Feng Sihai finally realized that he had indeed underestimated his opponent. The strength he faced transcended that of a mere master of transformation. Wu Jingxiong hastily joined the fray, sending another wave of wine-formed droplets hurtling toward Qingchen. With a cold sneer, Qingchen shattered the barrier, redirecting the droplets toward the 2 masters. Not good. The 2 quickly summoned their internal energy, attempting to diminish the force of the incoming droplets. Little did they know that what Qingchen infused into those droplets was not internal energy, but rather celestial magic. The force of the droplets remained undiminished as they pierced through the bodies of the 2 masters, leaving numerous holes in their forms. Even their foreheads and jaws were not spared, blood gushing forth like a fountain. When they fell, they did not utter a single sound. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, until the sound of the esteemed eunuch Chun colliding with the corner of the table startled everyone from their reverie. Mr. Yi, is this the strength of a heavenly realm master? Xiao Hong exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight evident in his stammering words. Heavenly realm? Qingchen shook his head with a smile. Since no one had discerned the depth of his power, he did not wish to reveal too much too soon. I merely possess strength beyond the transformation realm, augmented by an additional layer of qi wave technique. The qi wave technique was a concept he hastily concocted to deflect attention, and it did bear some resemblance to his earlier display. Xiao Huan rushed over to assist Eunuch Chun, patting his chest and rubbing his back while offering soothing words. Eunuch Chun, do not worry. Within this royal residence, he would not dare act recklessly. Qingchen retorted. Young master, even at this juncture, you still wish to impose the authority of the royal house upon me? Eunuch Chun, forcing himself to remain composed, trembled as he spoke. Qingchen, do you truly dare to kill me? Are you unaware of the consequences of offending Eunuch Huang? Do not think that just because you are in the transformation realm, you are safe. Even a heavenly realm master in the palace could easily reduce you to fragments. Qingchen, intrigued, inquired. It is said that there is only one heavenly realm master in the Great Qian, namely General Li Tiangang. Could it be that there are other heavenly realm masters hidden within the palace? Eunuch Chun, believing Yi was intimidated, replied haughtily, of course. General Li is merely the publicly acknowledged heavenly realm master. The Great Qian is teeming with talent, and the strength of hidden experts is not something easily revealed to the world. Xiao Huan added, indeed, Qingchen, I advise you to surrender quietly, to submit willingly. Perhaps Eunuch Chen will speak favorably of you to Eunuch Huang, and you may yet keep your corpse intact. Qingchen laughed heartily. Once I make my move, there is no reason to withdraw. What of Eunuch Huang? In my eyes, he is but a dog-like servant. Impudent. Eunuch Chen bellowed. Qingchen glared fiercely, causing a drop of wine to rise from the cup and trace a brilliant line through the air. Mr. Yi, the Duke of Jin exclaimed, attempting to intervene. But it was too late. The droplet pierced through Eunuch Chen's brow. Thud. Eunuch Chen collapsed to the ground, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd, who instinctively retreated from their seats. The guards of the royal residence, arriving at the hall's entrance, hesitated, none daring to enter. The Duke of Jin sat weakly in a chair, uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. On one hand, his daughter, Xiaoyu, was saved. On the other, he could hardly fathom the dire consequences of having killed Eunuch Huang's man. Qingchen turned to Xiao Huan, an amused expression on his face. Young master, with Eunuch Chen dead, what can you do to me? You. Xiao Huan stammered, pointing at Qingchen as he retreated, both astonished and fearful. He had never anticipated that this young man could be so utterly unreasonable, so willing to kill a figure as significant as Eunuch Chen. Mr. Yi. The Duke of Jin approached, bowing deeply. I have failed to recognize your greatness. I did not expect you to be not only a medical prodigy, but also a martial arts expert. I apologize for my previous negligence and offense. My son was momentarily foolish and offended you. I implore you to show mercy and spare his life. At this moment, the princess, Xiaosheng, and Xiaoheng all stepped forward to plead for mercy. Qingchen smiled faintly and said, Your Highness need not worry. I shall not take his life, for he still holds value. Chapter 57. Are you certain you won't dwell on it? The Jin prince looked at him in utter bewilderment, not grasping the meaning. However, Qingchen, not wishing to reveal too much, likely refrained due to the multitude of onlookers. The gathering was thus disrupted, with 3 corpses lying in the hall. No one had the heart to continue, and they could only disperse in discontent. The Jin prince privately invited Qingchen to his study, where a maidservant presented tea before retreating. He intended to treat Mr. Yi with the utmost hospitality, but the event had taken such a turn that it dampened Mr. Yi's spirits. He felt he had inadequately hosted. The Jin prince expressed his deep regret. Haha, Qingchen replied nonchalantly. It was I who disrupted the banquet. It suffices that your highness does not hold it against me. The Jin prince sighed, saying, as a member of the royal family, I find myself unable to stand tall before eunuchs. Alas, I have become a subject of ridicule before Mr. Yi. Qingchen remarked. I also sense that your highness appears to harbor considerable trepidation towards Master Huang. Is the influence of that old eunuch truly so formidable? The Jin prince's expression tightened, and he hastily urged him in a hushed tone, Mr. Yi, be cautious with your words. Master Huang has many eyes and ears. Speak with care, lest you not only bring harm upon yourself, but also implicate me. After uttering this, he sighed softly, shaking his head, his expression darkening as he continued. In recent years, His Majesty's desire to diminish the fiefs has grown ever stronger. Though I am a brother to the emperor, being far removed in Jinzhou and absent from court, our bond has weakened. I fear I may be the first princely lord to be stripped of my title. In these years, Master Huang has garnered the emperor's favor, and all civil and military officials in the court follow his lead. Even the current chancellor, Li Linpu, regards him with considerable apprehension. What of someone like me, a powerless idle prince? Qingchen nodded and said, Today, as Master Chun and 2 grandmasters perished within your estate. How does your highness intend to respond to Master Huang's inquiries? The Jin prince furrowed his brow, remaining silent, clearly at a loss. Qingchen then smiled and suggested, Since your eldest son has some rapport with Master Chun, why not send him to the capital to personally apologize to Master Huang? He could claim that the entire Huang residence united in pleading for leniency, but it was I, Qingchen, who obstinately insisted on executing a harsh measure. You all feared my strength and did not dare to intervene, leading to this calamity. Let all blame rest solely upon my shoulders. The Jin prince exclaimed. But would this not place Mr. Yi in a precarious situation? Qingchen laughed heartily. Unconcerned, your highness need not fret, if I suggest this course of action. I have no fear of him. For those who wreak havoc upon the court and oppress the common people, I shall slay as many as come. In truth, Qingchen's suggestion to the Jin prince was not solely in the interest of the Huang residents. Master Qin's arrival indicated that Huang-born had grown restless, no longer willing to await his fate, but rather sending a signal for assistance to the capital. Now that Master Chun is deceased, the capital will inevitably receive news. In due time, they will dispatch more individuals to create disturbances. Since Huang-born has shown signs of disloyalty, his fate is sealed. However, merely taking the life of one individual seems rather unremarkable. It would be far more compelling to escalate the situation and eliminate several of Huang Shixian's associates. Ideally, it would culminate in Huang Shixian himself confronting the matter, allowing for a comprehensive resolution of the issue. The spiritual energy of Xiaodongping is abundant. He possesses the capability to accomplish this. Prince Jin, with a look of astonishment, spoke with admiration. Mr. Yi, your medical prowess is unparalleled, your martial skills are exceptional, and your sense of justice is commendable. I am truly in awe. Not only have you saved my daughter, but you have also rescued the entire royal household, making you a benefactor to me. Regrettably, as a mere idle prince, I am unable to offer you any high office or substantial rewards. Should you ever find a need for the royal house, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you that I will do my utmost to assist. Qingchen responded with a faint smile. As they engaged in casual conversation, Qingchen's 5 centuries of life experience endowed him with knowledge and insight beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. His remarkable eloquence and profound understanding left Prince Jin profoundly impressed. Feeling somewhat inadequate in comparison, eventually, the prince, with a hint of trepidation, said, Mr. Yi is truly a prodigy of our time. I have a modest request. I wonder if Mr. Yi would consider forming a brotherly bond with me. Your Highness, please proceed, Qingchen replied. I, Xiao, wish to become sworn brothers with you, Mr. Yi. though I am uncertain if you would regard an ordinary person like myself favorably." As he spoke, the prince appeared quite abashed. Qingchen thought to himself, "If I were to become his brother, then the ailing beauty, Xiaoyu, would have to call me uncle by virtue of our relationship. How amusing this would be." He feigned a laugh and replied, "Your Highness, you are of royal lineage. I am but a humble individual." Prince Jin quickly interjected, "Mr. Yi, please do not belittle yourself. My admiration for you flows like the boundless waters of a river, unending and profound. Should you consent, it would indeed be I who am elevated by your company." Qingchen stated, "Since your Highness holds me in such esteem, I would be more than willing to accept." Thus, the two of them, within the confines of the study, lit incense and vowed to become brothers, agreeing to address each other as your Highness and Mr. Yi in public, while referring to one another as elder brother and brother Yi in private. In the afternoon, the eldest son, Xiao Huan, embarked once more on his journey to the capital, this time bearing the significant responsibility of saving the royal house. The revered physician, Hua Keijing, voluntarily chose to remain at the royal residence. As an individual deeply enamored with the art of healing, Qingchen's miraculous skill of resurrection had thoroughly captivated him. Naturally, he wished to witness how Qingchen would further treat Xiaoyu. It was not a matter of seeking to learn, but rather a desire to behold greatness, which would suffice to fulfill his aspirations. In the evening, Qingchen, equipped with silver needles, approached Xiaoyu's chamber. The maidservant led him inside, where the princess was engaged in conversation with Xiaoyu. Upon seeing a stranger enter, Xiaoyu abruptly halted mid-sentence, her expression filled with confusion and trepidation. The princess quickly reassured her, explaining, "You err, this is the Mr. Yi I mentioned earlier. He is the one who saved you, your Highness." Qingchen bowed respectfully. The princess chuckled lightly. "Mr. Yi, there is no need for excessive formalities. I have heard from the prince that you have become sworn brothers. You may simply call me elder sister." "What?" Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. He has become brothers with father?" The princess gently placed her hand on her shoulder and said, "Indeed, you should address him as Uncle Yi." Xiaoyu bit her lip, unable to utter the words. Qingchen remarked, "Your Highness, I am here to administer acupuncture to the young lady. I require complete focus and solitude. Might you kindly step aside for a moment?" Of course. The princess readily agreed and promptly rose to her feet. "Mother." Xiaoyu's face displayed a look of terror, her cheeks slightly flushing. Throughout her life, she had never been alone in a room with a young man. "There's no need to be afraid, my dear. Uncle Yi possesses great skill. Only he can save you," the princess encouraged, casting a few reassuring glances at Xiaoyu before exiting and closing the door behind her. Qingchen laid out the needle pouch on a small table beside him, organizing it as he spoke. "Miss, please remove your clothing to expose your back." What? Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. Qingchen selected several silver needles and sat down beside her, stating, "Have you ever seen acupuncture performed through clothing?" But Xiaoyu stammered, struggling to find her words. "There's no need for hesitation. Trust in my medical ethics. In my eyes, you are merely a patient. Moreover, I am your uncle." Xiaoyu's expression reflected disbelief. "Are you certain you won't let your thoughts wander?" Qingchen nodded slightly. "I am absolutely certain that my thoughts will remain focused. Now, let us not delay your treatment." After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoyu said, "Close your eyes. Once I am ready, you may open them." Qingchen smiled lightly and complied, shutting his eyes. He could hear Xiaoyu moving about. "All right." Her voice was barely above a whisper. Upon opening his eyes, Qingchen found her blushing deeply, her gaze averted towards the side of the bed in shyness. Her back was exposed, and she clutched the blanket in front of her. Qingchen glanced at her delicate back, swallowing hard. "Uncle, why aren't you starting the acupuncture? Are you thinking inappropriate thoughts?" Qingchen chuckled, "I'm simply locating the acupuncture points." With that, he picked up a silver needle and began to gently insert it into several points on Xiaoyu's back. After a while, he carefully withdrew the needles and placed them back into the pouch. "All done. You may put on your clothes now." Xiaoyu felt an immense sense of relief, exhaling deeply as she hurried to dress and nestled back under the covers. The flush on her face had not faded. She clutched the blanket near her nose, revealing her large, glistening eyes as she cautiously observed Qingchen. Qingchen said, "Now, please lift the blanket. I need to massage your legs." "What? You want to massage me?" Xiaoyu clutched the blanket tightly, as if fearing that he might overstep boundaries. "You have been bedridden for too long. Your meridians are obstructed. If not addressed promptly, you might risk paralysis in your lower limbs and be unable to walk again. But I am a girl. You cannot do this. I would rather die than allow you to." Xiaoyu's agitation escalated, her voice rising. At that moment, the princess pushed the door open and inquired, What is the matter?" Xiaoyu bit her lip and replied, "You should ask him." Qingchen explained, "I must massage the young lady's legs to unblock the meridians in her lower limbs, but she refuses. If not addressed promptly, there exists a significant risk of future paralysis. Oh, the princess cast a worried glance at Xiaoyu, saying, Mr. Yi, please do not take offense. After all, my daughter is still an innocent flower, and it is natural for her to feel shy. Perhaps we could teach the maid to perform the technique instead, allowing her to assist? Yi Qingchen smiled faintly and replied, it is not so simple. This massage technique requires precise identification of acupoints and the infusion of internal energy through my fingertips. Any misstep could lead to unforeseen adverse consequences. The princess nodded, sitting at the edge of the bed, gently holding Xiaoyu's hand, offering soothing words. You should allow Uncle Yi to help you. He is a good man, and he has your best interests at heart. Your father and I trust him completely. You must trust him as well. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, deeply conflicted. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally said, all right, but mother must stay with me. The princess looked to Yi Qingchen for confirmation. Yet he shook his head, stating, no, the young lady's condition is serious. I must remain completely focused and cannot afford any errors. If the young lady does not trust me, then I must withdraw. I cannot bear the weight of any potential mistakes. With that, he stood to leave. The princess hurriedly urged, please, stay, sir. Then, turning to Xiaoyu, she gently stroked her forehead, saying, be obedient. Uncle Yi is here for your benefit. Do as he says and cooperate with the treatment, all right? Pouting slightly, Xiaoyu nodded softly. Only then did the princess feel reassured enough to exit the room. Yi Qingchen, without further ado, lifted the covers, causing Xiaoyu to instinctively shrink back into the bed. With a face full of terror, she asked, Uncle, you truly have no improper intentions, do you? Yi Qingchen remained silent, removing his shoes before leaping onto the bed, grasping her calves, and gently kneading them with his fingers, channeling energy into them. Xiaoyu shuddered at the sensation, wanting to recoil, but it was too late. A tingling warmth spread from the points he touched, flowing throughout her entire body. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at Yi Qingchen, fearful he might suddenly pounce. Internally, she chastised him, thinking, wretched uncle. I can't tell if this massage is genuinely necessary. He was clearly smirking just now, looking rather lewd. What if he is using the guise of treatment to take advantage of me? My purity would be lost. After a while, she felt Yi Qingchen's death technique. The areas he massaged seemed to fill with a warm current, and her legs genuinely began to regain strength. She felt somewhat relieved, reasoning that this was indeed for her healing. When a doctor treats a patient, privacy becomes secondary. It is documented that some young women suffering from gynecological issues must expose themselves to doctors. Uncle Yi is merely massaging through my clothing. He is now drenched in sweat from his efforts, and I unjustly accused him earlier. Truly, that was my fault. As the thought crossed her mind, she suddenly felt Yi Qingchen's fingers gently ascending, nearly reaching the inner thigh. Just as she contemplated resisting, the urgency of her ailment pressed upon her. After all, the specter of lifelong paralysis was no trivial matter. What joy could one find in a life confined to a wheelchair? Moreover, the sensation was remarkably pleasurable, making it almost impossible to resist. Xiaoyu's face flushed a rosy hue, her lips tightly bitten, and she closed her eyes. In this tumultuous conflict of emotions, she endured for a while. Finally, Yi Qingchen pulled the blanket over Xiaoyu. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed her breath was slightly labored. Uncle, did you truly not entertain any improper thoughts just now? Yi Qingchen replied with a mischievous grin. That question is one I refuse to answer. Then it must be true? Xiaoyu exclaimed, her expression filled with indignation, tears welling in her eyes. You are a wicked uncle. Wicked uncle? Yi Qingchen chuckled, finding delight in the title. He mused. Is it so wrong to have touched your leg for but a moment? This is merely an appetizer. The main event lies ahead. Just wait until next time, when I truly know how to wield my influence over you and show you what it means to be truly wicked. He stifled a laugh, adopting a serious demeanor as he proclaimed, as a normal man, if one does not harbor any improper intentions towards a woman, it merely reflects her lack of charm. You, my dear, are as beautiful as a celestial being, with a figure so graceful that any man would struggle to maintain restraint. I have done my utmost to control myself. You must not blame me, all right? You are clearly the one with a dirty mind, and yet you dare to argue. Xiaoyu retorted, ignoring his words as she exited the room. At that moment, the princess entered, noticing her daughter's tear-filled eyes, and urgently inquired about the situation. Xiaoyu recounted Yi Qingchen's earlier remarks in detail, then began to sob pitifully. As a betrothed daughter of the royal house, I have been so shamelessly taken advantage of by this scoundrel. The princess replied, he acted out of necessity to save you. It is indeed challenging for a normal man to control himself in the presence of such beauty. I find that his willingness to acknowledge this speaks to his sincerity, which is far better than the hypocrisy displayed by some. Mother, how can you still defend him? Xiaoyu protested, covering her face and crying even louder. That evening, the Jin prince privately hosted Yi Qingchen for a banquet. Perhaps having suppressed his feelings for too long, he finally found a kindred spirit, despite their considerable age difference. Qingchen's eloquence was a stark contrast to the superficiality often displayed by the youth. Wine shared with a confidant is never enough, the Jin prince lamented, wishing they had met sooner. The two conversed freely, indulging in their revelry until they were thoroughly intoxicated. As the night deepened, a maid entered to assist Qingchen to a room, then quietly withdrew. Qingchen, swaying slightly, made his way to the bedside, sat on the edge, removed his garments, and carelessly tossed them aside before collapsing onto the pillow. To his astonishment, he found himself nestled against a warm, soft presence beside him. The surprise jolted him, and the effects of the wine began to fade. Propped up on his elbows, he beheld the very maid he had rescued during the day, now lying bare upon the inner side of the grand bed, a delicate coverlet draped over her. Her eyes were tightly shut, a visage of bashfulness upon her face, with long lashes fluttering gently. Chapter 59. A keepsake for you. What are you doing here? Qingchen inquired, donning his robe. At the sound of his voice, the maid jolted, her eyes closing even tighter, as she timidly replied, "The prince commanded me to serve Master Yi." Qingchen offered a faint smile, retrieving a garment from the rack beside the bed and tossing it beside her, saying, "There is no need for that. My declaration of fondness for you today was merely a ruse to save you. I had no inkling the prince would take it to heart." The maid opened her eyes and remarked, "The prince has instructed me to attend to Master Yi properly, or I shall face punishment. Rest assured, I shall explain the situation to the prince," Qingchen assured her. Tears welled in the maid's eyes as she asked, "Does Master Yi find me unattractive?" No, he replied, "You possess great beauty, and my feelings are genuine. However, I cannot bear to possess the body of a gentle and virtuous girl in such a manner. I understand that a girl holds her chastity in high regard. If you were to comply with the prince's orders and surrender your body to a stranger like me, would you not regret it for eternity?" The maid clutched the coverlet to her chest, sitting up as she began to sob softly. "Master Yi is a person of great stature. How could I ever regret giving myself to someone like you? Yet, I know my humble origins render me unworthy of your favor." Qingchen sat at the edge of the bed and patted her shoulder, saying, "Do not speak so. Every individual is an indispensable part of this world. You must first learn to value yourself." With that, he removed the jade pendant from around his neck and placed it around her neck. The maid stared at him in astonishment. Qingchen explained, "I possess no other valuables. Let this jade pendant be a keepsake for you. Although its ability to store spiritual energy is limited and has been largely depleted these past few days, it still retains a trace of energy, insufficient for another use of my celestial arts. Having befriended a personage like Prince Jin, acquiring a finer jade in this world will surely not pose a challenge. Thus, this pendant is of little consequence. It is better to do a kindness and bring joy to a lovely maiden. For a mortal like the maid, wearing a jade pendant imbued with spiritual energy would not only enhance her vitality and beauty, but also extend her lifespan." In a state of alarm, she protested, No, such a precious jade pendant is too much for me to accept. Master, you should keep it and give it to your beloved in the future." Qingchen shook his head, his gaze resolute. "Obey. Our meeting today is a matter of fate. Trust that no one within this prince's residence will dare to bully you again." Overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down her face, she knelt upon the bed, clutching the coverlet, and declared, "My humble name is Wang Xinling. I shall never forget Master Yi's great kindness today." With that, she bowed her head 3 times. Then, she turned to the side and began to dress. Qingchen cast a glance and beheld a figure whose skin was as fair as snow, with curves that were both exquisite and alluring. He could not help but inwardly lament, cursing himself. "What on earth is wrong with me today? A beauty lies before me, and here I am, pretending to be a virtuous man." Wang Xinling donned her attire and descended from the bed, slipping on her embroidered cloth shoes. She performed a courteous bow, saying, "I shall not disturb Mr. Yi any further. I take my leave." Qingchen inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. However, Wang Xinling seemed to doubt his sincerity, glancing back 3 times as she exited the room and closed the door behind her. The following morning, after completing his morning ablutions and breakfast, Qingchen strolled through the Wang residence, taking in the sights. Suddenly, he heard the loud reprimands of Zhou Chengquan ringing from ahead. "Do you dare to retort against me? You have truly overstepped your bounds. Do you even know your own station? How could Mr. Yi possibly gift you such a precious jade pendant?" Wang Xinling's weeping pleas followed, "Master Zhou. It was indeed a gift from Mr. Yi. If you don't believe me, you may ask him." Just then, a sharp crack echoed, signaling a blow to her body. Wang Xinling let out a piercing scream. "Master Zhou, spare me. Master Zhou, have mercy." Zhou Chengquan thundered in fury. "You dare to steal from the Wang residence? Truly lawless. Today, I shall ensure your punishment." He raised a rattan whip, poised to strike the kneeling Wang Xinling, when Qingchen swiftly stepped in front of him. Seizing his raised wrist, Zhou Chengquan was taken aback, quickly donning a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Yi." Wang Xinling, as if seeing a savior, shuffled her knees and hid behind Yi Qingchen. Zhou Chengquan opened his palm, revealing the jade pendant that Yi Qingchen had gifted to Wang Xinling the previous night. "Forgive me for troubling you, Mr. Yi. These servants are becoming increasingly unruly, daring to pilfer from the Wang residence as possessions." Yi Qingchen replied coldly. "Zhou steward, you incessantly speak of servants. Do you presume yourself to be a superior?" Zhou Chengquan momentarily froze, hastening to clarify. No. How could I dare to call myself a superior? It is only figures like the prince and Mr. Yi who hold such a title." Yi Qingchen turned to assist Wang Xinling to her feet, noticing a bloodied mark on her left arm where she had been struck. He gently wiped away the tears from her cheek with a tender finger, offering solace. "Do not worry. All is well now." He then addressed Zhou Chengquan. "This pendant was indeed a gift from me to Miss Xinling. I kindly ask you to return it to her." Zhou Chengquan awkwardly responded. "Mr. Yi, such a precious item for a mere maid. Is that not a waste? I shall gift as I please. Do you now wish to take it upon yourself to oversee my choices?" Not at all. Zhou Chengquan replied, nodding and smiling ingratiatingly. He approached Wang Xinling, produced the pendant, and haughtily declared, "Take it." Wang Xinling, head bowed and trembling, accepted the pendant and retreated a couple of steps. Zhou Chengquan added, "If Mr. Yi has no further instructions, I shall take my leave." Just as he turned to depart, Yi Qingchen called out, "Wait. I happen to have a matter I wish to discuss." Zhou Chengquan hurriedly turned back, bowing deeply. "Please, Mr. Yi, do tell." Yi Qingchen embraced Wang Xingling's shoulders, his face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "Yesterday, I declared my affection for Miss Xingling in the presence of Steward Zhou. Today, without reason, you have struck the woman I cherish. Do you think this can be so easily overlooked?" Zhou Chengquan winked knowingly, retorting, "Mr. Yi, this young lady is merely a servant girl, a fleeting amusement. How could someone of your stature deign to be fond of one such as her? Moreover, as she is a maid of the Wang residence, it is my duty to ensure that rewards are given for virtue and punishments meted out for transgressions. While I hold you in high esteem, it would be prudent for you, as an outsider, to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Wang family." As he spoke the latter part, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his lips, his gaze fixed on the distance, exuding an air of invincibility. Wang Xingling shook Yi Qingchen's arm, pleading, "Mr. Yi, Zhou is correct. I bear no resentment or injustice." Yi Qingchen responded with a cold smile, a glint of fierce determination flickering in his eyes. "Today, I shall indeed address this bullying dog who thrives on intimidation." Chapter 60. How did this involve marriage? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chengquan's expression shifted to one of fear as he retreated 2 steps. "What do you intend to do? This is the Wang residence. Do not presume that saving the young lady grants you the liberty to act as you please." Yi Qingchen remarked, "Just now, it appeared you wielded the rattan with your right hand to strike Miss Xingling." No sooner had he spoken, than with a swift motion, he drew Zhou Chengquan towards him with an overwhelming force, his right hand clasping Zhou's wrist. Before Zhou could utter a sound of alarm, a sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. "Ah!" Zhou Chengquan's anguished wail resounded, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Wang Xingling, terrified, burst into tears. Zhou Chengquan, grimacing in pain, slumped against the railing, nearly losing consciousness. Yi Qingchen, seemingly unperturbed, grasped Wang Xingling's wrist and turned to leave. Wang Xingling implored, "Mr. Yi, I beg you, spare Zhou. Otherwise, I fear I may not survive." Her cries intensified. Yi Qingchen replied earnestly, "I have stated before that no one shall bully you within the Wang residence. Zhou Chengquan's ignorance warrants this punishment." Meanwhile, Prince Jin, Xiao Jin, had taken 4 royal consorts. The principal consort, the Zhou clan, bore him the eldest son, Xiao Huan. The 3 secondary consorts included Zheng, who bore the second son, Xiao Sheng, Qi, who bore the third son, Xiao Hong, and Wen, who bore the daughter, Xiao Yu. Xiao Jin was cautious in his dealings, wary of the emperor's suspicions, thus selecting none of his consorts from prominent families of the present court, but rather from the beautiful women of Jinzhou. Naturally, these women hailed from esteemed local families, ensuring that the dignity of the royal family remained intact. Since marrying one, the prince had been particularly fond of her, especially after she bore Xiao Yu, showering her with affection. The Zhou consort, consumed by jealousy, frequently sought ways to undermine one. However, one, being educated and composed, consistently eluded Zhou's attempts to find fault, leaving Zhou feeling helpless. On this day, Zhou Wangfei was in the garden, tending to her birds, when suddenly, she heard her brother Zhou Chengquan approaching, wailing, with his hand bandaged. The princess of Zhou was taken aback, hastily hanging up the birdcage as she approached her brother, asking, "What is the matter?" Zhou Chengquan, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Sister, you must stand up for me. The doctor has declared that my hand is forever incapacitated." Who dares to bully a member of the Zhou family like this? It is that Qingchen. Him? Zhou Fei was momentarily stunned, her tone weakening. He bears you no grudge. Why resort to such brutality? Zhou Qingquan replied. I was merely disciplining a maid in the manner, and he, in defending her, indiscriminately assaulted me. You know he possesses the strength of a transformation master. How could I possibly contend with him? After the beating, he brazenly declared that he was sent by the third young master and would only acknowledge him. Just because I am the uncle of the eldest young master, he looks upon me with disdain. Zhou Fei's face turned pale with anger. Her silver teeth clenched as she retorted, this scoundrel is utterly disrespectful, taking advantage of his abilities to act with impunity. With a flick of her sleeve, she strode towards Xiao Yu's chamber. As the rightful consort of the prince, it was her daily duty to monitor the prince's movements. She was aware that at that moment, the Jin prince was there, entangled with her thorn in the flesh. From a distance, she could hear the laughter of the one princess from Xiao Yu's quarters. Wonderful, wonderful. Yuer can finally get out of bed and walk. Mr. Yi is truly a miraculous physician. Zhou Fei's heart tightened, and she quickened her pace. Upon entering the room, she beheld Xiao Yu cautiously walking about with the assistance of a maid. However, she did not see the Jin prince. Wen Fei and the maids promptly bowed to Zhou Fei. I have come to see Yuer, Zhou Fei announced. It is truly commendable that Yuer's health is gradually improving. Wen Fei nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Mr. Yi's skills are remarkable. He is indeed a wonder of this age. Curious, Zhou Fei inquired, may I know what method Mr. Yi employed to achieve such miraculous results? Without hesitation, Wen Fei replied, Mr. Yi administered acupuncture to Yuer and massaged her legs, unblocking her meridians. Leg massage? Zhou Fei frowned, saying, Sister, under normal circumstances, there are certain matters I should not discuss regarding Yuer's recovery. I have heard that Mr. Yi is merely around 20 years old. Do you not find it inappropriate for him to massage Yuer's legs? Wen Fei lowered her head and admitted, Initially, I too found it inappropriate, but Mr. Yi insisted that without such intervention, Yuer might suffer from paralysis of the lower limbs. Zhou Fei seated herself in the grand chair, coldly scoffing. A dignified daughter of the royal family, yet unmarried, allows a young man to handle her in such a manner. What kind of propriety is this? Have you not considered the reputation of the royal house at all? Wen Fei replied, Sister, please calm your anger. In the pursuit of healing, we truly cannot afford to be overly concerned. Zhou Fei shot her a disdainful glance, declaring, I believe this Mr. Yi possesses medical skills. Yet his ethics leave much to be desired. He has clearly concocted a pretext to take advantage of Yuer. From the side, Zhou Qingquan leaned in and murmured, Your Highness, if the young lady were to marry Mr. Yi, it would not be such a concern. Otherwise, should this matter become known, one can only speculate how those gossipy, petty individuals might discuss us behind our backs. The Dowager Zhou feigned anger, exclaiming, What nonsense is this? As a noble lady of the royal house, a golden branch and jade leaf, what is Yi Qingchen? Merely a farmer from a remote mountain village. How could he ever be worthy of Yuer? Even if I were to concede, my sister Wen Fei would never agree. Wen Fei smiled gently, saying, Such significant matters must be determined by the prince. I am in no position to voice my opinions. Xiao Yu, anxiously leaning against Wen Fei, spoke with a hint of grievance. Mother, Mr. Yi merely gave me a massage over my clothing. Besides, it was indeed for the sake of healing. How can this possibly be related to marriage? The Dowager Zhou replied sternly, It is a breach of propriety for men and women to engage in such intimacy. Even a mere glance at a stranger of the opposite sex is deemed improper, let alone the act of pressing on one's legs. Such principles are understood even by little girls and the common folk. As a noble lady of the royal house, do you not grasp this? At that moment, Prince Jin entered, his voice low and commanding. What is the commotion about? The assembly hurriedly bowed in respect. The Dowager Zhou smiled sweetly. I came to see Yuer and was just defending her honor. Prince Jin settled into a chair, remarking, Yuer has recovered. What is there to defend? The Dowager Zhou responded, Your Highness, Yuer's recovery is indeed cause for celebration, yet I suspect that this Mr. Yi is taking advantage of her under the guise of treatment. In doing so, he would tarnish Yuer's purity and disgrace the royal family's reputation. Prince Jin cast her a disapproving glance, retorting, Healing and saving lives often require difficult choices. It is not as convoluted as you suggest. The Dowager Zhou countered, if it were indeed a matter of necessity, that would be acceptable. But I fear he may possess questionable medical ethics and a corrupt heart. Prince Jin asserted, Mr. Yi is a person of great benevolence and virtue. Do not judge a gentleman by the standards of a petty individual. The Dowager Zhou, feeling wronged, replied, I do not intend to defame him. Yet his actions are indeed suspect. He, relying on his supposed healing prowess, has displayed arrogance, recklessly breaking my brother's wrist. A truly noble person would never commit such an act of cruelty against the innocent. Only then did Prince Jin notice the bandage on Zhou Chengquan's wrist. Stepping forward with concern, what? He broke your wrist? Chapter 61. A medical miracle. Zhou Chengquan hastily knelt, tears streaming down his face, pleading, I beseech your highness to seek justice for me. He then recounted the tale in front of the Dowager Zhou, embellishing it with details that rendered him both pitiful and wronged. Prince Jin was somewhat skeptical. He had a vague understanding of his uncle's usual conduct and suspected that he had offended Yi Qingchen in some way, leading to this misfortune. However, for Yi Qingchen to so readily break the wrist of the royal steward, resulting in a lifelong disability, was indeed a significant affront to the prince's dignity. Though irritated, he felt powerless against Yi Qingchen. Moreover, having only recently formed an alliance, it would be unreasonable to turn against him so swiftly. While he pondered this, Xiaoxing entered, accompanied by Hua Keijing. As the formalities concluded, Hua Keijing gazed at Xiao Yu with admiration and said, in my lifetime, I have devoted myself solely to the study of medicine. To witness Mr. Yi cure the young lady of her peculiar ailment and create a miracle in the realm of medicine is a fulfillment for which I have no regrets. Might I have the fortune to take her pulse once more? When Fei replied, of course, she promptly assisted Xiao Yu into a chair, allowing the esteemed physician to examine her. Hua Keijing placed his fingers on Xiao Yu's wrist and observed her facial expressions closely. After several moments, a look of delight spread across his face as he nodded repeatedly. Remarkable. Not only has the young lady regained her senses, but her meridians have also been unblocked. When Fei, brimming with joy, glanced at the Jin Wang and inquired, Mr. Hua, yesterday, after Mr. Yi administered acupuncture, he mentioned that to unblock the meridians, he performed leg massages on you. In your opinion, is this massage truly necessary? Hua Keijing smiled gently and replied, rest assured, Your Highness, Mr. Yi's approach is entirely appropriate. Those who cling to antiquated notions fail to understand that to a master of medicine, a patient's body is merely a three-dimensional map of meridians. When Fei stepped forward to embrace Xiao Yu's shoulders, and they exchanged a knowing smile. With Hua Chuejing's endorsement, Xiao Yu felt reassured and silently regretted having misjudged Yi Qingchen the previous day. At that moment, Xiao Heng entered, leading Yi Qingchen. Oh, so many people? Yi Qingchen said nonchalantly. Your Highness, I am here to provide acupuncture for the young lady. I hope that is convenient? The Jin Wang replied, certainly convenient. Zhou Chengquan. Upon seeing Yi Qingchen, seethed with anger. Yi Qingchen, you maliciously twisted my wrist yesterday. Now that the prince is present, do you not intend to account for your actions? Feigning surprise, Yi Qingchen responded, twisted your wrist? Is that so? Zhou Chengquan gritted his teeth. Are you trying to deny it? Yi Qingchen retorted, you were bullying the maid. And I merely intervened with a gentle admonition. It couldn't have possibly resulted in such an injury. Zhou Chengquan trembled with rage. The physician has declared my hand utterly useless for life, and you casually dismiss it as a mere touch? Goodness, which quack diagnosed you? Yi Qingchen replied with a smirk. Zhou Chengquan's face turned pale with fury. Zhou Fei exclaimed, Mr. Yi, Zhou Guanjia is my brother, who has diligently served the Wangfu over the years. And while he may not have outstanding merits, his efforts are commendable. Even the prince seldom reprimands him. You, relying on your medical skills for the young lady, have unjustly harmed him and now audaciously deny it, showing a complete lack of respect for the prince. The Jin Wang remained silent, evidently displeased with Yi Qingchen's actions, yet reluctant to cause offense. Yi Qingchen coldly smiled. With Mr. Hua present today, I cannot possibly evade responsibility. Why not let Mr. Hua examine Zhou Guanjia? The truth will be revealed in an instant. Excellent. Mr. Hua, I kindly request your assistance, Zhou Fei said, bowing to Hua Keijing. Hua Keijing nodded slightly and approached, carefully unwrapping Zhou Chengquan's bandages and gently squeezing his wrist. Hua Chuejing furrowed his brow slightly. Noticing his unusual expression, King Jin inquired, Mr. Hua, what troubles you? Hua Chuejing laughed heartily. Haha, could it be that Steward Zhou has been startled, leading him to mistakenly believe his wrist is broken? What? Zhou Chengquan exclaimed with anger. How could that be? As he spoke, he raised his hand, only to be astonished to find that indeed, there was nothing amiss. It turned out that Yi Qingchen had left a little room for maneuver when he struck yesterday. Zhou Chengquan, wounded, would never let it go easily. He must ensure that Zhou Fei and the prince would cause a commotion. Yi Qingchen summoned the spiritual energy from the jade pendant beside him, employing a subtle trick to deliberately cause Zhou Chengquan some discomfort, which would heal automatically after 7 or 8 hours. If he were to stir trouble with King Jin over this matter, not only would he fail, but he would also lose face and the prince's trust. How could this be? Zhou Chengquan suddenly felt as if he had jumped into the Yellow River, unable to cleanse himself of the situation. Zhou Fei glared, delivering a resounding slap to Zhou Chengquan's face. You scoundrel, you dare deceive me? You have brought shame upon me. With that, she stormed out in a fury. King Jin pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Chengquan, shouting, after all these years of my trust in you, you dare to conspire to sow discord between me and Mr. Yi. I truly misjudged you. My lord, please believe me. Zhou Chengquan pleaded desperately, kneeling before him. Qingchen chuckled with schadenfreude. Zhou, next time you attempt a ruse, do it thoroughly. Why not break your own wrist first? I wager you lack the courage to do so. Zhou Chengquan, gritting his teeth, pointed at Qingchen. You despicable scoundrel. Begone. Qingchen roared in fury. Leave before I am driven to violence. Zhou Chengquan hastily crawled away. Qingchen, filled with regret, said to Qingchen, I truly apologize for this. The atmosphere in the palace is indeed toxic, with scoundrels running rampant, and I have inadvertently offended you. My lord, you are too courteous. My sole focus is on healing the young lady. Other matters do not weigh on my mind, Qingchen replied. Qingchen, feeling ashamed, said, Mr. Yi, your benevolence is commendable. We must not delay. I ask for your assistance once more in treating my daughter. Qingchen nodded in agreement. Lady Wen assisted Xiao Yu into the inner chamber, laying her gently on the bed. Aware of Qingchen's methods, she refrained from asking further questions and discreetly exited the room. Following the previous acupuncture session, Xiao Yu felt less constrained, willingly removing her upper garments to expose her back. After a brief incense stick's time, the acupuncture was completed. Dressed again, Xiao Yu bit her lip and shyly said, Uncle, I apologize. I wronged you yesterday. Oh. Qingchen smiled. What brought about this sudden change of heart? Just now, Mr. Hua mentioned that your treatment method was sound, and it was I who was too rigid. However, being a girl, it is understandable to feel shy. You won't hold it against me, will you, uncle? Of course not. Qingchen reassured her. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu suddenly blushed, hesitantly adding, but you did admit yesterday that you had some wandering thoughts while giving me a massage. If only you could control your wandering thoughts. All right, I shall endeavor to maintain my composure. Qingchen remarked as she lifted the covers. Xiao Yu bit her lip, falling into a contemplative silence, seemingly both eager and expectant for the upcoming massage session. Casting a glance at her prominently elevated chest, Qingchen swallowed greedily and declared, Today, we shall not massage the legs, but the chest. Chapter 62. I need a moment to compose myself. Xiao Yu sprang upright, her eyes wide in astonishment. No, I refuse. She clutched the blanket tightly to her chest, watching Qingchen warily, as though fearing he might impose himself upon her. Qingchen chuckled. Do you ever wish to bear children in the future? Xiao Yu blinked, perplexed. If you do not cooperate with the treatment, the functionality here will deteriorate. In the future, your children will be unable to receive even their mother's milk. Isn't that pitiful? As a mother, would you not feel a sense of regret? But, Xiao Yu stammered, flustered. How could I allow a man to touch this area? Qingchen reassured her, rest assured, in my uncle's eyes, you are merely a patient. My sole aim is your swift recovery. I don't believe you. Xiao Yu insisted. You admitted yesterday that you were having inappropriate thoughts. I have my own thoughts. They do not interfere with the treatment. Qingchen dismissed lightly. No, you must not entertain such thoughts. Xiao Yu exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Oh, so you consent? Qingchen teased. Xiao Yu lowered her head, pondering before asking, Are you certain you must focus on this area? Qingchen replied playfully, I am indifferent. It all hinges on your desire to heal. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, if not treated, not only will there be no milk, but in less than 2 years, this area will wither like 2 empty bags hanging limply. What? Xiao Yu's tears streamed down her cheeks, her face a portrait of horror and deep conflict. Qingchen sighed. Well, if you do not wish to proceed, I shall not press the matter further. You may rest. I will take my leave. With that, he packed away the acupuncture tools and began to exit. Uncle, Xiao Yu called after him. If you treat this area, how will I ever marry in the future? Qingchen responded, If you do not speak of it, nor will I. Who would know? Moreover, if it were to wither into 2 empty sacks, that would truly hinder your prospects of marriage, would it not? Haha, you dare laugh. Xiao Yu wiped her tears. Feeling utterly wronged, Qingchen turned back, sitting on the edge of the bed, jesting, If you truly cannot find a husband, you might as well marry me. But let me make it clear, even if you are the daughter of a noble house, you would only be a concubine in my family. Never. Xiao Yu glared at him defiantly. Will you proceed with the treatment or not? If we delay any longer, your father may wonder what we are doing in here. Seemingly having made a tremendous decision, Xiao Yu slowly settled back down, closing her eyes. Just moments ago, even the renowned Hyuk Hospital had lauded Yi Uncle's treatment methods, leaving her with no choice but to accept that this course of action was a necessary, albeit reluctant, procedure. Although it may indeed be somewhat embarrassing. In the pursuit of lifelong happiness, one must be willing to take the plunge. Qingchen smiled with delight, ready to take action, but then she opened her eyes again. You promise not to overthink this. Qingchen thought to herself, how would you know whether I am overthinking it? Why do you keep fixating on this issue? All right. I promise. You swear. I swear, I shall not overthink. Qingchen chuckled inwardly. What sort of oath is this? Even she felt it was rather perfunctory. However, Xiaoyu seemed to believe her, biting her lip and closing her eyes. The little girl is so easily deceived. Gazing at the alluring curves before her, Qingchen was filled with excitement. To prevent Xiaoyu from having a change of heart, he eagerly reached out, grasping both peaks in one swift motion. The sensation was exquisite, full, firm, with a delightful softness that held a certain elasticity. Xiaoyu shivered all over, emitting a low hum from her nostrils. Her brows furrowed tightly, her hands instinctively clutching the sheets. She felt her hands slowly rotating, when suddenly a wave of warmth surged from his palms, penetrating deep within her. Xiaoyu's body began to tremble, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and nose. After a series of ministrations, which had already seemed to bring her relief, he found it impossible to part with these little darlings. How could he bear to relinquish them now? After a duration roughly equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Xiaoyu's breathing grew heavier, and her body involuntarily swayed slightly. Uncle, is it not yet finished? Xiaoyu opened her eyes slightly, her gaze hazy, weakly inquiring. It will be done shortly, Qingchen replied. What is the matter, feeling uncomfortable? Xiaoyu did not answer, swallowing hard, her lips beginning to tremble as if seeking something. Qingchen thought to himself, it is about time. A little longer, and this girl may not be able to endure it. He pulled the blanket over Xiaoyu, casually stating, all done. Xiaoyu let out a long sigh of relief. After a while, the flush on her face gradually faded, and upon opening her eyes, she found Qingchen still sitting at the bedside. Uncle, why have you not yet left? Qingchen, looking down awkwardly, replied with a shy smile. I too need a moment to compose myself. The following morning, Qingchen returned for the third session of acupuncture. Once completed, Xiaoyu lay flat on the bed, pulling the blanket over her nose, revealing only her large, blinking eyes. She resembled a startled fawn, staring fixedly at the wolf beside the bed, terrified he might suddenly pounce. What are you doing? Qingchen chuckled. On the first day, you pressed my legs, the second day you focused here. So where will you press today, uncle? Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly, her face blushing upon speaking. Qingchen understood. Her habitual thinking led her to believe that each day's treatment would be more special, more intimate, and more audacious than the last. After all, they had even pressed her chest yesterday. Surely today would involve something equally daring. No wonder she was so tense and fearful. Today, I shall not press anywhere, Qingchen declared, packing away the needle kit. No, you won't press? Xiaoyu released the quilt, exhaling a sigh of relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Of course, if you wish for my assistance, I can reluctantly oblige, Qingchen remarked with a mischievous smile. No, 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 Xiaoyu repeatedly declined, pouting and casting him an indignant glare. You must rest well these days and avoid emotional upheaval. In due time, your third brother will retrieve the pills I prepared for you, and you shall soon make a full recovery. Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Yi, for your concern. No need for thanks. I am indeed compensated by your family, Qingchen replied. Xiaoyu offered, if you find yourself in need of funds, I can request my father to provide you with more. Haha, that is unnecessary. Your father has already been more than generous, Qingchen said as he exited the chamber, where Wen Fei awaited, accompanied by a maid carrying several large paper packages. He took the packages, laid them out on the table, revealing them to be filled with various traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Some were purchased specifically for concocting healing elixirs for Xiaoyu, while others were intended for refining foundational pills. After inspecting them, he nodded with satisfaction, selecting several herbs and placing them into a separate package. With a mere pinch of his fingers, the contents transformed into powder upon reopening the package. Both Wen Fei and the maid, having witnessed Qingchen's martial prowess, were astonished yet found it entirely reasonable, not unexpected. Qingchen pointed at the powdered herbs, saying, I noticed the Empress's complexion has not been well, so I specially prepared this powder. Simply add a small spoonful when preparing soup for the prince. Let him consume a small bowl each day, and within 7 days, the Empress shall have her wishes fulfilled. The maid, puzzled, asked, if the Empress is unwell, why give the soup to the prince? At this, Wen Fei flushed crimson, frowning as she reprimanded, what do you know? Leave my presence. The maid, feeling aggrieved, pouted and exited the room. Wen Fei, blushing, said, Mr. Yi, you are truly a miraculous physician, able to discern such matters at a glance. Qingchen smiled gently. Empress, there is no need to feel shy. The appetites of humanity are natural. In the presence of a healer, such topics may be discussed freely. Chapter 63. The Divine Healer upon learning that Qingchen intended to depart in the afternoon. Prince Jin prepared delicacies, fresh fruits, and tea in the garden to entertain Hua Keijing and Qingchen. For princesses and 2 young masters accompanied them. After a round of pleasantries, the conversation shifted to Xiaoyu's condition and subsequent care, with Qingchen providing thorough explanations without omission. Once finished, Qingchen rose, feeling a sense of shame, and declared, "The world mocks me, calling me the medical sage. From this day forth, I can no longer presume to hold such a title." He continued, "Mr. Yi possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life. I am truly in profound admiration. The title of medical sage rightfully belongs to you." The crowd was astonished. Hua Chuejing's name was renowned throughout the realm, and today he was willing to concede the title of medical sage to a young man of merely 20 years, a notion utterly unfathomable. Qingchen hurriedly declined, saying, "Mr. Hua is overly modest. The number of patients he has encountered far exceeds that of his juniors by countless times. The successful treatment of Miss Xiao was merely a stroke of luck, a fortunate coincidence, and does not reflect any true skill." Jin Wang laughed heartily and declared, "There is no need for further contention between you two. Throughout history, we have revered both the sage of poetry and the immortal of poetry. Why should the realm of medicine be limited to a single saint of medicine?" Xiaoheng suddenly understood and exclaimed, "What my father says is indeed correct. Mr. Hua's esteemed title is already well known across the land. To change it now would be no easy feat. The title of medical immortal, I believe, suits Mr. Ye's graceful and ethereal demeanor perfectly. With Mr. Hua's endorsement, if my father proclaims Mr. Yi as a medical immortal in the name of the royal house, it will be both fitting and justifiable." Qingchen smiled and replied, "It is merely a title. I do not place much importance on it. I believe Mr. Hua shares the same sentiment." Qingchen nodded in approval, saying, "In today's world, how many people spend their lives chasing fame and fortune? Mr. Yi, at such a young age, views these pursuits as mere clouds, which is truly admirable." Jin Wang added, "With your extraordinary medical talents, Mr. Yi, you ought to alleviate suffering and benefit the masses. How can you remain obscure? Although you may not care for this title, its recognition will ensure that people know of your existence and seek your healing, lest your skills remain unappreciated." The others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. In truth, Qingchen's modesty was but a pretense. He was not entirely indifferent to fame and fortune. The path of cultivation demands considerable resources, and with such a title, he would surely attract many seekers of his skill. Since the prince had spoken thus, further refusal would seem disingenuous and neglectful of the common folk. "Very well. From this moment forth, I shall be known as the medical immortal Yi." The crowd erupted in applause, raising their glasses in celebration, all in high spirits. After the feast, Jin Wang invited Qingchen to his study and presented him with a substantial stack of silver notes, solemnly entrusting them to him. At that time, 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 10 taels of silver, so the promised reward of 1,000 taels of gold amounted to 10,000 taels of silver. Qingchen accepted with delight, tucking the notes into his robe. "Brother Yi, it is not that I am delaying. The specific domain for the grant of 1,000 households has yet to be finalized. However, rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise." Qingchen smiled and replied, "What difficulty is there in this? Huang Shixian's father, Huang Boren, has long dominated Qingchuan town. Once I have dealt with the Huang family, the town shall be mine." Jin Wang was taken aback. "Are you truly planning to take action against the Huang family?" "Not at all. It is the Huang family that intends to take action against me, and I have no choice but to respond." Jin Wang expressed his concern. "If you can indeed rid us of this great threat, it would be a tremendous benefit to the people of Daqian. However, Huang Shixian has deep roots in the court and enjoys the emperor's trust. Eliminating the Huang family may not be difficult, but I fear the emperor's wrath." Qingchen reassured him, "There is no need to worry. Since I dare to confront them, I have my confidence. Brother Yi, please exercise utmost caution and do not underestimate the enemy. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Qingchen nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder brother. By the way, upon my return, I will promptly devote my time to concocting elixirs for the young lady. Around the 12th of August, you may send the 3rd young master to Xiaodongping in Langnan County to collect the medicine." Jin Wang replied, "I appreciate your efforts, brother. Hunger will certainly arrive on time." Suddenly, Qingchen recalled something and said, "There is indeed a matter for which I seek your assistance. I am in need of some exquisite jade, the purer the better, along with medicinal herbs, the older the better. Given your extensive connections in Jinzhou, could you assist me in procuring these?" "That is not difficult. I shall purchase a selection for you to choose from," Jin Wang responded. No, Qingchen interjected, "My requirements for these items are rather particular. If you come across any leads, I must personally inspect them. If they do not meet my standards, it would be unnecessary to incur expenses." "Very well. Should I receive any news, I will have Hunger inform you." The following day, Wen Fei accompanied Xiao Yu in her chamber, engaging her in conversation. Yet she noticed Xiao Yu was distracted, frequently glancing towards the door. "What are you waiting for?" Wen Fei inquired with concern. "Oh, nothing." Xiao Yu hurriedly deflected. Wen Fei smiled gently, wrapping her arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder, and said, "Even without your words, I am aware." Realizing she could not conceal the truth, Xiao Yu confessed. "At this hour, why hasn't he come to treat my ailment? He has already administered 3 needles and departed." "3 needles?" Xiao Yu replied. "Given the severity of my condition, how could 3 needles suffice?" Wen Fei regarded her knowingly and remarked, "Ah, Yuer, are you perhaps reluctant to see him? Wishing for his arrival?" Xiao Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, and she exclaimed, "Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly wish for his presence? I merely wonder if 3 needles are truly sufficient. Could he be deceiving me?" Wen Fei chuckled. "Mr. Yi is truly remarkable. He has garnered an illustrious reputation as a divine healer, personally acknowledged by Master Hua. Do you believe a divine healer would resort to deception?" "Divine healer?" Xiao Yu gasped in astonishment. "Surely not, he is so young. His abilities extend far beyond what you can imagine. Astonishingly, he is also a master of the transformation realm." Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mother, surely you jest? How can there be such a young master of the transformation realm? Why would I deceive you? In my opinion, Mr. Yi is undoubtedly much more than merely a master of transformation." On that day, when Lord Shun brought 2 masters of the transformation realm to apprehend him, he effortlessly defeated them. This event was witnessed by your father and 3 elder brothers. By the heavens! Xiao Yu's gaze transformed into one of adoration akin to that of a devoted admirer. "Mr. Yi stated that 3 needles would suffice for your treatment. He still needs to return to concoct elixirs for you. On the 12th of August, your 3rd brother will go to Langnan County to collect the medicine. And once you take it, you shall recover. 3rd brother is going to fetch it?" Xiao Yu's expression dimmed, implying that he would not return, correct? "If you wish for him to come, you could inform your 3rd brother and invite him when he goes to collect the medicine." Xiao Yu hastily clarified. "I do not wish for him to come. I was merely inquiring." Chapter 64. Reach out and feel. With a substantial fortune in her possession and no urgency to return home, Qingchen leisurely explored the mountains and waters, savoring delectable cuisines and immersing herself in the local customs. 5 days had swiftly passed before she returned to Zaidamping. As the sun dipped beneath the western hills, the sky was painted in hues of twilight, and the gentle wisps of smoke rose from chimneys, enveloping Zaidamping in an atmosphere of tranquility. Qingchen pushed open the courtyard door and beheld Guan Xiaotong, who was brandishing a bamboo sword, poised in a forward lunge stance. "Keep your stance steady, do not sway. Maintain an upright posture, and direct the sword tip straight ahead." Han Yuxiao supported her waist with one hand while adjusting her wrist grip with the other. Upon noticing Qingchen's arrival, Guan Xiaotong immediately ceased her movements, and Han Yuxiao, akin to a cat spotting a mouse, darted behind Xiaodong. As the two were about to greet her, Qingchen placed a finger to her lips, signaling them to hush. "The antidote." Han Yuxiao extended her palm, pouting for her request. Qingchen chuckled mischievously. "Just teasing you. That potion is entirely harmless." Han Yuxiao's brows knitted in frustration, rendering her speechless. "Where's Louis Fei?" Qingchen inquired softly. "She's practicing calligraphy in the study," Guan Xiaotong replied, pointing towards the room. A gentle smile graced Qingchen's lips as she pushed open the door to the study. Louis Fei, taken aback, smudged her strokes, leaving a long mark on the paper. When she lifted her gaze and saw Qingchen, disbelief flickered in her eyes, and she rubbed them in astonishment. After a moment, she could no longer contain herself and dashed forward, throwing herself into Qingchen's embrace, sobbing. Qingchen wrapped one arm around her waist while gently stroking her hair to console her. After a while, she cupped Louis Fei's face, wiping away her tears. "It's only been a few days. You've lost weight and appeared so weary?" Louis Fei pouted, voice laced with grievance. "I was afraid you wouldn't return and would abandon me. Silly girl, with such a beautiful fiancé, how could I ever let you go? You mustn't entertain such thoughts in the future." Louis Fei nodded earnestly. Today marked the 2nd day of the 8th month, and in just 6 days, their wedding day would arrive. "You must eat well and gain some weight in these days," Qingchen advised. Louis Fei, puzzled, asked why gain weight. "Does young Master Yi prefer plump girls?" With a playful grin, Qingchen pinched her bottom, causing Louis Fei to furrow her brows and blush, yet she did not refuse. "It's not that I prefer plumpness, but a girl should have a bit of softness. It feels pleasant to the touch," he laughed. Louis Fei, bashfully burying her face in his shoulder, murmured, "How rude. So that is what you were thinking." Qingchen released her and sat on a chair, pulling her onto his lap. "I don't find this surprising, especially with the wedding night approaching. I eagerly anticipate it every day." Louis Fei nestled against his chest like a docile kitten. "You speak of this, and I feel a bit nervous and scared," she confessed. "Nervousness is understandable. What are you afraid of?" Qingchen probed. I heard Louis Fei stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. "Heard what?" Qingchen pressed for an answer. Louis Fei wore an expression of embarrassment, hesitating for a considerable time before finally remaining silent. yet she extended her hands and gestured in the air. Qingchen instantly comprehended her meaning and let out a chuckle. Lu Yifei playfully tapped his chest, pouting, "You're still laughing. I'm genuinely frightened." Qingchen, with a mischievous grin, pointed at his waistband and remarked, "What one hears may be deceptive, but what one sees is the truth. Why don't you reach in and feel for yourself, to discover if the rumors hold any truth?" "What? No," Lu Yifei exclaimed in shock. Qingchen smiled gently and planted a kiss on her flushed cheek, saying, "Do not be afraid. I will exercise restraint." At that moment, they heard Lu Qingshan's voice from the courtyard. "Has young Master Yi returned?" Guan Xiaodong replied, "Yes, he is currently with Miss Lu in the room." Lu Yifei hurriedly rose from Qingchen's embrace, tidying her clothes and hair before heading to open the door. "Brother Qingshan, do you need to see young Master Yi about something?" Lu Qingshan smiled at her and replied, "Well, it's nothing urgent. Is this a convenient time?" Lu Yifei shot him a look and said, "What is inconvenient about it? Come in." Lu Qingshan entered the room and bowed to Qingchen, who gestured for him to take a seat. "What brings you here?" Qingchen inquired. Lu Qingshan explained, "You previously asked me to seek out the ancient alchemy furnace of considerable age, and I have indeed found one recently. For cultivators, a good alchemy furnace plays a crucial role. The quality of an alchemy furnace depends primarily on the materials used in its construction and its age. The older the furnace, the more it absorbs the essence of earthly smoke and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus developing a certain degree of sentience. When alchemy materials are placed within, the sentience of the furnace and the spirit of the herbs communicate, significantly enhancing both the efficiency and quality of the elixirs produced. If a finished alchemy furnace cannot be found, a surviving ancient vessel can still be reforged, yielding comparable results." "Please elaborate." Qingchen's interest was piqued. Lu Qingshan proceeded to narrate. "This particular alchemy furnace is concealed in the Lin family of Guibei village within our county." Guibei village, Lin family? Isn't that the home of the twin sisters Qingxia and Zixia? According to Lu Qingshan, to the east of Guibei village lies Guisho Mountain, where there once stood a millennium-old Taoist temple known as Wanshou Temple. During the reign of Emperor Gaozu of the Great Qian, the state suppressed Buddhism and Taoism, resulting in the destruction of a majority of the temples across the nation, and Wanshou Temple was no exception. The Lin family of Guibei village, originally a prominent clan of Langnan County, fell into decline due to their close ties and significant contributions to Wanshou Temple, which drew the ire of the imperial court. Now, the entirety of Guibei village bears the Lin surname, all descendants of that once great family. Wanshou Temple possessed a treasured artifact, this alchemy furnace that has endured for over 1,000 years. As the anti-Taoist movement intensified, the temple master, knowing Wanshou Temple could not escape its fate, entrusted this treasure to the Lin family in secret. Qingchen remarked, "To my knowledge, the current court no longer opposes Taoism. It is witnessing a resurgence within the Great Qian. Such a Taoist treasure as a millennium-old alchemy furnace, once revealed to the world, would surely attract the covetous eyes of many, potentially bringing calamity upon the Lin family." Lu Qingshan nodded and remarked, "Precisely for this reason, the Lin family has safeguarded this treasure for over a century, keeping it shrouded in utmost secrecy, with the entire clan maintaining silence and never divulging any information. Given this, how did you come to learn of it?" Qingchen inquired, perplexed. Lu Qingshan replied, "The Lin family is currently facing a catastrophic disaster, compelling them to reveal this treasure to the world." "What?" Qingchen's reaction was unexpectedly intense, startling Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan elucidated, "In recent days, for reasons unknown, Guibei village has suddenly been struck by a plague, with the entire Lin family afflicted by a mysterious illness. It is said that they are plagued by incessant coughing, persistent high fevers, and severe vomiting and diarrhea, with 7 or 8 individuals already succumbing to the illness. Presently, even doctors from far and wide fear to approach for treatment, apprehensive of contagion. If this situation persists, the Lin family may confront the peril of extinction." Thus, the head of the family, Lin Zhengnan, has disseminated the news, proclaiming that whoever can save the Lin family shall be bestowed with the treasure. Qingchen nodded, acknowledging he is indeed left with no choice, seeking to exchange this treasure for the chance to save his entire clan. Lu Qingshan remarked, "Nonetheless, the fear of the plague looms large, and thus far, no one dares to approach Guibei village." Lu Yifei lamented, "Brother Qingshan, since you are aware of the plague's dreadfulness, why do you share this with young Master Yi? Do you wish for him to risk his life?" Lu Qingshan responded, "Young Master Yi possesses exceptional medical skills. If he could save the Lin family, he would not only accrue immense merit, but also acquire the treasure, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. Yet, Yifei's concerns are valid. The risks involved must be weighed by young Master Yi himself." Qingchen chuckled, "What plague? It is merely a bout of severe infectious disease. Perhaps it is just a variant of viral pneumonia." Viral pneumonia? Lu Qingchen exclaimed, what is that? Yi Qingchen laughed lightly. If I explained, you would not comprehend. In short, it is a trivial matter. Lu Yifei, with a note of worry in her voice, asked, young Master Yi, are you truly intending to go? Yi Qingchen affirmed. The cauldron is of utmost importance to me. I must go. The cauldron is important. Does that mean I am not? Lu Yifei said with a hint of melancholy. Our wedding is imminent. What will happen if something goes awry? Yi Qingchen playfully grasped her shoulders and feigned anger. If you continue like this, I may take offense. With tears glistening in her eyes, Lu Yifei said, I am merely worried about you. I can understand your feelings, but you must also support my endeavors. Lu Qingchen, feeling awkward, interjected, well then, young Master Yi, Yifei, you may discuss this amongst yourselves. I shall take my leave. With that, he exited the room and closed the door. Yi Qingchen embraced Lu Yifei, reassuring her, do not fret. A mere bout of COVID-19 cannot harm my robust physique. Just be obedient, eat well, and gain some strength. And wait for my return to celebrate our union. Lu Yifei twisted in his embrace, playfully scolding, how infuriating. I am worried sick, and you still have the leisure to jest. After a brief pause, she gazed at Yi Qingchen with tender eyes and implored, young Master Yi, I beseech you to take good care of yourself and return safely. Yi Qingchen solemnly nodded, I promise you. The next morning, he set off towards Turtleback Village. If that alchemical furnace indeed possessed a history spanning a millennium, it was something he was determined to acquire. Turtleback Village, belonging to Shurha Town, bore a geographical resemblance to Xiaodongping, nestled against the Taiwa mountain range and facing the Great River. However, its terrain was characterized by a ridgeline, resembling the back of a turtle, presumably from which it derived its name. At the village entrance, the Great River formed a wide, tranquil backwater pool. Unlike Xiaodongping, which boasted a stone bridge, passage here required a ferry. Several ferry boats were moored at the crossing, but only one contained a man in his 50s. Yi Qingchen initially contemplated crossing the river directly, but upon noticing the man's gaze, he suppressed the thought and boarded the boat instead. His motivations were twofold. He wished to avoid drawing attention to himself and was also curious about the circumstances in Turtleback Village. Young man, are you crossing the river? The ferryman inquired. Indeed, sir, replied Yi Qingchen. As the ferryman prepared the boat for departure, he asked, you seem unfamiliar. Might you be a relative of Lin Zhengyang? Come to offer congratulations? Congratulations? For what? Yi Qingchen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Wasn't Turtleback Village afflicted by an epidemic? How could there be any celebrations? According to Lu Qingchen, the entire village had succumbed to illness, yet this ferryman appeared remarkably vigorous, entirely unlike someone suffering from an ailment. Could it be that Lu Qingchen's information was erroneous? The ferryman chuckled heartily and said, are you truly unaware? The village is hosting a joyous occasion today. Yi Qingchen recalled that the father of the sisters Xianxia and Xianxia was Lin Zhengyang. Could it be that one of them was to be wed? A wave of disappointment surged within him as he asked, is it a daughter of the Zhengyang family who is to be married? Which of the sisters is it? As the ferryman untied the mooring rope and leisurely began to row, the boat drifted slowly towards the center of the river. It seems you are genuinely uninformed. The ferryman remarked. To be candid, had you arrived a few days earlier, you would not have been able to cross the river. Our Turtleback Village has faced a year of misfortune, suffering from an epidemic that claimed many lives. Yi Qingchen's heart tightened. Could it be that someone had gotten ahead of him, and the epidemic was already under control? The ferryman continued to row, cheerfully recounting. We thought the Lin family would not survive this ordeal and would face extermination. Fortunately, a transcendent master arrived yesterday, a veritable miracle worker, who administered a treatment to each of us, followed by a few bowls of medicinal soup, and successfully cured our ailments. Just yesterday, I was bedridden, and today I am well enough to work. Yi Qingchen frowned, feeling a sense of gloom descend upon him. Indeed, he had been outpaced. So, it appears that your Lin family intends to present the ancestral alchemical furnace to that esteemed master? You are aware of the furnace? The ferryman's eyes glimmered with surprise. Although the Lin family had fallen from grace and was no longer a prestigious lineage, they still retained their dignity. What the family had said must certainly be fulfilled. Then what is the nature of this joyous event? Yi Qingchen pondered the possibility of the elixir furnace being claimed by another, and with the twin sisters already betrothed. It would indeed render his journey futile, leaving him with a lifetime of regret. The ferryman remarked that the esteemed individual in question, who claimed to be the young master of the Heavenly Witch sect, was in the prime of his life and fortuitously had taken a fancy to the two maidens of Lin Zhengyang's household while healing them. This young master, a notorious dandy, had renegotiated terms with the family head, insisting not only on the furnace but also on marrying the two maidens in exchange for his continued healing. Yi Qingchen indignantly exclaimed, isn't that just extortion? The ferryman shook his head, acknowledging that while the young master's actions were indeed unscrupulous, he had saved the lives of the entire clan. Furthermore, The young master was exceptionally skilled in medicine and possessed striking good looks, making him a suitable match for the daughters of Lin Zhengyang. Eventually, the girls would marry. Being wed to their benefactor was a stroke of fortune for them. At that moment, their small boat had reached the heart of the river, nearing Mount Taiwei, where the spiritual energy grew increasingly potent. Qingchen focused his consciousness to probe the ferryman's meridians, cursing silently. What a farcical recluse. It turned out he was merely a charlatan. The young master of the Heavenly Witch sect had merely sealed the patient's meridians with his internal energy and artificially boosted their vitality with medicine, creating a facade of recovery. Observing the symptoms from the ferryman's body, it was evident that he suffered from a novel coronavirus-induced pneumonia, akin to what Qingchen had seen in his past life on Earth. In ancient times, inflammation was not recognized. It was typically attributed to the invasion of malevolent forces. Thus, the young master could easily deceive them into handing over the elixir furnace. After his departure, the entire village would likely perish shortly thereafter. How utterly malicious. Moreover, he was insatiably greedy, seeking to abscond with the two maidens, xianxia and xianxia. Fortuitously, Qingchen had arrived just in time. Resolving this, Qingchen did not wait for the boat to dock. He pulled out a silver coin and pressed it into the ferryman's hand. The ferryman looked down in astonishment, exclaiming, "But it only costs 5 coins. You need not offer so much." When he looked up, however, the boat was devoid of passengers. Goodness, has a deity graced us? Following the commotion, Qingchen made his way toward the source of the noise and spotted a farmhouse bustling with activity, smoke rising from it, as a feast was underway. Just as he intended to approach, he reconsidered. The young master had already earned the villagers' trust. Should he recklessly accuse him of deceit, it was likely that no one would believe him, and he would be met with disdain. Even if he were to eliminate the young master, the villagers might harbor resentment, which would not aid in resolving the issue. He decided to observe the situation first. He leaped onto the roof and swiftly located the room where the two maidens were. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and he moved with such speed that none detected his presence. He lifted a roof tile and gently descended into the chamber. The two maidens, adorned in crimson garments with veils atop their heads, were seated side by side before the bed. Qingchen could not help but curse inwardly. What a scoundrel this young master is to indulge in such pleasures. He dares to seek a double delight. This is a privilege that should rightfully be mine. Upon hearing the footsteps, the two young ladies trembled with anxiety, one of them even breaking into soft sobs. Qingchen quickly discerned that they were not genuinely inclined to marry the young master. Rather, they were compelled to do so in order to save their entire clan. He feigned a lecherous tone and exclaimed, "My dear ladies, I have come to consummate our union." Chapter 66. The young master of the celestial witch sect. He intended to jest with the two maidens, yet to his surprise, they simultaneously gasped, "Yi Gongzi?" Qingchen was taken aback. Had they truly recognized him? Was his voice so distinctive? A wave of delight surged within him, for it seemed that they held thoughts of him in their hearts. Otherwise, how could they have immediately deduced his identity? At that moment, the two ladies lifted their veils, and upon seeing Qingchen, they burst into tears. The revelry outside was lively and boisterous, so no one would pay heed to the sounds emanating from within. Although the two resembled each other and were similarly attired, Qingchen could easily distinguish between xianxia and xianxia. Xianxia, the elder sister, bore a resolute expression, while the younger sister, xianxia, appeared all the more innocent and endearing. "What brings you here?" Xianxia asked, wiping away the tears from her eyes. "Haha, I have come to consummate our union," Qingchen replied. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Xianxia, he could not help but behave frivolously, instinctively wishing to tease her. He was well aware that she disdained his carefree demeanor, yet he found it amusing nonetheless. Xianxia furrowed her brow, her anger evident. "If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall summon someone." "Please, don't do that. I was wrong." Qingchen chuckled. "Today is a momentous occasion for you both, and I have come to offer my congratulations." Xianxia, with her head bowed, wept profusely, her body shuddering with each sob. "Why are you crying on such a joyous occasion?" Qingchen inquired. "Brother, Xianxia stammered, unable to articulate her feelings. Xianxia firmly stated, "Sister, do not weep. If sacrificing ourselves can save the village, then it is worth it. After all, it is merely a marriage." Qingchen sneered. "I fear that even if you are wed, it may not guarantee the salvation of the village." "What do you mean?" Xianxia asked, astonished. "Nonsense. The so-called young master is merely a charlatan, deceiving your Lin family of its elixir and tricking you both into marriage. Is that true?" Xianxia looked at Qingchen with despair. "Brother, is what you say true?" Xianxia retorted, "You lie. The young master has clearly cured the ailments of the entire village. The evidence is before us. How can you call him a fraud?" "Humph." Qingchen scoffed. "What is seen is not always the truth. That scoundrel merely sealed the patient's meridians, causing their ailments to remain dormant temporarily. He then used concoctions to artificially enhance their vitality, creating the illusion of recovery. Little do they know, the illness lies dormant within. Much like a volcano suppressed, when it erupts, it will be uncontrollable. By then, he will have obtained the elixir and married a beauty, leaving the fate of Guebei village entirely indifferent to him. A look of terror spread across Xixia's face. How do you know so much? As I crossed the river, I discerned the pulse of the ferryman, and everything became clear. Xixia remained skeptical, pondering for a moment before inquiring, what brings you to our village? Qingchen did not conceal his intentions. Naturally, I have come for the alchemical furnace. Xixia scoffed, a look of resentment crossing her face. I see. You came for the furnace, but the young master has already seized it. Unwilling to accept this, you sought to slander him instead? Qingchen chuckled nonchalantly. I know you won't believe me, but I will prove it to you. Xianxia stepped forward, gazing at Qingchen with pleading eyes. Brother, I believe you speak the truth. You must find a way to save us. Qingchen patted her shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, Sister Xianxia. I shall not allow this scoundrel's nefarious plot to succeed. He then turned to Xixia, saying, I find it truly heartless of you. After all, I have saved you once. Yet you persist in viewing me so unfavorably and opposing me at every turn. If in the end I prove my words to be true and save your entire clan, aside from the furnace, I shall also claim both of you. Are you willing? Xixia glared at him through clenched teeth. If it means saving the Lin family, I would willingly die. Qingchen shook his head with a sigh. With such reluctance, it seems I shall inevitably have my way with you one day. As Xixia frowned, Qingchen had already leaped onto the rooftop. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, someone approached him. Ah, young master, whom do you seek? Before Qingchen could respond, a voice rang out. Young Master Yi, it is young Master Yi. It turned out to be Lin Jingyang's father, the elderly man who had sought help at the county office that day. The elder approached with excitement, grasping Qingchen's hand, his face betraying regret. Young Master Yi, please forgive me. My two granddaughters' wedding was arranged in haste, and with the recent plague subsiding, we did not invite outside friends. Please, come inside and take a seat at the banquet. At that moment, Lin Jingyang emerged, bowing respectfully. Young Master Yi's presence truly honors the Lin family. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Qingchen smiled. No need for formality. I came uninvited and have intruded upon you. Villagers dining in the courtyard turned their attention towards them, whispering amongst themselves. Ah, so this is the young Master Yi spoken of by Lin Jingyang. Indeed a person of remarkable bearing. The county office's enforcer had pressured the magistrate to quell the bandits, leading a group to slay them at Xiangyang Peak, rescuing Lin Jingyang's two daughters in the process. The vile bandits of Xiangyang Peak had robbed our grain and killed our people. Young Master Yi avenged us, becoming a benefactor to our entire family. Indeed, the head of the family had originally planned to organize a visit to express gratitude, but with the outbreak of the plague, those plans were shelved. Now that young Master Yi has come, we must honor him with several cups of wine. At that moment, a tall, lean, and robust middle-aged man approached and asked, Uncle Tienda, who is this? Lin Jingyang's father was named Lin Tienda. He hurriedly introduced, Zhengnan. This is the esteemed young Master Yi I mentioned. Lin Zhengnan, showing utmost respect, quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Ah, it is indeed young Master Yi. I have long admired your reputation. You are a benefactor to our Lin family. We should have come to express our gratitude. Unfortunately, there have been some troubles in the village. Haha, Qingchen chuckled. There is no need for such formality, Master Lin. As Lin Zhengnan led Qingchen forward, he continued. Our village has been struck by an epidemic, and our Lin family nearly faced calamity. Thankfully, a skilled healer came and saved the entire village. As he spoke, he guided Qingchen to an 8 immortals table. Seated there was a man clad in a groom's vibrant red attire, presumably the young master of the Tianwu sect. The remaining 7 individuals were uniformly dressed in black robes, adorned with peculiar patterns of skulls and cobras, likely the young master's subordinates and followers of the sect. Qingchen cast a sidelong glance at the young master, who appeared to be around 26 or 27 years of age, slender in build, with sunken eyes and a pallid complexion, exuding an air of illness. Recalling the boatman's praises of this individual, he couldn't help but think, is this what they call handsome? A skilled healer? Perhaps he should focus on restoring his own health first. Lin Zhengnan introduced, young Master Yi. This is the groom today, the young master of the Tianwu sect, who has saved our village's lives. Turning to the young master, he added, this is young Master Yi, a martial arts expert who has rid the mountains of bandits and saved our kin, truly a great benefactor to our Lin family. The young master stood, offering a slight bow. Ah, it is young Master Yi. I am Sikong Bei. Please, make yourself at home. However, after a dismissive glance at Qingchen, he resumed drinking with his companions. Lin Zhengnan appeared somewhat embarrassed, and was about to lead Qingchen away when he heard Qingchen inquire. The young master is indeed a prodigy. I have heard you managed to control the epidemic in just one day. I truly admire you and would like to propose a toast. Lin Jingyang, trailing behind, hurriedly fetched a cup for Yi Qingchen and poured him a drink. Sikong Bei smirked disdainfully, remaining seated, and raised his cup, saying, "What is young Master Yi but a young prodigy? You tread the path of martial arts while I pursue the way of medicine. Our paths are simply divergent." After they clinked glasses, Yi Qingchen further questioned, "Your medical skills are profound. May I inquire who your mentor is?" Sikong Bei remained silent, but a burly, middle-aged man beside him boasted loudly, "Our young master has received the true teachings of the medical immortal." Yi Qingchen, caught off guard, sprayed the wine he had just sipped all over the man's face. Chapter 67. The esteemed mentors named the 7 Tianwu sect followers slammed their hands on the table and rose in indignation, glaring fiercely. The previously lively courtyard fell silent, all eyes turning in astonishment toward this scene. "Sit down," Sikong Bei commanded in a low voice. "Today is a momentous occasion for me. Others may be rude, but we must maintain decorum as members of the Tianwu sect." Reluctantly, the 7 followers took their seats once more. Lin Zhengnan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, while Lin Jingyang hurriedly brought a towel to the man for him to wipe his face. Yet, Yi Qingchen appeared utterly unfazed, clutching his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. Little did they expect that this young master would reveal his true colors so swiftly. Astonishingly, the title of medical immortal had only been in circulation for 5 or 6 days, and already someone had exploited it for deceit. Such efficiency was truly remarkable and deserving of admiration. In the previous life on Earth, there were countless individuals who shamelessly claimed to be disciples of esteemed masters to swindle others. In this world, where information was scarce, invoking the name of a disciple of the medical immortal could indeed intimidate the masses. Sikong Bei, suppressing his fury, inquired, "May I ask, young Master Yi, what causes your amusement?" Yi Qingchen, unable to contain his laughter, cupped his hands and replied, "Ah, so it is the true disciple of the medical immortal. My deepest apologies." Sikong Bei retorted coldly, "There is no need for pretense, young Master Yi. You likely do not even know who the medical immortal is." Yi Qingchen responded, "I was just about to seek your guidance." Sikong Bei, with an air of superiority, declared, "Our heavenly witch sect's headquarters is located in Jianzhou City. A few days ago, my master happened to pass through Jianzhou, treating the illness of the esteemed daughter of the Jin royal family. You may find it hard to believe, but ailments that even the medical sage, Master Hua Keijing, could not cure, my master handled with ease, leaving even Master Hua feeling inadequate. Heavens! To be superior to even Master Hua, who was this medical immortal?" Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment and admiration. Although no one truly knew who the medical immortal was, news from Jianzhou had not reached this remote area so swiftly. Everyone was well aware of the medical sage, Hua Keijing. The notion that someone could possess superior medical skills was enough to spark intrigue among the crowd. Seeing the astonishment in their eyes, Sikong Bei reveled in his pride and continued to boast, "At that time, I happened to hear about the plague in Turtleback Village and was eager to provide assistance. Lamenting my lack of medical expertise, my master, recognizing my concern for the common folk, generously imparted several needle techniques and remedies to me." Lin Zhengnan expressed his gratitude, saying, "I see, truly, it is commendable of you, young master. Please convey our family's thanks to the medical immortal." Sikong Bei casually replied, "There is no need for such formality, Master Lin. My master roams the world, and his whereabouts are unpredictable. Even I do not know when I will see him again." Yi Qingchen secretly chuckled, thinking to himself that no one could rival the art of boasting like this fellow. His master was right before him, yet he claimed it was rare to meet him? Stifling his laughter, he asked, "May I inquire, young master, what is the esteemed name of your master?" Sikong Bei, with a proud smile, proclaimed, "My master is a figure akin to a deity. It is only natural that country folk like yourselves have not heard of him. Coincidentally, he shares the surname Yi and is named Qingchen." Yi Qingchen, Lin Tianda, who had been standing behind Lin Jingyang, suddenly changed color. How could he forget that on the day at the county office? It was this very young Master Yi who introduced himself as Yi Qingchen, astonishing the county magistrate, Tang Yudong. Upon hearing the name Yi Qingchen, Tang Yudong had immediately dropped his airs and complied. What was going on? How could the master of the young master also be named Yi Qingchen? Was this mere coincidence? Yi Qingchen gazed at Lin Tianda, who appeared utterly astonished, as if turned to stone. From the reactions of everyone present, Yi Qingchen comprehended that all in attendance referred to him as young Master Yi, oblivious to the fact that he was indeed the true Yi Qingchen. Only Lin Tianda had once heard his real name, yet such a trivial detail surely had not been disclosed to the villagers, for in ancient times, directly addressing a person by their name was considered a grave offense. Yi Qingchen chuckled softly, remarking, "The renowned physician Yi Qingchen. It appears my Yi family boasts such a celebrated figure." Lin Zhengnan sensed the growing tension in the air. Two young men, one a master of martial arts and the other a healer, both brimming with youthful arrogance, were unwilling to yield to one another. At this juncture, with the Lin family still reliant on Xikong Bei, he dared not offend either party. To prevent any escalation of conflict, he led Qingchen to a table situated far from the Tianwu sect. The villagers were exceedingly warm, eagerly approaching to engage in conversation and offer toasts. Meanwhile, those at the Tianwu sect's table wore expressions of displeasure, regarding the impudent Yi with disdain. Clearly, he held their young master in contempt. Humph, indeed. He presumes to flaunt his abilities, having saved a few from the Lin family. How audacious. The young master should have shown him his place. Otherwise, he might think our Tianwu sect is easy prey. Xikong Bei chuckled coldly. Let us not forget, our objective here is the alchemical furnace. My marriage to these two beauties today is merely a fleeting indulgence. We must maintain a low profile to avoid unnecessary complications. A burly man beside him remarked. I was unaware that the Lin family had individuals previously captured by the bandits of Xiangyang Peak. I suspect, given their penchant for beauty, that the captives were. He hesitated, casting a glance toward the bridal chamber. Xikong Bei immediately understood, and the atmosphere at the table grew solemn. An elderly man with a white beard spoke. Young master, this matter requires caution. If those two women truly were taken by the bandits, then marriage is out of the question. Our Tianwu sect's centuries-old rules dictate that cohabitation with a woman who has been touched by another not only results in the loss of one's abilities, but also invites the wrath of the witch god's curse. Xikong Bei replied tersely, is that not obvious? You all feign toasting at other tables and discreetly inquire further. The group complied, and shortly thereafter, they returned from their rounds of toasting. Though words had yet to be spoken, their expressions revealed the results of their inquiries. Xikong Bei rose from his seat, and the others followed him into a separate chamber. Taking his place in a grand chair, his countenance was grim, surrounded by 7 agitated disciples. As we suspected, the sisters were indeed taken by the bandits for a duration of a day and a night. Like lambs among wolves, how could they possibly escape unscathed? The burly man asserted. Xikong Bei slammed his hand against the armrest, his expression twisted with rage. Humph, I thought I had stumbled upon a great opportunity, only to be deceived by them, tricked with 2 worthless women. Thankfully, we noticed in time. Otherwise, we would have been gravely compromised. The elderly man with the white beard inquired, what shall we do now? The rituals have been performed, the wine has been set, and we await the consummation. The man with a dark face remarked, what difficulty lies therein? As long as the young master refrains from touching them, all will be well. In the future, we can take them back to Jinzhou and sell them in the brothels. Xikong Bei suddenly chuckled. Of course, I cannot touch them. But neither can we simply let this matter rest. I shall cleverly employ these 2 maidens to demonstrate my prowess. The elder inquired. What does the young master intend to do? Xikong Bei grinned ominously. Go, summon Lin Zhengnan for me. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zhengnan entered the room, respectfully asking, Young master, are you satisfied with today's banquet arrangements? Xikong Bei, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, I did not come here merely to feast. Saving the Lin family from calamity is of utmost urgency. Lin Zhengnan felt somewhat deflated and quickly responded, You speak true, young master. My vision was indeed narrow. However, today marks a day of great joy for you, and with all the villagers now recovered from illness, it is only fitting that we celebrate. Xikong Bei snorted coldly. The head of the Lin family has underestimated the severity of this plague. Alarmed, Lin Zhengnan sensed something amiss, his face betraying a hint of fear. Xikong Bei continued, Though the patients appear to have recovered, the root cause remains unaddressed, and it will inevitably reignite. Lin Zhengnan was taken aback, urgently pleading, I implore you, young master. Save us. Xikong Bei stated, I summoned you to discuss a method to eradicate the root of this illness, but I fear the villagers may not consent. Surely, if it means saving the Lin family, no one would object. Lin Zhengnan queried, puzzled. Xikong Bei replied, What if it requires the sacrifice of 2 lives? Lin Zhengnan stepped back, bewildered. What do you mean, young master? Xikong Bei rose and, with a serious expression, said, For centuries, my Tianwu sect has specialized in the arts of corpse refinement and poison. The world deems our techniques malevolent and shuns us. Humph, such childish perspectives. We have long been in communion with the malevolent, making us especially sensitive to these matters. To be candid, the plague in Guibei village is directly related to this. Maledictions? Lin Jingnan's eyes widened. Are you suggesting that someone is intentionally harming us? Xikong Bei shook his head, not necessarily with intent. Lin Zhengnan pressed, I beseech you, young master. Clarify. Xikong Bei nodded. Consider, Lin family head, the severity of this plague. Every villager, young and old, has been afflicted. Why then have only the maidens Xianxia and Qingchen remained unscathed? Lin Zhengnan pondered in silence. Xikong Bei continued, as I understand it, Guebei village has never before experienced such a plague, and yet, on the very day after the two young ladies returned from Xiangyang Peak, the outbreak began. Do you not find this connection intriguing? In disbelief, Lin Zhengnan exclaimed, "Are you implying that the maidens brought the plague to the village?" Not at all. Sikong Bei feigned mystery, for the maidens were indeed innocent. It was merely that during the extermination of bandits at Xiangyang Peak, many souls perished, and their restless spirits would inevitably attach themselves to those with weaker constitutions. These souls will seek a vessel to inhabit and achieve rebirth. Oh, Lin Zhengnan nodded slightly, suddenly enlightened. It is said that on that day at Yangfeng Peak, nearly 200 bandits were slain. If one were truly to seek a frail individual to possess, it would undoubtedly be the Lin sisters. It is indeed peculiar. Upon their return, illness began to afflict the villagers one by one, until none were spared. Yet the Lin sisters remained untouched. Since ancient times, there has been talk of malevolent spirits seeking hosts, and the cause and effect of this situation align perfectly with what Sikong Bei has articulated. What, in the young master's opinion, should be done to resolve this matter? Upon finishing his inquiry, Lin Zhengnan suddenly recalled the young master's earlier mention of the need to sacrifice two individuals, sending a chill coursing down his spine. Sikong Bei remarked, "I have approached the two young ladies under the guise of marriage and have successfully confined those malevolent spirits within them. However, this confinement cannot endure for long. Once it breaks, the spirits will become even more frenzied. If the Lin family wishes to eradicate this threat permanently, they must decisively sacrifice the two women. Fortunately, I am well versed in the art of live sacrifice and can oversee the entire process." Live sacrifice? Lin Zhengnan gasped in disbelief. Sikong Bei continued, "The confinement will shatter at midnight tonight. We must annihilate the spirits before that occurs. The head of the Lin family needs to prepare 2 wooden pillars to erect a sacrificial altar, along with 2 bundles of dry firewood. At the appointed time, the 2 women will be bound to the pillars, and I shall perform a rite to appease the souls, before igniting the firewood to burn them alive." My heavens! Lin Zhengnan collapsed into his chair, exclaiming, "How can this be permissible?" Sikong Bei asserted, "For the sake of the entire clan's survival. What are the lives of 2 women worth? The head of the Lin family must not hesitate and jeopardize the greater good." Fear filled Lin Zhengnan's eyes as he murmured, "Young master, those sisters are your newlywed wives. How can you bear to do this?" Sikong Bei, with a righteous demeanor, replied, "Has the head of the Lin family forgotten? I have stated that my marriage is merely a pretense to control the spirits. Besides, to save the lives of hundreds in the Lin family. Even if they were truly my wives, their sacrifice may be necessary. This is something Lin Jingyang's family would never agree to." Sikong Bei thundered, "For the sake of the entire clan, their consent is irrelevant. If we do not employ this method, the Lin family will surely face extinction. Please contemplate the ramifications and consequences, head of the family. You bear the crucial responsibility of safeguarding the entire clan. You must act decisively and not allow this opportunity to slip away." With hollow eyes, Lin Zhengnan nodded slightly. "This matter requires consultation with several esteemed elders of the Lin family. Otherwise, I fear the others will not acquiesce." After speaking, he slowly exited the room. Behind him, Sikong Bei revealed a sinister smile. In another chamber, Lin Jingyang, having listened to his father Lin Tianda's account, furrowed his brow. "Father, are you certain you did not mishear? His name is truly Qingchen?" "Absolutely correct," Lin Tianda affirmed. "This young master claims to be a direct disciple of Qingchen. Yet it seems he does not recognize him. Young Master Yi is so youthful, he hardly appears deserving of the title medical sage. Do not judge by appearances. Who could have foreseen that such youth could conceal a master of transformation?" Lin Jingyang sighed, stating, regardless of the circumstances, "It is an undeniable truth that the young master has saved the entire village. Even if he has exaggerated his deeds, it is of little consequence." Lin Tianda remarked, "Initially, it was agreed that he would provide a pill furnace. Yet he suddenly imposed the condition of marrying xianxia and xianxia. Now, he parades under the banner of being a disciple of the medical immortal, revealing the depths of his moral decay. As a father, my only concern is that my precious granddaughters will be tied to such a man. Their lives may be fraught with unhappiness." Lin Jingyang's expression grew somber. Now that the die is cast, there is no turning back. The 2 of them have made such great sacrifices for the family. I trust the entire Lin clan will remember this. Suddenly, the door burst open, and 4 members of the Tianwu sect rushed in, without explanation, binding the father and son with ropes. "What are you doing?" they exclaimed in shock. The intruders, grinning maliciously, replied, "We are compelled to do this for the sake of saving your Lin family." In an instant, they secured the 2 men tightly and stuffed cloth into their mouths. Leaving one guard with a knife, the rest hastily exited, the sound of the door locking echoing behind them. Chapter 69. Release those 2 girls. The villagers, having feasted, began to gather in small groups, whispering to one another with an air of mystery, their expressions varying. Some set up a platform, others hammered in posts, while a few transported firewood. Qingchen observed with a growing sense of foreboding, sensing that trouble was brewing. However, he refrained from probing further, understanding that only through the ongoing evolution of events could he discover an opportunity. His objective was the pill furnace, and gaining the Lin family's unwavering trust was essential for its acquisition. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue over the seemingly jubilant Guibei village, concealing the undercurrents of unrest. Suddenly, Lin Zhengnan stepped into the center of the street and shouted, "Lin family members, gather here. The young master of the Tianwu sect has something to say." The crowd's demeanor turned grave as they assembled at the street's edge, a dark mass of anxious faces. Xikong Bei approached the gathering, surveying the crowd before instructing his followers. "Bring them forth." Two sect members then emerged, escorting xianxia and xianxia, both bound with ropes and gagged, their faces reflecting sheer terror and confusion. Xikong Bei proclaimed passionately, "Dear villagers, I trust the head of the Lin family has informed you. I am Xikong Bei, the young master of the Tianwu sect. Today, I guarantee in the name of the witch god that what I am about to say is entirely true. Please listen closely. Upon my arrival, I immediately sensed that these two young ladies are haunted by malevolent spirits, which is the very source of the current plague. These spirits, in search of substitutes, will undoubtedly seek you as scapegoats. Initially, I was perplexed until today, when I realized that they had previously been involved in the extermination of bandits at Xiangyang Peak. On that day, nearly 200 ruthless mountain bandits perished. It is likely that some of their indomitable spirits lingered, returning to the village with these two girls. Consider this. Why has the Lin family resided here for over a century without incident, yet upon their return, the plague erupted the very next day? Why, amidst such a dire plague, has no one in the village been spared except for these two? The reasons, I believe, are already known to all. In order to save the Lin family and eliminate future calamity, this young master has no other recourse but to sacrifice the two maidens in fire, to disperse the lingering souls. If not, the entire Lin family, numbering over 100 souls, would perish because of them. I understand that you are kin, and your hearts are heavy. I too find it difficult to make this decision. Alas, it is a necessity. Only through the sacrifice of these two can the entirety of the Lin family be preserved. For the lives of over 100 members of our clan, I trust that the two young ladies would willingly offer themselves. Upon glancing at the newly erected wooden posts and the pile of kindling beneath, the maidens comprehended the impending horror. Flames would consume them. Instantly, their faces drained of color, their legs weakened, they collapsed like limp straw, gazing at the elders with pleading eyes, shaking their heads in desperate supplication. Bound by cloth, their voices were reduced to muffled whimpers of despair. The onlookers shook their heads in sorrow, tears streaming down their faces. Raised in this village, belonging to the same family, the maidens had always been sensible. Yet they never envisioned such a tragic fate awaiting them. Some of the more tender-hearted women wept openly. Yet, none dared to intercede, for in their hearts, the survival of the clan outweighed the lives of individuals. Lin Zhengnan approached them, his voice choked with emotion. "Xianxia, Qingxia, you are both good girls. Your sacrifice for the entire clan is most regrettable. The Lin family shall forever remember you two as heroes." Qingxia, in a daze, lay on the ground, half-conscious. Xianxia, filled with resentment, scanned the crowd in panic, searching for something. "Release those two girls." Qingchen's voice rang out amidst the crowd, drawing the attention of all. Lin Zhengnan replied sternly, "Young Master Yi, this is a family matter of the Lin clan. I beseech you to refrain from interference." With a wave of his hand, Qingchen removed the cloth from their mouths. "Brother," they cried out in heart-wrenching unison. Xikong Bei interjected, "Young Master Yi, the fire sacrifice is a consensus of the Lin family. As an outsider, it would be prudent for you to withdraw. I say, release those two girls." He struck the table with his hand. With a crack, several pairs of chopsticks soared into the air like arrows, swiftly aimed at the members of the Tianwu sect beside the maidens. The two black-clad cultists were caught off guard, instantly pierced and collapsing silently. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd as they recoiled in fear. Qingchen stepped forward, freeing the maidens from their bindings. Xikong Bei, seething with anger, declared, "Yi, are you truly going to interfere today? Do not think that your martial prowess intimidates me. The witchcraft of my Tianwu sect is specifically designed to counter those like you." Qingchen merely smiled faintly. "Witchcraft? It is but a trivial sorcery of mortals, utterly inconsequential in the realm of cultivation." He could easily take the life of Xikong Bei now, but the time had not yet come. Lin Zhengnan exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, are you truly willing to sacrifice the entire Lin family for the sake of two young ladies?" At that moment, a voice thundered, "Lin Zhengnan, you beast! If you dare to harm my granddaughter, you must first kill me." Lin Tianda? Lin Xingyang and his son emerged from behind, their faces aflame with indignation. It turned out that Qingchen had long realized their absence and understood they must have been captured by Xikong Bei. Seizing the opportunity during Qingchen Bei's speech, he had stealthily entered the room, dispatched the guards, and freed the two of them. Grandfather! Father! The two young ladies cried out in despair, rushing towards them. Lin Zhengnan retorted, everything I have done is for the sake of the entire Lin family. For the lives of over 100 members of our clan. I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself. Lin Jingyang replied, even now, you remain deluded. We have all been deceived by that scoundrel Qingchen. Preposterous! Barked a dark-faced man beside Qingchen Bei. How dare you speak such insolence to the young master? Lin Zhengyang coldly replied, Qingchen Bei, you claim to be the true disciple of the medical immortal Yi Qingchen, but do you know who this young master Yi truly is? Qingchen Bei's expression changed momentarily before he regained his composure, saying, who he is has nothing to do with me. Xianxia, astonished, inquired, Father, what do you mean? Young Master Yi is the medical immortal? Lin Tianda declared loudly, Dear villagers, this young Master Yi, with the surname Yi and the given name Qingchen, is indeed the medical immortal as mentioned by the young Master Qingchen. This young Master Qingchen, who professes to have received the true teachings of the medical immortal, remains utterly oblivious to the presence of his master right here. All eyes turned towards Yi Qingchen, disbelief etched on their faces. Qingchen Bei laughed heartily. You claim he is the medical immortal? What evidence do you possess? Even if his name is indeed Yi Qingchen, there are many with the same name in this world. Does sharing a name make him the medical immortal? I believe you are merely speaking out of desperation to save your granddaughter. Yi Qingchen replied, I am indeed the medical immortal revered by Prince Jin and Master Hua, though I owe you no proof. As for you, you will likely never have the opportunity to verify this matter in your lifetime. Lin Zhengnan interjected, Young Master Yi, your words are mere assertions. The fact that the young master has healed our ailments and saved our entire clan is an undeniable truth. Saved your clan? I would say he is destined to annihilate it. Yi Qingchen scoffed. This man merely temporarily seals your meridians, suppressing your afflictions within. Once he obtains the elixir furnace and departs from this place, your conditions will erupt like a long-dormant volcano, and by then, it will truly be beyond remedy. A wave of panic swept through the villagers, uncertainty clouding their minds. Qingchen Bei gritted his teeth in fury. You speak slander, tarnishing my master's name, destroying my reputation, and harming my followers. Today, I shall make you experience the heart-devouring technique of the celestial witch cult. With that, he produced a jade vial, no longer than a finger, from his bosom. Chapter 70. Heart-devouring insects. The villagers knew well that the celestial witch cult practiced sinister and mysterious sorcery. And upon seeing the young master produce the jade vial, they were filled with terror and hastily retreated. Qingchen Bei gazed at the crowd and proclaimed, Fear not. For these goo worms are entirely obedient to me. Today, I shall claim the life of only one named Yi, and I assure you, no harm shall come to others. He then smugly turned to Yi Qingchen, grinning as he continued. The goo worms in this vial are so minuscule that they are nearly invisible to the naked eye. And there are thousands upon thousands of them. What can your martial prowess achieve, even if you have attained the transformation realm? How many of my swarming goo worms can you possibly eradicate? Should even a single one escape your grasp and land upon you, you will fall entirely under my control, with no hope of survival. Upon hearing this, the villagers were filled with both fear and astonishment. Although Qingchen Bei claimed the goo worms obeyed him, the horrifying prospect of such frenzied insects unleashed was unimaginable. Lin Jingyang stepped forward to shield Yi Qingchen, stating, The heavenly witch sect practices such malevolent arts, which cannot be deemed a righteous sect. Young Master Yi is a benefactor to my family. Should you wish to harm him, you must first eliminate me. Xianxia and Xianxia also advanced, positioning themselves resolutely beside Yi Qingchen, displaying a collective spirit of solidarity. Although Yi Qingchen did not require their protection, a warm current surged within him at their display of loyalty. Lin Zhengnan implored, Young Master, Yi Gongzi has rendered great kindness to our Lin family. I beseech you to show me, Lin Zhengnan, a modicum of favor, and let us resolve this peacefully. Qingchen Bei retorted coldly. Has the one surnamed Yi ever shown any consideration for me, Qingchen Bei? Today, I shall ensure he suffers the torment of 1,000 worms gnawing at his heart, lest the world think the heavenly witch sect is easy to bully. Yi Qingchen, unfazed, chuckled lightly. Your incessant droning is tiresome. Release your little mosquitoes and witness how I shall become an expert in exterminating them. Qingchen Bei's face paled with rage, his brows knitting together as he uncorked the vial and muttered incantations. A cloud of black smoke billowed forth from the bottle, rapidly expanding. Yi Qingchen recognized that this seemingly foggy substance was, in fact, countless goo worms as fine as dust. If he were merely a master of the transformation realm, how could he possibly eliminate them all? It was no wonder Qingchen Bei boasted of the goo art's superiority over martial techniques. His arrogance stemmed from an unfounded sense of security. Yet, little did he know, His meticulous calculations had failed to account for the fact that Qingchen was not merely a martial artist, but a cultivator. Embrace your demise. Bei bellowed, and the dense black mist surged towards Qingchen. Xianxia and xianxia turned pale, trembling as they shut their eyes and screamed in terror. Qingchen smiled reassuringly. Do not be afraid, my sisters. I am here. Calmly, he raised his hand and gathered energy, a sphere of white mist rising between his fingers. Heading straight for the black fog. Bei was struck with alarm. What is that? The white mist collided with the black fog, intertwining to form a swirling gray cloud, reminiscent of thick smoke billowing from a chimney. Bei hastily adjusted his incantation, straining to maintain control, yet it seemed he was losing his grip. Suddenly, the gray cloud shifted direction and flew directly towards him. How can this be possible? Bei exclaimed in astonishment, scrambling to evade, clearly realizing that these goo worms were no longer under his command. However, what he did not anticipate was the gray mist that swept past him, not attacking, but instead circling behind him to pounce upon his disciples. Behind him, 4 followers of the celestial witch sect screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. The swirling gray mist resembled a frenzied swarm of bees, unleashed from a disturbed hive, descending upon the hapless disciples with overwhelming force. The 4 cried out in agony, curling into themselves as they fell to the ground, rolling about as if countless insects were gnawing at their insides, enduring excruciating torment. Witnessing this horrific scene, the villagers turned away, the women hastening to shield their children's eyes. Young master, save us. Yet, Bei, paralyzed by fear, realized he had no recourse and stumbled backward. After enduring a moment of suffering, unable to withstand the pain, the 4 drew their blades and took their own lives. For bodies lay on the ground, visibly collapsing, their insides apparently devoured by the parasitic insects, leaving behind mere shells enveloped in skin, along with a pool of blood seeping from their orifices. Bei, overwhelmed with panic, was at a loss, now comprehending that Qingchen's prowess far exceeded his imagination. His sorcery had been shattered, his disciples annihilated, leaving him utterly powerless against Qingchen. The fact that the insects had not attacked him was merely Qingchen's deliberate act of sparing his life. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes as he fell to his knees with a thud. Young master Yi, spare me. Young master Yi, spare me. Bei bowed repeatedly. Qingchen chuckled, observing, this fellow is quite adept at changing his demeanor. Sensing danger, he immediately submits and bows, truly capable of bending and stretching. The sudden turn of events left the villagers in a state of terror, and upon witnessing Bei kneeling in supplication, doubts surged in their hearts. Could it be that he was indeed a fraud? Qingchen's voice turned sharp as he declared, Bei, I shall ask, you shall answer. Should you utter another falsehood, you will meet a fate far worse than those 4. Bei lay prostrate, too afraid to lift his head. Have you healed the patients here? No. Bei answered without a moment's hesitation, fully aware that only by confessing and aligning with Qingchen's will could he hope for a sliver of mercy. I merely sealed their meridians. In 7 days, the suppressed ailments within them will erupt, leading to instantaneous death. A gasp of horror rippled through the villagers, their fury igniting. A few hot-tempered individuals immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront him. Lin Zhongnan, who knew the truth, felt shame wash over him, his face alternating between red and pale. Let young master Yi finish his inquiries. Lin Zhongnan intervened, blocking the villagers who were poised to strike. Are you a disciple of the divine healer? Qingchen continued his questioning. No, I am not. I have merely heard that the esteemed Prince Jin and Hua Keijing both regard a gentleman named Qingchen as the divine healer, and in a bid to gain the trust of the villagers, I have intentionally embellished my own reputation, Bei replied. Qingchen nodded in satisfaction and posed his third question. Why did you first seek to marry the 2 ladies, only to suddenly wish them dead? The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent, as it was evident that everyone harbored the same question, eagerly awaiting Bei's response. After a moment of hesitation, Bei had no choice but to lay everything bare. For the 10 witches' cult adhered to strict rules that forbade any involvement with a woman whose virtue was in question. Otherwise, they would incur the wrath of the witch gods. Earlier that afternoon, I learned that the 2 sisters had once been captured by bandits, and upon hearing this, Xianxia and xianxia clutched each other, weeping inconsolably. They were well aware that anyone who had heard of their ordeal would share Bei's suspicions. This unfounded stain on their honor would haunt them for a lifetime, never to be cleansed. Yet Qingchen was taken aback by this revelation. He regretted posing the question that had unearthed the sisters' painful past. Anger surged within him, and he kicked Bei forcefully. Damn you! Even if you doubt the virtue of these ladies, you need not consummate anything. Why must you resort to such cruel measures against them? Bei hesitated, too afraid to respond. Yet Qingchen pressed him. If you do not speak, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Bei, drenched in sweat from fear, could conjure no reasonable excuse in his panic and finally confessed, I intended to fabricate a plausible story, to create a spectacle and deceive people for profit. Upon hearing this, the villagers were consumed with rage, their eyes blazing with fury, ready to pounce and tear this inhuman wretch to shreds. What depths of depravity must one sink to? To consider binding two innocent women and burning them alive for mere money? Scoundrel! Yet Qingchen seethed, his teeth grinding in fury as he sent Qi-barren soaring into the air with a kick. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of chopsticks soared from the table, hurtling towards Qi-barren's limbs. The tremendous force propelled him toward the sacrificial wooden pillar in the courtyard, where the chopsticks pierced through his arms and calves, pinning him to the post. Qi-barren screamed in agony, yet dared not struggle. Any movement intensified the excruciating pain of his impalement. Please, do not kill me. Spare me. Young master Ye. Yet Qingchen gritted his teeth in response. Spare you? Is there any justice left in this world? Realizing that Ye Qingchen was resolute in his murderous intent, Qi-barren cried out, if you kill me, the followers of the 10 Witches cult will surely seek revenge. Humph. Ye Qingchen retorted. Do you think I fear the minuscule insects of your wretched cult? As Qi-barren continued to scream, he stammered, the old cult leader's sorcery far surpasses yours. Even a master of the heavenly realm would not be a concern for him. If you release me now, we can consider today as events forgotten. Defiant even in the face of death, Qi-barren dared to speak arrogantly. Today, I shall return your wickedness upon you. Ye Qingchen declared, pointing his finger. Suddenly, flames erupted from the firewood beneath Qi-barren, igniting as if doused in oil, roaring to life. The flames engulfed him, inflicting torment that rivaled the agony of 1,000 insects gnawing at his heart. Regrettably, Qi-barren was deprived even of the opportunity to end his own suffering, forced to endure the torment of his situation. His wretched screams echoed throughout Guibei village. The villagers, witnessing his contorted and charred visage, felt not an ounce of sympathy. Justice had been served. As night fell, chaos reigned in the courtyard of Lin Jingyang's home. The villagers took up torches to assist in the cleanup, incinerating the bodies of the celestial witch sect, packing the ashes into burlap sacks before casting them into the mighty river. Yi Qingchen accompanied Lin Zhengnan to his residence, where he requested the villagers to retrieve their stored medicinal herbs. From the assortment, he selected several ingredients to clear heat and detoxify. Following his instructions, the villagers set up a large pot at the edge of the courtyard to brew the concoction. Yi Qingchen, mindful of the number of villagers present, inscribed numbers on paper, forming them into small balls for a drawing. The villagers eagerly drew lots and settled in the courtyard to await their turn. Lin Zhengnan personally called out the numbers at the door, allowing the villagers to enter the house one by one to receive acupuncture from Yi Qingchen. Those who had undergone treatment proceeded to the pot to ladle themselves a bowl of medicine, after which they returned home to rest and sweat out the ailments. This simplified model resembled a modern hospital management system, merely without the financial burden. The sisters Xianxia and Xianxia stood faithfully beside Yi Qingchen, providing hot water for sterilizing the silver needles, fanning him to alleviate his perspiration, and offering him water to drink. Whenever Yi Qingchen focused intently on his work, the sisters held their breath, afraid to disturb him, their gazes full of admiration. They toiled until the stroke of midnight, finally bidding farewell to the last villager. The sisters brought forth a modest meal, but Yi Qingchen had little appetite, merely taking a few bites. Upon entering, Lin Zhengnan and Lin Zhengyang were coughing violently, covering their mouths as they walked. Xianxia expressed her concern. Brother Qingchen, why is it that everyone seemed well before, yet now coughs so severely? Before Yi Qingchen could respond, Xianxia pulled her sister aside, stating, have you forgotten? Brother Qingchen mentioned that while everyone appeared to have recovered, the illness was merely sealed within their bodies. He must have used acupuncture to clear the meridians, causing the ailments to resurface. Yi Qingchen nodded in approval with a smile, exclaiming, Sister Xianxia, you are truly astute. With such insight, I might just pass down this medical art to you in the future. Xianxia gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Xianxia bit her lip, gazing at her sister with envy. Yi Qingchen continued, Xianxia, you should learn alongside your sister. Huh, is that truly the case? Xianxia exclaimed joyfully, leaping in delight. Yi Qingchen then reassured Lin Zhengnan, your coughs are quite normal, there is no need for concern. This condition arises from evil energy entering the lungs and must be expelled through coughing to clear the phlegm and malevolent forces. Tomorrow, you will undoubtedly feel significantly better. Lin Zhengnan replied, we naturally trust young Master Yi. There is no cause for worry. You have worked tirelessly until now, and we are grateful. I have arranged for your accommodations. Let me guide you to your resting quarters. The group escorted Yi Qingchen to the already prepared room. Master Yi, my humble abode is rather modest. I hope you can bear with it for a night. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. Lin Zhengnan said with utmost courtesy. Yi Qingchen chuckled, There is no need for such formality, Master Lin. You and Uncle Zhengyang should retire early to rest and recuperate. Do not neglect your recovery. Tomorrow morning, I shall administer acupuncture to everyone once again. Lin Zhengnan nodded appreciatively. I am grateful for your efforts, Master Yi. With that, he exchanged a glance with Lin Zhengyang, and the two exited the room. Xianxia remarked, Master Yi, you have worked hard. My sister and I shall take our leave. Yi Qingchen teased, why not have both of you stay? Qingxia looked at him, a mix of surprise and embarrassment crossing her face. Humph. Zixia huffed in indignation, furrowing her brow and giving him a stern glare. She pouted and took her sister's hand, turning to leave. As dawn broke, Guibei village began to stir with activity. Villagers made their way to Lin Jingnan's residence in small groups. After a night of rest and perspiration, many found their symptoms significantly alleviated, coughing was sporadic, and they felt renewed strength coursing through their bodies. Gathered in the courtyard, the villagers wore joyous expressions, singing praises for Yi Qingchen. Following the same procedure as the previous day, they drew numbers before entering to receive acupuncture. Today, only Qingxia came to assist. Zixia had opted out, citing her sister's grievances about Yi Qingchen's playful teasing. Yi Qingchen paid it no mind. By midday, the work concluded, and he stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, only to find the villagers still lingering in the courtyard. Lin Zhengnan signaled for quiet and led Yi Qingchen to the center of the street. Addressing the crowd, esteemed members of the Lin family, this year has brought great calamity upon us, even threatening our very existence. We are fortunate for Master Yi's timely arrival, for he not only unveiled the treachery of our enemies, but also came to our aid. The Lin family has a long-standing promise to bestow a treasured alchemical furnace, passed down for over a century, to our benefactor. We have gathered here today to bear witness to this act. The villagers voiced their agreement, affirming their trust in the Lin family's integrity. Furthermore, given Master Yi's exceptional medical skills and high moral standards, they believe that such a treasure would only realize its true value in the hands of a healer. Lin Zhengnan gestured, and two villagers carried a wooden chest to the street and opened it, revealing its contents to Yi Qingchen. Peering inside, Yi Qingchen noticed a layer of yellow cloth lining the bottom of the box, upon which rested an alchemical furnace the size of an adult's head. Its age had rendered it somewhat tarnished and weathered, with the carved patterns of Tai Chi and Bagua appearing somewhat incomplete. Yi Qingchen smirked, a hint of disdain in his expression. Master Lin, is this shabby trinket what you present to me? Lin Zhengnan responded awkwardly. Master Yi, why do you speak thus? Yi Qingchen scoffed. While the furnace may exude a certain antiquity, it is devoid of spiritual essence. It is clearly a modern imitation. Are you attempting to deceive me with a counterfeit, Master Lin? Lin Zhengnan raised his chin, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Master Yi, are you questioning the integrity of the Lin family? Though we may have fallen from grace, our dignity remains intact. A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. Though our entire clan may not stand a chance against you, your blatant disrespect towards the Lin family cannot go unchallenged. I, Lin Zhengnan, will be the first to voice my dissent. Yi Qingchen furrowed his brow and reached out into the air, summoning the alchemical furnace from the box. With a casual flick of his wrist, the furnace was hurled into the courtyard, shattering into a multitude of fragments upon impact. In light of this, I shall forego any claim to this furnace. Farewell. With that, he swept his sleeves and strode away. Young Master Yi, please wait. Lin Zhengnan called out as he hurriedly approached. Turning back, Yi Qingchen noticed that the villagers in the courtyard now wore expressions of delight. Lin Zhengnan stood before him, nodding in approval, his face reflecting admiration. He clasped his hands in apology, saying, Young Master Yi, I beg your pardon. The millennia-old furnace is a treasure of the Taoist sect, and the Lin family has been reluctant to reveal it lightly. Over a century ago, the master of Wanshou entrusted it to our ancestors, instructing the Lin family to bestow it upon a truly discerning individual in the future. We dared not disappoint the master and our forebears, which is why we had the audacity to create a counterfeit. Yet you, young Master Yi, discerned its true nature with a mere glance and even destroyed the imitation with your own hands. The Lin family is fortunate to have finally encountered a worthy master for the ancient furnace. Yi Qingchen was struck with realization. It appeared that the Lin family had intentionally presented a counterfeit to test his discernment. At that moment, an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white and leaning on a cane, stepped forward from the crowd, gazing at Yi Qingchen with excitement. For over a century, our Lin family has diligently guarded the secret of the furnace. Young Master Yi, with your unparalleled virtue, remarkable martial prowess, and exquisite medical skills, you have rendered great favors to our family. Today, we can finally fulfill our obligation by entrusting the furnace to you. I sincerely hope you will not hold our earlier actions against us. Yi Qingchen quickly stepped forward to support the elder's arm, saying, Elder, I fully understand your actions. In light of your ancestors' wishes, Your caution is commendable. It is evident that the Lin family truly values trust and promises. I, in turn, have been rather narrow-minded. The elder patted him on the shoulder, nodding in appreciation, and called out to the crowd, "Why have you not presented the genuine article yet?" The villagers promptly parted, and 4 sturdy men approached, carrying a rusted iron box, still bearing traces of fresh earth, clearly having been unearthed recently. The elder withdrew a golden key from his pocket, personally unlocking the iron box and lifting the lid. As Qingchen peered inside, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The furnace within bore an almost identical appearance to the shattered counterfeit, making it nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. However, this authentic piece, forged a millennium ago, had absorbed the essence of celestial energy and the radiance of the sun and moon, containing a spiritual quality that could provoke a transcendent exchange of wisdom with Qingchen's own consciousness. The villagers gathered around, expressing their gratitude for Qingchen's assistance to the Lin family and congratulating him on his newfound treasure. Some even brought offerings of cured meats and fruits from their homes, all of which Qingchen graciously declined. After enjoying a midday meal, he intended to rest for a moment before returning to Xiaodongping, when suddenly he heard a commotion outside. Upon stepping outside, he observed the villagers in a state of panic, rushing towards the riverbank. Lin Zhengnan approached, breathless, exclaiming, "This is terrible. The Xianxia girl from the Zhenyang family has jumped into the river." What? Qingchen's heart tightened. Without pausing for further inquiries, he hurried towards the riverbank. A large crowd had gathered, with Wang, Lin Zhengyang's wife, weeping inconsolably. While several women attempted to restrain her from acting foolishly, others surrounded Xianxia, who was collapsed on the ground in tears, offering her comfort. Lin Zhengyang and a few villagers who could swim had already plunged into the river to search for her, while the ferries at the crossing had also arrived. Ready to assist, Qingchen leaped into the water, swiftly employing his spiritual awareness to probe the depths. His body moved like a rapid dolphin, gliding through the underwater currents. The anxious villagers awaited on the shore when suddenly a tremendous splash erupted. Qingchen emerged from the water, cradling Lin Xianxia, sending a cascade of droplets into the air. He gracefully landed on the bank, where villagers gathered around him, one hand grasping Xiaxia's wrist to check her pulse, the other assessing her breath. He noticed Lin Zhengyang had surfaced, with Wang and Qingxia rushing to Xiaxia's side, overcome with grief. She is not dead, she has merely lost consciousness. Initially intending to perform chest compressions and artificial respiration, he reconsidered due to the throng of onlookers, fearing idle gossip. Instead, he summoned his spiritual energy, pressing it against her abdomen to expel the water she had ingested. Suddenly, Lin Xiaxia's body convulsed sharply, and with a gasp, she expelled a large amount of water. Qingchen examined her once more and reassured Lin Zhengyang and his wife, "Uncle Lin, Aunt, she is no longer in danger. Quickly take her home to change into dry clothes. Lay her flat on the bed and keep a close watch on her. Do not allow her to act rashly again. I shall change my clothes and return to see her." Wang knelt before him, saying, "Young Master Yi, you have saved Xiaxia once more. Your kindness is beyond measure." Before she could finish, Qingchen helped her to her feet, interrupting, "Aunt, there is no need for such formalities. Quickly take Xiaxia home to care for her. Saving lives is of utmost importance." Qingchen proceeded to Lin Zhengnan's home, borrowed a set of dry clothes, and hurried to Lin Zhengyang's residence. Although Xiaxia was no longer in danger, the ordeal had taken a toll on her, necessitating careful recuperation, particularly in terms of her mental health, as it was imperative to prevent any further incidents. As he entered the courtyard, he overheard Wang's anguished voice from within a room. "Why must you be so foolish? If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly live on?" Qingxia wept. "If anything were to happen to my sister, how could I survive?" Xiaxia, choked with emotion, replied, "The two of us were captured by bandits. Though nothing untoward occurred, how can the world believe that? This non-existent stain weighs heavily upon me. Now, having unwittingly entered into marriage and becoming a widow without understanding the circumstances, I lament the unfairness of fate and the whims of destiny. I truly lack the courage to continue living." Qingxia responded, "If that is how you feel, should I not also consider ending my life?" Xiaxia was rendered speechless. Qingxia said, "Sister, your words resonate deeply with me. I share the same plight as you. Whenever I reflect upon this, my heart feels as though it is being torn asunder. Yet, I am timid, lacking even the courage to embrace death. However, I have come to a realization. What does it matter if my reputation is tarnished? If it comes to that, I shall simply remain unmarried. Should no one desire us, we shall stay with our parents. And in the future, my sister and I can support one another, thus leading a fulfilling life." Wang Shi remarked, Listen, how eloquently Qingxia speaks. You appear so strong-willed. Yet within, you are far more fragile than your sister." Chapter 73, A Face of Sorrow. Two streams of warm tears. Qingchen had not anticipated that the seemingly innocent and naive Xianxia possessed a heart more resilient and perceptive than Zixiao's. Both had unexpectedly found themselves widowed overnight. Xianxia, with her steadfast demeanor, found it difficult to overcome her internal struggles, as the rigid often break easily. He gently knocked on the door. Lin Jingyang opened it, and, upon seeing Qingchen, welcomed him in with urgency. Young Master Yi has arrived. Wang Shi quickly rose, wiping away the traces of her tears. Qingxia hurriedly dabbed at her eyes while standing to greet him. Brother Qingchen. Qingchen nodded at them and took a seat on a small stool before the bed. Xixia kept her head lowered, unable to meet his gaze. In a gentle tone, Qingchen said, if you fear not even death, why fear life? So many care for you. If you were to leave without a word, would that not be exceedingly selfish? Xixia closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. After the storm, one can behold the rainbow. Having endured hardship, happiness becomes all the more precious. Xixia choked out. Where could happiness possibly remain? Qingchen smiled softly. Who says no one desires you? Do you not recall what I said when I first met you yesterday? I asked you, if I were to prove that the Heavenly Witch sect is a fraud and save your entire Lin family, and like that young Master C, I wish to marry you two sisters, would you accept? Xixia raised her head slightly to glance at him, then turned her face away, saying, you jest with us. Qingchen replied, who says I am joking? I speak with utmost sincerity. Surely, you do not perceive me as greedy? At this, Lin Jingyang's voice trembled with excitement. Young Master Yi, are you truly serious? Father, Xixia interjected, do not listen to his nonsense. He delights in teasing me, and besides, I have already been married. How could he possibly want me? Having been married, yet without consummation, what difference does it make? Qingchen boldly asserted, I am quite open-minded. Even if you had consummated your marriage, seeing how beautiful and kind you sisters are, I could accept it. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Qingxia bit her lip, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, her face flushed to the roots of her neck. Xixia gazed at him incredulously, still struggling to believe his words. Wang Shi, filled with concern, exclaimed, young Master Yi, Xixia cannot withstand any more distress. If you do not harbor such intentions, I implore you, do not jest in this manner. For the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Qingchen rose to his feet and retrieved a 1,000-tael silver note from within his robes, presenting it to Madame Wang. Upon receiving it, she stared in astonishment, her hands trembling uncontrollably, as it seemed they had never encountered such a sum of money before. Lin Jingyang, puzzled by the scene, snatched the note from her grasp and was equally taken aback, stepping back in shock. Heavens, 1,000 taels. Young Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? Qingchen performed a deep bow and respectfully declared, I, Qingchen, hereby formally present my betrothal gifts to the Lin family. With the intention of marrying both Miss Xixia and Miss Qingxia, I humbly request the approval of Uncle Lin and Auntie Lin. Lin Jingyang and Madame Wang exchanged glances, momentarily stunned before regaining their composure. No, this is too much. Lin Jingyang hastily attempted to return the silver note to Qingchen. We are already immensely grateful that you do not scorn my two daughters. There is no need for such a betrothal gift. Please take it back. Madame Wang nodded in agreement, earnestly stating, young Master Yi, with your exceptional talents, it is truly a blessing for my daughters to marry you. We cannot possibly accept such a gift. It is far too extravagant for our family. Xixia, sitting upright on the bed, snatched the silver note from Lin Jingyang's hands, exclaiming, why should we not accept it? Lin Jingyang, both astonished and furious, shouted, Xixia, what are you doing? Xixia, gazing at Qingchen with a smug expression, replied, since brother Qingchen is earnest in marrying my sisters, this betrothal gift is but his courtesy. Our family may be lacking in wealth, but when my sisters wed, this 1,000 taels shall serve as their dowry. Qingchen suppressed a chuckle, finding the young girl quite clever, as she seemed to fear he might go back on his word and had secured the money in advance. Lin Jingyang, enraged, retorted, there is no such logic. You must return the silver note to young Master Yi. Qingchen interjected, Uncle Lin, as I understand it, your daughters are only 15 years old. Who knows when they will reach 16? Lin Jingyang immediately donned a smile, replying, on March 19th of next year, they will turn 16. Qingchen nodded. Once they reach 16, I shall return to marry them. There is still more than half a year until next March 19th. During this time, I would appreciate it if you and Auntie Lin could take good care of them. You may keep this money to treat them to some delicious food and to purchase fine garments, ensuring they are well presented, if that is agreeable. Lin Jingyang hesitated, expressing his concern, but this amount is just too generous. Not at all, not at all. Qingchen waved his hand dismissively. As my fiancé, yes. They cannot live in frugality. Madame Wang suggested, dear, why don't we hold on to it for now, and use any remaining funds as a dowry when our daughters marry? This way, we won't bring shame to young Master Yi. After much internal conflict, Lin Zhengyang reluctantly acquiesced. Qingchen earnestly added, "You have only 2 daughters. Once they are married to me, consider me as your son. I shall ensure your care in your later years." Upon hearing this, Xianxia rushed to the bedside, embracing xianxia as they wept together, while Madame Wang turned away, wiping her tears. Even Lin Zhengyang could not suppress his emotions, lowering his head to cover his mouth as he sobbed quietly. Evidently, Qingchen's final words struck a chord with them, touching upon their most sensitive concerns that they had dared not voice. The 2 young ladies, both strikingly beautiful, remained unmarried due to the earlier concerns expressed by Lin Zhengyang's family regarding their old age, which the prospective suitor had opposed. To their surprise, Qingchen had brought it up herself. Qingchen prepared a medicinal formula for xianxia and stayed for dinner at Lin Zhengyang's residence that evening. The following morning, Lin Zhengyang's family of 5 visited Lin Zhengnan's home, already aware that Qingchen would be departing that day and had come to bid her farewell. Gradually, more villagers arrived to see her off. Qingchen packed the elixir furnace in a cloth bag and slung it over her shoulder. A grand procession accompanied her to the riverside ferry. Turning back, Qingchen waved and said, "Everyone, please return. Take care of yourselves. If you need anything, do come to me at Qingchuan Town Zaidomping. Take care, young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, do visit Guibei village when you have the chance. Travel safely, young Master Yi." Faced with such warm-hearted and kind villagers, Qingchen felt a surge of warmth within her. "Uncle Lin, Auntie, let us part here. I must take my leave." Xianxia and Xianxia, hand in hand, stood behind their parents, gazing at her with sorrowful expressions and tear-streaked faces. Qingchen smiled gently. "How about you 2 accompany me to the other side?" "Yes, yes." Xianxia immediately brightened, rushing over. Xianxia glanced at her mother, who nodded with a smile, encouraging her to go. Chapter 74. What? Are you unable to wait? The 3 boarded the ferry and set off, while the villagers waved from the shore. Shortly thereafter, as the ferry approached the opposite bank, Qingchen prepared to pay, but the ferryman shyly produced a silver coin from his pocket and said, "Young Master Yi, my fare for this crossing is merely 5 won. You previously gave me 1 tael, and I cannot provide change. Please allow me to return it to you. You are our great benefactor, and I cannot accept your money." Qingchen chuckled. "Let us keep things in order. You may retain the silver. In the future, when I travel with Uncle Zhengyang, simply deduct from that tael." The ferryman smiled broadly, nodding as he tucked the silver back into his pocket. The 3 disembarked, traversed the reed marsh, and arrived at the main road. Qingchen remarked, "A 1,000-mile journey must eventually lead to parting. You too should return." The young lady's eyes immediately turned red, and they fell silent, heads bowed. Qingchen stepped forward, grasping each of their hands. The sisters trembled at the unexpected contact, attempting to withdraw their hands, but he held on firmly. Looking at the bashful duo, he spoke tenderly, "Take good care of yourselves. I will visit when I can. Especially you. Xianxia, no more foolish thoughts or actions, do you hear me?" Xianxia nodded earnestly. Xianxia, already shedding tears, said, "Brother Qingchen, you must take care of yourself too." Qingchen smiled softly, releasing her hand as he gently wiped the tears from her face, comforting her, "Do not cry so easily. You are like a child." Xianxia lowered her head and said, "After all, she is just a child." Qingchen cast a tender glance at the 2 of them before resolutely turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he heard Xianxia calling from behind, "Brother Qingchen." He paused and turned back. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, seemingly mustering immense courage, and said, "Are you afraid that I might seek to end my life again, which is why you are comforting me in this manner? In truth, you do not wish to marry us, do you?" Qingchen returned with concern. "Is that so? I have barely left, and you are already spiraling into such thoughts?" Xianxia pouted, bashfully replying, "If you want to marry, then just marry us. Why must you wait until we turn 16? Qingchen approached her, a playful smile gracing his lips. "What? Are you unable to wait?" Xianxia shot him a glare, remaining silent. Qingchen continued, "To be honest, I am concerned that if I wait too long, you may have to extend the age limit to 16. Ideally, my future spouse should be at least 18. Nonsense. Other girls can marry at 14. Qingchen chuckled mischievously. "What good is being 14? The body is still undeveloped. There is neither fullness nor curves. It is quite unentertaining." Xianxia frowned. "Sister, look at him. Always speaking nonsense." Xianxia glared at Qingchen. "You've known him for a while. He always speaks such unpleasant words." Qingchen brazenly assessed the 2 of them. "Hee. So, you 2 should eat more during this period, eat well, and develop those curves, understood?" Xianxia instinctively turned away, covering her chest, and retorted, "Go away. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory." Seeing her speak so boldly, Qingchen realized she had loosened the chains of her heart. He turned, humming a tune, and strode forward, his figure gradually disappearing at the end of the road. Xianxia suddenly crouched by the roadside, covering her face with her hands, sobbing inconsolably. Xianxia inquired, "Sister, why are you crying?" "I believe Brother Qingchen will keep his promise and come back to marry us." Xianxia choked out, "Yes, I believe he will return." Upon returning to the small cave, Qingchen had specifically cleared out a room in his residence for alchemy purposes. In the center of the room stood the ancient alchemical furnace, a fortuitous acquisition. In order to meet the deadline of August 12th for procuring medicine for Xiaoyu, he initially planned to concoct the medicinal remedy first. However, with the ancient furnace at his disposal, his plans changed. The Foundation Establishment Pill, as the first advancement elixir on the path of cultivation, requires only ordinary herbs from the mortal realm, which can be barely refined in a common furnace, albeit with considerable time and a high risk of failure. In contrast, refining such low-grade elixirs in the ancient furnace is as simple as boiling rice in a pot. Thus, he adjusted his plan to prioritize Foundation establishment before preparing medicine for Xiaoyu. It was not out of selfishness. Rather, he understood that his power would greatly enhance post-establishment. A cultivator in the foundational stage undoubtedly experiences a significant enhancement in the quality of the elixirs they refine compared to those in the qi refining stage. The necessary herbs for alchemy had long been prepared by Qingchen at the Jinwang mansion. Everything was in place. Only the final touch was lacking. After dinner, Qingchen summoned Han Yuxiao and instructed, "Tonight, I shall engage in some exceedingly clandestine activities. You are to guard me throughout the night and allow no one to disturb me." Han Yuxiao shot him a glance of exasperation, retorting, "What unspeakable deeds could a grown man possibly engage in within his own chamber? You're being rather mysterious." Qingchen, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, are you feeling frisky enough to speak to me in such a manner?" Han Yuxiao held her head high, exuding an air of fearless defiance. Suddenly, Qingchen realized with a mischievous grin, "Ah, I see. You've regained your composure and find the experience quite enjoyable, so you deliberately provoke me. Hoping for a different kind of engagement, am I right?" Fuming, Han Yuxiao glared at him. "You are shameless. Indecent. Huh, I've struck a chord with you. Haven Ti?" He laughed. Han Yuxiao turned to leave. "Stop," Qingchen called out. "If you behave, perhaps in the future, I shall impart to you some superior martial skills." Han Yuxiao gasped in surprise. "Really?" "Of course." Qingchen nodded. "Moreover, who knows? One day, I might even restore your freedom." "You mustn't deceive me," Han Yuxiao replied, her face alight with anticipation. Qingchen smiled softly and entered the alchemy chamber, closing the door behind him. In the dead of night, Guan Xiaotong noticed the light emanating from the room, where Han Yuxiao sat vigilantly at the door. "Sister Yuxiao, why are you still awake?" she inquired. "Shoo." Han Yuxiao quickly gestured for silence. "Young master Yi has instructed me to guard this place. No one is to disturb him." What is young master Yi doing?" Guan Xiaotong asked incredulously. With a serious tone, Han Yuxiao replied, "Xiaotong, it's best we, as servants, refrain from prying into the masteress affairs." Guan Xiaotong nodded. "Go on and sleep. You needn't worry about me," Han Yuxiao said. "Shall I keep watch for a while in your stead?" "That is not permissible. What if someone attempts to force their way in? Can you truly stop them?" Han Yuxiao asserted firmly. At midnight, the foundational elixir was successfully refined. Qingchen sat cross-legged upon a mat, holding the cherry-sized, dark red pill with satisfaction. Truly, the millennium-old alchemy furnace had proven its worth, producing such a high-quality elixir in merely 2 hours, an achievement unattainable with an ordinary furnace. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he swallowed the foundational elixir. He intended to use the remainder of the night to assimilate its essence, and barring any unforeseen incidents, he would officially step into the foundational realm. Chapter 75. Close your eyes and open your legs. He sat in stillness, gradually channeling spiritual energy into his body. As the foundational elixir dissolved within him, it felt as though a void had formed, a black hole of energy. A powerful suction drew the surrounding spiritual energy into his being, manifesting as visible streams of white energy that penetrated his body's myriad acupoints. In an instant, each cell was infused with a potent surge of energy, and the true essence coursed rapidly through him. He could distinctly feel that his body had suddenly begun to flourish like bamboo shoots awakening after a spring rain. Even the bones within him started to crack and creak. For a cultivator in the qi refinement stage, the process of foundation establishment was akin to a rebirth. Ascending to a higher realm brought about a transformation in power that was nothing short of extraordinary. A cultivator in the foundation establishment phase possessed formidable strength equivalent to that of a celestial master, even in an environment devoid of spiritual energy. It is well understood that the distinction between the transformation realm and the celestial realm is the difference between humanity and divinity. Successfully establishing his foundation meant that he had, in this life, officially stepped back into the realm of immortals. There lay a long journey ahead: golden elixir, nascent soul, divine transformation, harmonization, great ascension. and then the crossing of tribulations, before he could finally achieve ascension to the heavens. With a sigh of relief, Qingchen opened his eyes. He had succeeded in establishing his foundation. A victorious smile appeared on his face. He opened the door and inhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated by the fresh air. Looking up, he noticed the sky was tinged with the pale light of dawn. Leaning against the wall by the door was Han Yuxiao, soundly asleep with a wooden stick in her embrace. Qingchen chuckled and shook his head. How dare you slack off? I shall deal with you in a few days. With that, he picked up Han Yuxiao and carried her into her room, placing her gently onto the bed. She rolled over, mumbling in her sleep. No, I was wrong. Young Master Yi, spare me. Qingchen laughed. It's only been a few days since I've seen you, and you're already dreaming of spring. He pulled the quilt over her and quietly closed the door behind him. According to custom, if the two parties were already acquainted, they should not meet 3 days prior to the wedding. Lu Yifei remained at home, anxious and restless throughout the day. Her mother, sympathizing with her daughter, urged her to take a stroll to clear her mind. Lu Yifei ventured out for a walk and eventually arrived at the home of Bao Meifeng. Since Bao Meifeng's marriage, their relationship had remained intimate, akin to that of sisters, sharing everything without reservation. Noticing the door was closed, Lu Yifei mused, why is the door shut in broad daylight? Could she be out? She approached and knocked. From within, a voice responded, who is it? Meifeng. It's me, Yifei. Bao Meifeng opened the door, smiling. Ever since young Master Yi arrived, Yu Haven Tea visited me. What brings you here today? Upon entering, Lu Yifei noticed Bao Meifeng's flushed cheeks and asked with concern, Meifeng, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Bao Meifeng awkwardly laughed. It's nothing. I just took a nap. Perhaps resting well has improved my complexion. Lu Yifei took a seat at the table and noticed a cucumber lying there. Reaching for it to eat, Bao Meifeng exclaimed, wait, you can't eat that. Lu Yifei, startled, set the cucumber down, puzzled. You're being stingy over a cucumber now? How have you become so frugal? Bao Meifeng chuckled, taking the cucumber into the kitchen. Now what brings you here? Lu Yifei replied, oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to chat with you. Bao Meifeng remarked, I understand. With the wedding approaching, which girl isn't anxious? In the days leading up to my own marriage, I couldn't sleep for 3 nights. Lu Yifei responded, so you two have moments of fear? Not fear, strictly speaking. It is more about being nervous and excited. In essence, it is the anticipation of that moment coupled with the dread that it may arrive too swiftly. My feelings mirror yours. Yet what concerns me more is the possibility of disappointing young Master Yi in some regard. Bao Meifeng chuckled, are you foolish? In my opinion, if you were to perform too splendidly, it would be young Master Yi who might feel disheartened. Really? Lu Yifei exclaimed with curiosity, what do you mean? Bao Meifeng replied, you are a naive young woman, lacking in experience. What could you possibly do? Men are fond of that air of innocence you possess. On the eve of your wedding, your mother and matchmaker, Aunt Wu, will come to speak with you. They will inform you of the next day's schedule and arrangements. In summary, as someone who has gone through this, I assure you that while marriage holds significant meaning for women, the process itself is rather straightforward. Lu Yifei mischievously blinked. What process? Please enlighten me, and are there any particular aspects I should be mindful of? Bao Meifeng laughed. Why the eagerness, little girl? Very well. I shall share some insights. You will be escorted from your family home to young Master Ye's residence. After the ceremonial rites, you will be brought into the bridal chamber. You will wait inside while young Master Yi mingles with the guests outside. When he enters, he will lift your veil, engage in conversation to ease your nerves, and then share a cup of wine with you. After the wine ceremony, the most pivotal moment of your life will arrive, she said with a playful smile. Throughout the entire process, you need not utter a word or take any action. Merely don your veil and be led about like a marionette until your man lifts it. Even when young Master Yi carries you to the bed, all you need to do is close your eyes and yield to his whims. Lu Yifei felt both shy and enchanted. After pondering for a moment, she playfully inquired, Sister Meifeng, was it painful for you on your wedding night? Bao Meifeng shot her a disapproving glance. Why must you inquire about everything? Isn't it better to leave some mysteries and room for imagination? Lu Yifei smiled bashfully. Bao Meifeng regarded her innocent demeanor and sincerely said, I am truly happy for you to be marrying a fine man like young Master Yi. As she entered this world, Qingchen placed immense importance on her first marriage. Each culture and era has its own unique customs surrounding wedding ceremonies, especially when considering different realms. Upon returning from Jinzhou City, Qingchen provided a substantial sum of money to the Lu family, entrusting them with the entire wedding arrangements. The only requirement was that it be grand. The Lu family, having only one daughter, was naturally very invested in the preparations. Although the Lu residence was in close proximity to the Yi household, every necessary detail had to be meticulously arranged, ensuring that the sense of ceremony was thoroughly upheld. The bridal sedan, accompanied by the resounding sounds of drums and suona, is an indispensable sight. The newlywed home is adorned with couplets celebrating the union, and the doors and windows are festooned with joyful characters. Inside the bridal chamber, new candle holders have been arranged, and red candles replace the old. The bed is draped in a vibrant red double phoenix quilt. At the entrance, 10 large jars neatly align, filled with exquisite wines just transported from the renowned wine county of Langbei. The marriage of young Master Yi is a significant event in Zidongping, prompting villagers to come forth and lend their assistance. Dishes, bowls, tables, and stools, everything needed for the banquet, arrives at Ye's residence without so much as a request from Yi Qingchen. On the evening of the 7th, Ye's home is ablaze with light, as a professional team of chefs from the county busily prepares for the feast the following day. The aunts and elder women who come to wash vegetables, chop ingredients, and stoke the fires work tirelessly throughout the night, their faces adorned with smiles, none uttering a word of fatigue. The grand wedding day arrives on the 8th of August. Outside Lu Dafeng's home, villagers eagerly crane their necks to catch a glimpse. Within the courtyard, the bridal procession is already prepared. A luxurious 8-bearer flower sedan rests at the street's edge. The auspicious hour has come. At the call of the matchmaker, the air is filled with the thunderous sounds of firecrackers. Drums and music play in harmony, filling the atmosphere with joy. The matchmaker enters, guiding the red-clad Lu Yifei with care as she steps gracefully into the flower sedan. Chapter 76. Lift the veil. Bowing to heaven and earth, paying respects to the elders, the couple exchanges vows and is led into the bridal chamber. The wedding customs here mirror those of ancient Earth, with the specific procedures having been thoroughly explained by matchmaker Aunt Wu the previous night. Yi Qingchen and the matchmaker support Lu Yifei as they enter the bridal chamber, taking their seats before the bed. The bride remains with the matchmaker while Yi Qingchen steps out to greet the guests. As per Yi Qingchen's earlier instructions, all villagers of Zidongping are invited, with each household contributing a token of 1 copper coin. In addition to the villagers, there are also some relatives and friends from Lu Dahong and Lu Dafeng's families. Lu Dafeng proudly introduces Yi Qingchen to the guests, and the praises from Lu's relatives abound. With only 10 tables set up in the courtyard, the 150 to 60 attendees must partake in a flowing banquet, a common occurrence for rural celebrations. Lu Qingshan serves as the host, responsible for welcoming and bidding farewell to guests. Whenever a new guest arrives, he announces it loudly at the entrance, allowing the hosts to be informed. Master Huang and family have arrived. At Lu Qingshan's call, the lively chatter in the courtyard hushes to a low murmur. It seems these villagers, accustomed to the oppression of Huang Bo Run, instinctively react with trepidation. Although the Huang family's arrival is not wholeheartedly welcomed, Yi Qingshan wishes to avoid any awkwardness on this joyous occasion. He makes his way to the entrance, where he indeed finds Huang Bo Run accompanied by 7 or 8 family members. Following him is a man in his 30s, presumably his second son, Huang Shixian. Several attendants carry 2 boxes of gifts, trailing at the end of the procession. Huang Boren trotted over, his round face beaming with delight. Congratulations! Young Master Ye's wedding is indeed a grand event for our Qingchen town. I, Huang, dare not feign ignorance. Thus I have come uninvited with my family. I bring a modest gift, and hope young Master Yi will graciously accept it. The man behind him also stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Huang Shixian extends his regards to young Master Yi, wishing you and your wife a harmonious union and early blessings of children. Other womenfolk joined in with their well wishes. Yi Qingchen laughed heartily and responded, "There is no need for such formality, Mr. Huang. Guests are always welcome. Please, come inside." The courtyard was already brimming with guests, and one table called out, "Why don't we let Mr. Huang sit first, and we can wait for the next round?" Yi Qingchen replied sternly, "What sort of reasoning is this? All present today are esteemed guests. There is no distinction in status." Huang Boren hurriedly declined the villager's suggestion, saying, "Young Master Yi is right. You all sit and eat first." He then led his family to sit on the benches by the door, while his face remained jovial. His family, however, wore displeased expressions. Particularly, several of the women huddled together, whispering among themselves. Lu Qingshan was heard shouting outside, "County Magistrate Hu and County Lieutenant Tang have come to offer their congratulations." The guests, startled while dining, quickly rose from their seats to prepare for the reception. With both the magistrate and lieutenant arriving simultaneously, the villagers had never witnessed such an occasion. Even the Huang family stood up. While they might not hold the magistrate in high regard, they still felt compelled to show some respect. Yi Qingchen called out, "Everyone, please be seated. As I said, all who have come today are my esteemed guests, and there shall be no distinction." An elder, filled with concern, remarked, "Young Master Yi, historically, common folk bow to officials. How can we act otherwise? If we show disrespect, the county magistrate may take offense." Yi Qingchen smiled, saying, "Today, there is no need for such bows." As soon as he finished speaking, County Magistrate Hu Zhengqing and County Lieutenant Tang Yudong stepped into the courtyard. both approaching to offer their congratulations. Qingchen remarked, I did not intend for a grand affair, thus I only invited a few close friends and family. Your presence, esteemed lords, truly honors my humble abode. Hu Zhengqing chuckled, your wedding date is on record at the county office. It cannot be concealed from me. Tang, and I merely wish to join in the festivities and bask in the joy of the groom. I hope you do not take offense at our intrusion. Noticing that everyone remained standing, he awkwardly urged, please, everyone, sit down and enjoy the feast. There is no need for restraint. Otherwise, young Master Yi may think we have disturbed your gathering. Tang Yudong nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are but guests of young Master Yi today. If our presence hampers your enjoyment, we shall have to take our leave. Upon hearing this, the villagers finally dared to sit down. They marveled at the esteem young Master Yi commanded, as even the county magistrate treated him with such courtesy. Huang, accompanied by his son, approached the two officials to engage in conversation, while Qingchen chose to attend to the other guests. Just then, a sudden sound of hooves was heard, prompting Lu Qingshan to rush out to greet the arrival. 4 young individuals appeared, galloping on majestic steeds, halting outside the courtyard to gaze within. The leader, clad in a resplendent crimson robe, inquired, might I ask if this is the residence of Mr. Qingchen? Given their attire and the magnificent horses, it was evident that they were no ordinary visitors. Lu Qingshan, feeling the weight of the moment, hurried forward and replied, indeed, it is. May I inquire your name, young master? The 4 dismounted with grace, and the young man in red handed the reins to one of his companions before stepping forward to bow slightly. I am Xiaohong, the 3rd son of the Jin Wangfu, here to pay my respects. Lu Qingshan, taken aback, stumbled back a few steps, momentarily stunned before confirming. The 3rd son of the Jin Wangfu? Xiaohong nodded affirmatively, prompting Lu Qingshan to rush back to the entrance, calling out, young Master Yi. The 3rd son of the Jin Wangfu has arrived. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, and no one dared to remain seated any longer. According to the ancient belief, all land beneath the heavens belonged to the emperor, rendering the realm a royal domain. Although the Jin Wang did not wield actual power, he was the emperor's own brother, a legitimate member of the royal family. Even the most esteemed ministers would refer to themselves as subjects in his presence. Those gathered, likely having never encountered a county official in their lifetime, could hardly fathom the presence of royal kin. Moreover, the Jin Wangfu was situated far away in Jinzhou City, and yet they had sent their son on such a long journey. What an honor it was! The astonishment of the crowd was palpable, inevitably leading to a singular question: who exactly was young Master Yi? Hu Zhengqing and Tang Yudong hastily approached to pay their respects. I am Hu Zhengqing, the magistrate of Langnan County, and this is my subordinate, Tang Yudong. We pay our respects to the 3rd young master. Xiaohong, uninterested in formalities, hurriedly made his way towards Qingchen. Hu Zhengqing and Tang Yudong exchanged awkward glances. Qingchen greeted him with a smile, saying, it is an honor to welcome the 3rd young master. Noticing his splendid red attire, Xiaohong inquired, Mr. Yi, is today a day of great joy for you? Qingchen replied with a smile, indeed it is. Xiaohong remarked, why did you not mention this momentous occasion during your recent visit to the palace? My father would have certainly come personally had he known of your wedding today. Qingchen responded, I would not dare to trouble the royal household. Xiaohong sighed. You are too modest, Mr. Yi. My father, considering the long journey, was concerned about potential delays that might interfere with the medicinal gathering on the 12th of August. Thus he dispatched me ahead of time. I have just arrived in Langnan County and, with some leisure, thought to pay a visit, unaware that it coincided with your joyous occasion. Qingchen smiled. Look, 3rd young master, all our friends and family are too intimidated to sit and dine. What shall we do? Only then did Xiaohong notice that everyone at the banquet was standing, apprehensively waiting. Embarrassed, he clasped his hands and addressed the guests. My sincere apologies, everyone. I was so engrossed in conversation with Mr. Yi. Please, do take your seats and enjoy your meal without hesitation. Qingchen led Xiaohong inside to rest, whereupon Xiaohong produced a 100-tael silver note, stating, I have not prepared a gift for today's celebration, so I hope this humble sum suffices as a token of my regard. Qingchen graciously accepted, saying, you are exceedingly courteous, 3rd young master. At this moment, Lu Qingshan approached and said, 3rd young master Yi, please take your seats at the table. Qingchen then took Xiaohong by the hand and introduced him to his newly appointed in-laws, while also inviting Hu Zhengqing, Tang Yudong, and Huang to join them at the table. The ladies of Huang family and Xiaohong's attendants sat at a separate table. The gathering was filled with lively conversation and merriment, which requires no further elaboration. By evening, the guests gradually departed. Xiaohong and the 2 county officials made their way to the county town, while Huang family returned to Huang Mansion. Enthusiastic villagers spontaneously assisted in clearing away the remnants of the celebration and returned the borrowed pots, dishes, tables, and chairs. With many hands at work, The courtyard was swiftly restored to its tidy state. The once bustling Yi residence gradually quieted down as the sun set. Lu Dafeng, slightly inebriated, held Yi Qingchen's hand, tears brimming in his eyes as he said, "Good son-in-law, from this day forth, I entrust Yifei to you. You must take good care of her. Father-in-law, you can rest assured, I shall never fail her in this lifetime." He sure advised Lu Dafeng gently, "Enough now. Qingchen has had a long day. Let him rest early. We can talk more another day." Yi Qingchen silently thought to himself, "Ah, my mother-in-law truly understands me. I have longed to retreat to the bridal chamber to embrace my beloved. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, you should also return and rest." After seeing off the elders, Yi Qingchen hurriedly ran back and pushed open the door to the bridal chamber. This moment had been long awaited. Inside, the room was filled with a festive and intimate atmosphere. Lu Yifei, adorned with a red veil, sat nervously on the edge of the bed, her hands fidgeting as she sensed someone entering. Yi Qingchen's heart ached for her. The customs of old truly tormented women, making her sit there for an entire afternoon. He approached Lu Yifei, extending his hands to solemnly lift the veil. "Yifei, I have kept you waiting." Chapter 77. The wedding night, the flickering red candles cast a warm glow on the beauty's exquisite face. Lu Yifei buried her head, biting her lip. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Yi Qingchen, sitting beside her, wrapped an arm around her shoulder and smiled. "It's not our first meeting. Why are you still so bashful?" Lu Yifei replied in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "Today is different from the past." Yi Qingchen playfully turned her face toward him and asked, "How is it different?" Uncertain of his intentions, Lu Yifei closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling with nervousness. "Today, Yifei is the wife of young Master Yi." "Huh." Yi Qingchen laughed. "Since you are my wife, why still call me young Master Yi?" Lu Yifei quickly corrected herself, calling out, "Husband." The term felt so formal to her. "In my hometown, after marriage, women call their men hubby, and men call their women wifey." "Hubby?" Lu Yifei exclaimed. "That term sounds quite strange. Whatever you prefer to call me, I will gladly accept," she added. "Then call me that." "Hubby." The soft utterance sent a shiver down Yi Qingchen's spine. He rose and walked to the table, pouring 2 cups of the wine that had long been prepared. He took a cup for himself and then handed another to Lu Yifei. With a harmonious demeanor, she stood up. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their arms entwined, as they shared the ceremonial drink. After setting down their cups, Yi Qingchen bent down and lifted her in a princess carry. Lu Yifei let out a soft scream, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. "Darling, I have waited so long for this day. It feels like a dream. Please tell me this is real, right?" Yi Qingchen gently laid her on the bed, lying beside her, one arm cradling her head while the other tenderly caressed her face. With deep affection, he replied, "Of course, it's real. From this moment on, you shall be my woman." As he spoke, his hand gracefully descended, moving towards that proud peak. Lu Yifei shuddered, instinctively grasping his hand. Yi Qingchen chuckled, "What's wrong? Do you not want me to touch you today?" Lu Yifei's cheeks flushed crimson as she slowly released her grip. Yi Qingchen slipped his hand beneath her clothing, feeling the silky fabric that enveloped a warmth that was entirely inviting, soft yet firm, with a delightful elasticity. He couldn't help but marvel at how she truly was my goddess. Her dimensions seemingly tailored just for him, neither too large nor too small, but precisely his favorite. Lu Yifei trembled slightly, her eyes tightly shut, breath quickening, as her hands involuntarily clutched the bed sheets. Yi Qingchen's movements grew bolder, drawing her closer for a fervent kiss. Having engaged in such practices a few times before, Lu Yifei was no longer inexperienced. She willingly parted her lips, allowing him to explore freely. Sitting up, Yi Qingchen slowly began to undress her, and before long, her garments lay discarded. Her flawless figure was now fully revealed, the smoothness of her skin appearing even more alluring under the glow of the red candles. Lu Yifei covered her face with one hand while hastily pulling the embroidered quilt over her body with the other, softly pleading, "Please don't look." Yi Qingchen brushed aside her hand and lifted the quilt, exclaiming, "So beautiful. Why hide it? Please, I'm shy. Can you not look?" she implored. Hearing her sweet plea melted Yi Qingchen's heart, and he allowed her to cover herself while he began to remove his own clothing. Lu Yifei, still covering her face, peeked through her fingers. A gasp escaped her lips as she realized the truth of what she had heard before. Her previously rosy complexion turned pale with a hint of fear. I'm so scared," Lu Yifei stammered. "Do not worry, I will be gentle," Yi Qingchen assured as he nestled under the quilt, holding her tenderly. "Before long, you will discover that men may appear frightening, but at heart, they are merely paper tigers." Women are the true rulers. Lu Yifei, momentarily bewildered by his words, gazed at him with innocent confusion. Though nervous and afraid, she understood that tonight, fulfilling Yi Qingchen's desires was her duty as his woman. Yi Qingchen gazed at her with a mischievous smile, continuing his journey of exploration to alleviate her tension. When it comes to a woman he genuinely cherishes, he naturally must be more tender and affectionate. How could he be forceful? Indeed, Lu Yifei gradually relaxed. Her increasingly heavy breaths interspersed with soft, occasional whimpers. Like a piece of freshly extracted coal, red and hot, she involuntarily began to twist slowly. The sheets beneath them were disheveled in disarray. Just as Qingchen was about to delve into the main topic, he paused. Wait. Lu Yifei seemed to suddenly recall something. What's wrong? Qingchen halted. Lu Yifei reached beneath the pillow, retrieving a piece of white silk, shyly placing it beneath her waist. My mother said this is the most precious thing for a woman throughout her life, to be kept as a memento. Qingchen nodded slightly, and once she was prepared, he leaned closer to her ear and softly whispered, Darling, I'm coming. The wedding night has historically been regarded as one of life's 4 great joys. Yet for Qingchen, perhaps only this single joy held significance. Achieving fame and success. As a cultivator, the allure of officialdom and wealth holds no temptation for me. Experiencing timely rain after a long drought? Once I enhance my cultivation, I shall summon wind and rain at will. Encountering an old friend in a foreign land? I can traverse 1,000 miles in a day and see anyone I wish at any time. What joy is there in that? Only this wedding night, in both past and present lives, remains his greatest delight. The red candles flickered, entwined in a playful dance, while the mandarin ducks called out to each other, harmonizing to compose a beautiful melody. After a long while, the candles burned out and the storm subsided. Outside the window, the lantern hung throughout the night, symbolizing brightness and prosperity. Qingchen sat up against the headboard, with Lu Yifei nestled in his embrace, a blissful smile radiating from her face. Does it hurt? Qingchen asked with concern. Just a little, but Yifei is willing. As long as it makes my husband happy, what is this bit of pain? It will gradually get better. Qingchen held her tightly, assuring her that it would not only be painless, but also quite pleasant. Lu Yifei playfully tapped his chest, shyly saying, Stop it, no more of that. She wrapped her arms around Qingchen's waist. From now on, Yifei belongs to the Yi family, willing to follow her husband for a lifetime, always by his side. In this life, I shall never fail you. For eternity, I vow to remain loyal to you. What merit do I possess to be able to marry such a man? Yifei feels no regrets in this life. Being able to marry you is also my blessing. After a moment, Qingchen gently lifted Lu Yifei's shoulders, solemnly stating, We are now one family, and there are matters I should no longer conceal from you. Now, I must share something of great importance. After you hear it, you must keep it confidential. Chapter 78. Not only will I strike you, but I will also intrude. Lu Yifei grew slightly anxious, sitting up straight and saying, Husband, rest assured. I will never speak of what you do not wish to be revealed. Qingchen replied, I trust you. With a graceful gesture, he raised his hand, and a crimson candle soared from the bamboo basket by the wall, settling perfectly upon the candlestick. With a mere flick of his finger, the candle ignited, illuminating the room. Lu Yifei quickly pulled the quilt to her chest, exclaiming in astonishment, Wow, darling, you are truly remarkable. Qingchen replied, What I just ignited was not through any mundane power, but rather through celestial arts. In truth, I am not merely a martial artist, but a cultivator. Lu Yifei's expression froze, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stammered, There have long been legends of immortals in this world, believed to be mere myths. I never thought they were real. You're not deceiving me, are you? Of course it is real. Qingchen intended to share the events of his past life with her, but fearing she might find the information overwhelming, he chose to remain silent for the moment. Cultivators possess not only powerful techniques for self-preservation, but, as their realms ascend, they can retain their youth and achieve immortality. Lu Yifei gazed at him, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. What's wrong? Have I frightened you? Qingchen hurriedly comforted her. With a downcast expression, Lu Yifei replied, I am truly happy for you, dear, that you can remain forever young. Yet, I am merely a mortal. In time, I will grow old and faded, becoming a withered old woman. While you remain so youthful and handsome, you will surely think less of me. Qingchen gently embraced her, soothing her, Silly girl. The reason I share this with you is to have you cultivate alongside me. I have already examined your spiritual roots, and you possess extraordinary talent for cultivation. Together, we shall progress and remain youthful, forever a pair of celestial lovers. Wiping her tears away, Lu Yifei's spirits lifted as she exclaimed, Is it true, darling? Can I really cultivate? Qingchen nodded and added, That being said, I am not one to abandon my loved ones. Even if you cannot cultivate and eventually grow old, I will always care for you. Lu Yifei joyfully wrapped her arms around his, declaring, I believe in you, darling. Honestly, I do not mind the thought of immortality. As long as I can remain youthful and beautiful for you to enjoy, I would willingly forego years of my life. Qingchen playfully nestled his arm deeper into the valley of her bosom. What are you doing? Lu Yifei blushed, glaring at him. Qingchen chuckled. If it weren't for my concern for your well-being, I would insist on battling until dawn tonight. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yifei bashfully offered, if you still desire it. I can endure. Though it may be a bit painful, it is a blissful pain. Qingchen laid down with her, teasingly brushing his nose against hers. I am not one to prioritize my own pleasure over others. Rest well, and once you have recovered, you shall see how I shall tease you. How annoying. Just then, Guan Xiaotong arose to check the lanterns in the courtyard. According to custom, the lights must remain bright throughout the night, necessitating periodic inspections to replace any spent candles. At that moment, she happened to overhear the commotion from the room. She rushed to the front of Han Yuxiao's room, knocking urgently on the door. The door is unlocked. Come in. Guan Xiaotong entered the room and discovered Han Yuxiao meticulously carving a piece of peach wood with a dagger, having already begun to shape a human figure. With urgency, Guan Xiaotong exclaimed, Sister Yuxiao, something dreadful has happened. Young Master Yi is striking Sister Yifei. Han Yuxiao looked up in astonishment. Are you certain he is striking her? Indeed. I just went to check the lanterns and heard the sound of slaps echoing. Sister Yifei was screaming and seemed on the verge of tears, Guan Xiaotong replied. Han Yuxiao chuckled softly. Are you truly naive or merely pretending to be? Miss Lu is not crying from pain. Rather, she is weeping from pleasure. Wouldn't you agree? What? Guan Xiaotong gazed at her with innocent confusion. Han Yuxiao scrutinized her. How old are you? Guan Xiaotong, flustered, retorted. Why do you ask that? Sister Yifei has always been good to me. I never imagined young Master Yi would be so violent. Should we intervene? Han Yuxiao laughed. I heard that your mother intended to betroth you to young Master Yi. He found you too young and suggested you serve as a maid for the time being. When you mature, he would take you as his concubine. Is that not so? Guan Xiaotong lowered her head. I just wonder if young Master Yi would ever fancy me. Han Yuxiao replied. From my sisterly perspective, given your charming appearance, it is certain that the lecherous young Master Yi would be drawn to you. Once you become his concubine, he shall treat you as he does tonight with Miss Lu. Haha. Guan Xiaotong, alarmed, stammered. I have done nothing wrong. Why would he strike me? Han Yuxiao brandished the dagger, mimicking a downward thrust with a malicious grin. He will not only strike you, but also take you. Guan Xiaotong stepped back in fright. Han Yuxiao, reveling in her jest, gently pushed her outside. Hurry back to sleep. Do not fret unnecessarily. Guan Xiaotong lingered at the door for a moment, but her concern persisted, prompting her to approach the new room once more. Hearing what seemed like hushed whispers rather than strikes, she finally felt reassured enough to return to her own quarters to rest. The following morning, Lu Yifei awoke still feeling some discomfort. Fearing her walking posture might provoke laughter from the maids, she chose to remain indoors. Qingchen instructed Guan Xiaotong to deliver breakfast to her room. After he finished his meal, he recalled that Qinhang Xiaohong was awaiting the elixir, and thus he busied himself in the alchemy chamber. As Lu Yifei ate, she found herself smiling foolishly, lost in her thoughts. Guan Xiaotong, concerned, asked Sister Yifei, Are you all right? Lu Yifei, momentarily startled, snapped back to reality. I'm fine. Did young Master Yi bully you? Guan Xiaotong inquired with genuine concern. Not at all. My husband is so kind to me. How could he possibly bully me? Lu Yifei replied. Husband? Guan Xiaotong questioned, perplexed. Lu Yifei explained with a smile. Oh. Young Master Yi mentioned that in his hometown, after marriage, women refer to their husbands as husband. So, I adopted his term. Just as she finished speaking, an epiphany seemed to strike her. She set down her chopsticks and fixed Guan Xiaotong with a piercing gaze. Did you eavesdrop on us last night? And no. Guan Xiaotong stammered. Then how do you know young Master Yi bullied me? Guan Xiaotong faltered, unable to conjure a suitable excuse. You indeed eavesdropped. Lu Yifei exclaimed, both embarrassed and furious. Guan Xiaotong could only speak the truth. No, it's not that I intended to. I was merely replacing the candle in the lantern when I inadvertently overheard young Master Yi seeming to scold you. Scold me? Lu Yifei found herself both exasperated and amused. She thought to herself that Guan Xiaotong was still young and innocent, and it was clear that she hadn't eavesdropped on purpose. Besides, she had been so concerned for Lu Yifei just moments ago. How could she blame her? She took Xiaotong's hand and said earnestly, Xiaotong, young Master Yi truly cares for me, so there is no need for you to worry. Also, you must never eavesdrop on others. It is quite impolite. Guan Xiaotong, filled with trepidation, replied, Sister Yifei, I will remember. Chapter 79. A talented disciple of immortal cultivation in recent days. Qingchen spent his time either alchemizing or indulging in sweet moments with Lu Yifei, enjoying leisurely days that were both fulfilling and delightful. The two would occupy the study, teaching reading and writing in the mornings, and practicing breathing techniques and meditation in the afternoons. Occasionally, they would yield to whimsy and engage in playful antics. As Qingchen observed, Lu Yifei possessed remarkable spiritual roots, a prodigious talent for immortal cultivation. Furthermore, The rich spiritual energy of their surroundings was exceptionally conducive to her practice. Lu Yifei swiftly grasped the essentials of the qi refinement stage, stepping confidently into the realm of cultivation. On August 11th, Xiao Heng visited once again, and Qingchen had prepared medicinal pills for him, neatly contained in a small porcelain vial. Considering that Qingchen had recently wed, Xiao Heng had refrained from visiting, choosing to stay in the county until the agreed-upon time approached. During the wedding, he had brought only a modest sum of silver, contributing a mere 100 taels, which he now felt was insufficient. This time, he arrived with an additional 900 taels of silver, insisting on making amends. Qingchen did not refuse. Well aware that while the Jin Wangfu lacked real power, it was not short of funds. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, Qingchen traveled to the county and returned with a cart full of mooncakes, ensuring that every villager in Xiaodongping received a share. The villagers marveled at young Master Ye's generosity, remarking that since his arrival, they had often enjoyed benefits. That evening, the Yi family gathered around the stone table in the courtyard, savoring mooncakes while admiring the moon. Qingchen presented 3 brand-new swords, one for Lu Yifei, Guan Xiaotong, and Han Yuxiao each. These swords were the finest quality available in the county. He advised them to make do with these rather than practicing with bamboo swords. In the future, when Yuxiao taught Xiaodong, she should also include Yifei. Han Yuxiao drew her sword, producing a resonant sound as the blade glimmered in the moonlight, radiating a sharp, cold light. She twirled the sword gracefully, the air slicing around her. The craftsmanship of the sword was superb, balancing hardness and resilience. Although it did not compare to the one she had previously wielded on Xiangyang Peak, it was sufficient for most. After demonstrating, she sheathed her sword, only to notice that both Lu Yifei and Guan Xiaotong were staring at her in astonishment. Suddenly realizing she had let something slip, she awkwardly sat down, lowering her head to eat her mooncake. Xiangyang Peak? Lu Yifei asked, her face pale with alarm. Qingchen smiled gently, taking Lu Yifei's hand. I have not told you the truth until now, fearing it would cause you distress. My true name is Han Yufang, and I am the newly appointed leader of the bandits on Xiangyang Peak. I brought her back primarily to have her testify against Huangboren for bribing bandits, plundering the people's wealth, and forcibly seizing women. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei was both astonished and enraged. During the rampant banditry, Xiaodongping was not spared either. In her quest to find her whereabouts, even her mother had been assaulted by the bandits. Those scenes remained vividly etched in her memory. Guan Xiaotong, in her timidity, had retreated behind Qingchen. A chill ran down her spine as she struggled to fathom that the sister she had been living with day and night was, in fact, the leader of the bandits from Xiangyang Peak. Han Yuxiao remarked, Miss Lu, if you seek vengeance, you may kill me now, and I shall harbor no resentment. Lu Yifei gradually regained her composure, stating, my husband wishes to spare you for a reason. Moreover, after spending so many days together, we have not perceived you as a villain. Qingchen interjected, during the campaign against the bandits, she was merely the second in command of Xiangyang Peak. It was only after we eliminated the leader that she was temporarily elevated to the position of chief. Therefore, while she bears some responsibility for the misdeeds of Xiangyang Peak, she is not the primary instigator. I have warned her that should she commit further transgressions, both old and new offenses will be addressed. If she obediently repents, I may consider restoring her freedom in the future. Han Yuxiao rose and bowed, saying, Miss Lu, Sister Xiaotong, during this time, your kindness has allowed me to experience the warmth of humanity. Lord Yi has granted me a chance for redemption, which I shall cherish. Please believe that I am no longer the former Han Yufang. Lu Yifei stepped forward to support her, gently assuring, I believe in you. Xiaodong, come here. Let us 3 shake hands and remain good sisters. Guan Xiaodong timidly approached, and the 3 joined hands, sharing a smile together. Qingchen gazed at the crescent moon on the horizon, suddenly furrowing her brow as she solemnly remarked, this is not good. That scoundrel Huangboren has not come to collect the antidote today. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with his newfound marital bliss, seemingly forgetting this matter altogether. Had it not been for the earlier mention of Xiangyang Peak and the intent to have Han Yuxiao personally testify against Huangboren's crimes, she might have continued to overlook it. The initial agreement with Huangboren stipulated that he would provide the antidote on the 1st and 15th of each month. If he valued his life, he would surely arrive punctually. His absence could only imply 2 possibilities. Either he had met his demise, or he had found a way to eliminate the hidden danger within him. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Huang family had come to congratulate him, and he appeared to be in good health, making an unexpected death unlikely. Thus, the latter possibility seemed far more probable. While at the Jin Wangfu, I encountered a eunuch and 2 masters of the transformation realm, who, upon recognizing me as the true Qingchen, attempted to capture me on the orders of Lord Huang. In my fury, I killed them. At that moment, I realized that Huangboren must have been aware that I had obtained evidence of his collusion with the mountain bandits to harm Yifei. and not wishing to place all his bets on me alone, he had sought assistance from Huang Shixian in the capital. Lu Yifei stated, if Huang Shixian learns of this, he will undoubtedly send someone to rescue his father. Within the imperial palace of the capital, there may indeed be capable individuals who can save him. Qingchen nodded and remarked, indeed, as long as one possesses strength above the transformation realm, rescuing him would not pose a challenge. That scoundrel is truly cunning. On the day of our grand wedding, he came with his family to offer congratulations, all to lower my guard and facilitate his escape. Once the Huang family relocates to a secure location, Huang Shixian will be free to seek vengeance against me. Han Yuxiao expressed her concerns, young Master Yi. There are many capable individuals in the capital. Even if you possess strength in the transformation realm, you may still find yourself in a perilous situation. Given Huang Shixian's ruthlessness, the entire Zaidomping may suffer. Qingchen smiled faintly. I am not afraid of their attempts at revenge. Rather, I am unwilling to let that scoundrel Huang-born escape unscathed. He dared to harm the woman I cherish, and he must pay with his life. Rising to his feet with unwavering resolve, he declared, tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to the Huang residence. If he remains there, I shall take his wretched life. If he has fled, no matter the distance, I will bring him back. Han Yuxiao replied, I will accompany you. If the Huang family members are still present, we may be able to identify the one who previously contacted us. Qingchen was not a bloodthirsty person. His prior hesitation to eliminate Huang-born stemmed from his unstable footing in this new place. He did not wish to escalate matters too quickly. Furthermore, he lacked concrete evidence of Huang-born's collusion with bandits to harm Lu Yifei. Moreover, keeping him alive might serve to restrain Huang Shixian, compelling him to tread carefully. Perhaps it could even draw Huang Shixian out, allowing Qingchen to eradicate this scourge once and for all, liberating the people from harm. Yet, by daring to flee, Huang-born was challenging the limits of Qingchen's tolerance. The following morning, after breakfast, Qingchen and Han Yuxiao set off for the Huang residence. Along the way, Qingchen inquired with curiosity, there is one question that has long intrigued me, as a woman with merely average martial skills. How did you come to be the second in command at Xiangyang Peak? And ultimately, how did you ascend to the position of leader? Han Yuxiao paused momentarily, then proudly raised her head and replied, perhaps it is my beauty that has won them over. Qingchen chuckled derisively, scrutinizing her figure and scoffing, you? That is hardly sufficient. You shameless. Han Yuxiao bit her silver teeth, rendered speechless by her indignation. Chapter 80. You are not completely lacking in humanity. Qingchen continued to comfort her. I was merely jesting. For someone as picky as I am, to take a liking to you signifies that you possess some charm. With reddened eyes, Han Yuxiao retorted angrily. Being subjected to your violence is the greatest humiliation of my life, and you still bring it up to shame me. How can that be humiliation? It should be considered an honor. Qingchen teased. Do you know that many young and beautiful maidens covet my form? Yet I can hardly be bothered to glance at them. But you, I have willingly offered myself to twice. How many maidens envy you? How conceited. Han Yuxiao glared, having never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Qingchen laughed heartily and pressed on. Now, tell me, how did you come to be the second in command? The young master does not appreciate being tantalized. Why should I divulge anything to you? Han Yuxiao retorted with annoyance. You are becoming increasingly audacious in your speech. Humph. Han Yuxiao scoffed. Now that you have claimed my body, what is there to fear? In the past, at Xiangyang Peak, it was your fear of my torment that compelled you to comply, yet now you seem unperturbed. A flicker of fear crossed Han Yuxiao's face, quickly replaced by composure. If I am this obedient, surely you would not dare to act against me. Furthermore, should you wish to torment me, Miss Lu would never consent. Qingchen chuckled, nodding in agreement. You do present a valid point. However, I possess numerous methods to deal with women. Tormenting you is merely a last resort. What do you intend to do? Han Yuxiao inquired. Qingchen grinned mischievously. If force is ineffective, I shall resort to gentleness. I shall cherish you, adore you, and transform you until you are ensnared, unable to extricate yourself, willingly revealing your innermost thoughts to me. Han Yuxiao was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating he possessed such tactics. Although Qingchen viewed his words as mere jest, for a woman accustomed to the rough company of brigands, they felt akin to sweet, rustic confessions of affection. When had she ever heard a man speak such words to her? After all, being a woman, there exists an inherent desire to be cherished and adored. Briefly lost in this reverie, she quickly regained her senses, pouting, You are deceiving me. If you dared to act thus, would you not fear Miss Lu's jealousy? Qingchen feigned enlightenment. You are quite right. I shall secretly treat you well, to the point where you cannot resist and become utterly entranced. With that, he gazed into the distance, his expression one of yearning and aspiration. The notion of an affair with one's maidservant is indeed quite tantalizing. Han Yuxiao was taken aback by his audacity, her anger flaring as she picked up a clod of dirt from the roadside and hurled it at Qingchen, exclaiming, "You shameless rogue! There truly are no good men." As Qingchen dodged while retreating, he laughed heartily, a maid striking her master. Where is the justice in that? Why did Han Yuxiao rise to the position of second-in-command at Xiangyang Peak? That remains a mystery she guarded closely, further piquing Qingchen's curiosity. One thing was certain, it was not due to Han Yuxiao's martial prowess or her so-called beauty. In a den of thieves, a beautiful woman could never hold power. She would merely become a plaything for others. Han Yuxiao must surely harbor a secret. Qingchen was in no hurry, time was on his side. Upon arriving at Huang Boren's estate, they found the grand entrance firmly shut, and after knocking for an extended period with no response, the two leapt over the wall and landed in the courtyard. As the ancestral home of the infamous Huang Shixian, its opulence was evident. Having visited the Jin Wangfu, Qingchen was secretly astonished to find that the Huang estate was scarcely inferior. "Is anyone there?" Han Yuxiao called out, raising her voice. "Stop shouting. Someone has already emerged." Qingchen scanned the surroundings. "Since there is no one here, what are we searching for?" Han Yuxiao questioned, perplexed. "Now that we are here, let us simply explore. Perhaps we might uncover some residual clues." It appeared that the inhabitants of the estate had departed several days prior, leaving the place unkempt, with a fine layer of dust settling upon the furniture. Each room was in disarray, indicating that the Huang family had hastily taken any valuables, leaving the rest in disarray. As they ventured further, they entered a spacious chamber. A grand bed, occupying nearly half of the room, was positioned within. The bed was adorned with sheets and blankets, encircled by a translucent, pale red canopy. The other half of the room housed uniquely shaped chairs, and a swing-like ornament hung from the ceiling. The walls were adorned with whips and various peculiar stick-like objects. Qingchen chuckled. This old lecher certainly knows how to indulge. Han Yuxiao, noticing a particularly odd chair, wrinkled her nose. Why would he use such a dilapidated chair? The tastes of the wealthy truly diverge from the norm. Qingchen replied with a smile. Perhaps it is not meant for him to sit upon. Then who does it belong to? Han Yuxiao inquired, puzzled. Care to try it? Qingchen suggested mischievously. Following his prompt, Han Yuxiao sat down, leaning against the backrest. Seizing the opportunity, Qingchen positioned himself in front of her, leering in a rather inappropriate manner. Instantly grasping the situation, Han Yuxiao sprang up, pushing him away with a flush of embarrassment on her face. This is actually for," she exclaimed, regarding the chair with disdain, regretting her earlier decision to sit. Qingchen burst into laughter. "Now you have gained some insight, haven't you? Should I take it back to your room?" "Disgusting." Han Yuxiao frowned. "Absolutely filthy." She then glanced at the other props, swiftly imagining their purposes, which left her blushing with shame as she shot an angry glare at Qingchen, gritting her teeth. "You insufferable man." Feigning innocence, Qingchen protested. "Hey, don't lump me in with that. I have never engaged with such things." "Humph." Han Yuxiao stormed out. Qingchen's gaze fell upon the bed, where he spotted a green and white jade hairpin. Picking it up for inspection, he was pleased and tucked it away. Although the quality of the jade hairpin was initially exceptional, its overly meticulous polishing had considerably diminished its properties. Nevertheless, it still surpassed the previous jade pendant. If refined into a storage artifact, it could sustain his use for 5 or 6 times. As Qingchen exited, he suddenly heard Han Yuxiao exclaiming from the adjacent courtyard. "What is that smell? It stinks terribly." He traversed through the archway, only to be met by a foul odor. The two began to investigate, following the scent until they pushed open a door to a secluded courtyard. They were met with the sight of mice scurrying about, prompting Han Yuxiao to scream and seek refuge behind Qingchen. "You dare to kill a person but fear this?" Qingchen stepped forward into the courtyard. The two stood in stunned silence as they beheld a ghastly sight. On the lawn behind a row of bushes lay more than 20 corpses, sprawled in disarray. Due to the elevated temperatures, the corpses had begun to decay, and with the gnawing of rats, their appearances were utterly beyond recognition. From the style and color of the garments, it could be discerned that only 3 or 4 were men, while the rest were women. Qingchen indignantly remarked, "These must surely be the servants of the Huang family. That old dog Huang only took his family with him, fearing that these servants might leak information. So he simply had them all killed. After all, he had no intention of returning here, so whether they are buried or not is of little consequence." How utterly vicious. Even Han Yuxiao, once a bandit leader, was moved by this cruelty. Could Huang Shixian truly act with such impunity? Does he not fear the authorities discovering the multitude of murders? Qingchen scoffed. The Huang family has already departed. Even if someone comes to investigate, they can simply concoct a story, claiming that bandits invaded their home, robbing and murdering. As long as the authorities can close the case, who would wish to dig deeper? Han Yuxiao nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, if they were to investigate further, the loss of their official status would be the least of their worries." They might even lose their lives. Qingchen surveyed the surroundings and noticed a dry well in the courtyard, channeling his inner strength. He levitated the corpses and sent them into the well. He then exerted his power to topple a nearby rock formation and placed a large stone over the well's mouth. Han Yuxiao cast him an approving glance, realizing that perhaps he was not devoid of humanity after all. Chapter 81. The flourishing fireworks of Qinghe County. Although no evidence was found regarding Huang Boren's whereabouts, it was easy to deduce that he had undoubtedly headed to the capital. Having lived a life of luxury for so long, Huang Boren would not flee hastily. As long as they pursued the road to the capital, there was a chance of intercepting him successfully. Qingchen had resolved that, should the situation demand it, he would pursue Huang Boren to the capital and ensure that he met his end. Upon returning, Qingchen crafted his magical tools, gathered some silver notes, and prepared to set off. Han Yuxiao expressed her desire to accompany him, to which Qingchen readily agreed, although she may not be of much assistance. Having company on the journey would alleviate the monotony. The individual who initially made contact at Xiangyang Peak must have been Huang Boren's confidant. Huang Boren would likely not reveal himself readily during the journey, delegating tasks to his trusted associates instead. With Han Yuxiao present, there was a possibility of recognizing this person, thus tracing the path to Huang Boren. To prevent Han Yuxiao from being recognized by the Huang family, they made a brief stop in Langnan County, allowing her to disguise herself as a man. They also procured 2 horses and rode out of the city. Given Qingchen's strength, he had no need for a horse. But to keep Han Yuxiao entertained, he made the concession. The route from Langnan County to the capital inevitably passed through Qinghe County. As Han Yuxiao hailed from a bandit background, her equestrian skills were commendable. They galloped along, and by evening, the two arrived at Qinghe County, intending to stay overnight. As the lanterns began to illuminate the streets, Qinghe County was bustling with prosperity. The vibrant nightlife was a spectacle to behold. Qingchen had heard that Qinghe County was renowned as a hub of entertainment in the Deqian Kingdom, with its primary industry revolving around brothels. The establishments flaunted elegance, while the brothels engaged in unabashed physical transactions. The reputation of Qinghe County is so illustrious that not only the elegant gentlemen of the great Qian Empire flock there, but even the nobility from the neighboring Great Chu often come to pay their respects. A folk couplet is widely recited. Beneath the green mountains flows the clear river, where the heights and depths intertwine in a secluded path. At the pinnacle, one plays the jade flute to dispel worries, while in the cave, water frolics to dissolve 1,000 sorrows. A night of spring rain brings down the blossoms, while a 3-inch silver spear flaunts its charm. In youth, one does not cherish a single precious day, scattering thousands of golds only to lament growing old. 2 individuals led their horses through the bustling city, eventually arriving at an inn near the riverbank. A signboard hung above the entrance bore 2 prominent characters, Yanxi. Qingchen nearly burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Han Yuxiao inquired, perplexed. The name possesses such romantic flair. Qingchen replied, I presume the proprietor's surname is Yan, hence the name. What is there to find humorous? A servant, bowing with a smile, chimed in, the young master speaks true. The name of Yanxi indeed derives from that. Do you wish to dine or to stay? Both. Qingchen declared. Very well, I shall tend to your horses. The 2 handed over the reins, and Qingchen added, feed them well. We shall need them bright and early tomorrow. Understood, the servant replied. Upon entering the inn, they found it nearly full. Patrons indulging in food and drink amid a cacophony of voices. A lively attendant approached, exclaiming, welcome, esteemed guests. Do you wish to dine or stay? First a meal. However, it seems there are no available seats. The attendant scratched his head and chuckled. There are scenic private rooms on the 2nd floor, but a minimum expenditure of 1 tael of silver is required, along with an additional charge of 201. How exorbitant! Han Yuxiao remarked. 1 tael and 200 when equates to approximately 1,200 yuan in my previous life on Earth. Spending such a sum for 2 meals seems rather extravagant. Not at all, Qingchen responded, patting his purse with a grin. I have plenty of money. The attendant beamed with delight and hurriedly led them upstairs, guiding them to a window-side private room. Qingchen, accepting the price of 1 tael, ordered several dishes and a pot of wine. Before long, the dishes were served. Take your time, no need to rush. The ambience here is delightful. Let us secure a room for the night, Qingchen remarked casually while eating. Han Yuxiao frowned. What do you mean by securing a room? Shouldn't we have 2? Qingchen chuckled. Pockets are a bit light. Let us save some expenses. Didn't you just boast about having plenty of money? And now you wish to be frugal? Han Yuxiao retorted, realizing his companion's playful intent. There's no need to put on airs in front of others. We need not maintain appearances among ourselves. Humph, that is unacceptable. We must have 2 rooms. Are you covering the cost? I have no money. Then that settles it, Qingchen quipped nonchalantly. I shall only book 1 room. If you choose not to sleep, you may rest on the streets. Han Yuxiao, exasperated, slammed his chopsticks on the table. Suddenly, they heard someone nearby exclaim in astonishment, "Mr. Yi?" Upon turning his head, he beheld the third son of the Jin Wangfu, Xiao Hong, who was ascending the staircase accompanied by 3 individuals. Their eyes fortuitously met. Yi Qingchen and Han Yuxiao promptly rose to greet him, performing their respective courtesies. "Third young master, what a delightful coincidence. I never anticipated encountering you here," Yi Qingchen remarked with a smile. "Indeed," Xiao Hong replied, equally astonished. "These are friends from the capital, passing through Jinzhou, and I have taken it upon myself to show them around, fulfilling my duties as a host." With that, he proceeded to introduce the 3 companions. The foremost among them was named Meng Qiansheng, the son of the renowned General Meng Tianin of the Imperial Guard. He possessed striking features, a robust physique, and a jade hairpin adorning his tied-back hair. Clad in a black and white robe embellished with golden silk, he bore a 3-foot-long sword at his waist, its hilt gilded and its tassel adorned with jade. In contrast, the attire of Yi Qingchen and Han Yuxiao appeared rather plain and modest. Han Yuxiao discreetly concealed the sword he held behind him, while Meng Qiansheng regarded them with evident disdain. Next to him stood Xiaoqiu, a close friend of Meng Qiansheng. Though Xiao Hong refrained from discussing his lineage, with fair skin and a handsome countenance, he exuded a certain gentleness. Slender in build, he donned a white garment cinched at the waist with a jade belt, wielding a paper fan that added to his elegance. Yi Qingchen mused to himself, such striking beauty. He is clearly a male dressed as a female, much like Han Yuxiao. With such a tightly fastened belt, he is merely deceiving himself. Xiao Qiyu's attire rivaled that of Meng Qiansheng, yet he lacked the latter's haughty demeanor. Instead, he appeared somewhat naive, filled with curiosity about his surroundings. Following closely behind was a robust middle-aged man named Lei Hongzhe, who served as Meng Qiansheng's personal bodyguard, having reached the transformative realm in his cultivation. Yi Qingchen offered a respectful salute to each of them. Xiao Hong then introduced them to the 3 visitors, stating, "This is Mr. Yi." However, Yi Qingchen hastily placed a hand on his shoulder to halt him, introducing himself instead. "I am Yi Guqing, a friend of the 3rd young master from the Jianghu." He chose to conceal his identity, considering that the visitors hailed from the capital and might possess intricate ties to Huang Shixian. Their mission was to apprehend Huang Boren, and revealing his identity could inadvertently alert their quarry. In a moment of urgency, he could conjure no other name than one borrowed from a book he had once read. Xiao Hong paused momentarily, quickly grasping the situation. Though he remained unaware of Yi's reasons for withholding his identity, he surmised that his unexpected presence here must be of great significance. Meng Qiansheng, hearing him referred to as a friend from the Jianghu, displayed a trace of contempt across his features. Yi Qingchen then gestured towards Han Yuxiao, introducing him. "This is my good brother, Master Han Yuxiao." Master Han, charming and dashing, has expressed a desire to experience the famed brothels of Qinghe County, and I have reluctantly agreed to serve as his guide. Ha ha. Han Yuxiao pouted, casting a fierce glare at Yi Qingchen. Xiao Qiyu turned to Han Yuxiao, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Young Master Han, with your striking appearance, I can only imagine the number of ladies who have fallen head over heels for you. Pray tell, what draws you to the realm of fleeting pleasures?" From his melodious voice, Yi Qingchen could almost ascertain that this individual was undoubtedly a woman masquerading as a man. Alas, had she not been preoccupied with other matters on this journey, she would have relished the opportunity to tease her. Chapter 82. The Mastery of Inner Strength. Han Yuxiao chuckled awkwardly. "I hardly consider myself remarkable. It is you, young Master Xiao, who is truly unparalleled in handsomeness." Yi Qingchen replied, "As the saying goes, a wife is inferior to a concubine inferior to a courtesan, and a courtesan inferior to a clandestine affair. Even with a multitude of beautiful wives and concubines, one cannot suppress a dashing young man's yearning for the pleasures of the brothel." Han Yuxiao countered, "You are the one who wishes to visit the brothel, yet you lay the blame squarely on my shoulders." Xiao Qiyu covered her mouth in laughter. "You two are quite amusing." The waiter beckoned, "Esteemed guests, please take a seat over here." Xiao Hong glanced at the table indicated by the waiter, his dissatisfaction evident as he remarked, "This location is so secluded that it hardly qualifies as a scenic spot. What kind of elegant seating is this?" The waiter, looking apologetic, replied, "I beg your pardon, but today our establishment is overflowing with patrons, and this is the only spot left. If you would be so kind, I could request a waiver on the seating fee from the manager." Meng Qiansheng raised an eyebrow, coldly retorting, "Do we strike you as those who lack funds?" The waiter quickly apologized, "I would not dare presume." Xiao Qiyu pouted, "Forget it, let us try another place. This is truly disappointing." Yi Qingchen smiled. "I arrived early and secured a spacious and prime location. If you do not mind, shall we share the table?" Xiao Hong cast a pleading glance at Meng Qiansheng and Xiao Qiyu. Meng Qiansheng's displeasure was palpable, indicating his reluctance. However, Xiao Qiyu cheerfully declared, Since we are all friends of the third young master, it would be more lively to sit together. Reluctantly, Qingchen suppressed his emotions and conceded. If that is the case, I have no objections. Xiao Hong, feeling somewhat bashful, said, then I shall intrude upon Mr. Yi. Qingchen replied with a calm smile. Not at all. Qingchen guided them to their seats, with Xiao Qiuyu being the first to sit down, gazing out the window. This spot is indeed wonderful. Everyone took their seats, with Qingchen and Xiao Qiuyu on one side, while Qingchen, Xiao Hong, and Han Yuxiao sat opposite them. Lei Hongzhe stood behind Qingchen, arms crossed in attentive silence. Qingchen dramatically placed his sword on the table. To avoid awkwardness, Han Yuxiao had no choice but to lean his sword against the wall. Waiter, more dishes. Qingchen called out, waving to the waiter. The waiter hurried over, ready to inquire, but Qingchen disdainfully glanced at the small dishes on the table. Remove these at once. The waiter, nimble and efficient, swiftly cleared the table and returned, bowing in anticipation of orders. Qingchen produced a silver note from his pocket, tossing it into the air with a flourish, and the waiter hastily caught it. I can't be bothered to order. Simply bring forth your finest dishes and most expensive wines. Is 100 taels sufficient? Absolutely, absolutely. The young waiter responded repeatedly, urging the esteemed guest to exercise patience, as a few dishes required additional time for preparation. Qingchen spoke in a deep voice. I have spent a considerable sum. I did not come here to wait idly. Tell your kitchen to set aside their current tasks and prioritize our order. Yes, yes. The young waiter hurriedly complied and departed. Qingchen smiled faintly, shaking his head slightly. Having experienced over 5 centuries in his past life, he was quite accustomed to the ostentation of the affluent. One could surmise that Yi Gongzi, befriending the third son of the Jin Wangfu, hailed from a distinguished lineage as well. Qingchen raised an eyebrow, his demeanor exuding pride. Qingchen replied with modesty. I am but a simple farmer from a remote village. Qingchen laughed heartily. Why the humility, Yi Gongzi? I have known the third son for many years and possess some understanding of his taste and friends. How could a prince condescend to associate with a mere farmer? Xiao Hong quickly interjected. What you may not know, Gongzi, is that although Mr. Yi comes from humble beginnings, he possesses extraordinary skills. Oh? Qingchen inquired with keen interest. What exceptional abilities does Yi Gongzi possess? Qingchen modestly replied. I have dabbled in rudimentary medical arts and practiced martial arts for a few days. Nothing of great significance. Seeing his reluctance to reveal more, Xiao Hong chose to remain silent, respecting his wishes. Xiao Qiuyu, intrigued, asked, You have also studied martial arts? What level have you attained in your training? Before Qingchen could respond, Qingchen interjected, Martial arts is about internal strength, not merely techniques of swordplay or fist fighting. Many believe that learning a few moves qualifies them as martial artists, but in truth, they are entirely different matters. Qingchen asked, So Gongzi, you are a genuine practitioner of martial arts? Qingchen proudly declared, I began my martial training at the age of 3, became a disciple of General Tian Su at 8, reached a minor achievement in internal strength by 12, and now, at the tender age of 19, I have attained significant mastery. Xiao Hong lowered his head, discreetly covering his gaze with his hand, suppressing a smile. Xiao Qiuyu, envious, remarked, Go ahead and flaunt it. As if anyone is unaware that you are your master's favored disciple. Qingchen inquired curiously, Are you also a disciple of General Tian Su, Xiao Gongzi? Xiao Qiuyu replied, Indeed. Although I have only achieved a minor level of internal strength at 17, it is quite remarkable for my age. My master has stated that talents like Gongzi, who reach minor mastery by 12, are exceptionally rare. He sighed, I cannot be bothered to compete with such a prodigy. Qingchen, brimming with pride, turned to Xiao Qiuyu. Do not underestimate yourself. Compared to other disciples, you are indeed quite formidable. Qingchen nodded. I am in awe. Your meals are ready, esteemed guests. Thank you for your patience. 4 young waiters lined up, presenting the dishes and arranging them upon the table, followed by the utensils and wine vessels. Please enjoy your meal. Do not hesitate to call upon us if you require anything. Qingchen glanced at the item, valued at 100 taels, which was merely composed of ordinary materials, adorned with some embellishments, similar to the extravagant feasts on earth, where commonplace ingredients are intricately carved and presented in a stylized manner. Their worth can increase 100-fold or more. It is merely a display, catering to the affluent's desire for superiority. Qingchen straightened his posture, deliberately raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, the chopsticks on the table flew into his grasp. This was a demonstration of his formidable internal energy, capable of manipulating objects from a distance, a testament to his mastery. Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, wondering if he believed the common folk to be ignorant fools, truly a frog in a well. Master Yi, please eat. Do not be shy. Such exquisite dishes are not easily found. Han Yuxiao finally could no longer contain her frustration. She stood up abruptly, glaring at Meng Qingchen. Sir, Master Yi kindly invites you to share the table, yet you flaunt your lineage and skills. Such arrogance and disdain for others reveal your ignorance of the world beyond your own. The crowd gasped, surprised by this seemingly frail Han Gongzi's outburst of candor. Impudent. Lei Hongzi stepped forward, rebuking sharply. What gives you the right to speak to young Master Meng in such a manner? Yi Qingchen coldly laughed. Casting a scornful glance at Lei Hongzi, I advise you, Master Huajing, to watch your tongue. Enough. Xiao Hong slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. Do you all still regard me, Xiao Hong? The assembly was taken aback, and Lei Hongzi took a step back, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, Xiao Hong was of royal blood. Who would dare disregard him? Meng Qingchen's father, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, held sway over the capital's defenses, effectively possessing half the emperor's life. Such a position naturally belonged to someone trusted intimately by the emperor. Nevertheless, the Meng family remained subjects, while the Daqian dynasty ultimately belonged to the Xiao family. And Xiao Hong, after all, was a member of the illustrious Xiao lineage. According to the customs of Daqian, only those of royal descent were entitled to a single character name, while commoners carried 3 character names, including both surname and given name. These traditions varied across dynasties, established by royalty to showcase their nobility through arbitrary regulations. Xiao Hong glared at Meng Qingchen. You have known me long enough to understand my temperament. I rarely lose my temper, but you have indeed crossed the line today. Meng Qingchen, astonished, replied with a hint of anger. Third young master, after so many years as brothers, you would raise your ire over a mere acquaintance from the martial world? Xiao Hong replied solemnly. Your repeated disdain for Master Yi is noted. He possesses the grace not to retaliate, yet do not presume him to be easily bullied. Just him? Huh. Meng Qingchen scoffed, shaking his head dismissively, raising his cup to drink alone, choosing silence thereafter. Yi Qingchen was inwardly astonished. Xiao Hong, appearing gentle and modest, unexpectedly exhibited such depth of character. Just moments ago, amidst the escalating tension between Yi Qingchen and Lei Hongzi, he stepped forward, feigning anger to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. In truth, he was safeguarding Meng Qingchen. Yi Qingchen, unyielding in the face of authority, commanded his confidant to kill without hesitation, revealing his fearless disposition. When he was enraged, he paid no heed to the status of anyone, even the son of a commander of the Imperial Guard. Although Meng Qingchen had a master of transformation backing him, Yi Qingchen had already demonstrated the capability to dispatch 2 such masters in an instant at the Jin Wangfu. The young Master Han beside him, bold enough to provoke him directly, was certainly no ordinary individual. Xiao Hong, still simmering with anger, declared, Can we not enjoy our meal together? If not, let us disperse. I shall invite you all again on another day. Xiao Qiyu chuckled. You are all grown-ups, yet still so childish, bickering like children. Raising his glass, he proposed. Let us not harbor any ill feelings. I shall toast to everyone. With such a grand feast before us, we must not allow it to go to waste. As everyone lifted their glasses and drank, the atmosphere at the table grew awkward and peculiar. Each person resumed eating in silence, neglecting their drinks. Observing the lack of enthusiasm, Xiao Hong suggested they disperse. Just as they were preparing to rise, the proprietor, Manager Yan, passed by and, noticing the untouched dishes, exclaimed, Dear guests, is it that today's cuisine does not suit your palate? Meng Qingchen retorted in frustration, The food is fine. It is merely the environment that is quite disagreeable. His words were unmistakably a veiled jab at Yi Qingchen, prompting Han Yuxiao to arch her brow in indignation, ready to retaliate. But Yi Qingchen shot her a glare to silence her. Yi Qingchen deftly shifted the topic, complimenting, Manager Yan, your business is thriving, truly a gold mine. Manager Yan, beaming with delight, humbly replied, Oh, it is all thanks to the patronage of esteemed friends. Typically, business is modest. It is only today, with a grand event in the city, that we are so bustling. A grand event? Xiao Qiu's eyes widened in anticipation. What is it? Is it entertaining? Manager Yin smiled and explained. Every year on the 16th of August, Qinghe County holds a selection contest for courtesans, where prestigious brothels showcase their finest talents in the Huahua Square. Such a grand affair naturally attracts gallant young lords from all corners. The selection of courtesans? Xiao Qiu exclaimed in wonder. I can only imagine the multitude of attendees. It must be a lively spectacle. When does it commence? We must go see. Manager Yin replied. It begins in the morning and concludes by noon. Disappointed, Xiao Qiu sighed. Third Master, why did you not bring us here sooner? Being in Jinzhou, you could not possibly have been unaware of such an event. Well, Xiao Hong stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment, unable to articulate a response. Xiao Qiu turned to Manager Yan. Her excitement rekindled. So, the courtesan for this year has already been decided? Who is it? For a distinguished guest, spending 100 taels. Manager Yin exhibited remarkable patience, sharing his insights without reservation. This year's courtesan selection was indeed devoid of suspense. Anyone familiar with Qinghe County would know that the illustrious Qingchen, hailing from the Misty Rain Pavilion, was the undeniable favorite. Qingchen, Xiaoqiu tilted her head. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Is she truly beautiful?" Meng Qiancheng, perplexed, asked, "Why are you so interested in such matters?" Xiaoqiu replied, "I have only ever read about these things in books. I have never witnessed them with my own eyes. Isn't that the purpose of my outing, to behold the wonders of the world?" Meng Qiancheng sighed softly, shaking his head in silence. Their conversation further convinced Yi Qingchen that Xiaoqiu must indeed be a woman. Manager Yin continued, "Is Qingchen merely beautiful? She was purchased by the Misty Rain Pavilion at the tender age of 6 and meticulously trained for 6 years, making her debut at 12. She excels in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, song, and dance, mastering them all. This year, she is in the bloom of her youth, still untouched. Many a dashing young man has crossed the threshold of the Misty Rain Pavilion in hopes of winning her favor. As a result, the establishment has flourished, becoming the most renowned brothel in Qinghe County." Xiaoqiu lamented, "Alas, I have arrived too late to witness the courtesan." Manager Yin chuckled ambiguously, "Why sigh, young sir? Meeting the courtesan is not a daunting task. After each selection, she performs at her esteemed brothel to express her gratitude and auction off her first night. If any of you are interested, why not take a look?" "Wonderful." Xiaoqiu clapped her hands, brimming with excitement. "I must see for myself what this courtesan is truly like." "You wish to visit a brothel?" Meng Qiancheng asked incredulously. "Why should I not?" Xiaoqiu replied defiantly. Meng Qiancheng appeared to grapple with an unspoken hesitation, choosing to remain silent. Manager Yin interjected, "However, should you wish to enter the Misty Rain Pavilion tonight without having supported the courtesan selection earlier, a customary entrance fee of 100 taels is required." 100 taels? An entrance fee? Han Yuxiao exclaimed, astonished. "The profits from this brothel are astonishing." Meng Qiancheng smiled faintly. "Since young Master Xiao wishes to witness the spectacle, I shall accompany you." "Third young master, will you join us?" Xiao Hong, expressing regret, said, "I apologize, but I had mentioned before my urgent business at the Wang residence tomorrow. I must return tonight and cannot accompany you all." "And you, young Master Yi?" Xiao Qiuyu inquired. Meng Qiancheng chuckled. "Do you think they would willingly part with 100 taels for the entrance fee? Let me be clear. Although we are all friends of the third young master, we are not yet well acquainted, and I shall not be hosting tonight." Yi Qingchen smiled. "Having come this far, how can one forego the opportunity to meet the courtesan?" Resolutely, he rose and addressed Han Yuxiao. "Let us go together." Chapter 84. The pinnacle of pure desire. Upon exiting the Yin residence, Xiao Hong bid farewell and departed. The group strolled leisurely towards the Misty Rain Pavilion. Meng Qiancheng and Xiao Qiuyu led the way, while Xiao Qiuyu seemed enchanted by every sight, indulging in the delights of shopping and snacking. Reminiscent of a young girl from Earth who relished the joys of a day out, Yi Qingchen and the other person trailed behind at a distance. 100 taels for admission. Han Yuxiao exclaimed in disbelief. "Do these people have money blowing in from the wind?" "Haha, it's understandable. Just think about it. After all, she is the renowned courtesan of the world. If the Yinyu Tower doesn't establish a rather high threshold, allowing anyone to simply stroll in for a glance, it would surely descend into chaos. Are we really going?" "Of course. You can go on your own." Han Yuxiao halted, saying, "As a woman, what business do I have in such a place? Just give me the 100 taels for the entrance." Yi Qingchen replied, "What? Do you really lack money if you're following me? If you need money, I can give it to you directly. There's no need for this charade." With that, he produced 100 taels and handed them to Han Yuxiao. She stared at him, incredulous. "Is this really for me? If you don't take it now, I'll take it back." Han Yuxiao quickly snatched it and tucked it away. Yi Qingchen remarked, "Earlier at the banquet, your courage to stand up for me was commendable, and this 100 taels is a reward for that. However, in the future, you must remain calm in the face of events. I do not hold a grudge against him, merely considering more important matters at hand, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications." Han Yuxiao held her head high and declared, "I simply cannot tolerate such people. My irritation was for myself, not for you." Yi Qingchen smiled slightly and continued, "As we observed at Huang Boren's residence, that old fellow is quite the lecher. Our visit to the Yinyu Tower tonight is not merely for recreation, but also to test our luck, to see if the old lecher Huang intends to compete for the courtesan." "Indeed," Han Yuxiao exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "It seems young Master Yi has thought this through." Before long, they arrived at the Yinyu Tower. True to its reputation as the largest brothel in the district of Flowers, it boasted an excellent location. Grand and opulent in its construction, resembling a landmark. The building stood 5 stories tall, ablaze with light. Sounds of silk and bamboo instruments mingled with the melodious laughter of young maidens floated from within. At the entrance, two burly men clad in blue short jackets and armed with broadswords stood guard, their muscular arms on display. Qingchen and his companion arrived first, but did not enter. Waiting at the door, clearly eager to see if Qingchen would indeed part with 200 taels for admission. Upon Qingchen's arrival, without a moment's hesitation, he produced a thick stack of silver notes, extracted 200 taels, and handed them to the guard. The guard promptly ushered him and xianxia inside. Another guard, with little patience, addressed Qingchen curtly. You've been standing here for ages. Are you coming in or not? If not, step aside and don't block the business. Qingchen gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and tossed a banknote into the air. He entered with xianxia, instructing Lei Hongzi to wait outside. As Qingchen stepped inside, he noted that the layout of the first floor resembled an entertainment bar from his past life on Earth. The spacious hall featured a square stage enclosed by railings, measuring 10 feet on each side, with 2 rings of elegant seating surrounding it. Beyond that were several dozen square tables. The stage was set for the performances of courtesans, while patrons engaged in conversation and drinking below. In his previous life, he frequently visited pleasure houses and was well acquainted with the customs and procedures of such establishments. Unlike brothels, these venues ostensibly prioritized artistic exchange, attracting literati and refined gentlemen in search of kindred spirits. Upon arrival, if a guest had not prearranged for the company of a favored courtesan, he could enjoy drinks and tea on the ground floor while observing the ladies showcase their talents on stage. Should a guest take a liking to a particular courtesan, he could contact the matron to reserve a private room on the 2nd or 3rd floor. The courtesan would then join him, either to drink and compose poetry or to sing and appreciate music. If the payment was sufficient and the lady inclined, more intimate encounters could ensue. Naturally, renowned courtesans like Qingchen, celebrated and in high demand, seldom performed on stage due to their pre-booked schedules. However, times had changed, and the public debut of the top courtesan was a traditional necessity. On the day of her crowning, taking advantage of the heightened interest, she could sell her first night at a premium price. Qingchen and her companions arrived late, and the front row was already fully occupied. They were left to seek a secluded spot on the periphery, where Qingchen was seated beside Qingchen. Moments later, the venue was packed, with everyone eagerly anticipating the appearance of the top courtesan. At that moment, a voluptuous middle-aged woman, adorned in vibrant attire, sashayed onto the stage and cheerfully addressed the audience, stating, "I appreciate your patience, esteemed gentlemen. I know you are all quite eager, so without further ado, let us welcome our illustrious courtesan." Instantly, the room fell silent. All eyes turned towards the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. 2 maids dressed in green assisted a lady clad in a pink gown as she gracefully descended the stairs, followed by another maid carrying a pipa. Truly, she embodied the essence of a courtesan, exquisite in appearance, with a captivating figure. Every smile and gesture exuding an enchanting allure that was simply intoxicating. Even the most mundane actions, like scratching her nose, would appear endearingly seductive. This was the result of substantial investment and rigorous training. They understood precisely what men desired and skillfully maximized their appeal without appearing frivolous or lewd. The delicate balance was paramount, epitomizing the legendary pinnacle of pure allure. Qingchen ascended the stage and performed a graceful bow to the audience. The men below, both young and old, were utterly captivated, some even drooling without realizing it. She gently seated herself on the chair at center stage as a maid presented her with the pipa. "I shall now perform Half Mountain Mist and Rain for all esteemed gentlemen." Her voice resonated ethereally, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate. As the music of the pipa began, the men seemed to drift into the clouds, entranced and spellbound. Even the 2 disguised men, Xiaoqiu and Han Yuxiao, found themselves wide-eyed with envy and rapture. As the performance concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room, which was soon shattered by an eruption of thunderous applause and cheers. Qingchen rose gracefully, offering a deep bow. "Thank you, esteemed gentlemen, for your patronage." Upon concluding her words, a maid stepped forward to take the pipa, supporting her as she ascended the stairs. "Is that all?" Han Yuxiao inquired. "Patience," Qingchen replied with a smile. "The true spectacle has only just begun." Nearby, Xiaoqiu sighed. "Indeed, what a courtesan. To witness such a performance for a mere 100 taels is quite worth it." At that moment, a voluptuous matron approached the stage, waving a silk handkerchief with a smile. "Gentlemen, do wipe the drool from your lips." From the audience, an impatient voice called out, "Enough with the chatter. How much for Miss Sher's first night? Name your price." The matron responded, "Oh, dear sir, do not be so hasty. Miss Sher is but 18, possessing unparalleled beauty and grace, as you have all witnessed. Alas, if only I were a man, I would willingly perish beneath her skirts tonight, with no regrets in this life." At such moments, it is customary for the matron to deliver an impassioned speech to stir the hearts of the patrons and elevate the price. an age-old tactic of the brothel. Tonight's starting price for Miss Sure is 1,888 taels. Whose heart is true and sincere enough to claim her this evening?